Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 142, 116, the only genetic integrator among the newborns _3 Chapter 142, 116, the only genetic integrator among the newborns _3, they could never imagine that the school's most impressive genius isn't in the genius class at all, but rather in Tianren Pavilion. Just wait till you guys face off later, all those geniuses in class will be so discouraged they'll start questioning their life choices. As she spoke, Shen Qinghan unconsciously puffed up her chest a bit, her pretty face beaming with pride. It was a habit developed over many years. Whenever Lin Zichen stood out, she, as his childhood friend, couldn't help but feel a share in the glory. Lin Zichen, nibbling on the grape she had handed him, chuckled and said, "Your compatibility with genetic fusion is as high as 21%, and you also have a mysterious superpower. Don't you think there's a possibility that you are actually the most formidable genius?" "No way, you're definitely better than me." "How can you be so sure?" "Just a hunch, but I always felt that you are the strongest." Shen Qinghan had full confidence in Lin Zichen, speaking with unwavering conviction. It wasn't just a hunch. Ever since they were kids, Lin Zichen had always seemed otherworldly to her, carving an indelible image of invincibility in her heart. Search *the novel, f.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Here, have another grape." Shen Qinghan picked up a plump little grape and tenderly placed it to Lin Zichen's lips. Lin Zichen opened his mouth and took it in, silently savoring the burst of tangy sweetness on his taste buds. Shen Qinghan rested her cheek in her palm, her eyes softening with a tender gaze as she smiled sweetly and asked, "Are the grapes I bought tasty?" "Very tasty." "Then what do you think, compared to the grapes you had last night in the bath, which are tastier?" "Both are tasty." "That's a cop-out, choose one." "Then the grapes from last night were better." "If they're tasty, then you should eat more." Shen Qinghan's peachy eyes curved upwards, her pretty face revealing a slightly naughty, sweet smile. Lin Zichen was somewhat speechless, internally remarking that Shen Jianye and Su Meng really messed up naming her. Replacing the Qing in her name with a smudge would have been more appropriate. 1:30 p.m. After lunch, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, who napped in their room, were promptly woken up by a series of alarms from their phones. The two of them got out of bed, got dressed, used the bathroom, washed up quickly, and then headed down to the school gymnasium. At 2 p.m., an assembly for new students was scheduled in the gymnasium, and as new students, both of them had to attend. Taking the elevator down, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan boarded a school bus that shuttled back and forth along the school drive and arrived at the gymnasium in less than 10 minutes. When the two entered, the place had already filled with freshmen. Seats for the new students were divided into 3 areas. The most valued by the school, Evolution College, was arranged in the central position facing the stage. The Mechanical Academy and Martial Arts College were arranged on either side of Evolution College. Having no class of his own, Lin Zichen followed Shen Qinghan to her genius class to sit together. To not disturb anyone else in the class, they both conscientiously picked up their chairs and quietly walked to sit at the very back. After all, Lin Zichen was an outsider, and it might not be appropriate for him to sit with another class, as it might be met with objections. After the two sat down at the back, many in the genius class turned their gaze towards Lin Zichen. Almost everyone in the class knew he was the second topper from Nanjiang province. His high-profile joining of Tianren Pavilion during the summer break had made national news. However, they merely glanced at him curiously for a moment and then looked away, not particularly concerned. It was just a top scholar who unexpectedly joined Tianren Pavilion. What did it have to do with them? Why should they care? Rather than worrying about why Lin Zichen joined Tianren Pavilion, the people in the genius class at that moment were more interested in the relationship between Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. This was especially the case for the boys in class, who all took a keen interest in the matter. Shen Qinghan was just too beautiful, and virtually every male her age had thoughts about her and wanted to know if she was single. "Hey, Lin Zichen, remember me?" A guy with dyed yellow hair pulled up a chair and sat down beside Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen replied with an even tone, "I remember." He had a strong memory of this yellow-haired guy, a peculiar chatterbox he had encountered the afternoon before underneath Shen Qinghan's dormitory building, who talked non-stop. "What's the relationship between you two?" The yellow-haired guy looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with curiosity and asked. Lin Zichen answered dispassionately, "We've grown up together as childhood friends." After a pause, he added, "To be more precise, we're childhood friends who are engaged. We'll get married after we graduate." With Shen Qinghan being so beautiful, surely there would be many suitors in the future. Lin Zichen felt it necessary to publicly announce his relationship with Shen Qinghan to not only fend off her suitors but also reduce his own, saving them both some trouble. Too many suitors could, after all, become a disruption in one's daily life. As Lin Zichen took the initiative to disclose their relationship, Shen Qinghan blushed and eagerly wrapped her arm around his, confirming to their classmates her relationship with Lin Zichen. Upon learning that Shen Qinghan was taken, all the boys in the genius class couldn't hide their disappointment. Many of them had been contemplating pursuing Shen Qinghan, but before they could act on it, it was all over before it had even started. "So the bell is spoken for already, huh? And here I was thinking about introducing my cousin to you," said the yellow-haired guy, shaking his head. He explained, "My cousin was also a proponent of the pureblood human path. She respects its principles a lot. Over the summer, she saw your news online and your photo too, said she wanted to get to know you. What a pity." Lin Zichen just smiled, thinking this was someone creating sisters out of thin air, wasn't it? P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 143, 143, 117, Trial of the Start of School. Chapter 143, 117, Trial of the Start of School. Upon learning that Shen Qinghan was spoken for, the blonde-haired male student promptly picked up his chair and left, returning to his original spot. It wasn't far away, just 2 rows in front. After the blonde-haired male student left, Lin Zichen looked around at the new students in the gymnasium. The new students from Martial Arts College were the most numerous, surpassing the combined number of new students from Evolution College and Mechanical Academy. Martial Arts College had 1,896 new students, Mechanical Academy had 654 new students, Evolution College had 469 new students. These figures were what Lin Zichen had seen on the official website during the summer holidays. Not only Shanghai University, but universities around the world had a significantly higher number of martial arts students compared to evolution and mechanics students. The reason for this phenomenon was primarily that the thresholds for Evolution College and Mechanical Academy were too high, and only a minority of students who took the college entrance examinations could get in. Many students, who failed to secure a place in the entrance examinations but remained determined, would opt for Martial Arts College instead. They planned to continue training their bodies over the 4 years of university to enhance their physical strength in hopes of improving their compatibility with genetic fusion and mechanical enhancement before transferring to Evolution College or Mechanical Academy. However, this path was challenging. Out of 10 martial arts students, maybe only 1 might succeed. The other 9 who didn't make it were likely to end up worse off than students from the humanities and arts after graduation. Lin Zichen continued to survey the new students around him. Soon, his gaze landed on a girl in the talent class. This girl was sitting in front of him to the side, wearing a set of loose-fitting sportswear, with a shoulder-length haircut that was convenient for high-intensity workouts. She had a very beautiful side profile. However, the most captivating feature was not the girl's pretty face, but the pair of beast ears on her head. They were fluffy purple beast ears, about the size of a hand, very conspicuous among the crowd. Lin Zichen knew that she was the Chancellor's daughter whom Shen Qinghan had mentioned during lunch, the only genetic integrator among all the new students. He carefully observed the characteristics of the purple beast ears on the girl's head and quickly deduced which exotic beast gene she had integrated. It was the gene of the Shadow Night Cat, the same as the prodigy from Beijing University. Complete integration of the Shadow Night Cat gene could enhance one's agility, reaction speed, dynamic visual capture, night vision, perception, and other abilities. It seemed very powerful with many abilities enhanced, but that was contingent on full integration of the Shadow Night Cat gene. The process of complete integration, however, could be exceedingly long. It might take a few years at the shortest, or over a decade at the longest. For someone like the prodigy from Beijing University, who had successfully integrated 4 exotic beast genes before graduating from university, it was an exceptionally rare case. Having a high compatibility for genetic fusion was not enough on its own. One must also possess certain special physiques. For example, a physique resistant to gene rejection, which allowed various foreign genes to coexist, or one that facilitated gene expression and so on. Across the country, there are many geniuses with high genetic fusion compatibility, but super geniuses with various special physiques are unique, with only the prodigy from Beijing University known publicly at this stage. Lin Zichen continued to observe the beast ears on the girl's head, trying to ascertain the extent of her integration with the shadow nightcat gene. On the other side, the girl sensed someone observing her and immediately turned around following the line of sight, then looked straight into Lin Zichen's eyes. In that moment of eye contact, Lin Zichen felt as though he was being watched by a dark black cat. The girl's eyes were like two obsidian stones, exhibiting the traits of the shadow nightcat and emanating a predatory gaze that was overwhelmingly oppressive. The mutual gaze did not last long, merely 2 seconds, and ended as the girl turned back around. Sir, the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A bit aloof. Lin Zichen mentally labeled the girl during that brief exchange of looks. His gaze shifted from the girl and continued to survey the other newcomers. Then, almost naturally, his attention was drawn to the blonde-haired male student seated in front. That blonde-haired male student was really talkative, cheerfully chatting with people around him and constantly reacting with exaggerated expressions, making it hard for others nearby to ignore him. And those whom he engaged in conversation only managed polite smiles on the surface but were inwardly extremely annoyed. A real chatterbox. Lin Zichen silently tagged the blonde-haired male student in his mind. Soon, the time reached 2 p.m. The new student assembly began. The meeting was hosted by Vice-Chancellor Yuan Dongji. Lin Zichen found this somewhat strange. It should have been the Chancellor himself hosting such an event, so why was a Vice-Chancellor presiding? Where had the head Chancellor gone? On stage, Yuan Dongji's speech was very brief, spouting less than 10 minutes of platitudes before handing the microphone over to other leaders of the university. The other leaders were similarly concise, averaging less than 3 minutes to finish their speeches. After the university leaders had spoken, it was time for students to take the stage. The student speeches were divided into 2 parts, first the new student representative, followed by the student council president. Please welcome Li Moyu from the talent class, the representative for the new students, with a round of applause. One of the leaders on stage said, reaching for the microphone and looking down at a certain spot in the talent class. No sooner had he spoken than the new students started clapping and looked towards the talent class curiously, wondering who Li Moyu was. Meanwhile, the new students from the talent class were all looking at the blonde-haired male student with surprise faces. Chapter 144, 144, 117, Trial of School Opening _2 Chapter 144, 117, Trial of School Opening _2 Li Moyu, you're actually the new student representative. I always thought Ma Shiwei was the top among the freshmen, that she would be the representative. I never expected there to be a hidden master. This Li Moyu, with his dyed yellow hair looking like a delinquent, and being a chatterbox, doesn't have any trace of a genius's aura, yet his strength turns out to be the strongest among the freshmen, truly judging a book by its cover. At this moment, the freshmen in the prodigy class found it incredulous. The new student representative was chosen through a vote by the school leaders, based on who they thought was the strongest. And the fact that the yellow-haired boy became the representative meant that most of the school leaders considered him to be the strongest among the freshmen. Regarding this, the people in the prodigy class were somewhat in disbelief. Soon, the yellow-haired boy, under the attention of all the teachers and students, changed from his previous smiley chatterbox demeanor to a cool and aloof god. He slowly rose from his seat, hands casually tucked into his pockets, flicking his slanted bangs with each step, walked unhurriedly towards the stage. From the moment his college entrance examination results were released, he had been waiting for today's opportunity to show off. He had waited over 2 months, and finally, it arrived. Before this, whether it was dyeing his hair yellow or talking to others like an idiot, it was all intended to create an image of appearing to be a slacker but actually a scholar, to make the show-off even more spectacular and satisfying. To sum it up in one sentence, did you ever imagine that I, this frivolous dyed-hair talkative guy, am actually the most brilliant super genius among the freshmen, surprising or not? Thrilled or unexpected? Have you been dazzled? Li Moyu has really kept himself well hidden. I saw his dyed yellow hair, resembling a delinquent, and even thought he would be the bottom of the class. Shen Qinghan said, feeling very surprised. Lin Zichen, standing nearby, was also surprised, never expecting that such a casual yellow-haired guy could be the number one in the prodigy class. After all, the general perception was that geniuses tend to be aloof. On the stage, Li Moyu took the microphone handed over from the school leaders, didn't rush to speak but instead scanned the expressions on the faces of the audience. Seeing the surprise on many faces, he felt immensely satisfied and particularly thrilled. After steadying his emotions slightly, he looked at everyone and asked with the microphone, "Has everyone heard of Li Yijin? Who doesn't know the genius from Kyoto University?" A freshman in the audience loudly responded. Li Moyu raised his eyebrows, and his face turned even colder as he said, "Yes, everyone knows Li Yijin, but what you certainly don't know is that Li Yijin has a brother who is equally talented. His brother is this year's Capital City New College Entrance Examination top scorer. Genetic fusion compatibility rate, as high as 16%, tied for first place nationwide with the top scorer from Nanjiang Province. Physical test data, in a league of its own, the only nationwide first place. And this genius brother, the one standing before you right now, is me, Li Moyu." As he spoke the last sentence, Li Moyu's voice rose significantly, resonating with authority. The freshmen below were all shocked. Was this yellow-haired guy really the brother of the Kyoto University genius? And also, the top scorer from the capital city? Wait, why wouldn't the capital city's top scorer go to Kyoto University but instead come to Shanghai University? As everyone was puzzled, Li Moyu spoke, "I'm sure everyone here is wondering why I, honored as the capital city's top scorer, wouldn't go to Kyoto University but chose Shan University instead. You must all think that Shan University's recruitment team spent a small fortune to poach me. However, that is incorrect. You might not believe it when I say this, but choosing to attend Shan University was my own decision. Back when I was in middle school, I made a pact with my brother that he would break records at Kyoto University, and I would break records at Shan University. The future records of these two top universities will be dominated by the Li brothers from the Jingdu Li family." No sooner had his words fallen than his eyes sharpened, releasing a biological level pressure of common tier 5, unabashedly displaying his unrivaled powerful strength among his peers. The prodigy class freshmen near the stage all felt that strong biological pressure, each with a look of having their worldview challenged. The same pride of Shanghai University, many among them had a biological level of only common tier 3, and some even as low as common tier 2, they all relied on their genetic fusion compatibility to get ahead. However, Li Moyu on stage had a biological level as high as common tier 5. The gap was too huge. So huge it induced despair. On the other side, the school leaders on the stage couldn't help but twitch their mouths slightly. They arranged for Li Moyu to be the new student representative to set an example, to look forward to the next 4 years of university life, but this guy was only concerned with showing off, acting so recklessly right now. "I'm Li Moyu, remember my name." After releasing the biological pressure and completing his show-off moment, Li Moyu dropped this phrase, casually handed the microphone back to a school leader beside him, then swiftly tucked his hands into his pockets, and flicked his slanted bangs as he walked down the stage. He only went up there to show off, and now that he had done so, it was time to step down. Show-off requires being quick, accurate, and ruthless. The shorter the time spent on the stage, the higher the swagger. Xiao Chen, that Li Moyu is so silly, feeling invincible with just common tier 5, well you could easily crush him with just a flick of your finger. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan leaned close to Lin Zichen's ear, whispering softly. Chapter 145, 117, Trial of School Opening _3 Chapter 145, 117, Trial of School Opening _3 As his childhood sweetheart, fiancé, and devoted fan, she couldn't wait to witness Lin Zichen's moment of glory in front of others. Lin Zichen poked her cheek, and whispered, speaking ill of others behind their back, "If someone finds out, you won't be able to handle the consequences. You'll protect me, won't you?" Can't protect. All right, I won't say it from now on. In the future, I'll only vent to you at home. Out there, I'll be a good mute. Shen Qinghan promised in a sweet and soft voice. Hearing her tender voice beside him, Lin Zichen couldn't help but think of Shen Qinghan's soft and fragrant little tongue, and he felt a tickling sensation in his heart. While the two were close and conversing, a school leader on the stage said loudly, "Next, let's welcome the Student Council President, Zhou Xiahong, to speak on behalf of the Student Council with a round of applause." After speaking, the school leader started clapping. Seeing this, the freshmen below all followed suit and began clapping as well. Amidst the applause, a young man with a slight fringe haircut slowly walked onto the stage from below. CTHNovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He didn't appear particularly tall or muscular, but the aura emanating from him was immensely oppressive, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. "President Zhou, your microphone." When Zhou Xiahong reached the center of the stage, the school leader promptly moved forward and handed over the microphone considerately. In Shanghai University, where strength was revered, the student council president held a higher status than many school leaders. Zhou Xiahong took the microphone and introduced himself in a calm but forceful voice. "Good afternoon, freshmen. I am the president of the student council at Shanghai University, Zhou Xiahong. Today, I'm here to talk to you about 3 things," he continued. First, the school discipline is not managed by teachers but by the student council, which has more power than you can imagine. Second, every year at the beginning of the second semester, the student council will recruit 10 new members from the freshmen, based solely on strength. For those freshmen who wish to join the student council, remember to showcase your abilities in the coming half year. Third, the internal campus of Shanghai University is a place where strength is honored, focusing on the survival of the fittest principle. It's common for upperclassmen to bully lowerclassmen, so be mentally prepared for such occurrences. Those are the 3 things I wanted to address. Before I step down, I want to give you all a taste of an advanced-level creature's strength. At that moment, as his words ended, Zhou Xiahong suddenly focused his eyes, instantly unleashing the full horror of his oppressive force as an advanced-level creature, brutally bearing down on the new students below. In an instant, all the freshmen in the gymnasium felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. Those close to the stage were directly pressured, their faces turning red and breathing with difficulty. Li Moyu, who was seated at an optimal distance, strangely felt the most pressure in the entire hall. It was so strong that even the chair he was sitting on began to bend as if it would break. He was a bit stunned, not understanding what was happening, only aware that he seemed to be targeted, his face turning pale and feeling nearly suffocated. Contrary to him, Lin Zichen, sitting 2 rows behind him, appeared relaxed, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The pressure from the advanced-level creature was strong, but at a distance of over 30 meters, it weakened to the point where it posed no threat to Lin Zichen, who was of ordinary 9th rank. However, Shen Qinghan, whose biological level was only ordinary 2nd rank, was struggling, her legs weakening under the pressure, forcing her to lean powerlessly on his shoulder. Luckily, Zhou Xiahong on the stage did not maintain the oppressive force for too long, retracting it all in less than 5 seconds. Following that, relieved breaths could be heard from the audience as he nonchalantly stepped down from the stage. Soon after Zhou Xiahong left, the microphone was returned to the hands of Yuan Dongji, who initially started. Yuan Dongji, holding the microphone, calmly spoke to the new students below. "After the conclusion of the freshman assembly, you will face a trial of initiation right here. The rules of the trial are simple. There is a large martial stage at the center of the gymnasium. The first person to stand alone on that stage for more than 1 minute will be this year's newcomer king, earning a reward of 100 academic credits. The second person to stand alone on the martial stage for over 1 minute will be second place, earning a reward of 90 academic credits. So on and so forth, until the last of the top 10 is determined, with the 10th place earning 10 academic credits. The initiation trial will last for only 1 hour. During this time, if any non-genius class, that is, ordinary class freshman, can break into the top 10, then aside from the genius class freshman, all other new students will receive 1 academic credit. The initiation trial will begin in 10 minutes. Those who need to visit the restroom can go now. After briefly stating these points, Yuan Dongji set down the microphone and headed toward the edge of the stage. Seeing this, other school leaders on the stage quickly followed her lead and left. These school leaders now headed to the corridor on the 2nd floor, positioning themselves to overlook the upcoming trial on the 1st floor, and to observe each new student's performance. P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 146, 146, 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year? Chapter 146, 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year? Gymnasium, second floor corridor. A group of school leaders stood above, looking down on the freshmen below with an imposing air, waiting for the start of the freshman trials. The president of the student union, Zhou Xiahong, also came up. He was there to observe the performance of the new students in the freshman trials and to select suitable talents to join the student union. President Zhou, aren't you being a bit too petty? Just because you were beaten up by Li Yijin on the martial stage at the beginning of the year, do you really need to take it out on his brother? Upon seeing Zhou Xiahong approaching, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but mock him. Just now, when Zhou Xiahong released the pressure of an advanced-level creature on stage, he specifically targeted Li Moyu below, directly suppressing the latter till his face turned pale, almost suffocating. Such behavior was too distasteful. Ma Zhenhe beside him laughed. Anyone could say this, except you, Lu Chuanwu. You have no right to talk about being petty. Among nearly 20,000 teachers and students of Shanghai University, who can compare to you, Lu Chuanwu, in pettiness? Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hey, can that even be compared? Lu Chuanwu sneered coldly and then retorted, my pettiness is only directed at the person involved, never at their family members. Ma Zhenhe couldn't be bothered with him. As for Zhou Xiahong, he didn't even glance at Lu Chuanwu from start to finish, treating him like air. Lu Chuanwu's popularity in the school was very poor, especially with those from Evolution College. They were practically sworn enemies, each finding the other an eyesore. President Ma, I heard your daughter did exceptionally well in the college entrance exam. What exactly were her scores? Zhou Xiahong walked over to Ma Zhenhe and stopped, looking at the new students coming and going below while asking nonchalantly. With a hint of pride, Ma Zhenhe smiled and said, it's okay, she just ranked 4th in Capital City. 4th in Capital City? Zhou Xiahong muttered to himself and then added, President Ma, let your daughter join the student union. I will cultivate her as a future president. Ma Zhenhe smiled, of course, she must join the student union. In the future, I'll count on President Zhou to take good care of Shi Wei. Zhou Xiahong didn't smile but simply replied calmly, I will take care of any talent. Special care? That wasn't necessary. His invitation for Ma Zhenhe's daughter, Ma Shi Wei, to join the student union wasn't to deliberately please Ma Zhenhe, the president of Evolution College. He truly saw potential in Ma Zhenhe's daughter and wanted to groom her as a future president. Although he was the president of the student union, his authority was no less than that of the president of Evolution College. Both positions were on the same level, both directly reporting to the university president. If one were to really compare the status, the student union president's status in the school might even be slightly higher than that of the president of Evolution College. After all, both were advanced-level creatures, but the student union president was only in his early 20s, much younger than the Evolution College president in his 40s, and his future achievements were bound to be higher. And greater future achievements naturally elevated one's current status accordingly. What do you think, among the new students in today's trials, who will become this year's freshman king, Li Moyu or Ma Shi Wei? Zhou Xiahong glanced at Li Moyu and Ma Shi Wei below, asking the leaders beside him with a voice as unperturbed as an ancient well. One bald male leader said, it should be Li Moyu. With a biological level as high as Common Tier 5, his physical strength is virtually invincible among the new students. A female leader with limbs and chest made of alloy offered a different opinion. President Ma's daughter may have scored slightly lower than Li Moyu in the exams, but she successfully underwent genetic fusion with the Shadow Nightcat's genes during the summer vacation, and now her strength is truly not weaker than Li Moyu's. Another school leader speculated, I still think it will be Li Moyu. Although Ma Shi Wei underwent genetic fusion, she only fused a small part, so the strength increase is quite limited. Besides these three leaders, the other school leaders were also progressively expressing their opinions. People who were in favor of Li Moyu and those who supported Ma Shi Wei were about evenly split. In the eyes of the school leaders, Li Moyu and Ma Shi Wei were the two outstanding students among the new students of Shanghai University, far surpassing the others in overall strength. Of course, this was only the current stage. As for who would be the first in the future, it was still too early to say. After all, school had just started, and genetic fusion had not yet begun. Strength could only be judged based on physical prowess. Once genetic fusion began later on, the strength ranking would undergo a major reshuffle. In my opinion, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shi Wei will become the freshman king. As others analyzed who had the edge between Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, Lu Chuanwu suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at him. One of the school leaders asked with a smile, "Then President Lu, who do you think will become the freshman king?" Lu Chuanwu blurted out, "Of course, it's a member of my Tianren pavilion, Lin Zichen." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This answer was indeed humorous. With Lin Zichen's physical test data from the college entrance exam, he couldn't even rank in the top 10 among this batch of freshmen, so how could he become the freshman king? Was it because he was a member of Tianren Pavilion and you, his big shot, are singing your own praises? While others were just ridiculing in their minds, Ma Zhenhe chose to speak out directly, his words laced with sarcasm. President Lu's vision is truly unique. With your ability to spot talent, Tianren Pavilion is bound to flourish. Heh heh. Lu Chuanwu habitually let out two cold laughs and looked towards Ma Zhenhe, saying, "President Ma, save your sarcastic remarks. I just believe Lin Zichen will become this year's freshman king. If you don't believe it, we can make a bet." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 147, 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year? _2 Chapter 147, 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year? _2 Ma Zhenhe, what do you want to bet on? Lu Chuanwu, let's keep it simple and brutal, bet on school credits. School credits were the universal currency at Shanghai University. Besides exchanging various evolutionary resources, it could also be converted directly into money. Even the salaries of the teaching staff were paid in school credits. President Lu, how much do you want to bet? 100 school credits. When Lu Chuanwu mentioned betting 100 school credits, the surrounding school leaders all raised their eyebrows. Everyone initially thought Lu Chuanwu was just talking tough when he mentioned betting. Unexpectedly, he was serious about the bet, and it was a big one at that. You have to know, one school credit could be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. Betting 100 school credits meant betting 1 million yuan, which was quite a ruthless wager. Ma Zhenhe's brows furrowed slightly, unable to understand why Lu Chuanwu dared to make this bet, suspecting there was a trick involved. For example, bribing popular contestants to throw the match. But Ma Shiwei was his own daughter, how could Lu Chuanwu bribe her? And Li Moyu was the eldest young master of the capital city Li family, he wasn't short on money at all and couldn't possibly be bribed. So what exactly was Lu Chuanwu up to? Ma Zhenhe was completely baffled by this. The other school leaders were just as puzzled. Why the silence, are you chickening out? Seeing his archenemy not responding, Lu Chuanwu said smugly. He wanted to provoke his archenemy into action. What a joke. It's only a mere 100 school credits, which is just my monthly base salary. What do I have to be afraid of? On the contrary, it's you, with an empty house, who better not play the old, I can't pay the debt, trick once you lose. Ma Zhenhe took the bait and accepted Lu Chuanwu's bet. Usually as steady as a dog, he easily lost his composure in front of Lu Chuanwu. Don't worry, with so many people watching, I can't back out even if I wanted to. Lu Chuanwu said with a smile. Seeing him smiling, Ma Zhenhe became even more suspicious. What on earth gives this old man the confidence to bet with me? Could it be that Lin Zichen really can become the new student king? But how could that be possible? The more Ma Zhenhe thought about it, the more it didn't add up, but he also couldn't figure out what kind of plan Lu Chuanwu had up his sleeve. In the end, he could only sit and wait for the new student trial at the start of school downstairs, to see what the situation would be afterward. The same bet of 100 school credits. Is there anyone else willing to bet with me? President Zhou, are you in? President Gao, what about you? Director He, I've seen you enjoy playing cards, how about a wager? After making the bet with Ma Zhenhe, Lu Chuanwu set his sights on the other school leaders, intending to make a big profit from this new student trial. The other school leaders also felt this was very peculiar, but couldn't see how Lu Chuanwu could win. After hesitating for a moment, they ultimately all placed bets with Lu Chuanwu. Principal Yuan, will you join? Lu Chuanwu set his sights on Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji said indifferently, then let's bet. Betting only 100 school credits isn't befitting of your status, Principal Yuan. How about 1,000 school credits? Lu Chuanwu knew just how wealthy his ex-wife from the noble family was, and today he had to make her lose a fortune. Yuan Dongji narrowed her eyes. President Liu, do you have that many school credits to wager? Lu Chuanwu, if I don't have enough credits, I will use money to cover it. Hearing this, Yuan Dongji gave a deep look at the location of his kidneys and said lightly, since you want to bet, then let's follow what you said and bet 1,000 school credits. Seeing that everyone had taken him up on his bet, Lu Chuanwu only smiled on the surface, but inside he was already overjoyed. 9 bets of 100 school credits. 1 bet of 1,000 school credits. Altogether, that's 1,900 school credits. Sar the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That's 19 million yuan. He was going to make a fortune. While Lu Chuanwu was secretly delighted, the dean of the Mechanical Academy looked at Ma Zhenhe, teasing him with a gleeful smile. President Ma, the provincial top scorer Lin Zichen from Nanjiang was originally a new student of your evolution college, but was poached by President Liu halfway through. Does it hurt? Hurt? Ma Zhenhe said disdainfully, he's just a provincial top scorer. There are plenty of them in evolution college. We really aren't lacking just him. The dean of the Mechanical Academy just smiled and said nothing. He had heard about Ma Zhenhe poaching those 3 senior students from Tianren Pavilion. It was evident that, while Ma Zhenhe said he didn't care, he was actually quite upset on the inside. With these thoughts, the dean of the Mechanical Academy looked towards the other side at Yuan Dongji, curiously asking, Principal Yuan, who do you think will become the new student king? Yuan Dongji, looking at Shen Qinghan below, said lightly, I don't know who will become the new student king, but I do know that in 3 years, my disciple Shen Qinghan will surely be the top student at Shan University. Hearing the word disciple Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji had actually taken the top scorer from Nanjiang province as her disciple. The dean of the Mechanical Academy was a bit stunned. The other school leaders were also somewhat stunned. But what was even more baffling for them was how Yuan Dongji could be so sure her disciple would become the top student at Shan University in 3 years. Was it because of the high genetic fusion compatibility rate of 16%? But the problem was, not only Shen Qinghan had a 16% genetic fusion compatibility rate. The top scorer from capital city, Li Moyu, also had 16%. And let's not mention that Li Moyu's physical assessment data far exceeded Shen Qinghan's. With such a big gap in physical assessment data and Shen Qinghan's seemingly frail body, what would she use to become the top student at Shan University? The more everyone thought about it, the more puzzled they became. In the end, they just felt that both Lu Chuanwu and Yuan Dongji had similar thought processes. The former had an unfounded confidence in the new member of Tianren Pavilion, and the latter had an unfounded confidence in her newly acquired disciple. No wonder these two used to be a married couple, their thoughts and ideas were strikingly similar in certain aspects. Chapter 148, 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year, _3 Chapter 148, 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year, _3 At the same time, downstairs, the freshmen were all enthusiastically discussing the rules of the orientation trial. In front, there was a large martial stage. Whoever could be the first to stand alone on the martial stage for more than 1 minute would be this year's freshman king, rewarded with 100 credits. The second person to achieve this would be rewarded with 90 credits. And so on, until the 10th person, who would be rewarded with 10 credits. Under normal circumstances, the top 10 spots in this orientation trial would definitely be swept by the freshmen from the talent classes. Because the strength of talent class freshmen far surpasses that of regular class freshmen. The gap is so wide that even the Mech God class, sponsored by the Mech God Corporation, is no match for the talent class. After all, who would choose mechanical modification when they could undergo genetic fusion? Under the influence of this notion, top talents would only join the talent class and never the Mech God class. Thus, there is a vast gap in strength between the talent class and regular classes, so vast that in the upcoming orientation trial, the top 10 spots would definitely be dominated by the talent class. But now, in addition to the basic ranking rewards, there is also a special reward set up for regular class freshmen. If any regular class freshman makes it into the top 10, then all regular class freshmen would receive a reward of 1 credit. What does this rule mean? It means the leadership at Shanghai University wants to see the regular class freshmen come together to collectively take on the talent class freshmen. The talent class refers to the talent class within Evolution College. Regular classes refer to all other classes besides the talent class. Even the Mech God class, despite its powerful name, is considered a regular class. Thus, the current ratio of regular class to talent class students is 2,959 people versus 50 people. This is nearly a 60-fold numerical advantage. The regular class freshmen could completely use a strategy of overwhelming numbers to combat the talent class freshmen. By leveraging the advantage of their greater numbers, regular class students could gang up on the talent class to deplete their stamina, helping the strongest freshmen among them break into the top 10. By doing so, all freshmen in the regular classes would earn 1 credit. Many of the regular class freshmen have already realized this. Therefore, some of the more proactive regular class freshmen have begun to organize the others, formulating plans to gang up on the talent class freshmen. Everybody quiet down. Suddenly, a voice amplified multiple times by a microphone rang out on stage. Hearing this voice, everyone in the gym couldn't help but look towards the stage. Then, they saw a muscular, buzz-cut young man standing above them. Seeing that all eyes were focused on him, the buzz-cut young man began to speak loudly. "My name is Hiyu, from Evolution Class 6. My high school deskmate is Lin Zichen. Everyone should know he was the runner-up in the Nanjiang Province College entrance exams. Everyone knows his physical test scores were the highest in the entire Nanjiang Province, knows he joined the Tianren Pavilion, knows he's a freshman at the Martial Arts College. That is to say, his strength is the strongest among the regular class freshmen. Once the orientation trial starts, I suggest that all of us attack the talent class and drain their strength to help Lin Zichen break into the top 10. In this way, all of us in the regular classes will earn 1 credit, which is equivalent to getting 10,000 yuan." When he reached the last sentence, he made sure to raise his volume, echoing his voice throughout the entire gym with the help of the microphone. Soon after, a large number of regular class freshmen began responding to his call, shouting one after another. "That guy on stage is right, we all need to unite and take on the talent class, drain their strength, and help Lin Zichen make it into the top 10. All students of the Mech God class will do our utmost to help Lin Zichen break into the top 10. All students of Evolution Class 2, clear the way for Lin Zichen to make it into the top 10. All students of Mechanical Class 3, likewise. Where's Lin Zichen? Come up on stage and say a few words to everyone. Look, there he is. Lin Zichen is sitting right there, behind the talent class." Someone spotted Lin Zichen and immediately pointed at him while shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Lin Zichen. Sitting next to Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan suddenly felt a rush of nervousness from being the focus of so many eyes and felt an urgent need to pee. Seeing that the atmosphere had built up to this point, Lin Zichen could only stand up from his seat, make his way to the stage, and take the microphone passed to him by Hiyu. He addressed the crowd below, "Thank you all for your support. I will definitely make it into the top 10 and not let you down. Oh, Lin Zichen is awesome. Invincible. Surely he will make it into the top 10. At this moment, the regular class freshmen were shouting with excitement, one more vociferous than the last. Listening to this surge of cheers, talent class freshmen just smiled. Gang up. Drain their stamina. Help Lin Zichen break into the top 10. Hey, daydreaming. SE the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ants are just ants. No matter how many there are, they still can't break through an elephant's defenses. P.S. Holding out my bowl, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 149, 149, Even an ant has a spark of fire in it. Chapter 149, Even an ant has a spark of fire in it. That guy's name is Gao Ziyong. We were in the same class in high school, and now his biological level should be ordinary grade 3. The cute girl with the twin ponytails is my mom's colleague's daughter. Her biological level is only ordinary grade 2, probably the weakest in combat in the genius class. Comrades of Evolution Class 8, leave Gao Ziyong to your class to deal with. Any problems? No problem, guarantee to crush him. Leave the twin ponytail girl to me, I can finish her off by myself. After deciding to collectively beat up the genius class new students, the ordinary class new students all started to take action. Everyone worked together, each with their own responsibilities. Those who knew any of the genius class new students would actively expose the other side's information, discussing how so-and-so from the genius class did in the entrance exams and what their strengths were. Those with leadership qualities, upon hearing this, would start to command troops and strategically arrange forces to target certain individuals from the genius class. Lin Zichen observed the scene in front of him and said to Shen Qinghan beside him, "This scene looks a bit like players teaming up to beat a big boss in a game, where we, the ordinary class, are the players and you guys, the genius class, are the big boss." Shen Qinghan tiptoed and whispered in his ear, "It's true that the ordinary class is teaming up to fight the genius class boss right now, but in a while, it'll probably be the genius class teaming up to fight a boss too, fighting you, the super big boss." While saying this, Shen Qinghan sounded a bit excited. She couldn't wait to see Lin Zichen single-handedly defeat the entire genius class, eagerly wanting to witness him reveal his divinity in front of everyone, shocking the crowd. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt an urgent need to pee. Shen Qinghan said to Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, I'm going to use the restroom, I'll be back quickly." After speaking, she clamped her legs together and trotted toward the restroom. In less than 3 minutes, she trotted back. As she was about to reach Lin Zichen's side, a girl from the ordinary class with a bun hairstyle stopped her and said, "You're from the genius class, get back to your genius class camp, you're not allowed in our ordinary class camp." "I am neutral," Shen Qinghan explained weakly. Although she had become a top genius and grown quite confident, years of inferiority and introversion instinctively made her act somewhat timid when facing an aggressive stranger. "Who cares if you're neutral, as long as you're from the genius class, then you're an opponent to us now," the girl with the bun hairstyle said aggressively. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately went over to speak for Shen Qinghan, smiling and saying, "She's my childhood friend, let her come in, I want to talk to her for a moment." "Oh, okay. Sir, the novelfire.net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Confronted with the handsome and imposing Lin Zichen, the girl with the bun hairstyle stuttered, feeling both nervous and excited. Lin Zichen's looks were too lethal for girls of the same age, and very few could resist him. Seeing the girl step aside, Shen Qinghan quickly walked over to Lin Zichen's side. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan to the side and said to her, "I think you should go back to the genius class side. You are a new student of the genius class, and you should have some sense of class honor, especially at the start of school, or else it's easy to be ostracized." "But I want to be by your side." "I do too, but it really isn't suitable." "Fine then," Shen Qinghan was reluctant, but still chose to obediently listen. After thinking about it, she felt that Lin Zichen was right. It was just the start of school, and it was indeed important to have a sense of collective class honor to avoid being ostracized. Realizing this, Shen Qinghan quickly returned to the genius class side. Once she was back in place, the 2,959 new students of the ordinary class and the 50 new students of the genius class all stood on either side of the central martial stage, with clear demarcation between the camps. Soon after, the gymnasium's broadcast began the countdown. The trial begins in 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. 7. Listening to the countdown, all of the new students quieted down. The adrenaline surged. Heartbeats sped up. A tense atmosphere filled every part of the body. 6. 5. 4. As the countdown to the beginning of the trial approached, many of the new students with poor mental resilience began to feel weak in the knees and their hands trembled slightly. Especially that small part of the genius class who had lower physical strength and were only elevated by the compatibility of genetic fusion. Though they were new students of the genius class, their biological level was only ordinary grade 2, on par with most of the ordinary class new students. And now, they had to face dozens or even hundreds of ordinary class new students with similar combat strength, ready to be mobbed by these peers, which was enough to make anyone's legs go weak. Conversely, super geniuses like Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, whose physical strength far exceeded their peers, were all brimming with fighting spirit, eager for the thrill of overpowering numerous foes. 3. 2. 1. The trial officially begins. In the moment that the final broadcast announcement sounded, the new students of the ordinary class surged like a wave towards the new students of the genius class. Everyone charge! Smash the genius class! A member of the genius class has reached the martial stage. It's Gao Ziyong with a biological level of ordinary grade 3. All members of evolution class 6, charge at once. Knock him off the martial stage. Mechanics classes 2, 3, and 4. Our target is Zhao Chuiying. Don't go easy on her just because she's a girl. Hit her with everything you've got. Amidst the charged battle cries, the numerically superior new students of the ordinary class charged into the ranks of the genius class with full force, targeting the genius class new students with clear intent. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 150, 150, 119, even the insignificant ones have their anger _2. Chapter 150, 119, even the insignificant ones have their anger _2. At the beginning, the scene was orderly. But because there were too many people, and many of the talent class's new students were darting around avoiding the melee. In just a moment, the entire scene had become completely chaotic. Stop hitting me, I surrender, I surrender. A genius class female freshman of Common Tier 2 was surrounded by more than 10 ordinary class female freshmen, pinned to the ground and beaten, pleading for mercy repeatedly. Those dozen or so ordinary class female freshmen were relatively honorable. Seeing their target screaming surrender, they immediately held back and didn't strike an extra blow. Fuck your mother. You only know how to bully when you outnumber others. What kind of skill is that? Have the guts to fight me one-on-one. The genius class male freshman with a biological level of Common Tier 3, named Gao Ziyong, was trapped on the martial stage by the entire class of Evolution 6 and besieged, cursing in desperation. However, no one was willing to fight him one-on-one, they all chose to beat him up together. Stop, don't run. Are you so-called prodigies of the talent class only good at running away? Cowards. Shen Qinghan, who had a relatively frail physique, was targeted by more than a dozen ordinary class female freshmen, chased all over the gymnasium. She was not particularly fast, but with her smooth footwork, she managed to narrowly dodge the grasp of this group of ordinary class girls each time, frustrating them into cursing. On the other hand, Lin Zichen had originally wanted to jump onto the martial stage and take his stand as a boss from the start of the trial, to easily clinch the title of new king and the reward of 100 academic credits. But seeing the new students of the ordinary class so motivated at the moment, he chose to let them shine first, not to steal their hard-earned limelight. After all, they had developed tactics, arranged their formations, and done all this and that. It was time for others to have their moment. Bored, Lin Zichen just kept looking around the gymnasium, watching the show. Soon, his gaze fell on Shen Qinghan. He saw Shen Qinghan being chased and beaten by a group of people. However, he did not act to rescue her, just silently watched. He thought that this was an experience that Shen Qinghan, as an evolution student, should undergo. Intervening would do her more harm than good. Not bad footwork, the years of training weren't in vain. Seeing Shen Qinghan being chased for nearly 10 minutes and not being caught by that group of ordinary class girls, maneuvering around like an eel among the crowd with incredibly smooth movements, Lin Zichen internally expressed his approval. However, just 3 seconds after his approval, Shen Qinghan was caught. Fortunately, she didn't have a strong ego, so she chose to surrender the instant she was caught, avoiding a beating. Moving his gaze away from Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen scanned the entire gymnasium. All that met his eyes were scenes of talent class freshmen being mobbed and beaten up. Search * the novel, fire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The reason for such a one-sided situation was that the top fighters in the talent class had not made a move. With Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei at the helm, a total of 12 top fighters of the talent class were all standing on the second-floor corridor, looking down on the battlefield below. Before the trial had even begun, these 12 had leaped up, jumping onto the second-floor corridor, positioning themselves at the same level as the school leaders on the opposite side. This act had effectively set them apart from the rest of the new students, placing themselves on a higher level, similar to the school leaders across the way. Lin Zichen glanced at the 12 top talent class fighters on the second-floor corridor, activated his biometric attributes, danger perception, and gauged their biological levels. The strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, had biological levels that both reached Common Tier 5. The remaining 10 were all starting at Common 4th Order. Li Moyu, with a keen sense of perception, noticed Lin Zichen below observing them and looked down with a slight smile, inviting, "Lin Zichen, want to come up and watch the battle with us?" Lin Zichen smiled and declined, "No need, I'm good down here." About 20 minutes later, under the assault of nearly 3,000 ordinary class freshmen, besides those 12 on the second-floor corridor, the rest of the talent class freshmen below had been completely defeated. The victorious ordinary class freshmen all gathered below the 12 on the second-floor corridor, shouting up at them, "Come down! Come down and die! Hurry up!" The new students from the ordinary class, who had just won a perfect victory, were now so overconfident that they thought the genius class was nothing spectacular. They were eager to defeat the 12 strongest students from the genius class upstairs and earn prestige for the ordinary class. Relying on greater numbers to bully the few, beating a bunch of weaklings, and you're swelled up with no sense of proportion. Little do you know that ants are still ants, no matter how many there are, they can't bite an elephant. On the second-floor corridor, a 2-meter-tall burly male student looked disdainfully from above at the ordinary class freshmen below who were shouting. As soon as he finished talking, he jumped straight down from the second-floor corridor and landed with a thud on the ground, leaving an obvious shoe print on the wooden planks. His weight was too much for the normal wooden floor to withstand his impact. Don't you all like to bully the few with numbers? Come, I'll stand right here, let you all gang up on me. To let you realize your own weakness. The burly male student looked confidently at the ordinary class freshman in front of him, his tone so disdainful it was infuriating. Seeing his body huge like a mountain, the ordinary class freshman at the front instinctively stepped back in fear. But soon, someone in the crowd shouted, boosting their morale, "We're in the majority, what's there to be scared of? Attack together, one punch each, and we can knock him to the ground begging for mercy. That's right, we have the numbers, let's get him. Charge, take him down." The ordinary class freshmen rekindled their fighting spirit and swarmed toward the burly male student, intending to use their numerical advantage to overpower him. Facing the onslaught of ordinary class freshmen, the burly male student was not panicked at all. He simply lifted his leg and sent a kick their way, sending the few who were at the forefront flying. The one who took his kick straight on was sent flying more than 3 meters high, then bang, he crashed heavily to the ground, curling up from the pain and unable to rise, his face contorted with agony. Blood, he's spitting blood. Someone saw blood seeping from the corner of the boy's mouth, and it kind of scared them, leaving their faces full of panic. Being kicked to the point of spitting blood, this was definitely an internal injury. Quickly, medical personnel who were always on standby at the scene brought a stretcher to carry the bleeding boy away to treat his injuries. And this scene scared many of the ordinary class freshmen into retreating. They dared not get any closer to the burly male student, fearing they too would be kicked until they spat blood. Everyone had just come to participate in a trial and had never thought of getting seriously injured. At this moment, the situation turned on its head in an instant. The ordinary class freshmen, who originally thought they could use their numbers to defeat everyone in the genius class, had severely underestimated the strength of the genius class's top fighters. The gap was so large it couldn't be bridged by mere numbers. "We're all classmates, do you really need to go that far?" A new student from the ordinary class looked at the burly male student with dissatisfaction and criticized his excessive force. The burly male student just laughed and said, "Ants use all their strength to bite an elephant but can't manage to make a dent." Annoyed, the elephant simply nudges the ants, and the ants' legs break. Then the ants condemn the elephant for being cruel. Don't you find this funny? Being called ants again and again, the ordinary class freshmen were all the more infuriated. True, they were from the ordinary class, but having been accepted into Shanghai University meant that each of them was once considered a pride of their respective high schools. Yet now, they were being looked down upon like this. It was unbearable. But, unbearable as it was, they still didn't dare to advance. "Lin Zichen, this guy is too arrogant, insulting our ordinary class by calling us ants again and again. Go and take him down." Soon, a freshman from the ordinary class shouted out loud. It didn't matter if they couldn't beat the burly male student, as long as Lin Zichen could. Lin Zichen was the second top scholar from Nanjiang province, with the highest biometric attributes in the province, definitely capable of facing this giant from the genius class and even prevailing over him. Chapter 151, 151, 120, the top genius of the genius class excelling in burst killing. Chapter 151, 120, the top genius of the genius class excelling in burst killing. Seeing that all the new students from the ordinary class had given up struggling, Lin Zichen didn't waste any words and walked directly to the martial stage under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, the new students on the martial stage consciously stepped down to make room. As Lin Zichen climbed onto the empty martial stage, a large screen directly above the martial stage immediately displayed a stopwatch timer. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, if the stopwatch reached 1 minute, Lin Zichen would become this year's Rookie King. The top physical tester from Nanjiang province, huh? You made quite a name for yourself over the summer break, and I've wanted to face off against you for a while now. Now, let's see what you've got. The muscular young man twisted his wrists, his face filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lin Zichen on the stage. After speaking, he dashed at high speed towards the distant martial stage. When he was still 20 meters away from the martial stage, he suddenly exerted force in his calves, leaping high into the air and jumping onto the martial stage. The others, upon seeing this, all showed surprise on their faces. That was a gap of 20 meters. With such a bulky body, he intended to jump directly across. How strong must his leg muscles be to accomplish that? Thud. A loud noise rang out. The bulky young man who had just leapt up, the next moment, slammed heavily onto the martial stage. The moment he landed on the martial stage, the stopwatch on the big screen reset to 0 and disappeared. The timer would only appear and start counting when there was a single person on the martial stage. I, Lu Qizhi, am the strongest high school scholar in the history of Yuntian province. 100-meter dash in 5.69 seconds. Vertical jump of 4.52 meters. One-handed weightlifting of 1,150 kilograms. The muscular young man boasted his high school physical test results as soon as he arrived, full of confidence. Hearing these results, all the new students from the ordinary class felt an internal shock. One-handed weightlifting of 1,150 kilograms. These physical test results were exaggeratedly incredible. What's more important is that these were only his high school test results. And now, more than 2 months after the high school exams, how much stronger had this muscular young man become? With such a powerful opponent up first, can Lin Zichen win? He has a chance to win, that Lu Qizhi only has exaggerated strength while his jumping and speed don't even reach the average line for valedictorians. He has a big weakness. Hearing your analysis, I feel like Lin Zichen stands a pretty good chance at winning. I also think Lin Zichen can win. The new students below the stage were all predicting the outcome. After some analysis, they all seemed to favor Lin Zichen. At the same time, Li Moyu and others in the corridor on the second floor, as well as a group of school leaders across from them, shared the same view as the students below, believing that Lin Zichen had a high chance of winning. Lu Qizhi's strength was indeed great, but it wasn't so overpowering. Instead, his speed and jumping were quite lacking. This would put him at a disadvantage against Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, aren't you going to announce your high school physical test results? On the stage, seeing that Lin Zichen showed no intention of revealing his test results, Lu Qizhi couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Zichen calmly said, "No need to announce them. You'll find out soon enough." The moment the words fell, Lin Zichen instantly used blink step to rush in front of Lu Qizhi and kicked out towards his abdomen. Then, a loud bang was heard. Lu Qizhi didn't have time to react, and the next second he felt like he was hit by a high-speed dump truck. His body was flung into the air and he flew backward off the martial stage at a high speed. Not until he had flown about 10 meters did he crash to the ground hard, curling up in a ball in pain, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. All those who witnessed this exaggerated scene were shocked. Knocked out with a single kick. This Lu Qizhi, a man so large and filled with solid muscles, was actually kicked off the stage by Lin Zichen. How horrifyingly strong must one be to achieve that? Lin Zichen's strength was undoubtedly much greater than Lu Qizhi's. At this moment, whether it was the school leaders on the second-floor corridor, Li Moyu and others on the same level, or the new students below, all were deeply shaken. Everyone predicted Lin Zichen would win, but no one expected him to win so easily. They thought that he would use his agility to spar with Lu Qizhi, gradually draining Lu Qizhi's stamina over time to secure the victory. Instead, Lin Zichen didn't go for subtlety but simply kicked Lu Qizhi off the stage with a straightforward and brutal kick. This was a slap in the face for everyone present. Soon, Lu Qizhi, who was writhing on the ground spitting blood, was carried away by medical staff. Seeing Lu Qizhi injured so severely, everyone felt even more fearful of Lin Zichen. This seemingly gentle-mannered young man was definitely a ruthless person at heart. 45s, 40 SIXS, 47s, 48, As soon as Lu Qizhi was kicked off the stage, the stopwatch timer appeared on the big screen. And now, the timer was about to reach 1 full minute. Just as the countdown hit, 50 SIXS, a muscular long-haired young man on the second-floor corridor leaped down. As he landed, his long hair billowed out gracefully. He quickly landed on the martial stage with a thud. Dajiang Province's top scholar, Luo Yongjian. 100-meter dash, bang. This top scholar from Dajiang Province didn't get to finish boasting his high school physical test results before Lin Zichen kicked him off the martial stage. He lay on the ground writhing in agony. Completely incapacitated. At the same time, the big screen once again displayed the stopwatch, beginning the countdown. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, as the stopwatch ticked, the entire gymnasium seethed with excitement. Awesome. Lin Zichen is awesome. Search *the novel fire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Thrilling. To beat down those haughty geniuses of the prodigy class. Our regular class has its own genius too. At that moment, the freshmen of the regular class were all extremely excited. Although Lin Zichen had been the runner-up in the college entrance exam and could have joined the prodigy class, he was fundamentally not from the same world as the new students of the regular class. The fact was that Lin Zichen had not joined the prodigy class but had instead come to the regular class. And at this moment, he was representing the regular class in a crushing victory over the prodigy class. Lin Zichen was the pride of the regular class. All the freshmen of the regular class could share in his victory and bask in his reflected glory. On the second-floor corridor, the school leaders were all stunned. The strength Lin Zichen had just displayed on the martial stage had already reached the level of Common Tier 5, the same tier of brilliance as the unparalleled duo, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. What exactly is up with Lin Zichen? His physical test data from the college entrance exam didn't even reach Common 4th order. How could he have leaped directly to Common Tier 5 in just one summer vacation? This doesn't make sense at all. Is it possible he concealed his abilities during the college entrance exam? Concealing his abilities is impossible. There's no benefit for him in doing that. Why would he hide his strength without any reason? The school leaders were at a loss, unable to understand why Lin Zichen was so powerful. At this time, Lu Chuanwu smiled and said, "This is the formidable power of the pure-blood human path. You conservative stick-in-the-muds will never understand." The dean of the Mechanical Academy raised an eyebrow, expressing some disbelief. Are you implying that Lin Zichen's current strength is all thanks to your pure-blood human path's efforts? Of course. Lu Chuanwu was smug. Ma Zhenhe was the first to object. President Lu, don't make grand claims for your lousy pure-blood human path. Lin Zichen has only joined Tianren Pavilion for 1 summer. With just 1 summer, your pure-blood human path managed to elevate his biological level from Common 3rd order, jumping 2 orders and directly evolving to Common Tier 5. If your pure-blood human path was really that impressive, would Tianren Pavilion have fallen to its current state, left with only 3 people? Ma Zhenhe continued, in my opinion, Lin Zichen definitely concealed his strength during the college entrance exam. It has nothing to do with the pure-blood human path. Lu Chuanwu scoffed, oh, so my pure-blood human path isn't allowed to have had a breakthrough in research. What kind of breakthrough could you have? If there had been one, wouldn't you, with your personality, have already arranged a myriad of media conferences for widespread publicity? After finishing, Ma Zhenhe added, President Lu, if your wretched pure-blood human path ruins Lin Zichen, who's even more talented than the capital city college entrance exams runner-up Song Yuyan from years ago, then just wait to be condemned through the ages. As he said these words, Ma Zhenhe felt a pang in his heart. Damn it, so Lin Zichen was so incredible, it was a damn shame he was snagged away by that old dog Lu Chuanwu. If I had known Lin Zichen was this formidable, I would have begged him during the summer vacation to come back to Evolution College to follow the path of genetic fusion. Fuck. Lu Chuanwu, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Ma Zhenhe grew angrier the more he thought about it, his face turning beet red with the urge to pin Lu Chuanwu down and pummel him as a form of release. Across the way, on the same second-floor corridor, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, along with others, were all wearing expressions of shock on their faces. They couldn't imagine that Lin Zichen was so strong enough to instantly kill the valedictorians from Yunqian Province and Dajiang Province. This was too shocking, simply astonishing. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, do you too have the confidence to defeat Lin Zichen? The valedictorian from Taiyu province, a wild young man with a mohawk hairstyle, hesitated for a moment before turning to the side to ask the peerless pair. Seeing the valedictorians from Yunqian province and Dajiang province were successively killed by Lin Zichen with just a single kick, he knew that as the valedictorian from Taiyu province, if he faced Lin Zichen, he was definitely destined to be killed in an instant too. In the entire genius class, perhaps only Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei had a chance to win against Lin Zichen. The other 7 top geniuses, hearing the mohawked wild boy asking such a question, turned their gazes unanimously towards Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. These 7 were like the wild boy, knowing that they too were meant to be instantly killed by Lin Zichen, and could only pin their hopes on the peerless pair. I will win. Facing the gazes cast at him, Li Moyu didn't even think before directly answering. His words were filled with confidence. He was not shaken by Lin Zichen having just instantly killed 2 province valedictorians, nor did he feel that Lin Zichen posed a threat to him. Hearing Li Moyu's response, everyone else felt somewhat surprised. They had not expected Li Moyu to be so confident. It seemed that this valedictorian from the capital city must have some unknown trump cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, he could not be this confident. After hearing Li Moyu's answer, the 7 turned their attention towards Ma Shiwei, waiting for her response. Ma Shiwei didn't know if she could win against Lin Zichen, but seeing Li Moyu speaking so confidently about winning, her prideful self also followed suit, saying, "Can win." Just as she finished these 2 words, a loud shouting came from below. Li Moyu. Ma Shiwei. The stopwatch on the screen is almost at 1 minute, hurry up and choose someone to go up. If you don't go up now, the title of new king is going to fall into the hands of the ordinary class, then the genius class will completely lose face. It was the new students from the genius class who were shouting. It wasn't just one person shouting, but several people shouting together. Being new students of the genius class, they would never allow the title of new king to be taken away by the ordinary class. The title of new king, only those from the genius class are worthy of it. Far away on the martial stage, Lin Zichen, hearing this clamor from the new students of the genius class. He looked up at Li Moyu and the others on the second-floor corridor, and calmly called out to them, "All of you come up together, save time." How arrogant. On the second-floor corridor, someone responded with a voice tinged with anger. The next second, the owner of the voice leaped high from the corridor, jumping towards the martial stage, where Lin Zichen was located. It was a slender figure. On top of the head, there were a pair of fluffy purple beast ears. The eyes were pitch black, exuding a strong oppressive force. Next up to take the stage was the daughter of President Ma Zhenhe of Evolution College, Ma Shiwei. Chapter 152, 152, 121, Overwhelming Chapter 152, 121, Overwhelming Thud. A loud crashing sound echoed. Ma Shiwei, the only genetic integrator among the freshmen, made a dazzling entrance under the watchful eyes of the audience. She was beautiful, with a slender and curvy figure, and adorable animal ears. Because of her animal-eared appearance, she was extremely popular among the male freshmen and was the dream girl of many. Sister Wei is so cool. Sister Wei, smash Lin Zichen, show him the real level of the genius class. Chen bro, the regular class is counting on you. Lin Zichen, don't go easy just because she's pretty, you must crush her with all your might. Chen bro, you must win. As soon as Ma Shiwei appeared, the freshmen from the genius class began to cheer for her, their sense of collective class honor was extremely strong. Seeing the genius class cheering, the freshmen from the regular class also shouted tirelessly, cheering for Lin Zichen. Due to the large number of people, the cheers of the regular class freshmen overwhelmed one wave after another, quickly drowning out the cheers from the genius class. Hearing the shouts of the regular class freshmen, feeling the support for Lin Zichen from everyone, Shen Qinghan, who was in the genius class camp, couldn't hold back and also shouted, "Xiao Chen, come on." Her voice was crisp and sweet, pleasant to the ear. However, this voice was quite out of place in the genius class camp. Many people turned their heads to look at Shen Qinghan when they heard her shout. Realizing her shout was inappropriate, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, bowed her head, and silently moved to the side, reducing her presence. She thought to herself that she must be more cautious in her words and actions in the future. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen and Ma Shiwei paid no attention to the shouting coming from beneath the stage and were sizing each other up. Ma Shiwei was on high alert, staring intently at Lin Zichen. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen was calmly observing Ma Shiwei, carefully studying this sole genetic integrator among all the new students. He had seen countless genetic integrators on screen and in books from a very young age. But this was his first time observing one so closely in person. As for the Ratman from the Rat God cult previously, every encounter had been a life and death crisis, leaving no chance for careful observation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air rang out. Ma Shiwei, who had just been staring warily at Lin Zichen, instantly turned into a blur and shot towards him like lightning. Unlike the previous top scorers who would still boast their physical test data before fighting, she was ruthless and not verbose, choosing to strike directly. Such speed is this the boost from the Shadow Knight Cat's attributes? As Lin Zichen marveled, he slightly shifted his body and easily dodged Ma Shiwei's kick. She was dodged so effortlessly. Missing her strike, Ma Shiwei was shocked and her face began to express doubts about life. Having integrated with the Shadow Knight Cat's gene, her speed had already reached the level of a common Tier 5. Yet, Lin Zichen could easily dodge her kick. The gap in strength between them was too vast. With that thought, Ma Shiwei immediately distanced herself from Lin Zichen. She knew well that she was currently no threat to Lin Zichen. Continuing the attack would be meaningless. I have no chance of beating you now. Give me half a minute to fully activate the Shadow Knight Cat gene in my body, then we can compete. If you attack me during this period, then it would be a disgraceful victory, showing no martial virtue. After morally binding him, Ma Shiwei, who had retreated to the edge of the martial stage, suddenly looked more ferocious as she activated the Shadow Knight Cat gene inside her body. Soon, the characteristics of the Shadow Knight Cat on her body became increasingly apparent at a visible rate. Her animal ears gradually grew larger, fine cat whiskers grew around her mouth, and her eyes progressively became wilder and more oppressive. Her overall appearance shifted from a cute girl with animal ears to a wild and ferocious beast. As the Shadow Knight Cat gene inside her body continued to activate, the biological pressure emanating from Ma Shiwei slowly increased from the level of a common Tier 5 gatekeeper to a relatively high level of a common Tier 5. Lin Zichen, don't let her power up, strike now. Some of the regular class freshmen became anxious and shouted toward Lin Zichen on the stage, fearing he might mess up by showing off. Lin Zichen ignored the shouting from below and observed Ma Shiwei as she activated the Shadow Knight Cat gene. This was a rare opportunity to observe, one that could provide insights into the characteristics of those who had integrated the Shadow Knight Cat gene. Missing this would be a loss. As for Ma Shiwei becoming stronger, even if she became stronger, she would still be kicked out of the competition in due time. On the second-floor corridor, the school leaders, witnessing the change in Ma Shiwei on the martial stage, all showed surprised expressions. President Ma, your daughter's integration with the Shadow Knight Cat gene has already reached this deep. Her talent for genetic fusion is too high, one remarked. A genius, more of a genius than we imagined, another exclaimed. It's just that she's a top scholar from Capital City. In terms of talent, she exceeds the top scholars from other provinces, another added. Several school leaders complimented Ma Zhenhe, using praise for his daughter as a way to curry favor with him. Ma Zhenhe did not respond, just furrowed his brows slightly. His daughter, Ma Shiwei, had only recently integrated with the Shadow Knight Cat gene, and her body had not fully adapted yet. Too much activation of the Shadow Knight Cat gene would cause a certain degree of backlash damage to her body. If nothing unexpected happened, she would probably have to lie in bed to recover for the next half-month. Sighing to himself, Ma Zhenhe thought, this child hasn't changed at all, she's still as competitive as when she was little. Just then, Lu Chuanwu spoke, President Ma, your daughter is overexerting her body. If she can win the newcomer king title it might be worth it, but if she can't, it will be a loss for nothing. Ma Zhenhe retorted, overstressing her body is still better than your pure-blood human path. At least when in danger, she can temporarily boost her strength to turn the tide. Your useless pure-blood human path can't overexert even if you wanted to. This was indeed the truth. Lu Chuanwu, knowing that the pure-blood human path had no advantage in this regard, fell silent. On the martial stage, Ma Shiwei had activated all of the Shadow Knight Cat genes within her, emitting a biopressure that almost reached a common sixth order. Lin Zichen, you're too arrogant, she stated. You just watched me activate the Shadow Nightcat gene in my body, watched me grow continuously stronger. Now, you will pay the price for your arrogance just now. Ma Shiwei looked towards Lin Zichen with more oppressive eyes, speaking in a cold voice. At the end of her words, only a buzzing sound was heard. Ma Shiwei's calves powered up, and in a blink step, she flashed in front of Lin Zichen, lifting her long right leg towards his head. Facing this fierce kick, Lin Zichen's expressions remained unchanged as he effortlessly dodged to the side, just as easily as before. Ma Shiwei's expression changed, unable to believe she still couldn't hit him. How could this be? cthnelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With this shock, she went all out the next second, not holding back in her attacks on Lin Zichen. Side kicks, whip. Legs, sweep legs, charging punches, hook punches, straight punches, knee strikes, elbow strikes, flying kicks. Ma Shiwei unleashed all her strength and speed, using every leg and arm technique she knew in a frenzied assault on Lin Zichen. Still, the result was the same. Lin Zichen dodged them all. The freshmen below and the multitude of school leaders on the second-floor corridor were all shocked and incredulous at this display. Ma Shiwei had become so much stronger but still couldn't touch Lin Zichen. What exactly was going on with Lin Zichen? Among them, Lu Chuanwu was also very surprised. He was confident Lin Zichen could claim the newcomer king, thanks to Lin Zichen having completed a tempering skin procedure that significantly increased his physical defense. In combat, that meant he could wear down his opponents with his strong resistance. But his opponent couldn't even touch Lin Zichen. The speed Lin Zichen now displayed was excessively strong. At the same time, Yuan Dongji slightly furrowed her brows. She had originally thought Lin Zichen was just an ordinary provincial second-place scholar, and didn't pay much attention to him. But now, the physical strength Lin Zichen demonstrated was not at the level of an ordinary provincial runner-up. Was it the benefit brought by the pure-blood human path? Thinking this, Yuan Dongji looked towards Lu Chuanwu, who was not far away. Then, seeing Lu Chuanwu and the others also showing surprise, she furrowed her brow even tighter. It wasn't the enhancement of the pure-blood human path. This was Lin Zichen's own strength, completely unrelated to his joining Tianren Pavilion. At that moment, Yuan Dongji realized that Lin Zichen must be harboring a secret. Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen, this pair of childhood sweethearts, both seemed suspicious. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 153, 122, Real Genius. Chapter 153, 122, Real Genius on the martial stage. Ma Shiwei had been relentlessly attacking with full force, while Lin Zichen was dodging with ease. Seeing that she couldn't hit Lin Zichen no matter what, Ma Shiwei became emotionally imbalanced. The techniques she used to attack Lin Zichen became increasingly underhanded, essentially aiming for vital spots. It was either a poke to the eyes or an attempt to deliver a crippling blow to the groin. After evading hundreds of attacks, feeling that he had collected enough information about the characteristics of a genetic integrator with exotic beast gene of the Shadow Nightcat, Lin Zichen stopped wasting time with Ma Shiwei and raised his hand to punch her in the face. Bang! That was the sound of the punch landing. Suddenly taking a hit, Ma Shiwei's entire face became deformed. Then, carried by the massive force of the punch, she flew out of the martial stage and with a thud fell to the ground, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a stop amidst the crowd. Lin Zichen hadn't put too much strength into that punch. Ma Shiwei was merely sent flying out of the martial stage without being knocked out cold. Soon, with the help of two fellow female geniuses from the freshman class, Ma Shiwei struggled to sit up from the ground. By this time, her beautiful face, hit by the punch, was swollen with internal bleeding, transforming from an oval face into a pig-faced one. Seeing this, many of the regular class freshmen couldn't help but snicker at her misfortune. Even the two genius class girls helping her couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of her pig-faced appearance, their expressions betraying their urge to laugh despite trying to hold it in. The change was too drastic. One second she was a charming and aloof goddess, the next a grotesquely disfigured pig-faced mess, which was hard not to find amusing. Ma Shiwei, hearing the laughter around her, knew her face had been swollen by the hit. She immediately borrowed a cell phone from one of the girls supporting her, using the screen as a mirror to see what had become of her beautiful face. My face. Upon seeing her face swollen into a pig's head, the usual Expressionless Ma Shiwei first let out a heart-wrenchingly shrill scream, followed by bursting into tears on the spot. She was beautiful, came from a wealthy background, and achieved excellent grades. She was pampered by everyone around her from a young age. The boys around her would turn into fawning sycophants when facing her, trying every possible way to please her, all for a hint of her favor. However, Lin Zichen, with no regard for her beauty, smashed her face with a punch, ruining her beautiful features and instantly shattering her psychological defenses. Wei Wei. Seeing his precious daughter's face ruined, Ma Zhenhe hurriedly sprang down from the second-floor corridor and rushed over to check on her facial injuries. The injury wasn't severe, there were no broken bones, just swelling. However, the problem was that she had recently undergone genetic fusion and couldn't use medication. This swollen face could only rely on the body's natural healing mechanism to subside, which would take a very long time to fully recover. For a girl, especially one who had always been beautiful, to live with an ugly pig face for an extended period was more unbearable than death. Thinking of this, the doting father Ma Zhenhe became so livid with anger that his face turned red. He looked up at Lin Zichen on the martial stage and fiercely questioned him. "Lin Zichen, look at what you've done." "It was a normal exchange," Lin Zichen calmly replied. Ma Zhenhe continued to loudly question, "Did you have to hit the face?" Lin Zichen frowned slightly, feeling that Ma Zhenhe was being somewhat unreasonable. Too biased. Was this the case of doting on his daughter to the point of losing all reason? Lin Zichen. In the crowd, a male freshman from the genius class wanted to curry favor with Ma Zhenhe and pointed directly at Lin Zichen on the stage, loudly condemning, "You hit a girl, and you aimed for her face. Are you even a man?" Hearing this condemnation, Lin Zichen didn't even glance at the timer that was about to reach 1 minute. He simply jumped down from the martial stage and stopped in front of that male genius class freshman. Then, he threw a punch right at the guy's face, swelling it up like a pig's head. "If I can't handle the principal of Evolution College, can't I handle a freshman?" After beating up the genius class freshman, Lin Zichen lightly leapt back onto the martial stage, looked around at the audience below, and declared, "On the path of evolution, there's no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak." Well said. Li Moyu stood on the second-floor corridor, looking down from above at Lin Zichen on the martial stage below, approval on his face as he said, "The path of evolution should indeed only distinguish between the strong and the weak." After speaking, he leapt down with a thud onto the martial stage. In that moment, the eyes of everyone present turned towards this valedictorian from the capital city. "Brother Yu, beat him mercilessly. Li Moyu, you must avenge Wei Wei. Brother Yu, you're now the hope of the entire genius class. You must win." The freshmen from the genius class began to shout again, their voices several times louder than before. With Ma Shiwei having lost, Li Moyu was now the genius class's last hope. If he lost as well, then the genius class really would have no face to show in the future. Hearing the cheers and shouts from his class, Li Moyu felt a bit thrilled. He had been waiting on the second-floor corridor for so long, just for this moment. He waited until the entire genius class despaired, then he would make his grand entrance. That's how he would pull off the most impressive and satisfying show. Thinking this, Li Moyu stood with his hands behind his back, adopting the pose of a seasoned campaigner as he looked at Lin Zichen and said with a smile feigning profundity, Lin Zichen, I didn't expect you to also be a master at showing off. Pretending to be just an ordinary number 2 in the college entrance examination, then during the opening trials, knocking out a provincial top student with a punch in front of everyone, shocking the entire audience. I must admit, that's somewhat skillful. Unfortunately, it's only destined to become a wedding dress for my moment of glory. Because not only have you hidden your true strength, so have I. As he finished speaking, Li Moyu's eyes instantly hardened. The next second, his muscles rapidly bulged, stretching and bursting his clothes open, revealing an exaggerated physique. At the same time, his eyes glowed a blood-red hue, overflowing with a savage wildness filled with violence. When all was said and done, the biological pressure emanating from Li Moyu had broken through the shackles of Common Tier 5, evolving into the intimidating Common 6th Order that made the new students cower. A genetic integrator. Li Moyu was also a genetic integrator. And moreover, he had integrated with the exotic beast gene of the magic-eyed giant ape. When they saw the blood-red eyes of Li Moyu, the school leaders on the second-floor corridor were all taken aback, their eyes wide open in surprise. The magic-eyed giant ape was a terrifying exotic beast whose biological level could evolve to the rare level upon reaching adulthood. To integrate the gene of an exotic beast at the rare level, the physical body's strength needed to reach a higher level. Otherwise, it simply couldn't withstand the backlash of the exotic beast gene at the rare level. And here was Li Moyu in front of them, whose biological level was still in the common stages, and yet he had successfully fused with the gene of the magic-eyed giant ape, which was just monstrous. The brothers from the Jingdu Li family were the real geniuses. Whether it was Ma Shiwei or Lin Zichen, they were both doomed to pale in his presence. Chapter 154, 123, The outcome has been decided. Chapter 154, 123, The outcome has been decided. That's it. I'm afraid I'm going to lose even my underwear. Upstairs in the hallway, Lu Chuanwu looked down at Li Moyu with a face ashen as death. Upon seeing the eerie red glow in Li Moyu's eyes and realizing that he was a genetic integrator of the demonic-eyed giant ape gene, Lu Chuanwu felt a darkness in front of his eyes and his heart twitched. 1900 academic credits. That was 19 million yuan. To pay off that much money all at once, his kidneys were definitely doomed. However, unlike Lu Chuanwu, the other school leaders all breathed a sigh of relief at that moment, each of their faces showing smiles. Having just seen Lin Zichen knock out Ma Shiwei with a single punch, they all thought they were bound to lose, allowing Lu Chuanwu to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Li Moyu, an even more talented individual, had emerged midway, completely reversing the situation. It could only be said that the brothers of the Jingdu Li family were indeed formidable. Their talent in genetic fusion far surpassed their peers, leaving them trailing so far behind they couldn't even see their tail lights. CTH NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Demonic-eyed giant ape gene, huh? The student union president, Zhou Xiahong, looked at Li Moyu on the stage with some surprise. He had always felt that Li Moyu was no ordinary individual. After all, his own brother was the genius of Jing University, Li Yijin, so it stood to reason that Li Moyu, as his younger brother, wouldn't be far behind. However, Zhou Xiahong had never imagined that Li Moyu could integrate the demonic-eyed giant ape gene. Li Moyu's biological level was only ordinary, yet he could withstand the backlash from the demonic-eyed giant ape gene. His constitution was truly strong, astonishingly so. His older brother Li Yijin had talent in the rapid integration of various exotic beast genes, albeit all of common biological levels. As the younger brother, Li Moyu's talent lay in integrating exotic beast genes of extremely high levels. The genetic fusion talents of the two brothers, one based on quantity, the other on quality, showed different kinds of strength. But what they had in common was that both were incredibly powerful, so much so that they made most of their talented peers look pale in comparison, and nearly incapable of contesting them. The more talented these two brothers are, the better. The greater their talents, the greater the sense of achievement I'll have when I trample them underfoot in the future. Thinking thus, Zhou Xiahong silently smiled. At the beginning of this year, he had lost to Li Yijin in the National College Students' League due to inferior skill. Next year, he planned to crush Li Yijin on the same martial stage and claim the title of the top college student in the country. He was fully confident he could do just that. Below the martial stage, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin, the pair of best friends, had somehow gathered together among the crowd, chatting and laughing. When Li Chuxin saw Li Moyu on stage suddenly transform into a muscular hunk, exuding a biological level pressure that was at least sixth-order ordinary, she was completely stunned. In reality, she had never seen such a strong peer before. The strongest person she had witnessed was her best friend's childhood sweetheart, Lin Zichen. But now, Li Moyu's appearance had shattered her perceptions, showing her an even stronger peer. Especially since this peer had dyed yellow hair and looked like a misfit, which created an intense contrast with his current power. Han, which province's top student is this little blonde guy from your class? How is he so strong? Li Chuxin asked curiously, linking arms with Shen Qinghan after regaining her composure. Shen Qinghan replied with some confusion, this little blonde you're talking about just introduced himself on stage as the new student representative before the trial started. You don't recognize him. I didn't want to listen to the school leader's nonsense on stage. I kept my headphones on and played with my phone the whole time. I see. So, which province's top student is this little blonde guy? He's the top scholar from the capital city. The top scholar from the capital city. Li Chuxin's eyes widened in shock. This little blonde was the top scholar from the capital city. What the hell? Why would the top scholar from the capital city choose to come all the way to Shan University, instead of attending the stronger and closer Jing University? Li Chuxin was baffled but didn't dwell on it for long. She soon sighed, "Oh, Zichen is so wronged. This capital city top scholar should have been at Jing University, but he ended up coming to Shan University. Otherwise, Zichen would have been the king of the new students at Shan University. It's such a pity." Shen Qinghan listened with a smile and didn't say a word, her heart racing with excitement. Not rooting for Xiaochen, huh? Just wait, Xiaochen will knock out the capital city top scholar with one punch and astonish you to the point of dropping your jaw. Below the martial stage. A spot with fewer people, hidden in the blind spot of the surveillance. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, at this moment, were both looking down at their watches. On the narrow screen of the watch, some newly appeared small text was densely packed together, making it somewhat daunting to read. For the average person, a magnifying glass would have been necessary to make out the words. However, both Lu Gang and Wang Shujie had enhanced their vision over the summer, so even if the text was as small as grains of sand, they could still make out the content clearly. "I've just placed an advanced magic seed in a park outside the school, at the same spot as before. Make sure the two of you come out to pick it up later. When you get the chance, see that Li Moyu swallows this advanced magic seed." After reading the message, both Lu Gang and Wang Shujie's expressions changed. Among them, Lu Gang replied to the other, "Li Moyu is a young master of the Jingduli family. There might be too much risk in having him ingest the magic seed, wouldn't there?" He felt that as a young master of the Jingduli family, even if Li Moyu consumed the magic seed, he wouldn't easily capitulate to the organization. It was likely that he would make a big fuss. And when that happened, he and Wang Shujie would definitely be exposed and retaliated against by the Jingduli family. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 155, 155, 123, The outcome has been decided. Chapter 155, 123, The outcome has been decided. It took only a moment before the reply came. The organization's background is far more powerful than you imagine. The Jingduli family is nothing, easily crushed with a snap of the fingers. SAR the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lu Gang asked curiously, "What exactly is the background of the organization?" The other side replied, "Ask less, do more." After reading the message, Lu Gang looked up at Wang Shujie and asked in lip reading, "Shujie, shall we do it?" Wang Shujie replied in lip reading, "Do you think we have a choice?" Lu Gang said, "How about, we ask Principal Yuan for help? Maybe she has a way to solve this." Wang Shujie said, "She definitely has a way to solve it, but whether we can survive afterwards is another matter." Wang Shujie continued, "Moreover, I don't think joining the organization is a bad thing. At least we are much stronger than before and have more potential." Wang Shujie added, "Most importantly, I agree with the organization's philosophy. As humans, we can't save the people of Earth." Lu Gang said, "That's true." After a brief lip-reading exchange, the two decided to follow the organization's arrangement. Exotic beast gene of the demon-eyed giant ape. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow, full of interest towards Li Moyu in front of him. He overheard the voices of the school leaders in the second-floor corridor, learning that the exotic beast gene Li Moyu fused with was that of the demon-eyed giant ape. Lin Zichen remembered reading about this type of exotic beast in books when he was younger. It was a kind of beast that was maxed out in strength and defense, but somewhat slow in speed. The biological level of adult individuals was on average high level. A small number of powerful individuals could reach the rare level. All in all, it was an extremely powerful and terrifying exotic beast, capable of eating giant mutant rats as snacks. Despite only being of ordinary biological level, Li Moyu was remarkably capable of fusing the exotic beast gene of a species that could reach the highest rare level into his body. As he thought about this, Lin Zichen carefully observed Li Moyu in front of him. At that moment, Li Moyu had completely activated the demon-eyed giant ape gene within him. His stature had increased by a full 50% over its size before activation. His muscles were all bulging prominently. The lines and proportions were comparable to the Hulk. His entire body radiated explosive power. Lin Zichen also noticed something else. Just like on the martial stage, the speed at which Li Moyu activated the exotic beast gene was much faster than Ma Shiwei's. It was almost in the blink of an eye that Li Moyu activated the demon-eyed giant ape gene within him. Then, he rapidly transformed into a being brimming with explosive muscular power, pushing his biological intimidation to ordinary sixth order, possessing strength comparable to a sixth-order creature. From this, it was clear that Li Moyu's abilities were much stronger than Ma Shiwei's. Li Moyu, who had fused with the demon-eyed giant ape gene, was worth collecting data on. Lin Zichen. The transformed Li Moyu spoke. With his arms crossed and standing at his newly acquired height of over 2 meters, he looked down at Lin Zichen from his elevated position and said, Ma Shiwei is strong, and along with me, we are hailed as the unparalleled pair of freshmen at Shan University. But in reality, the gap between her and me is like heaven and earth. If you can knock her out with one punch, I can too, and I would do it even more effortlessly than you. I wonder if you will still be able to perform as effortlessly when facing me next. I think it's unlikely. Because the one who's going to be at ease next will only be me, Li Moyu, buzz. Before Li Moyu could finish speaking, a sharp breaking sound suddenly rang out in front of him. Lin Zichen made his move. He didn't want to listen to Li Moyu's incessant babbling, choosing to take a quick step forward and swing his fist at Li Moyu's non-stop chattering mouth, intending to use his fist to break off the little brat's babbling spellcasting. Fuck. Faced with Lin Zichen's sudden sneak attack, Li Moyu cursed out loud, then quickly sidestepped to dodge the incoming punch. Good reflexes, dodging a punch I controlled at ordinary 6th order speed. Thinking this, Lin Zichen swung another punch at Li Moyu, this time with the speed of an ordinary 7th order. At this moment, Li Moyu was still in the midst of dodging the first punch, facing Lin Zichen's almost uninterrupted second punch. He had no time to react and dodge. Only a bang could be heard. Lin Zichen's fist heavily smashed into Li Moyu's face, warping it instantly and leaving a clear red mark. This punch wasn't too forceful, he used only as much strength as he had previously used on Ma Shiwei's face. Because of this, Li Moyu didn't go flying backwards but only staggered 2 steps back. At the same time, his face didn't swell up, but it hurt so much that he covered it with one hand, grimacing in pain. Strong defense seems to be on a relatively high level for ordinary 6th order. Lin Zichen silently appraised as he watched Li Moyu holding his face in pain. Playing sneaky, don't you have any martial ethics? Li Moyu said, touching the half of his face that took a punch while squinting at Lin Zichen. Suddenly taking a punch from Lin Zichen made him feel humiliated, and he was somewhat enraged. However, he soon stretched his mouth into a smile and said, now, I've got my full attention on you, your fists will probably find it hard to hit me. Lin Zichen didn't respond, but once again flashed in front of Li Moyu and swung his fists at his face, retesting his reaction speed. This time, a prepared Li Moyu indeed reacted much faster. At the same ordinary 7th order speed, Lin Zichen threw 52 punches in a short 10 seconds, but only 9 landed, bruising the corners of Li Moyu's mouth. On the 2nd floor of the corridor, the school leaders were all watching the duel on the martial stage intently. Upon seeing Lin Zichen's speed of 5 punches per second, everyone's expressions turned to surprise. Lin Zichen's speed is too exaggerated, it looks even faster than Ma Shiwei, who has fused with the Shadow Nightcat gene. I have no idea how he managed to train like this. It's fast, but unfortunately, it hasn't caused much damage to Li Moyu. The outcome of their duel has been decided. Indeed, Li Moyu might be slower, but he has tough skin, extremely high defensive capability, and can withstand his punches. On the other hand, if he takes a punch from Li Moyu, he's likely to fall right there. Yes, the margin for error between the two isn't on the same level. It seems like this year's newcomer king will be Li Moyu. After discussing among themselves, the school leaders all felt that the duel was over and that Li Moyu would become the newcomer king. Among them, Ma Zhenhe first looked at President Lu Chuanwu beside him and said with a smug face, President Lu, it looks like you're going to lose your pants this time. Lu Chuanwu didn't react to him, just furrowed his brows tightly, hoping that Lin Zichen would be smart enough not to clash head-on with Li Moyu and instead use a maneuvering approach to engage in a war of attrition. That way, Lin Zichen might still stand a slim chance of winning. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 156, 156, 124, The Rookie King is Born Chapter 156, 124, The Rookie King is born on the martial stage. After testing Li Moyu's reaction speed again, Lin Zichen took a light leap backward and created some distance from Li Moyu. Next, he intended to test Li Moyu's final attribute, strength. Li Moyu had no idea what Lin Zichen was thinking and assumed that Lin Zichen had retreated because his attacks proved ineffective, compelling him to stop and pull back. Thinking this, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Zichen, I underestimated your speed. But alas, your strength is too weak. Even if you're fast enough to hit me, you can't inflict any substantial damage. You're bound to lose this duel. Now it's my turn. With that, he forcefully propelled himself off his calves as if he were a cannonball shot out, swinging his cauldron-sized fist toward Lin Zichen's face. Lin Zichen loved to punch people in the face, so he would return the favor to let Lin Zichen taste what it was like to get smacked in the face with a heavy punch. Faced with Li Moyu's high-speed charge, Lin Zichen just stood there without moving an inch, showing no intention to dodge. He was going to take Li Moyu's hit head-on to test his strength. Lin Zichen, dodge. The ordinary class students below the stage yelled anxiously, seeing him still standing there unmoved. On the other hand, the school leaders on the second-floor corridor all revealed smiles, delighted at the prospect of winning 100 academic credits. Especially Ma Zhenhe, whose grin was more unbearable than an AK, fully prepared to mock Lu Chuanwu. On the martial stage, as Li Moyu reached Lin Zichen, he vigorously swung his fist right toward Lin Zichen's face. During its flight, the fist produced a bursting sound due to its extreme speed and formidable strength, sounding explosively powerful. Everyone knew that if this punch landed on Lin Zichen's face, Lin Zichen would be undoubtedly defeated. But just when everyone thought the duel would end, an unbelievable scene occurred. With a loud bang, Li Moyu's power-packed punch landed heavily on Lin Zichen's face. Then, Lin Zichen didn't budge, nor was he sent flying off the martial stage by that punch. On the contrary, Li Moyu's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he let out an agonized scream of "Ah! My hand! My hand is shattered!" Li Moyu knelt on the ground, clutching his right hand tightly. He curled up, his forehead pressed against the ground, and his mouth emitted extremely painful cries. His entire right hand, wrist, and part of his arm were now comminuted fractures. The cause of the fracture was that his hand wasn't as hard as Lin Zichen's face. The bones in his hand had, broken in the instant his fist struck. In an instant, excruciating pain swept through his body, making him grimace in terror and scream out loud, so much so that his saliva and mucus uncontrollably dripped down. What's going on? What happened to Li Moyu? What on earth is happening? Did Lin Zichen win? At that moment, the entire stadium became noisy. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to understand the scene that unfolded on the martial stage. Li Moyu clearly punched Lin Zichen in the face, so why was it Li Moyu who was screaming? This scene was too strange on the martial stage. Lin Zichen, looking at Li Moyu kneeling on the ground, silently assessed, a genetic integrator of the demon-eyed giant ape has great strength, strong enough to shatter his own hand. Strength is greater than defense. Then, he shouted towards the medical staff still confused below the stage, Li Moyu's right hand seems to be a comminuted fracture, hurry up and come help him with emergency treatment. Li Moyu sustained a comminuted fracture in his right hand. Hearing Lin Zichen say this, a flicker of surprise crossed the medical staff's faces. Subsequently, they all hurriedly rushed onto the martial stage and began inspecting the injury on Li Moyu's right hand. When they saw Li Moyu's entire right hand deformed, they were all shocked, unable to believe what they saw. Make way. At this moment, a cool female voice resonated on the martial stage. It was Yuan Dongji. She had silently descended from the second-floor corridor to the martial stage. Seeing her, the medical staff quickly made room. Yuan Dongji stepped forward to Li Moyu, picked up his right hand, and checked the injury with her spiritual power. Upon finding the entire right hand, along with the wrist and part of the arm, had comminuted fractures, Yuan Dongji was immensely shocked inside. How did this injury occur? His hand hit Lin Zichen's face and was then injured by the recoil from his own strength. How hard must Lin Zichen's face be? While thinking, Yuan Dongji took out a snow-white pill, flicked it accurately into Li Moyu's mouth with her finger, and helped him quickly heal his hand injury. At the same time, she imperceptibly released her spiritual power, invading Lin Zichen's body to carefully investigate. Lin Zichen's senses were extremely sharp, and he detected Yuan Dongji using spiritual power to investigate him the moment it happened. But he could only act as if he hadn't noticed, allowing Yuan Dongji to continue her probe. He just hoped that his biometric attribute, natural camouflage, would deceive Yuan Dongji's inspection. After a thorough check, Yuan Dongji learned that Lin Zichen's biological level was an ordinary 6th order, with skin strength far surpassing that of others at the same level, and the strength of his facial bones and muscles was absurdly high. Apart from these, nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. But this was strange. cthnovelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Why were just the facial bones and muscles absurdly strong, while other parts seemed normal? Chapter 157, 124, The Birth of the Rookie King _2 Chapter 157, 124, The Birth of the Rookie King _2 This does not conform to human physiological structure. Yuan Dongji furrowed her brows slightly, feeling quite perplexed by this. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't come up with an explanation. Soon, she leapt up and left the martial stage, returning to the second-floor corridor. As soon as she landed, other school leaders asked her what exactly had happened below. She didn't say much. She only mentioned that Li Moyu's right hand had suffered comminuted fracture, Lin Zichen's biological level was as high as a common 6th order, and Lin Zichen's facial bones and muscles had naturally extreme strength. She pointed out these 3 details mainly to explain the bizarre scene that had just unfolded on the martial stage. As for Lin Zichen using the blood tempering technique to complete a tempering skin session, she chose to conceal that. The other school leaders, hearing her say this, were all incredulous. Lin Zichen's biological level was as high as a common 6th order. But how could a freshman who had just started school, without undergoing genetic fusion or mechanical modification, evolve to a common 6th order biological level? This must be some exotic beast in human skin. The more the school leaders thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Lu Chuanwu also found it preposterous, but he still feigned composure and said, "This is the power of the pure-blood human path, this is the power of the blood tempering technique." The others, upon hearing that, couldn't help but twitch their mouths slightly, mentally scoffing at him. Lu Chuanwu, just give it up, will you? You were clearly so scared of losing that you turned pale, and now you have the nerve to take credit for the pure-blood human path. Off to the side, Yuan Dongji quietly watched Lin Zichen on the martial stage below, her face thoughtful. This Lin Zichen, could he be the same kind of person as Qian Xue? No, that's not right. It's probably not possible. Aside from possessing physical strength far surpassing their peers, there's nothing similar about them at all. On the martial stage. Seeing Yuan Dongji leave just like that, Lin Zichen knew that the effect of his biometric attribute, natural camouflage, had successfully deceived her, the vice president of Shanghai University. He felt a slight thrill in his heart about this. The effect of the biometric attribute was much stronger than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Li Moyu, whose right hand had just been shattered, had already fully recovered. He clenched his right hand, and seeing that it was as good as new, he was deeply shocked. What kind of miraculous medicine was that white pill Yuan Dongji had me swallow? How is its healing effect so powerful? Without thinking too much about it, Li Moyu quickly shifted his gaze to Lin Zichen in front of him. The thought of the punch he had just thrown at Lin Zichen's face made his right hand uncontrollably tremble, leaving him with some psychological shadow. That punch was unbearably painful, to the extent that it felt like his nerves were spasming. After steadying his emotions somewhat, Li Moyu looked at Lin Zichen as if he were looking at a monster and asked, "What exactly is your strength?" Lin Zichen did not answer, but instead countered, "Is your hand okay?" "It's fine, good as new." Li Moyu flexed his right hand in front of Lin Zichen to prove that it had healed. Lin Zichen nodded, "That's good then." With those words, he took a step and rushed towards Li Moyu, kicking him in the abdomen and sending him flying off the martial stage. Li Moyu, still in midair, was filled with question marks. "Was asking about my hand just so you could kick me off the stage without any guilt?" Ones, twos, threes, 4s. The moment Li Moyu was kicked off the stage, a timer immediately appeared on the big screen and began counting. When the timer reached 10s, Li Moyu got up from the ground and shouted toward Lin Zichen on the martial stage, "Lin Zichen, when my genetic fusion advances further, I will come back to challenge you, and I will definitely beat you on the martial stage." He mercilessly heckled, shouting even louder, as if you're the only one who can undergo genetic fusion. Lin Zichen can also undergo genetic fusion, and could just spend his whole life shitting on your head. Li Moyu replied with both confidence and stubbornness, my adaptation rate for genetic fusion is as high as 16%, and I'm bolstered by various special constitutions. On the path of genetic fusion, no one but my brother Li Yijin can be stronger than me. Hilarious. Some other regular class freshmen laughed in mockery, what a sight, I've lived this long and this is the first time I've seen someone lose with such a brazen attitude. A freshman from the genius class retorted, I don't know what you're pretending for, Li Moyu losing to Lin Zichen isn't like losing to you. Heh, as long as I am a student in the regular class and Lin Zichen remains in the regular class, I can keep laughing at you genius class. Loser, where do you get the face to laugh? Yous brimming with vigor, they easily started arguing. As more and more people joined the battlefield, it gradually turned into a heated exchange of words between the ordinary class and the genius class. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen stood quietly alone, waiting for the stopwatch to hit 1 minute and claim the title of new king. During this time, not a single person dared to challenge him on stage. Everyone was either caught up in the heated arguments or silently watching the stopwatch on the big screen, awaiting the birth of the new king. 57s, 58s, 59s, 60s, as the stopwatch reached the 60s mark, a fluorescent light shot out from the big screen, landing on Lin Zichen's face to complete facial recognition. At the moment of successful facial recognition, Lin Zichen's entrance photograph appeared on the screen. Above the photograph was a very conspicuous congratulatory message, congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming the new king of this year. Although he didn't attend classes, his student registration was still with Martial Arts Class 1. Immediately afterward, the gymnasium's broadcast system also played the congratulatory message, congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming the new king of this year. At this moment, the entire gymnasium fell silent. Everyone found it surreal. The title of new king, unbelievably, had been claimed by a freshman from an ordinary class. In the many years since Shanghai University was founded, it was the first time a non-genius class freshman had overwhelmed a genius class freshman to become the new king. It was a breach of school history. At this very moment, everyone was witnessing this incredible instant. Shortly after, the whole venue started to boil over. Zichen, awesome. Lin Zichen really captured the new king title, this is way too incredible. Zichen, the glory of the ordinary class. A large number of ordinary class freshmen were cheering for Lin Zichen as well as the ordinary class. Meanwhile, the students from the genius class felt a bit ashamed, standing quietly and silently throughout the whole event. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen paid no attention to the cheers from below. Using his biometric attribute, Eyes of the Sky, he quickly spotted Shen Qinghan in the crowd below. Then, he leaped high to Shen Qinghan's side, wrapped an arm around her waist, and with another leap, brought her back onto the martial stage. Many people in the audience were puzzled by this scene. Some who knew the relationship between the two thought Lin Zichen was seizing the spotlight as the new king to publicly declare his relationship with Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan also thought so, her pretty face flushing hot and her heart pounding with nervous anticipation, she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Just as everyone's eyes focused on the martial stage, Lin Zichen unexpectedly jumped down from the stage, leaving Shen Qinghan alone on it. At the same time, the big screen immediately started the stopwatch again, as usual, timing the event. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, as the stopwatch began, Lin Zichen said to the group of genius class freshmen below, for the 2nd to 10th places, I'm taking them all. These words made the whole venue fall silent instantly. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't enough for him to become the new king, he even wanted to claim the 2nd to 10th places for himself. How greedy. Seeing Lin Zichen's audacity in wanting to monopolize the top 10 ranks for himself, someone from the genius class could not bear it anymore and shouted out in anger, Lin Zichen, you're going too far. Let's all from the genius class go together and take him down. Damn, let's rush him. If we don't beat him down today, I'll write my name backward. And that traitor Shen Qinghan on the martial stage, beat her up too. Pin her down on the martial stage and rub her hard. At this moment, almost all of the genius class freshmen sprung into action, united like players in a game teaming up against a boss, and swarmed toward Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. SEA the Ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the concepts of unfairness in a mass brawl, they didn't care at all. They had but one goal, to take down the excessively audacious Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, the genius class traitor. Search the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 158, 158, 125, One person wipes out the entire genius class. Chapter 158, 125, One person wipes out the entire genius class. I'll take the front, you guys flank from all sides. I'm on the flank. I'll guerrilla and sneak attack, providing support for you. The newcomers from the genius class had clear roles and begun to coordinate with each other, aiming to overwhelm Lin Zichen with their numerical advantage. Facing the genius class newcomers coming at him from all directions, Lin Zichen wasn't in the mood to play house with them and immediately started an overpowering performance with a flash of his figure. Bursting forth at the speed of an ordinary 7th rank, he proactively sprinted to the front of each attacking genius class newcomer. Regardless of whether they were male or female, he knocked them down with one punch each. Bang. 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 Bang, a series of rapid punches could be heard. Just a moment ago, the genius class newcomers had been surrounding Lin Zichen. The next moment, they were sent flying one after another. Then, they all crashed to the ground, curling up in pain, unable to stand back up. Buzz. As Lin Zichen was exchanging blows with a group of genius class newcomers, a whizzing sound suddenly rang through the crowd. It was Ma Shiwei making her move. Taking advantage of Lin Zichen's distraction, she burst out from the crowd in an instant, with a pig-headed face flying toward the martial stage, her target aimed directly at Shen Qinghan on the stage. Lin Zichen had swollen her face, and as an eye-for-an-eye revenge, she planned to do the same to Shen Qinghan. Let Lin Zichen watch as his beautiful fiancé's face swells into a pighead to see what he would think. Traitor, receive your death. As Ma Shiwei sprinted to a distance of more than 20 meters from the martial stage, she violently pushed off the ground with her calves, leaping high into the air and tracing a perfect parabola towards the martial stage. Just as she was about to land on the martial stage, Lin Zichen leaped forth, instantly catapulting behind her and fiercely kicking her upturned buttocks. Next, a bang was heard. Midair, Ma Shiwei felt as if her buttocks were about to split open. The very next second, she was flung out by the powerful impact coming from her butt, crashing heavily into the crowd, too pained to get back up. Seeing this, President Ma on the second-floor corridor immediately jumped into the crowd, anxiously checking his daughter's injuries. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe, just a swollen butt. Over at the martial stage, under Li Moyu's leadership, the genius class newcomers quickly launched a second round of attacks. This attack was even more ferocious than the first one. However, they still couldn't withstand Lin Zichen's punches and kicks and were overthrown in an instant. All the people present were stunned by this scene. Originally, everyone had thought that at the start of the school year trial, all the regular class newcomers would unite to attack the genius class, striving to take a top 10 ranking from them. But now, it had completely flipped. Because Lin Zichen was so strong, it turned into all the genius class newcomers attacking him alone, just to prevent him from monopolizing all the top 10 rankings for himself. What shocked people most was that the entire genius class, despite mobilizing all its members, couldn't beat Lin Zichen. That was the entire genius class. Among them were the capital city's top scholar Li Moyu, the 4th-ranked Ma Shiwei, and various other peerless geniuses from different provinces. Yet, despite such an exaggerated paper strength, they were helpless against Lin Zichen at this moment. Being punched and kicked without any power to fight back, they were utterly overpowered by him the whole time. This scene was utterly unprecedented. About half a minute later, aside from the traitor Shen Qinghan, the rest of the genius class newcomers were knocked down by Lin Zichen, all curled up on the ground in pain, unable to stand, completely devoid of fighting capability. The ringleader Li Moyu took the worst beating, his face swollen up like a pig's head, even more severe than what had been done to Ma Shiwei before. By this time, the stopwatch on the big screen was almost at 1 minute. 57s, 58s, 59s, 60s, when the timer reached 60s, the big screen, like before, performed facial recognition on the person on the martial stage. Immediately after, Shen Qinghan's student photo appeared on the big screen, congratulating her for achieving second place in the school trial. Seeing that the second place had been successfully claimed, Lin Zichen leapt onto the martial stage and shouted at the ordinary class freshman below, "Who wants to be third in the school trial? The ranking is yours. The credits are mine. Me. Zichen, let me be third. Zichen, I'm up." In an instant, the ordinary class freshmen were all eagerly volunteering, each wanting to experience the feeling of standing on the martial stage under the spotlight. Lin Zichen surveyed the crowd, and eventually chose Li Chuxin, who had been shouting all along, and called out to her, "Chu Xin, come up." Coming. Li Chuxin was so excited that she quickly squeezed her way out of the crowd and leaped energetically onto the martial stage. At the same time that she went on stage, Lin Zichen walked down with Shen Qinghan. Afterward, as usual, the big screen over the empty martial stage started the countdown timer. From 1s to 60s, no one dared to disturb her. All of them stood below, watching as Li Chuxin took the third place. Having easily secured the 80 credits for third place, Lin Zichen wasted no time and quickly picked a random ordinary class freshman to go up and become the fourth place, grabbing the 70 credits for himself. At the same time, on the second-floor corridor, seeing that the talented class freshman from Evolution College had gained nothing, Ma Zhenhe turned to Yuan Dongji and said, "Principal Yuan, what Lin Zichen is doing seems somewhat against the rules. He's already won the title of the top newcomer, so how can he still act as an enforcer and monopolize the top 10 by finding puppets? How is it against the rules?" Lu Chuanwu was the first to jump out in opposition, bluntly retorting, "Come on, President Ma, you tell me, when has the school trial ever stipulated that one can't act as an enforcer to secure the top 10? Ma Zhenhe said, "Indeed, there is no explicit rule against it, but that doesn't mean Lin Zichen's actions are justifiable. What he's doing now is exploiting loopholes in the rules, and it should be stopped." In the past, the top newcomer was always determined through life-and-death fights within the talented class. They would also be nearly exhausted after securing the title of top newcomer. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But this year, Lin Zichen was an exception. His strength was unmatched, far surpassing the other freshmen, and he single-handedly blew up the entire talented class. Without so much as taking a breather, his attacks were dimensionally overwhelming. And afterwards, he still had plenty of strength left to act as an enforcer and take over the top 10. President Ma has a point, this indeed is a loophole in the rules. After saying that, the dean of the Mechanical Academy added, "However, we can only fix it next year, not now, as it wouldn't be fair to Lin Zichen." The other school authorities also said, "Indeed, the trial is already underway, it's not reasonable to change the rules now. We'll have to wait until next year to make amendments." Although these school authorities didn't like Lu Chuanwu or Tianren Pavilion, they were still quite reasonable people. Of course, the main reason was that they were now benefiting from the current situation. For every ordinary class freshman that Lin Zichen brought into the top 10, all ordinary class freshmen would receive 1 credit point. These were free resources, why not take them? Hearing what the other school authorities had to say, Ma Zhenhe knew he had touched upon the interests of other academies and tactfully fell silent. But his expression was sour, clearly holding back anger. Yuan Dongji glanced at him and said indifferently, "President Ma, you've been increasingly unstable recently. It's best to slow down the integration progress of the Fire Eagle gene, lest it affect your daily life." Ma Zhenhe's expression softened as he replied, "Understood, Principal Yuan." Chapter 159, 126. Lin Zichen's Secret. Chapter 159, 126. Lin Zichen's secret. About half an hour later, the school trial finally came to an end. Aside from Shen Qinghan, who came in second, the rest of the top 10 were all taken by new students from the regular classes. As a result, every new student from the internal school district's regular classes pilfered 9 credits each. That's basically like getting handed 90,000 yuan for free. Some of the regular class new students from less affluent backgrounds blushed with excitement. Under the impact of 90,000 yuan, they looked up to Lin Zichen with admiration and became his most loyal fans. The more extroverted among them even went so far as to call him Lord Chen eagerly, as if they were ready to kneel and acknowledge him as their godfather on the spot. Lin Zichen paid no attention to the cheers around him. At the moment, he was tallying up the benefits he had gained from participating in the school trial in his mind. The top 10 credits totaled up to 550 credits. Adding the 9 credits he received for being a new student from the regular classes brings the total to 559 credits. Additionally, there were the 10 Qi blood pills from Lu Chuanwu. And 1 credit can essentially be used as 10,000 yuan. 559 credits would then equal 5.59 million yuan. This one battle had made him directly rich. In the time that followed, the top 10 of the school trial proceeded to the stage to receive honors and take photos with the school leaders. As the newly crowned king of the newcomers, Lin Zichen received not only a 100 credits reward but also an additional champion trophy. The trophy was made of special alloy, heavy and looked exquisite. But it wasn't worth any money, serving only as a memento. After the photographs were taken, Lin Zichen had the other top 10 new students transfer their credits to him through the school's app. Shen Qinghan also opened the app to transfer credits, but Lin Zichen told her there was no need and asked her to keep the 90 credits she earned for coming in second for herself. Seeing Lin Zichen say this, Shen Qinghan didn't make a fuss and kept the credits for her personal use. She wouldn't just take those 90 credits without giving something back, she would compensate Lin Zichen in another way in the future. Not far away, Lu Chuanwu saw Lin Zichen collecting transferred credits from others, which reminded him of the bet he made with his colleagues. He looked towards the other school leaders and reminded them, "Don't forget about our bet, everyone. Lin Zichen has won the title of the top newcomer, so you can transfer the credits you owe me through the school app now. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. It's just 100 credits, I'm transferring them to you right now." Everyone honored their bets promptly, transferring the agreed credits to Lu Chuanwu without any delay. Seeing 1,900 credits deposited into his account, Lu Chuanwu couldn't stop smiling. With this large amount of credits, he wouldn't have to worry about providing Lin Zichen with triple benefits for a good while. Noticing his arch-rival smiling so jubilantly, Ma Zhenhe felt displeased and couldn't resist saying, "President Lu, I'd advise you not to be too smug. Becoming the top newcomer in the school trial just means having a physically strong body. When the others advance further with their genetic fusion and mechanical enhancements, the power structure will undergo a great shift. In next semester's newcomer competition, whether it's Li Moyu or Wei Wei, they will easily crush him as long as Lin Zichen continues on the pure-blood human path." After Ma Zhenhe finished, he added, "Song Yuyan is an example, and Lin Zichen is nothing but an upgraded version of her." Seeing him constantly using Song Yuyan as a negative example, President Lu frowned slightly, feeling displeased. But remembering the 1,900 credits he had just earned, his mood vastly improved and he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Ma Zhenhe. Soon after, Lu Chuanwu went over to Lin Zichen, gave him the 10 Qi blood pills they had previously discussed, and decided to advance all the triple benefits for the entire semester to him at once. The benefits included various items like credits, exotic beast meat, scholarships, and so on. For convenience, Lu Chuanwu converted these benefits into credits and transferred 300 credits to Lin Zichen. With these 300 credits included, Lin Zichen's student account now totaled 769 credits. Now that he had so many credits, Lin Zichen immediately opened the school's app mall to see what he could purchase. But before he had the chance to look, Lu Chuanwu said he wanted to discuss something with him and asked for a word in private. Picking a spot nearby, they went up to the rooftop of the sports hall to talk. After telling Shen Qinghan to head back first, Lin Zichen quickly followed Lu Chuanwu to the rooftop. As soon as they arrived, Lu Chuanwu, with a face full of curiosity, couldn't wait to ask, "Zichen, you were too strong in the opening trial of the semester. How much strength did you hide?" "I hid a little." "What's your real level?" "Ordinary 6th order, 1 tempering skin session, a bit of muscle conditioning on the face, and naturally hard facial bones." "You've actually learned tempering flesh?" Lu Chuanwu was shocked, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and then he was incredibly excited. To learn tempering flesh just after starting school. Lin Zichen's compatibility with the blood tempering technique was unbelievably high. There really was hope for the pure-blood human path to make a breakthrough. No. It was definitely going to break through. Lu Chuanwu, who had devoted his life to researching the pure-blood human path, had never been as excited as he was today. After calming his emotions slightly, he earnestly said to Lin Zichen, "Before today, I would have said you had a good chance of evolving into an advanced-level creature with the body of a pure-blood human. But now, I can say with certainty that you can evolve into an advanced-level creature before you graduate from university with the body of a pure-blood human. You must persevere on the pure-blood human path, and you will surely achieve great things in the future. Don't worry, President, I will, replied Lin Zichen confidently. They chatted briefly. Soon, Lin Zichen left the rooftop and returned to Shen Qinghan's dormitory. There was just one thing he wanted to do right away: shop in the school's app marketplace. And just as he left, Yuan Dongji appeared on the rooftop right after him. This new student of yours, Lin Zichen, is hiding many secrets. His true strength may be far greater than what he showed in the opening trial. Yuan Dongji walked up to Lu Chuanwu and said. Lu Chuanwu chuckled, what genius doesn't have secrets? Li Maoyu from the capital city has them, Ma Zhenhe's daughter has them, and your newly accepted cheaper disciple surely has them too. What's so strange about that? Yuan Dongji, true. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Chuanwu said, on the path of evolution, those who can succeed are all complex in their own right, and those without secrets simply can't grow. As he spoke, he looked at Yuan Dongji, his gaze somewhat profound. Your casual use of spiritual power to probe Lin Zichen's body on the martial stage earlier is a very offensive act. If it had been in the past, that would have meant a fight to the death. Yuan Dongji raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You could tell I was using spiritual power to probe him. Lu Chuanwu didn't explain but simply snorted coldly. Yuan Dongji, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too aggressive, or sooner or later, disaster will strike. Yuan Dongji ignored the advice, speaking indifferently, gathering tonight. Too busy. There's money in it. At your place or mine? Lu Chuanwu instantly asked with a smile on his face. Search * the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In a certain dormitory at the school, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were together, discussing how to make Li Maoyu swallow that high-grade demon seed. The two racked their brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good plan. Force was definitely not an option, because they simply couldn't beat him. As for temptation, Li Maoyu was the young master of the Jinguli family. He had everything he wanted and couldn't be tempted. While the two were taxing their brains, thinking hard, their special watches suddenly displayed a dense block of text. Change of plan, forget about Li Maoyu, target Lin Zichen instead. Find a way to make Lin Zichen consume that high-grade demon seed and make him a member of the organization. Chapter 160, 160, 127. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. Chapter 160, 127. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. Leaving the gymnasium's rooftop, he returned to the dormitory. As soon as Lin Zichen entered, he saw Shen Qinghan exercising in the training room. Without the air conditioner on, she was drenched in sweat. For convenience and comfort, Shen Qinghan wasn't wearing underwear while training. The soaked clothes clung tightly to her body, perfectly showcasing her graceful figure in a very tempting way. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. The little girl who used to shyly wet the bed had unknowingly grown into a beautiful young woman with perfect looks and figure, a heartthrob to thousands. Looking back now, it seemed as if in the blink of an eye, she had suddenly grown up, giving him the surreal feeling of playing a nurturing game. He allowed himself a few moments of such reflections. Soon after, Lin Zichen sat down on the sofa and pulled out his phone to browse the school apps mall, often referred to by the seniors as the credit mall. Gene reagents, alloy equipment, high-tech gadgets, and so on. He merely glanced at them, focusing instead on the exotic beast meat. He browsed for almost half an hour. Eventually, Lin Zichen's gaze settled on the undead slug meat. He had seen this type of exotic beast meat in a mall before the college entrance exam, selling for 100,000 a pound. In the credit mall, however, it cost only 8 credits per pound. It was like getting a 20% discount, much cheaper. Without a doubt, this must have been a special price available only to Shan University students. He now had a total of 769 credits. At 8 credits a pound, he could buy 96 pounds. The remaining 4 pounds he could buy with money from an outside mall. That way, he could unlock the Undead Slug album. He was curious about the biometric attributes he might gain thinking this. Lin Zichen was about to place an order in the mall for 96 pounds of undead slug meat. Just as he was about to submit the order, he had a second thought. feeling that doing so wasn't quite right. A freshman who suddenly spends over 700 credits on undead slug meat, this behavior would look abnormal no matter how you sliced it, surely drawing others' attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be better to spread out the purchases over time. He'd buy a bit every so often. For now, he decided to buy just 10 pounds. With that decision made, Lin Zichen spent 80 credits to order 10 pounds of undead slug meat. After completing his purchase, he took out the chi blood pills that Lu Chuanwu had given him. There were 10 in total. Each one was the size of a soybean, bright red and glossy, emitting a faint and pleasant fragrance. Lin Zichen tried one, popping it into his mouth. It melted upon entry, turning into a warm stream and flooding into his body, making him feel warmly invigorated. Simultaneously, a digital prompt popped up in the void. Chi blood plus 108, is that all the chi blood it adds? The effect was less impressive than simply running a few kilometers with the boost of his biometric attribute, from Yu Spring's strength, which would increase his chi blood more. Better to give them to Han Han. Her biological level is low, the effect should be good on her. As Lin Zichen was contemplating this, Shen Qinghan happened to walk out of the training room. She was holding a pair of fruit earphones still playing music and stopped beside Lin Zichen, somewhat out of breath. "When did you get back?" she asked. "I came back half an hour ago." Lin Zichen handed her a chi blood pill and then said, "Here, try a chi blood pill and see how it works." Shen Qinghan accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it immediately. A few seconds later, her body started to sweat profusely, her cheeks turned a rosy red, and she seemed to be overheating. "How do you feel?" Lin Zichen asked while looking at Shen Qinghan. Looking pleasantly surprised, Shen Qinghan said, "My body feels so warm, and my chi blood feels much fuller." "Xiao Chen, this chi blood pill is really good." "That's good. Take the remaining 8. Eat no more than 1 a day." "Aren't you going to have one?" "I've just had one. It's not that effective for me, it would be a waste." "Oh, I see." Shen Qinghan nodded and took the small bottle Lin Zichen handed her. Gazing at the 8 chi blood pills in the bottle, she smiled sweetly and said, "With both credits and chi blood pills, it feels like I'm being sponsored by a sugar daddy." Lin Zichen chuckled and replied, "If anyone is being sponsored, it's me by you. I'm living in your dorm after all." "Then we're mutually sponsoring each other," Shen Qinghan said with a smile, and then she asked, "What would you like for dinner tonight?" "I'll go cook it for you." Lin Zichen thought for a moment and replied, "Eating regular meals gets a bit tiresome, let's have some soup noodles instead, and a plate of cucumber salad. What do you think?" "Sure, leave it to me. Dinner will be ready in half an hour." Shen Qinghan assured him with a pat on her chest. After that, she started to undress while heading to the bathroom. She had worked up too much sweat during the exercise and needed to take a shower to cool off and change into clean clothes before heading to the kitchen to cook. See thAvelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, delving into their books to study a variety of complex evolutionary knowledge. After roughly 2 hours, when the food they had eaten had mostly digested, they went into the training room to exercise. Shen Qinghan was doing strength training. Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground, undergoing his second tempering skin session. Around 11 p.m. the two finished their training, took a shower together, and went to bed in their room. However, they didn't go straight to sleep but lay there and started chatting. "Xiao Chen, your performance in today's school trial was too exaggerated. The so-called peerless geniuses in my class were all dumbfounded by you. I bet they're still questioning their lives right now." "It's not that serious." "It is that serious." Shen Qinghan's hands were restless, skillfully massaging Lin Zichen while speaking. "I just scrolled through the school forum, and everyone is discussing you there. A lot of people are demoralized because of you. Not just the freshmen, but also the seniors, quite a few sophomores, juniors, and even seniors say they could never take on the entire freshman genius class on their own, claiming you're an exotic beast in human skin. Also, I saw someone on the forum creating a group, and the group's name is Chen God Support Club, so, you've got another fan club." At this point, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but express her envy. From kindergarten to university, you've always had a huge fan base supporting you. That feeling of being the center of attention must be great. Lin Zichen, actually, Having too many fans can be troublesome at times. Shen Qinghan disagreed. You'd only find it troublesome after experiencing it a lot. For someone like me who's never experienced it, being the center of attention like you would definitely feel amazing. Lin Zichen, with your genetic fusion compatibility as high as 21%, you'll surely have your day in the spotlight too. I think so too. I hope that day comes soon. While speaking, Shen Qinghan felt her hands getting sore, so she stopped her movements, her peach blossom eyes shimmering, and said to Lin Zichen, you know. I saw a video on your phone where the female lead massages the male lead with her feet. It looked pretty comfortable. Do you want to try it? Sure. Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation. After all, he was the one being massaged, he just had to lie on the bed with his eyes closed and enjoy, so there was no reason not to try. Soon, Shen Qinghan awkwardly started to massage Lin Zichen with her feet. This was her way of making it up to him. After all, just within that day, she had received 90 credits and 9 chi blood pills from Lin Zichen. If she didn't properly compensate Lin Zichen, she would feel as though she was being kept by him. She didn't like that kind of unequal relationship. She preferred a relationship where both sides contribute. Time passed by every minute and second. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan stopped the massage movements of her feet. It was mid-September, the weather was hot, and her naturally sweaty physique left her covered in a layer of fine sweat. Especially her delicate little feet, which were now sticky. I've sweated a lot, do you want to go for a bath together? Shen Qinghan grabbed some tissues to wipe herself and Lin Zichen clean, then suggested to him. Hearing this, Lin Zichen sat up from the bed, swept her into his arms, got out of bed and walked toward the bathroom, laughing, as a return for the massage you just gave me, I'll scrub your back while we bathe. The next day, Lin Zichen got up early to make breakfast. It was very simple, a slice of bread, a grilled sausage, an egg, plus a glass of milk. Before long, Shen Qinghan emerged from the room, bleary-eyed. After she washed up and ate breakfast, they left the house together, went downstairs, and then went their separate ways. Upon arriving at the Pure Human Research Institute, Lin Zichen entered the living recreational area and saw Song Yuyan, as before, doing yoga inside. Morning, new king. As soon as she saw Lin Zichen arrive, Song Yuyan stopped her yoga, sat cross-legged on a mat, and cheerfully greeted him with that title. Lin Zichen responded with a smile, morning, Sister Yan. Come on, sit here with Sister Yan, I really want to talk to you, Song Yuyan smiled, patting the spot next to her, beckoning Lin Zichen to sit beside her. Lin Zichen walked over and sat down. He knew what Song Yuyan wanted to talk about. It was undoubtedly about the trials from the previous day. I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually a normal 6th order, and you've learned tempering flesh as well. Song Yuyan asked with bright apricot eyes. Lin Zichen nodded, right. Hearing his answer, Song Yuyan's face showed disbelief. My God, Zichen, you are too much of a genius, truly. Compared to you, I feel like Capital City's runner-up is just a waste. Excitement tinged her voice as she continued, with you joining, the pureblood human path is definitely going to make a splash. We at Tianren Pavilion are going to shock the world and change the public's perception. All right, let's work hard together, Lin Zichen said, turning his gaze away. Song Yuyan's outfit had a neckline that was far too low, revealing too much cleavage. After a few more exchanges, soon, Lin Zichen got up and left the living recreational area, heading straight for the research area. He didn't go there to conduct research but to study the text of the blood tempering technique scripture. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan had researched it for years without being able to comprehend the contents of the technique's opening chapter. Lin Zichen felt that he couldn't rely on them anymore, he had to rely on himself. Once he learned the text on the blood tempering technique scripture, he was sure to achieve research results faster than Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan ever could. After all, the effect of the biometric attributes of heavenly intelligence wasn't a joke. It would undoubtedly produce more with less effort in such research tasks. No, more with less effort was still too conservative. Boldly put, it would yield 100 times more with half the effort. Chapter 161, 161, 128. The Disdain of the Student Council. Chapter 161, 128. The Disdain of the Student Council. Qi blood. Xian, essence qi. Chao, appointment. SE of the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Liang, upper limbs. Jia, lower limbs. Lin Zichen skimmed through the translation materials in his hand at the speed of reading 10 lines at a glance, studying the text on the blood tempering technique. After studying for a while, it felt like he was learning classical Chinese from a previous cultural class. Only, it was more obscure and more concise than classical Chinese. From which era were these texts? Thousands of years ago. Or perhaps, tens of thousands of years ago. Lin Zichen was very curious about this. What made him even more curious was why, given that the blood tempering technique was so powerful, it had fallen into obscurity. Was it because the age of dusk was not conducive to cultivating later generations? While Lin Zichen was musing over these things, Song Yuyan, who had changed out of her yoga clothes and into a martial arts uniform, walked in from outside and said, "Zichen, someone from the student council is looking for you. They're waiting at the entrance of the institute right now." "Looking for me?" Lin Zichen was somewhat puzzled. Song Yuyan brushed her bangs from her forehead, her voice rational as she said, "I think it's highly likely they're here to invite you to join the student council. After all, you performed exceptionally well in yesterday's initiation trial. As the strongest student organization in the school, they definitely want you to join." Hearing her say this, Lin Zichen figured that if the student council president was looking for him, it was probably for this reason. However, he had no interest in the student council and didn't want any positions or titles. Seeing that he was uninterested, Song Yuyan said with a smile, "Members of the student council get a credit subsidy every month, and there's not much to do on a regular basis. Joining is like making a profit. I suggest you join." Lin Zichen's eyebrows lifted. There was a credit subsidy. Well, in that case, he would have to take his talents to the student council. With that thought, Lin Zichen hurried to the institute's entrance, so as not to keep the people from the student council waiting too long. Upon arriving at the entrance of the institute, what met his eyes was a group of males and females with formidable auras. All were upperclassmen, and the biological pressure emanating from them was such that even the lowest among them was at the level of an ordinary seventh order. The highest among them, the leading student council president, Zhou Xiahong, stood out. The biological pressure radiating from him had broken through the ordinary category and stepped into the advanced level. He was a genuine advanced level creature. Seeing Lin Zichen come out, Zhou Xiahong introduced himself in a neutral tone, "Hello, I am Zhou Xiahong, the president of the student council." Although he had already introduced himself in front of the new students yesterday, he still gave a brief self-introduction in front of Lin Zichen out of politeness. "President Zhou, hello." Lin Zichen also returned the greeting politely. Zhou Xiahong didn't like to waste time, so without any small talk, he got straight to the point. "You performed exceptionally well in the initiation trial yesterday, meeting the student council's recruitment requirements. My visit today is to invite you to join the student council and become a presidential seed, to be groomed for the role of a future student council president. There are many benefits to joining the student council, such as enjoying special treatment and privileges not available to ordinary students," he continued. "For instance, special provisions for meals 3 times a day, participation in the school's major and minor decision-making processes, and a monthly credit subsidy, among others." After explaining these perks, Zhou Xiahong asked, "Are you interested in joining the student council?" Lin Zichen, "Of course." Zhou Xiahong nodded, then said, "You can join, but there is one condition. You have to give up the pure-blood human path and choose the genetic fusion path." "Why?" Lin Zichen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, puzzled. Zhou Xiahong explained, "The student council only accepts future geniuses. You are very talented now, but if you do not choose the genetic fusion path, no matter how talented you are, you will become mediocre like everyone else." Lin Zichen was unconvinced. "I believe the pure-blood human path has a future and won't become mediocre." "The pure-blood human path has no future," Zhou Xiahong stated decisively. Then, he added, "If the pure-blood human path had a future, President Liu and Instructor Song wouldn't be in such a sorry state now." "President Zhou, must I choose the genetic fusion path to join the student council?" "Yes." "Then forget it, I'm not joining." After dropping that remark, Lin Zichen turned and went back inside the institute. How could the benefits of joining the student council ever outweigh those of joining the Tianren Pavilion? If he had to give up the pure-blood human path just to join, then there was no point in joining the student council. Seeing Lin Zichen turn and leave without further discussion, Zhou Xiahong was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Zichen to be so decisive. The other members of the student council around him were also quite surprised. When they came to their senses, they started cursing one after another. This newcomer king really has a screw loose, insisting on following the pure-blood human path. Must have been brainwashed until his brains spilled out. Got the title of newcomer king and got cocky, huh? Such a stupid freshman, he's gonna regret it later. By then, if he comes to his senses and wants to join the student council, it won't be so easy. President, I told you before, Tianren Pavilion's brainwashing is intense, no need to waste time trying to recruit him. Zhou Xiahong didn't say a word, just shook his head and quickly led the others away from the entrance of the research institute to recruit other talents. Having talent without a future is not being a genius. It's called a waste. Since Lin Zichen wasn't willing to give up the pure-blood human path, there was no need to recruit him. He didn't have much hope to begin with, just wanted to see if he could persuade him to try. As a result, Lin Zichen didn't give them any chance, he turned around and left without a word. One can only say, Tianren Pavilion's brainwashing is too powerful. First Song Yuyan, now Lin Zichen, their brains were thoroughly washed out. On the other side. As soon as Lin Zichen returned to the research institute, Song Yuyan asked him if he had joined the student council. Lin Zichen told her what had just happened, infuriating her and causing her to swear, cursing the entire student council as fossils. They were all around 20 years old, yet their thinking was so antiquated, totally hopeless. Close to 11 a.m., Lu Chuanwu, who hadn't been seen all morning, finally showed up at the research institute. He looked absolutely drained, with dark circles under his eyes and a listless air about him, as if he'd been squeezed dry. Seeing him look like this, Song Yuyan felt a wave of emotion. President, you are truly great. For the advancement of the pure-blood human path, you sell your body night and day to draw in investments. If the pure-blood human path makes a breakthrough in the future, your name is bound to go down in history. Lu Chuanwu's mouth twitched slightly at this. Can't you give a compliment? Would it kill you to leave out the words, sell your body? With those 4 words, even the phrase, go down in history, took on a different taste. It turned into the green of brothels. Muttering complaints internally, Lu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zichen and advised him with a rather shaky voice, Zichen, remember, women are the stumbling block on the evolutionary path. They'll knock your bones and suck your marrow. If you can avoid women, then avoid them. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. He couldn't possibly avoid women. Intimacy between men and women is human nature. To put it broadly, it's biological nature. Suppressing biological nature is certainly detrimental to evolution. Once he and Shen Qinghan break through the last step in the future, he plans to revel night after night. He's going to fully combine his physical strength with Shen Qinghan's special constitution and enjoy every moment of pleasure. By the way, Zichen, the school provides housing arrangements for the families of geniuses and can even arrange work within the school. Do you want to bring your parents over to live? After speaking, Lu Chuanwu added, with a talent like you, heretical sects will likely target you in the future, and your family could be implicated. I advise you to bring your parents to live at the school as soon as possible. Lin Zichen, I understand, President. I'll go home this weekend and talk to my parents about it. Lu Chuanwu nodded, then continued, give me your phone, and I'll help you activate the permissions to accept school tasks. Lin Zichen was puzzled, isn't this only available to activate in the second semester of freshman year? He had read the student handbook and was aware of how school tasks worked. Every day, the school posts various tasks on the student app. Tasks to assist campus tutors with their work. Tasks to help the security department catch criminals off campus. And tasks to eliminate members of the heretical sect or exotic beasts off campus, and so on. Completing tasks earns school credits. And these school tasks, freshmen can't accept them during the first semester, they must wait until the second semester to do so. With your strength being so strong now, there's no need to wait until the second semester of freshman year like everyone else. Start accepting tasks now, the sooner you start, the sooner you earn credits, don't waste your time getting stronger. As Lu Chuanwu spoke, he activated the task acceptance permissions on Lin Zichen's phone. About 2 minutes later, he handed the phone back to Lin Zichen, saying, "I've already activated it for you. Enter the task page from the bottom right corner of the school app's homepage." Lin Zichen took his phone and curiously clicked into the task page to check the tasks. At that moment, Song Yuyen said, "Your sister Yen here goes off campus to do tasks every week to earn school credits. You can join me on tasks in the future, get familiar with the process, and gain experience in completing tasks." Lin Zichen, "Then I'll have to trouble Sister Yen when the time comes." "Don't mention it, don't be so formal. It's only right for a senior to look after juniors. After a while, I'll accept a task to eliminate exotic beasts, and I'll take you to broaden your horizons." Song Yuyen smiled and then added, "Although your sister Yen may be ordinary compared to top-level talents, but against the average person, your sister Yen is still very strong. I'm invincible below the advanced level, bring on any ordinary exotic beasts, and I'll take them all down." Lin Zichen laughed, "Of course." Chapter 162, 129, Peak Chart Challenge. Chapter 162, 129, Peak Chart Challenge. The three of them had a brief chat. Soon, Lu Chuanwu went off to sleep in his laboratory. He had fought all night without a single minute of rest, and he felt like he was about to drop dead if he didn't catch up on sleep. Normally, with a physical strength comparable to that of an advanced-level creature, he could go a whole week without feeling tired. But Yuan Dongji had really drained him last night. One round after another. Being vastly outclassed in biological level, he just couldn't keep up. The dragon lady only seemed proper on the surface, but she was more licentious than anyone when out of sight, a true paragon of contrast. After Lu Chuanwu left, Lin Zichen sat down on a sofa nearby and started to check the tasks on the school app. There were three types of tasks. Published by the school. Published by the students. Published by external entities. Among them, the tasks published by external entities, often by official departments like public security, were the most numerous. Lin Zichen proceeded to open the tasks published by the school first. After a brief look, he found that there weren't many tasks, and they were all minor affairs. Either helping the president with some work or assisting the academic affairs office. The reward for the tasks was mostly 1 credit, with a few offering 2 credits. Although the credits were few, the tasks were not difficult and highly sought after, usually being snatched up the moment they were posted. Lin Zichen wasn't interested in these menial tasks. After a quick look, he exited the page. Next, he clicked into the tasks published by students. Task: looking for a genetic integrator as a sparring partner, female required, with preference for a beast-eared beauty with fair skin and long legs. Reward: 5 credits per month. As soon as he clicked in, Lin Zichen saw this task that was hard to take seriously. Is this really about finding a sparring partner? Haha, I won't even burst your bubble. Continuing to scroll down, most of the tasks were more or less the same. Most of them were aimed at making friends, which was a bit odd. Exiting the student published tasks page, he entered the externally published tasks page. Task: capture a gang of robbers, a 7-person group that has repeatedly robbed exotic beast meat transport trucks, armed but with no cyborgs or genetic integrators, location near the outskirts of Tianjin City. Reward: 30 credits. Task: hunt exotic beasts, ordinary 9th rank, bloodthirsty fish dragon, which has attacked fishing boats multiple times, location in Changzhou City's Jinhai Bay. Reward: 200 credits. Task: capture a rogue genetic integrator, Catwoman, common 6th order, a Shadow Knight Cats integrator who has tortured multiple men, active mainly in the red light districts of Shanghai City. Reward: 50 credits. Task: capture members of the Divine Plant Cult, a heretic believer of common 8th rank, who incite or coerce college students into the cult, active mainly in Shanghai City. Reward: 100 credits. The externally published tasks were numerous and the credit rewards were high. Lin Zichen felt a hint of excitement at this. With these external tasks available, he wouldn't have to worry about income anymore. After checking the tasks, the next step was to accept one. Not considering the distant ones, he focused on the nearer tasks. The Catwoman task was quite suitable, being within Shanghai City, he could take it on. As for the Divine Plant Cult task, it could be easily completed too, but there was no need to accept it. Mainly because he feared retaliation. After all, the heretical sect was an organization, and unless he could eradicate it altogether, catching just one of its members would certainly result in being targeted for revenge. The security team captain who offended the rat god cult back in junior high was a bloody example. Lin Zichen had a certain capacity for self-protection and wasn't afraid of being targeted, but it was different for his family members, who were ordinary people. Tasks like capturing heretic believers would be deferred until his parents moved to live near Shan University. After weighing his options, in the end, Lin Zichen accepted the task of capturing the cat woman, planning to deal with it during the weekend when he went home. He just wasn't sure if 2 days would be enough. After all, he still had to find her. If he was lucky, he might find her on the first day. But if he was unlucky, he might not find her for a whole month. These 50 credits weren't easy to earn. Otherwise, the task would have been completed long ago and wouldn't still be listed on the task page. You took on that Catwoman task. Song Yuyen sounded surprised, then said, "This is your first task, and you chose a common sixth order one. That's too risky. Do you want me to accompany you?" After speaking, she added, "I won't split the credits with you, just treat me to a meal afterward." Lin Zichen politely declined. That would be a waste of Sister Yan's time, it's not necessary. If his biological level were common sixth order, he certainly wouldn't have turned down Song Yuyen's offer. But the thing was, his biological level was an ordinary 9th rank, and facing a cat woman who was only common sixth order was basically using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He could handle it with ease. "Alright, then be careful on your own. Remember to act within your capabilities," she advised. "Yeah, I will, thanks for your concern, Sister Yan," Xiaochen replied. Having said that, Lin Zichen expressed some confusion. "By the way, Sister Yan, how did you know that I took on the Catwoman task?" Song Yuyen explained, "The task page shows who has accepted the task." Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen opened the task related to Catwoman to take a look. Sure enough, it was indeed possible to see who had taken on the task. A total of 28 people had accepted the Catwoman task. Among them, 26 were upperclassmen, with only 2 being first-year freshmen. Besides me, there's actually another freshman who has taken on the Catwoman task. Lin Zichen felt somewhat surprised. Then, he checked the information of the other freshman who had taken on the task and found out it was Ma Shiwei from the Genius class. Ma Shiwei. Her strength was at most common tier 5, how did she dare to take on this Catwoman task? Search *the novel fire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She must have help. After all, as the daughter of the president of Evolution College, she held a very noble status, and it was likely that many upperclassmen in the college would be willing to fawn over her. He spent a moment mulling over these matters. Then Lin Zichen continued browsing tasks on the campus app. Looking but not accepting. Because you could only accept one task at a time, not multiple simultaneously. After browsing for roughly half an hour, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the school app, informing him that the 10 pounds of undead slug meat he had ordered last night had arrived. Lin Zichen glanced at the time, it was almost noon. He told Song Yuyen he needed to head back to the dorm to cook and swiftly left the research institute. No sooner had he walked a short distance from the institute than he encountered an unwelcome guest. It was a somewhat handsome young stranger. Using danger perception, he sensed the biological pressure emanating from the young man, indicating an ordinary 7th rank. The youth had been standing under a tree playing with his phone out of boredom, but, upon seeing Lin Zichen emerge from the institute, he immediately pocketed his phone and quickly stepped toward him. In just a couple of strides, he stopped in front of Lin Zichen and demanded in a very unpleasant tone, "Lin Zichen, what exactly did Wei Wei do to offend you that you need to target her like this? You swelled her face during the opening trial, kicked her butt, and now you're even competing with her for the same off-campus task. Is it Lu Chuanwu who told you to do this? Picking on a girl, what does that make you? Dare you fight me?" The young man's tone grew increasingly angry, and if not for the campus rules, he probably would have been ready to beat Lin Zichen up there and then. Is this Ma Shiwei's lapdog? Or possibly Ma Zhenhe's eunuch? Thinking this, Lin Zichen asked, "Did Ma Shiwei send you, or was it President Ma?" "Neither." The young man denied, then added, "I came on my own because I simply can't stand you." Lin Zichen, so what now? The young man, dare you fight me? Lin Zichen ignored the young man and walked right past him. To still encounter such idiotic lapdogs in college, that's quite something. Stop right there. Seeing Lin Zichen ignore him completely, the young man became frustrated and reached out to grab his shoulder. Lin Zichen stopped as he wished. Then, with few words and a fierce demeanor, he turned around, aimed at the somewhat handsome face, and landed a punch. Bang. Just that sound echoed. The young man fell to the ground, knocked out cold, his face swelling visibly fast. Without looking back, Lin Zichen continued on his way to the dormitory. Zhongyuan. Building number 8, Dormitory 603. When Lin Zichen opened the door and entered, Shen Qinghan was already in the kitchen cooking. Walking into the kitchen and seeing that she had already prepared 2 dishes, he asked, "Did you get out of school early today?" "I only had 2 classes this morning. I came back at 10, spent an hour training in the gym, took a shower, and then started cooking." Shen Qinghan reported what she had done while continuing to stir-fry the last dish. Soon, the final dish was ready. Both of them sat down in the living room to eat, chatting while dining. "Xiao Chen, the 10 pounds of undead slug meat you bought from the credit mall last night have been delivered. I've put them in the fridge for you," she said. "Okay, I got it," he replied. "Xiao Chen, today in class our instructor mentioned there's going to be a duel at 3 p.m. in the gymnasium. A peak-ranking mechanical life form is challenging a genetic integrator, and it's said to be a worthwhile peak battle. He suggested everyone in the class goes to watch. Do you want to come too?" she inquired. "Let's go watch it together," Xiao Chen answered. Then, he added, "Oh, and this morning at the institute, President Liu mentioned that the school offers family resettlement housing. Any qualifying genius can have their parents move in and even arrange jobs for them. I'm planning on bringing both my parents here to live. Do you want to bring yours over too? Is there such a good deal?" Shen Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, knitting her delicate eyebrows in concern, she said, "I'm not a freshman champion. Can I still enjoy such a benefit of family resettlement housing?" "Lin Zichen, you've already reached a genetic fusion aptitude of 21%. Just mention it to your mentor, and it should be arranged for you." "True." Shen Qinghan nodded, and her whole being seemed excited as she said, "I'll ask my mentor right away. If I can get a resettlement house, I'll have my parents move in here." She was very homesick, and despite having left home just a few days ago, she already missed her parents. Having her parents live at school would be perfect for her. Lin Zichen casually said, "Then, let's go home this weekend to tell our parents about it." Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly and agreed, "Okay, we'll go back this weekend." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 163, 163, 130, The Powerful Machine God Group. Chapter 163, 130, The Powerful Machine God Group. After the meal, Lin Zichen took out the 10 pounds of undead slug meat from the refrigerator, and without avoiding Shen Qinghan, he decided to devour it right in front of her. "You have absorbed a large amount of life essence from the Living Dead Slug album, 10%. After devouring the meat, Lin Zichen packed up the now useless undead slug meat in a trash bag, planning to take it downstairs and throw it away later. "Xiao Chen, why are you using a trash bag for the undead slug meat?" Shen Qinghan asked with a puzzled expression. In her eyes, all Lin Zichen did was take the slug meat out of the refrigerator, touch the meat inside with his finger, and then put it in a trash bag, which looked very strange. Lin Zichen explained, "These pieces of undead slug meat have gone bad and need to be thrown away." Gone bad? Shen Qinghan was a bit confused. "But when I signed for the delivery, it looked very fresh." Lin Zichen said, "It was fresh when you signed for it, but just now, I've absorbed all the essence from the meat, and it will spoil very quickly." Absorbed the essence from the meat? Shen Qinghan was somewhat puzzled and after thinking for a moment, asked, "Is this your superpower?" Lin Zichen nodded, "Yes, this is my superpower. I can absorb the essence from the exotic beast meat with a mere thought, thus gaining some of the abilities of the related exotic beasts." He no longer hid it and openly shared the secret of his ability to devour exotic beast meat with Shen Qinghan. They were living together after all, and over time, frequent devouring would unquestionably raise her suspicions, so it was better to tell her proactively. Since they were in a relationship that would lead to marriage after graduation, it made sense to share secrets. There was nothing to hide. absorbing the essence of exotic beast meat and gaining the abilities of the associated exotic beasts. Shen Qinghan was shocked, her cherry-like mouth opened instinctively, her face filled with disbelief. After a moment, she regained her composure and realized, no wonder you don't follow the genetic fusion path, but instead the pureblood human path. With this superpower, you don't need genetic fusion at all. After speaking, her mood dipped slightly as she said, I thought that because my suitability for genetic fusion was as high as 21%, I would eventually become as strong as you, and we would be known as the unparalleled duo, talked about by everyone. Now it seems, I thought too much. Lin Zichen smiled and said, the two words, husband and wife, carry much more weight than the four words, unparalleled duo, don't they? Shen Qinghan pouted somewhat petulantly, but I just want to be the unparalleled duo with you. We will be known as the unparalleled duo. Lin Zichen comforted her with a gentle voice, you still have an unknown superpower within you. Once it's developed in the future, you might even become stronger than me. That seems possible, too. Shen Qinghan blinked her clear eyes. She said this out loud, however, in her heart, she didn't believe it at all. Lin Zichen's superpower was too formidable, so much so that it seemed absurd. She doubted there could be any other superpower in the world more incredible than his. She knew very well she would never be able to match Lin Zichen as the unparalleled duo in her lifetime. Her only extravagant hope was not to be left too far behind by Lin Zichen in the future and not to become a burden on his journey, but rather to provide him support. See the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yes, that would be enough. While she mulled over these thoughts, Shen Qinghan belatedly realized something. Xiaochen actually wanted to share such an important secret with me. Does this mean that I am the most important person in his heart? That must be it, without a doubt. With this thought, Shen Qinghan's mood instantly improved, casting her regret about not being part of the unparalleled duo out of her mind. At 2:45 p.m. Lin Zichen did not go to the research institute but accompanied Shen Qinghan to the gymnasium to watch the showdown between the 8th and 9th ranks on the peak leaderboard. Many people came to watch the match, including teachers, students, and individuals from the Mech God Corporation. The Mech God Corporation is now the largest partner of the Mechanical Academy at Shanghai University, providing 80% of the various alloy equipment used in the academy. The Mech God Corporation had two objectives in generously supporting the Mechanical Academy. First, to promote mechanical modification, to prove that mechanical modification is not weaker than genetic fusion, and perhaps even stronger because mechanical modification has broader applicability. There are far more people suitable for mechanical modification than for genetic fusion. Second, to expand the corporation's influence, one of the conditions for the partnership was that Shanghai University's Mechanical Academy would send graduates to the Mech God Corporation every year. In summary, the Mech God Corporation wanted to increase its own influence. Xiaochen, look at the second-floor corridor, that mechanical genius girl we often see online is up there now, Shen Qinghan poked Lin Zichen, signaling him to look upstairs. Lin Zichen had already spotted her. On the second-floor corridor, the Mech God Corporation's representatives were with the leaders of the Mechanical Academy. The genius girl from the Mech God Corporation, whose body was more than half alloy, was very conspicuous. Xiaochen, who do you think would be more powerful if the genius from the capital and that mechanical genius girl upstairs were to fight? Shen Qinghan curiously asked. The term unparalleled duo was first heard by her from the marketing surrounding the genius from the capital and the mechanical genius girl, and she was always intrigued about who would be stronger between the two top talents from different fields. Lin Zichen was equally curious about the question. However, despite years of marketing hype, the genius from the capital and the mechanical genius girl had never clashed. Because they both knew that competing would bring no benefits, only drawbacks. As long as they never faced off and never made it clear who was superior, the topic would continue. This was good for both parties. I think, to have an approximation of who between the genius from the capital and the mechanical genius girl is more formidable, we just need to see who wins in the upcoming match, and then we can make a somewhat rough judgment, Lin Zichen said. If the 9th-ranked mechanical being wins, it would mean the mechanical genius girl is more impressive. And if the 8th-ranked evolutionary being wins, it would be the genius from the capital university that is superior, Lin Zichen analyzed logically. The mechanical being ranked 9th has enhancements from the Mechanical God Corporation, which well reflects the strength of the corporation. If this 9th-ranked mechanical being could win against the 8th-ranked evolutionary being, it would suggest that mechanical enhancements are stronger than genetic fusion. To some extent, this could indicate that the mechanical genius girl is stronger than the genius from the capital university. Of course, these are all speculations and not necessarily accurate. Soon, the time reached 3 p.m. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two contenders stepped onto the stage. The 8th-ranked evolutionary being was a young man with a pair of ox horns on his head. The 9th-ranked mechanical being was a young man covered in a mechanical exoskeleton. The moment the two stepped onto the stage, high-strength transparent glass walls rose around the martial stage to protect the audience from incidental harm from the competitors' actions. For mechanical beings, combat might involve widespread artillery bombardment and bullets flying everywhere. If there wasn't a glass wall enclosure, the audience seats might be littered with casualties before the contest even ended. For the same reason, there were no referees on the martial stage. Begin the duel. At the broadcast command, the two on the martial stage clashed in an instant. In an instant, the martial stage was a scene of relentless gunfire. Massive sounds of hot weapons firing filled the air, turning it into a place of thick smoke and low visibility. Fortunately, Lin Zichen possessed the biometric attribute, Eyes of the Sky, which allowed him to see far beyond the average person. Even with the stage filled with smoke, he could clearly make out the battle situation. Right from the start, the mechanical being used an anti-airflow propulsion device to take to the skies, raining down firepower on the evolutionary being below. The evolutionary being, unable to reach the mechanical being, protected his head and curled up on the martial stage, enduring the barrage of hot weapons fired from above. Soon, the evolutionary being's body was riddled with bullet holes, many parts blasted away. But he didn't die, he was just bloodied and weak. After expending all his ammunition, the mechanical being landed on the ground, switching to close combat mode, engaging the severely injured evolutionary being in a fistfight. The close combat lasted for a few minutes. In the end, the evolutionary being lay on the martial stage, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the mechanical being only had some cracks on his exoskeleton, which still looked intact. When the result of this duel emerged, a wave of discussion immediately erupted among the spectators. In the past, Evolution College could dominate Mechanical Academy in combat, but ever since the Mechanical God Corporation collaborated with Mechanical Academy, the situation has been turned on its head. Yeah, mechanical technology is too powerful. If it weren't for the need to give up the flesh in mechanical modification, I'd want to become a mechanically modified human. After today's battle, it feels like the power hierarchy among the colleges is about to change. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Mechanically modified humans only have an early advantage, relying on lower-level genetic integrators who can't fly, gaining the upper hand through aerial attacks. Indeed, once biological levels are high enough, many genetic integrators gain the ability to fly. At that realm, mechanically modified humans will, in turn, find themselves at a disadvantage. That's only if the biological level is high enough. For us ordinary people, our biological level in this lifetime will at most be in the advanced category. Discussing beyond that is meaningless. Yeah, even just at the university stage, I feel like Mechanical Academy is really going to turn things around. Everyone was surprised that the 9th-ranked mechanical being won so easily, basically treating the 8th-ranked evolutionary being like a punching bag the entire time. It just goes to show that the Mechanical God Corporation, this colossal entity, is incredibly powerful, able to exponentially increase a person's strength with mechanical technology. Lin Zichen listened to everyone's discussion for a while. He wasn't the least bit concerned about which college would be more formidable in the future. What he cared about was only one thing: how many college credits he could earn from being in the top 10 of the peak list each month. Thinking this, he searched for related information on the school's app and soon learned the answer. First place, 1,000 credits per month. Second place, 900 credits per month. Third place, 800 credits per month. And so on, until the 10th place, which earns 100 credits per month. Beyond the credit rewards, he also saw information about the rules for challenging the peak list. New students must complete the competition for new students next semester before attempting to challenge the peak list. There is only one opportunity each week to challenge the peak list, and when doing so, you cannot challenge an opponent ranked more than 50 places above you. With only one opportunity each week to challenge the list, and not being able to target anyone more than 50 places higher, the peak list has a total of 500 places. This means that counting from after completing the competition for new students next semester, it would take at least 10 weeks to reach the top at the fastest. And considering that the competition for new students occurs in the middle of next semester, reaching the top of the peak list would be close to the end of the first academic year's second term. Feels a bit too long, Lin Zichen muttered to himself. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 164, 164, 131, Catwoman. Chapter 164, 131, Catwoman. Shanghai University, President's Office. Yuan Dongji sat in her chair, engaged in a video call with a trusted confidant from her family. Miss, in recent times, Origin Land number 36 has been unusually peaceful, without disturbances for several months in a row. We don't know whether the other side has given up on this channel or is scheming some major plan. On the computer screen, a short-haired woman with a valiant appearance was reporting to Yuan Dongji about the situation in Source Land number 36. Yuan Dongji nodded and asked, "How is Qian Xue faring in the Origin Land lately? Is she adapting well?" "Very well. She's growing incredibly fast and is about to evolve to the advanced second rank." She's evolving faster than I expected. Miss, just who is Qian Xue? Why is her physique so special, so extraordinary that she doesn't even seem like a person from Earth, as if we're two different species? Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Yes, I'm sorry, Mississippi. It was thoughtless of me, apologized the woman on the video, somewhat flustered. Yuan Dongji said nothing more but remarked lightly, "All right, I have a student duel to watch here, so I won't talk any longer. You go ahead with your tasks." After speaking, she ended the video call and switched to the surveillance from the sports hall to watch the forthcoming duel. It was the duel between the 9th-ranked mechanically modified human and the 8th-ranked genetic integrator. After spending some time watching the duel and seeing the mechanically modified human emerge as the victor, Yuan Dongji couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. The mechanism group was stronger than she had imagined. The adaptability of mechanical modifications held more advantage. Regrettably, no matter how formidable mechanical modifications are, their limitations are still too great. They can only protect one's home on Earth and cannot enter the Origin Land. Once in the Origin Land, all electronic mechanical devices would malfunction, and even the most formidable mechanically modified humans would be reduced to a bunch of scrap metal. Elsewhere. After watching the duel, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left the sports hall shortly after. One headed to the research institute to learn the blood tempering technique. The other went back to the dorm to train her strength. Though they lived together, they each had their schedules, and their lives were no longer synchronized as before starting university. Time passed quickly. A few days later. Friday afternoon after school. Both packed their school bags and took a DD ride home from the dorm. The school was close to home, about an hour's drive, and the hired car stopped at their house. Zhang Wanqin was waiting outside the door early on. Search the novelfire.ne *t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Upon seeing them get out of the car, she greeted them with a beaming smile, telling them that she had made some snacks and squeezed some juice, and urged them to come inside and try them. In the evening, the two families gathered for dinner. At the table, Shen Qinghan turned into a storyteller, vividly describing Lin Zichen's performance during the initiation trial at the start of school. He talked about how Lin Zichen knocked out top provincial scholars with his fists and even overpowered genetic integrators, astonishing the school's leadership. The parents from both families knew early on that Lin Zichen had become the new king, but this was their first time hearing the details. Listening to Shen Qinghan's narration, all four were greatly astounded. Among them, Lin Yanzheng teased, "Son, you're not one of those legendary heretics, are you?" Many experts have conjectured that if there are exotic beasts in this world, there should be heretics too, but this theory has yet to be proven. Zhang Wanqin gave him an unamused glance. "Our son came from my belly, how could he be a heretic?" Lin Yanzheng laughed it off. "I was just praising how amazing our son is." Hearing the conversation filled with family warmth, Lin Zichen smiled. Later, he spoke to his parents about the issue of the resettlement housing. He mentioned that as he became more famous, he would likely be targeted by the heretical sect. For safety reasons, he wanted his parents to move into the school. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wenqin, both freelance novelists, agreed without a second thought since writing was the same no matter where they lived, saying they were ready to move anytime. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan also suggested that Shen Jianye and Su Meng should move into Shanghai University. She mentioned the workload, saying that the students in the inner campus of Shanghai University still needed to take cultural elective courses, and they could arrange for her parents to teach these courses at the school. Shen Jianye and Su Meng liked the idea and said they would move to Shanghai University once they completed the handover work with their current school. The time approached 10 o'clock at night. Lin Zichen opened the school app to check the task details of the Catwoman mission he had accepted. Target code name, Catwoman, Juicer, Collector of the Stick, Master of Disguise. Target strength, biological level 6th order, extremely fast speed. Behavioral characteristics, often found seducing men in the red light districts of Shanghai City, leading them to secluded areas for intimate affairs, then brutally murdering them afterward, severing their lineage and collecting their appendages. Precautions, the target is skilled in disguise and highly cunning, adept at using various drugs. Other content, omitted. Looking at the mission details above, Lin Zichen finally understood why this mission had been hanging for so long without being completed. The location was too vague, and the enemy too cunning. Indeed, it was difficult to catch. However, these were not problems for Lin Zichen. With the effects of Sky Eye and Danger Perception biometric attributes, he could thoroughly search every red light district in Shanghai City. As long as he searched carefully enough, there was a good chance of finding the target. 10:10 p.m. Lin Zichen made a special effort with his hairstyle and slightly altered his appearance to avoid being recognized as the second highest scorer from Nanjiang province on the college entrance examination, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Lying to his parents that he was going to bed early, he instead climbed out the window from the second floor, leaped down, and took a taxi to the nearest red light district to continue his systematic search. Upon arriving at the destination, he used Sky Eye to scan every individual within sight, not sparing either men or women because the target could use disguise techniques. With Danger Perception, he detected each individual's biological level within range, focusing on people whose biological level was 6th order. This guy's eyes are terrifying. What is he doing? He's so handsome, but his gaze is a bit unsettling. Everyone scanned by Sky Eye felt as if they were mice being watched by an eagle, causing an inexplicable anxiety. Several women thought Lin Zichen was handsome and wanted to approach him, but they were frightened and backed away by his Sky Eye. "Kid, who are you glaring at?" A burly man felt offended by Lin Zichen's gaze and walked over with an unfriendly face to pick a fight. Lin Zichen didn't waste words with the man, simply unleashing his biological pressure to stun him, then turning to leave the red light district for the next one. This red light district had already been searched once, and there was no sign of the suspicious target. As for the possibility that the target might have shown up just as he left, resulting in a perfect miss, that was certainly possible, but unavoidable. He could only hope that he was luckier and wouldn't be so unlucky. However, his luck seemed quite average tonight. Throughout the rest of the night, Lin Zichen systematically searched 10 red light districts in a row, and didn't encounter a single suspect. And by this time, it was 4 in the morning. Seeing it was so late, he had no choice but to go home to sleep, planning to continue his search the following night. The next night, Lin Zichen arrived on time at the red light district and began his systematic search just like the night before. After searching several red light districts in succession, he found nothing. Just as he was preparing to head to the next red light district, he encountered an acquaintance. It was Ma Shiwei from the genius class. By Ma Shiwei's side, a man and a woman accompanied her. The couple appeared to be in their 20s and were both 7th order in biological level, likely senior students from Shanghai University who came specially to accompany Ma Shiwei on the Catwoman mission. How unlucky. Ma Shiwei also saw Lin Zichen, giving him not a hint of a friendly face, pulled a sulky expression, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with the 2 people beside her. Once they were far from Lin Zichen, she stopped immediately and said to the 2 beside her, "Lin Zichen has also taken on the Catwoman mission, and he must be here to find her as well. We have to find her before he does, to make his effort fruitless." "Leave it to me," said the young man among them with confidence. "I have the gene of a demon hound fused with me, my sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and I can certainly find Catwoman before he does." Just as he said this, the young man's expression subtly changed. he instinctively sniffed the air, then with a look of delight, said, "I smell Catwoman, she's right inside that bar across the street." Upon hearing this, Ma Shiwei immediately became excited, "Then let's go catch Catwoman quickly. Later, we should bring Catwoman in front of Lin Zichen and infuriate him." She had been holding a grudge about Lin Zichen swelling her face during the school trials and was eager to anger him, if possible, to disgust him utterly. Quickly, the three of them rushed to the bar across the street to capture Catwoman. Chapter 165, 165, 132. A clever hunter often appears in the guise of the prey. Chapter 165, 132. A clever hunter often appears in the guise of the prey. Dream Fantasy Bar, second floor. Under the leadership of their senior who had merged with the magic hound Jean, Ma Shiwei and her schoolmate were quickly brought up to the second floor of the bar. "Where is that woman?" Ma Shiwei lowered her voice, using "that woman" to refer to Catwoman, to avoid alerting their quarry. The senior did not speak, only extending his finger to point at a girl sitting in a corner up ahead. Ma Shiwei followed his gesture and saw a girl who looked like a college student. The girl was dressed conservatively, neither showing her chest nor her legs, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses that gave off a studious vibe, sitting somewhat reservedly in the corner by herself. She seemed like someone visiting a bar for the first time, giving off quite an introverted impression. "Are you sure it's her?" Ma Shiwei asked the senior to confirm. The girl in the corner didn't look at all like the debauched Catwoman described in the mission brief. Most likely, she had meticulously disguised her appearance. But out of caution, they still needed to make sure. The senior affirmed, "The biological scent she's emitting is exactly the same as what I smelled on the Catwoman's personal belongings at the security department. There's no mistake." Ma Shiwei nodded, speaking softly, "Then let's not delay, we should go do her in now." The senior and the schoolmate made an okay gesture and immediately split into three directions to approach the girl in the corner naturally. In just a short while, the three had closed in around the girl, cutting off all her escape routes. Just as the three were about to make a move on the girl, who had been quietly looking at her phone, she suddenly curled her lips up in a scornful smirk. The next moment, she leaped up, smashing through the glass window behind her, and jumped down to escape. "Chase her!" Ma Shiwei shouted loudly. As her voice fell, the three of them jumped out the window, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing girl. "No good, the Catwoman is too fast, we simply can't catch up, we're going to lose her." Having chased for less than a few hundred meters, Ma Shiwei felt somewhat powerless to continue. The senior said, "No worries, I can keep tracking her scent. As long as she thinks she's safe and stops for a moment, we can catch up to her right away." While running, Ma Shiwei said, "Ming brother, Shan's sister, you two are faster than me, you go ahead and catch up to her first, I'll follow gradually from behind." "Okay, then the two of us will go ahead." After dropping this line, the senior and schoolmate, both with biological levels reaching ordinary 7th rank, sped up and chased after the girl. In just a few seconds, Ma Shiwei was left dozens of meters behind, unable to see the two figures. The street was bustling with people, greatly obstructing the line of sight. However, this did not stop Ma Shiwei from following. Because all three of them were wearing locator watches, Ma Shiwei only needed to follow the locator to keep up. About 5 minutes later, Ma Shiwei finally caught up with the two. At that moment, they had stopped at the entrance of an old street waiting for her. It wasn't so much waiting as it was that the two had lost track of their quarry. The senior looked at Ma Shiwei, frowning. "The scent of the Catwoman has disappeared, covered up by some smell, making it difficult for me to locate her by scent now." Upon hearing that, Ma Shiwei immediately took out a bottle of reagent from her person and handed it to the senior, saying, "Ming brother, here's a bottle of gene amplification liquid, drink it and see if you can smell the Catwoman scent again." "I'll try." The senior reached out to take the reagent. Just as he was about to open the cap and drink it, he suddenly caught the Catwoman scent again. It was faint, but he definitely smelled it. Wait, we don't need to waste this bottle of gene amplification liquid." The senior smiled, handed the reagent back to Ma Shiwei, and then said, "I've picked up the Catwoman scent again, it's inside the street." "Then let's go, we should hurry in." Anxious not to let the Catwoman get away again, Ma Shiwei urged them hastily. Very quickly, under the senior's lead, the three of them penetrated deeper into the old street and finally stopped in front of a secluded, old alleyway. According to the source of the scent, the cat woman was hiding inside. Looking down the alleyway, they saw it was full of life's refuse, emitting wafts of foul odor. Probably some unscrupulous residents, too lazy to go to the designated waste stations, opted to dump their garbage into the alleyway instead. It really stinks in there. The senior frowned deeply. No wonder I suddenly couldn't smell the cat woman's scent earlier. It must have been covered by the stench from the garbage in the alley. Then, as my nose adapted to these odors, I was slowly able to recognize the cat woman's scent again. Ma Shiwei said, "Let's go, we'll go in and find the cat woman, quick battle, quick decision." The schoolmate agreed, "We must make it quick, it's too stinky inside, staying even a second longer is torture." After a brief exchange, the three of them immediately set off deeper into the alleyway. Then, guided by the scent of the cat woman, they found the bespectacled girl they had been chasing, at the far end of the alley in a dead end. At this time, the bespectacled girl stood leaning against the wall, quietly playing with her phone. The senior looked at the bespectacled girl and said, "You're pretty good at hiding, deliberately choosing an alley full of trash smell. We almost lost you. If I really wanted to run, do you think you could have caught up?" The bespectacled girl pocketed her phone and turned her head to look at the three people blocking the entrance of the alley, a shallow smile appearing on her lips. "The smarter the hunter, the more they enjoy posing as the prey, don't you understand that?" With those words, she took off her glasses and casually tossed them aside. Then, on the top of her head, a pair of thick cat ears grew at a visible speed, and several fine whiskers rapidly sprouted on her face. In just a brief moment, the girl who was filled with a student's air had transformed into a wild-eyed cat-ear girl. The biological pressure she exuded also skyrocketed to the ordinary 9th rank. Ordinary 9th rank. Feeling the powerful biological pressure emanating from the cat-ear girl, all three of them wore faces of surprise that quickly turned to horror, and without saying another word, they turned and ran. This cat-ear girl had hidden her strength. CTH_novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Her biological level wasn't the ordinary 6th order described in the mission, but an extraordinary ordinary 9th rank. This mission was impossible to complete. "Humph, thinking of escaping?" The cat-ear girl sneered with contempt. Then with a slight effort of her calves, she leaped high into the air, vaulting over the heads of the three people who were fleeing in front of her. She landed with a thud right before them, blocking their only escape route. So cool. The cat-ear girl stared intently at the senior, unable to resist sticking out her tongue and licking her lips. "This handsome guy, the moment you came into the bar, I've been craving you." Bang. As soon as the cat-ear girl finished speaking, Ma Shiwei pulled out a smoke bomb from her bosom and smashed it on the ground, releasing a large cloud of purple-blue smoke. Inhaling this purple-blue smoke significantly reduced a creature's biological activity, causing a dramatic weakening in their sensory perception. It had a good effect, whether for killing the enemy or for escaping. Under the cover of the smoke, Ma Shiwei and the other two quickly covered their mouths and noses and escaped from the alley. Once they were well away from the alley, the trio finally stopped. The female senior said with a look of fright, "That was so dangerous, that was really so dangerous. No wonder the cat-ear girl has been at large in Shanghai City for so long without being caught. She was hiding her strength." The senior, still shaken, said, Wei, call President Ma quickly and inform him about the cat-ear girl. Tell him to contact the relevant school leaders immediately to revise that damn cat-ear girl mission." I'll call now." Ma Shiwei's lips quivered slightly, and she shakily took out her phone to call Ma Zhenhe. But before she could make the call, she somehow thought of Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen had also taken up this cat-ear girl mission. With his strength, if he encountered the cat-ear girl without any defensive items, he would surely be doomed. "No, I have to warn him." Thinking this, Ma Shiwei quickly opened WeChat, found Shen Qinghan's avatar, and sent her an invitation for a voice chat. She didn't have Lin Zichen's contact information, so she could only contact Shen Qinghan first, tell her about the cat-ear girl, and then have Shen Qinghan contact Lin Zichen. She really disliked Lin Zichen, but she was clear in her heart that strictly speaking, there was no deep hatred between them, and it wasn't a matter of leaving him to die. Meanwhile, in the alley, the cat-ear girl had escaped the engulfment of the purple-blue smoke and moved to a smoke-free area, where her sensory perception quickly returned. Bang. Angry, she kicked a hole through the wall in front of her, cursing in irritation, "Damn it, the cooked duck flew away." Bang. 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 After kicking the wall 3 times in a row and feeling that she had vented enough frustration, the cat-eared girl didn't stay in the alley any longer and quickly left. Her whereabouts had been exposed, and if she didn't leave promptly, she risked being encircled. No sooner had the cat-eared girl come out of the alley than she froze in place. On the old street ahead, she saw an extremely handsome young man walking towards her. This young man's attractiveness surpassed that of Ma Shiwei Sr. from just moments before by more than 10-fold. So handsome. Salivating, the cat-eared girl instantly showed a perverted smile full of animalistic desire, a blessing in disguise, but your misfortune for bumping into me means you can only blame your bad luck. After muttering these words to herself, the cat-eared girl could no longer resist the urge in her heart and charged at the young man at top speed, intending to drag him somewhere secluded to thoroughly enjoy him. Chapter 166, 133, Overlevel Power Kill. Chapter 166, 133, Overlevel Power Kill. On the old streets, Lin Zichen walked leisurely toward the alley ahead. When he saw a catwoman with a pair of beast ears on her head and whiskers on her face emerging from the alley, his eyes instantly brightened. A real catwoman. 50 credits in the bag. Buzz. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about the 50 credits, a swooshing noise exploded in front of him. It was the Catwoman, whose biological level had reached the ordinary 9th order, making her move. At a speed barely visible to the naked eye, she charged towards Lin Zichen like lightning. Her speed was so fast that it generated a strong air current around her body, causing the road she passed to be instantly filled with flying dust. Faced with the attack of the peer-level Catwoman, Lin Zichen was not afraid at all. He immediately burst forward with his blood chi power, charging towards her to meet her head-on. How is he faster than me? The Catwoman, who was attacking Lin Zichen, was stunned to see him suddenly unleash a speed that far exceeded hers. In that moment of her bewilderment, Lin Zichen, who had been 100 meters away just a moment ago, now appeared right in front of her, punching her innocent student face fiercely. Then, a loud boom was heard. The Catwoman, who took the punch squarely, was instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily on the ground and tumbling all the way into the alley. Soon, another boom sounded. Lin Zichen's calves burst forth with power, shattering the ground beneath his feet, and he instantly turned into a blur as he rushed into the alley, pursuing his advantage. When he entered the alley, the Catwoman he had punched flying was already getting up from the ground. The half of her face that took the punch burst open. But what burst was just the outer layer of fake face skin, revealing the face of a woman in her 40s. Not ugly, somewhat attractive, but it lacked any dazzling appeal. Just a layer of face skin burst. Lin Zichen looked at the Catwoman who was standing up against the wall, surprised that her head had not exploded from the punch. Since childhood, this was the first time he encountered an opponent who could withstand half of his strength. While he was still surprised, on the other side, the Catwoman's heart was extremely shocked. This young man looked so young, probably in high school or just starting university. How could he be so strong? And there was no sign of a genetic integrator on his body. The punch that had just been delivered was purely from his own physical strength. But how could that be possible? In just a brief moment, myriad thoughts flashed through the Catwoman's mind, her face filled with terror as she realized she might meet her downfall today. With that thought, without any hesitation, she powered her legs and buzzed as she dashed backwards, fleeing. She had integrated the Shadow Night Cat gene, making her speed far exceed that of ordinary creatures at the same biological level, comparable to that of advanced-level creatures. As long as she wasn't suicidal or met an overpowering advanced-level creature, she could always remain unbeatable and flee when she couldn't win the fight. However, Lin Zichen, who was behind her, was not any slower than her, he was even faster. In just a few seconds, he caught up to her, leaping into the air and fiercely kicking her head. This kick used 100% of his strength. Boom. Just one blast. The fleeing Catwoman was immediately kicked into the air and smashed against the wall, her body burying deep into it, out of sight. About several seconds passed, accompanied by the sound of falling rubble. The Catwoman buried in the wall finally climbed out, looking utterly disheveled. At this point, her neck had broken, and her head dangling helplessly appeared rather eerie. Lin Zichen didn't give her a chance to catch her breath, rushed forward immediately and kicked her again, boom, driving her back into the crumbling wall, causing it to break open with large web-like cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. This time, there was no movement from the wall for a long time, and it seemed the Catwoman might have died inside. But Lin Zichen knew that the Catwoman was not dead, because he could still sense the biological level pressure emanating from her body. However, this pressure was getting weaker and weaker, like a candle about to burn out, about to be extinguished. Just as Lin Zichen picked up a brick, ready to smash it into the wall to finish off the Catwoman, the increasingly weaker biological level pressure inside the Catwoman suddenly, like a fire drenched in oil, burst into intense flames, growing stronger and stronger. Growing stronger and stronger in the blink of an eye, the biological level pressure inside the Catwoman surged, from being nearly extinguished at an ordinary first order to the peak of ordinary ninth order. And it continued to soar, until it broke the confinement of ordinary creatures and just crossed the threshold to evolve into an advanced level creature. Then it slowly stabilized. Boom. The wall filled with cracks suddenly exploded, stones flying all over the alley, dust and smoke rising everywhere. Then, a figure with a muscular build appeared in Lin Zichen's sight. It was the Catwoman. But her appearance had changed drastically. Her neck was no longer broken and had self-healed. Her body was now covered in bulging muscles, exuding great strength. Her eyes were wild, radiating a crushing presence. Faced with a life and death crisis, the Catwoman was forced to fully activate all the Shadow Knight Cat genes in her body, taking her transformation a step further to gain greater strength. The cost was, she lost more of her humanity, while her beastly nature intensified, and her rationale diminished as well. Search *the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. To her, this cost was permanent, because her compatibility with genetic fusion was low, and she was prone to backlash from the exotic beast genes. This was exactly why she became a Catwoman. Who exactly are you? The Catwoman bared her teeth, her gaze fiercely fixed on Lin Zichen, completely losing the innocent student appearance she previously had. At this moment, her animal instincts were overpowering her humanity. However, the intense pain throughout her body prevented her from losing her sanity and recklessly attacking Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't answer the Catwoman's question. Seeing that her biological level had suddenly elevated to a high-level category and that she was in a desperate fight-to-the-death stance, he felt the risk of confronting her was too high. So, he calmly said, "Sorry, wrong person." After speaking, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, completely vanishing at the entrance of the alley. The Catwoman, uncertain of Lin Zichen's strength, chose to watch him leave and not engage him in combat. Who exactly is he? Why can his physical strength be so exaggerated? This is simply unbelievable, the Catwoman murmured a few words, then quickly vanished, hurrying away from the controversial area to avoid any further trouble. Just as she stepped out of the alley, suddenly, a steel pipe, thick as a chicken egg, fiercely stabbed from the side, "Pooch" sound piercing her head and pinning her dead against the wall. She was attacked stealthily, but before she could even react to defend herself, another steel pipe harshly stabbed her, "Pooch" sound piercing her heart. As soon as the second steel pipe was inserted, it was immediately pulled out, then fiercely stabbed in again. "Pooch. Pooch. Pooch." It continued to be violently stabbed dozens to hundreds of times in rapid succession. Each thrust was filled with blood-chi power, brutally destroying the Catwoman's muscles, bones, and tissues, impaling her alive against a wall at the entrance of the alley. Seeing that the Catwoman was beyond dead and all the biological intimidation within her body was completely dissipated, Lin Zichen finally relaxed his grip on the steel pipe and casually threw it to the ground. He had overpowered and killed her. Simply overpowered and killed a high-level genetic integrator. Though it involved a stealthy assault, he truly, unharmed, killed a high-level Shadow Knight Cat genetic integrator with the strength of an ordinary 9th rank. Natural camouflage is truly strong. By hiding my presence beside the wall, even a high-level Shadow Knight Cat genetic integrator with highly sensitive senses couldn't detect my presence. And also the damage boost from survival of the fittest. He thought about these things. The adrenaline that Lin Zichen's body had previously released had also faded away by now. Without the help of adrenaline, now looking at the bloody and hold corpse of the Catwoman on the wall, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. But it wasn't too severe. After all, he had killed rat people long ago, which immunized him somewhat to the discomfort. Once bitten, twice shy, maybe someday I'll let little dirty girl see some blood to toughen up her somewhat timid nature, Lin Zichen thought to himself. He felt that since Shen Qinghan had embarked on the path of evolution, it was inevitable that she would face combat. Allowing her to see blood early on, to experience the cruelty of survival of the fittest, would help her go further on her path of evolution in the future. Lin Zichen pondered these matters briefly. He raised his hand to wipe the blood splattered on his face, then cleaned his hand and took out his phone from his pocket to take a photo of the deceased Catwoman. He uploaded the photo to the school app's task system to prove that he had dealt with Catwoman. Then he called the security department to have someone come and clean up the scene. After finishing all this, Lin Zichen reached out to touch the body of the Catwoman in front of him, beginning to consume the Shadow Night Cat gene within her body. You have consumed a large amount of Shadow Night Cat's life origin, Shadow Night Cat Atlas, 36%, how much? 36%. Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, not expecting that consuming the gene of just one high-level Shadow Night Cat genetic integrator would increase the Atlas progress so much. He thought about it and figured that it must be because the Catwoman was overwhelmed by the Shadow Night Cat gene in her body, which led to a higher proportion of the gene. It was just a fleeting thought, he didn't dwell on it too much. In the next half-minute or so, Lin Zichen carefully handled the Catwoman's body on the wall, concealing any traces of his consumption. Afterward, not waiting for the security department, he directly left the alley and went home to shower and sleep. In the school app's task system, there was an essential item he had to complete. This item could serve as an official statement. The school would coordinate with the security department later, so he didn't need to go to the security department to describe what had happened. Elsewhere, on a street thousands of meters away from the alley, Ma Shiwei made a call to Ma Zhenhe, angrily reporting, "Dad, that Catwoman task I took, the information in it was wrong. That Catwoman's biological level isn't just an ordinary 6th order, it was actually as high as ordinary 9th order. I nearly died." "What?" A shocked voice came from the phone. Then quickly, Ma Zhenhe's voice turned somewhat angry. "Wei, describe the specific details of what happened. Later, Dad will go talk to Director He, who is in charge of the task system." "Dad, here's what happened." Ma Shiwei steadied her emotions and described in great detail to Ma Zhenhe the entire process of her and her peers chasing Catwoman. After understanding the situation, Ma Zhenhe said he would talk to Director He about it now, and told Ma Shiwei to hurry back to Shanghai University if she had nothing else to do, and not to stay out to avoid any revenge from the Catwoman. Ma Shiwei, always obedient to her parents, immediately hailed a ride-sharing car after ending the call, and along with her seniors, started heading back to Shanghai University. Just after getting into the car, the senior sitting in the back seat with Ma Shiwei suddenly spoke in surprise. "What's going on? How did Lin Zichen complete that Catwoman task? What did you say?" Ma Shiwei thought she had misheard, saying in disbelief that Catwoman's biological level is as high as an ordinary 9th rank. How could he possibly complete it? The senior said, "Really, you two quickly checked the task. It shows that Lin Zichen completed it just a minute ago." Ma Shiwei didn't take out her phone, but leaned over to look at the senior's phone instead. When she saw that the Catwoman task had indeed been completed by Lin Zichen, she was full of disbelief. "This is impossible. That cunning Catwoman, she was a genetic integrator of a high-level ordinary 9th order Shadow Night Cats. Lin Zichen was just a freshman. What could he possibly have used to complete it?" Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 167, 134. Living Dead Slugs Album Chapter 167, 134. Living Dead Slugs Album Sunday evening. After dinner at home, Lin Zichen left with Shen Qinghan for Shanghai University. The two of them waved off by both sets of parents who had proposed to drive them but were declined. Lin Zichen felt it was a waste of their parents' time to drive them back and forth and that it was more practical to just take a DD. Upon arriving at school and just entering the dorm, his school app notified him that 300 school credits had been deposited into his account. It was the reward for completing the Catwoman task. The reward was originally 50 credits, but it was increased to 300 because Director He, who managed the task system, found out that the biological level of the Catwoman was not an ordinary 6th order, but an ordinary 9th order. Out of the 300 credits, 200 were the original reward for an ordinary 9th order task. The extra 100 credits were compensation for Lin Zichen. The school's task system is really unreliable. Lucky you're strong enough, or else that Catwoman task would have killed you. Seeing the credits deposit notification on Lin Zichen's phone, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but complain. Lin Zichen agreed, indeed, we'll have to be more careful in accepting tasks in the future. Shen Qinghan, 1 point of caution isn't enough, we need 99. Lin Zichen laughed, indeed. Then he added, by the way, I'll bring you along for suitable tasks in the future, let you see some action and toughen your mind. Sure. Shen Qinghan agreed without hesitation. If it was something Lin Zichen was up to, she supported it unconditionally. In the times that followed, both of them sat on the living room couch, absorbed in their phones. Lin Zichen browsed the news for a while, but quickly accessed the school's credit shop on the app and ordered 90 pounds of undead slug meat, aiming to unlock the undead slug album by the next morning. He had previously worried that buying too much exotic beast meat at once might seem odd and attract unwanted attention, so he planned on ordering 10 pounds at a time, spreading out the orders over 10 instances to slowly accumulate 100 pounds. But now he realized this was too troublesome and unnecessary. Purchasing 100 pounds of exotic beast meat wasn't really that unusual after all, and nobody would care. He was worrying over nothing, only adding unnecessary stress to himself. Do you want to eat some exotic beast meat? I'll place an order. Having bought the undead slug meat, Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan and asked. Exotic beast meat was highly nutritious and helpful for evolution, and since Shen Qinghan was physically weak, he thought he should buy more for her to eat. Let me see. Without further ado, Shen Qinghan opened the credit shop on her phone, browsed for a bit and then said, let's get some violent great eagle meat. 6 pounds for 1 credit, and it will last several days in the fridge. She was still a bit reluctant to spend credits and picked one of the cheapest exotic beast meats. Lin Zichen, okay, then I'll place the order for the violent great eagle meat. No, don't you order, I'll do it. I still have the 90 credits you gave me, she said, placing the order directly on the credit shop. Lin Zichen let her do as she pleased, after all, they were like family under the same roof, and credits could be shared without worrying about whose they were. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, Lin Zichen immediately reached out with his senses to see who was at the door. It was Ma Shiwei standing outside. What was she here for? About the Catwoman task. With this question in mind, Lin Zichen got up from the couch to open the door. Shen Qinghan followed. Creak, the door of the dorm opened. There stood Ma Shiwei, who politely said to the two of them, I'm sorry to bother you so late. What can I do for you? Lin Zichen asked in a calm tone. Ma Shiwei cut to the chase, I'm really curious about how you completed the Catwoman task. Would you mind sharing? It's not very convenient. Oh, then I won't disturb you, Ma Shiwei said, and turned to walk away without persisting or making an awkward situation. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment before calling out to her, Shiwei, do you want to come in for some tea? I have tea leaves from home, roasted by my mom. Some other time, I've still got things to do. Leaving behind those indifferent words, Ma Shiwei quickly disappeared at the stairway. She lived in the dorm below, room 501, rather than with her parents at home. She found living with them a bit annoying and preferred the freedom of living on her own. Xiao Chen, I think Shiwei is a nice person. We could interact with her more in the future, Shen Qinghan suggested to Lin Zichen. She had a good impression of Ma Shiwei and wanted to get on good terms with the aloof daughter of the dean. That's because, one night, Ma Shiwei had specifically messaged her on WeChat to correct the mission information about the Catwoman, asking her to pass the correction to Lin Zichen. This act had maxed out her fondness for Ma Shiwei. Lin Zichen nodded and said, that's very good. If you want, you can invite her over to our place more often, after all, she lives right downstairs. Having said this, the two quickly went back inside the room. Seeing that the time was about right, they entered the training room together to exercise, one doing strength training and the other undergoing a second tempering skin. After working out and taking a shower, both of them felt a bit hungry, so they went to the kitchen to cook some noodles. They both exercised a lot every day and got hungry easily, needing to eat multiple times to replenish their energy. Before long, the noodles were ready. They sat opposite each other at the dining table eating noodles. As they ate, Shen Qinghan stretched her foot under the table towards Lin Zichen and skillfully teased him with her movements. "What are you doing?" Lin Zichen reached out to grab Shen Qinghan's mischievous little foot, looked up at her, and asked. Shen Qinghan smiled with curved eyes and said, "I'm not doing much, just wanted to flirt with you a bit. I saw the female leads do this all the time to the male leads for fun in the study videos. How come you're getting naughtier and naughtier?" "It's not naughty, it's called being charming. Just say whether you like it or not." "Well, I do like it." Lin Zichen released the delicate and pristine little foot he was holding and said sincerely. Upon hearing his answer, Shen Qinghan felt a bit smug, then while continuing to tease him with her foot, she said playfully, "In the study videos, the female lead will crawl under the table to flirt with the male lead. Maybe when I'm in a good mood one day, I'll crawl under the table to give you the experience of being the male lead." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, pretending to be indifferent with a smile, yet inside he was full of anticipation. Shen Qinghan, the increasingly mischievous girl, had won his heart. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Shen Qinghan went out alone to attend classes in the academic building. Lin Zichen stayed at home, waiting for the delivery of the 90 pounds of undead slug meat he had ordered the night before. He saw on the school's app that the undead slug meat was scheduled to be delivered around 9 a.m. So, he planned to wait until the Undead Slug's album was open to see what biometric attributes he could obtain before heading over to the Research Institute to study the blood tempering technique script. At 8:43 in the morning, the 90 pounds of undead slug meat was delivered. Also delivered was the 6 pounds of violent great eagle meat that Shen Qinghan had purchased. After putting all the violent great eagle meat into the fridge, Lin Zichen couldn't wait to open the box containing the undead slug meat and started to devour it instantly with a thought. "You have devoured a large amount of the life essence of Living Dead Slug album, 100%, as the text information appeared, a gravely injured slug, lying on the ground barely breathing, gradually materialized in the void. It was severely wounded, its body sliced into countless pieces by the claws of a ferocious great eagle. It seemed beyond saving, left only to await death. However, in less than 5 minutes, this slug, torn to pieces, began to reassemble, its fragmented body sticking back together one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye, seamlessly healing until it was as good as new, miraculously coming back to life. At the same time, 2 pieces of text information floated in the void. You have successfully opened the Living Dead Slug album, gaining the biometric attribute, Rapid Self-Healing. Your healing ability is greatly enhanced, as long as you don't die on the spot and have enough energy supply, no matter the severity of the injury, you can heal yourself. This healing ability is invincible. Looking at the content in the prompt information, Lin Zichen was ecstatic. He then grimaced with pain as he bit his own hand hard to test how his healing capability fared. This bite tore a large chunk of flesh beneath his right thumb, and blood kept spurting out relentlessly. However, under the effect of rapid self-healing, Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In a matter of seconds, the bleeding stopped. A few more seconds later, the pain dissipated too, replaced by a ticklish sensation. Lin Zichen went into the kitchen and washed the blood off his hand to check the wound. Then, just as he had anticipated, the wound on his hand had vanished. It was completely healed. There was no sign of injury to be seen. For the sake of thoroughness, he tested it a few more times. Each test yielded the same result, the wounds all healed as if they had never been there. Lin Zichen felt invincible. With this rapid self-healing, as long as he could hang on to a breath of life and had sufficient energy supply, he would be able to constantly revive himself at full health and magic. Even if he were to castrate himself as part of practicing the invincible sunflower manual, he could regrow it back at any time. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 168, 135, The Outsider. Chapter 168, 135, The Outsider. After testing the fast self-healing effect, Lin Zichen didn't use a knife to castrate himself to verify his bold idea. Instead, he headed out to the Study Institute to begin a new day of learning the blood tempering technique inscriptions. No sooner had Lin Zichen entered the institute than Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan approached him, asking about the mission involving the cat woman. On the Saturday night, Lu Chuanwu had seen Ma Zhenhe going to look for Director He, who managed the mission system. He saw the two of them immediately got into an argument. And before long, they even came to blows. The incident caused quite a commotion. The reason for the commotion was a severe error in the information about the mission Majana's daughter had taken on involving the Catwoman. The Catwoman's true strength was that of an ordinary 9th rank, but the mission listed her as an ordinary 6th rank, 3 levels off, which almost killed Majana's daughter. Furious, Majana went to Director He to settle the account. And since Director He had a temper himself, he claimed it was normal for there to be discrepancies in the mission, and he was annoyed by Majana making a mountain out of a molehill. Their quarrel escalated to the point where they started fighting. Afterwards, Lu Chuanwu returned to the institute and shared this curious incident with Song Yuyan. Then, from Song Yuyan, he heard that Lin Zichen had also taken on that same mission involving the Catwoman and even completed it, which greatly piqued their curiosity. Zichen, the biological level of that Catwoman is as high as an ordinary 9th order. Your biological level is only an ordinary 6th order, how did you manage to complete the mission? Lu Chuanwu said, unable to fathom it. At this, Song Yuyan thought about how she had previously offered to accompany Lin Zichen on the mission for free, not requiring any academic credits to be shared afterward, but Lin Zichen had declined. From this, she speculated, Zichen, does your family have some powerful relative who accompanied you on the mission with the Catwoman? Is that how you managed to kill a 9th order creature? In the face of their curiosity, Lin Zichen honestly replied, no one helped me, I killed the Catwoman by myself. Your biological level is only ordinary 6th order, how did you manage to kill an ordinary 9th order Catwoman all by yourself? Are you sure you're not joking? Lu Chuanwu wore a look of disbelief, convinced that Lin Zichen was surely joking. But after giving it some serious thought, he felt that Lin Zichen wasn't the type to make such jokes, which puzzled him even more. Did you set up a trap or something? Song Yuyan thought for a moment and, if Lin Zichen wasn't joking, he must have used a trap to prevail against a stronger opponent through cunning. However, much to her surprise, Lin Zichen said, no, it was a one-on-one duel the whole time, I killed her with pure physical strength. He said this very calmly, but the two listeners were anything but calm. Kill the Catwoman with pure physical strength. What does that mean? Could it be that you're hiding your true strength? Lu Chuanwu suddenly thought of this possibility and began to question with hastened breath, Zichen, you're not going to tell me that you have actually been hiding your strength, are you? I've hidden it. Indeed, my true strength is that of an ordinary 9th order. As the words fell, Lin Zichen's eyes sharpened, and he instantly released the pressure of an advanced-level creature of an ordinary 9th order, making the hair of the two people in front of him flutter. How is this possible? Feeling the formidable pressure emanating from Lin Zichen, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were both dumbfounded, staring with mouths agape, stupefied like wooden chickens. Lin Zichen's biological level is actually at the ordinary 9th order. Search * the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. And he's just a freshman who had started school. This isn't scientific at all. Seeing the two shocked into stillness, Lin Zichen explained calmly, in fact, during the summer holiday, I'd already achieved body tempering great accomplishment once and am now in the midst of a second tempering skin phase. In front of Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan, he felt there was no need to keep hiding his progress in body refining. After all, this was just one of many cards up his sleeve, and not a particularly notable one at that. If showing this card would do more good than harm, then revealing it to gain advantages was a worthwhile exchange. After having spent some time with Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan, Lin Zichen felt they were decent enough to be trustworthy, and concluded that revealing his body refining progress to them would be entirely harmless. The advantage, in the future, he could have Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan fully support his research on opening acupoints. The harmlessness, he was certain that Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan would keep his body refining progress secret, ensuring that only the 3 people within the institute would know. Overall, the revelation today was the result of Lin Zichen's careful contemplation over the weekend. Body tempering great accomplishment on your first try. Hearing Lin Zichen's honest revelation, Lu Chuanwu was totally flabbergasted. After snapping out of his stupor, he became overjoyed, bursting into laughter and saying, "Ha ha, heaven rewards the diligent, heaven rewards the diligent indeed. The years of persistence I, Lu Chuanwu, have committed are finally paying off." Zichen, with you here, the pure-blood human path is bound to be a tremendous success. When the time comes, your name, as well as that of Tianren Pavilion, will surely astonish the whole world. At that moment, Lu Chuanwu felt as if he were dreaming. After many years of dedicated research into the pure-blood human path, which led to his family's downfall and separation, there had never been any significant progress. But finally, on this day after so many years, he encountered an unparalleled genius perfectly suited for the tempering blood technique. With such a rare genius paving the way, the pure-blood human path could surely shine bright on Earth, becoming humanity's most potent salvation weapon. This was the reward of diligence. After calming down a bit, Lu Chuanwu looked at Lin Zichen with a beaming smile and said, Zichen, your bodily talent is truly too exaggerated. If it weren't for the fact that you have no origin force in your body, I'd suspect you're a foreign being from the origin land. Foreign being from the origin land. Lin Zichen felt that he had heard some very critical information. Lu Chuanwu explained, since this world has exotic beasts, correspondingly, there must also be exotic beings, but those exotic beings mostly reside in the origin land, not on Earth, so we can hardly ever come across them. Ah. Song Yuyan, standing beside him, showed surprise and said, are there really exotic beings? Although she had joined the Tianren Pavilion for 10 years now, Lu Chuanwu had never mentioned this to her. For a moment, she felt a little discriminated against. Lin Zichen just arrived and he told him this secret, but I've been working at the research institute for 10 years and he's never mentioned it to me. That's really unfair. Director, what is origin force? Lin Zichen grasped the key term, full of curiosity. Lu Chuanwu, stroking his beard, replied, origin force is a unique energy of beings from the origin land, similar to chi blood and spirit. Similar to chi blood and spirit. Lin Zichen then asked, so how can origin force be used, and what specific effects does it have? Lu Chuanwu said, about that, I'm still somewhat unable to give you an answer, as I've lived for so many years and I've only encountered 2 exotic beings. Song Yuyan asked with some confusion, Director, where did you encounter these exotic beings? You've been stuck at ordinary 9th rank, you can't possibly enter the origin land. Sister Yen, are there any requirements for entering the origin land? Yes, the standards set by the authorities are, if you want to enter the origin land, the biological level has to start from advanced level, otherwise entering is like being cannon fodder. I see. Lin Zichen nodded, gaining a new piece of knowledge. Song Yuyan looked at Lu Chuanwu, urging him, Director, you still haven't told us where you encountered those exotic beings. Lu Chuanwu answered, I encountered them here on Earth. One was a female disciple my ex-wife took in 10 years ago from who knows where, the other one was met in a mysterious, super-ancient ruin that is the same ruin where the blood tempering technique was discovered. You met them in a ruin? Song Yuyan raised an eyebrow and said, it wasn't a corpse lying in a coffin, dead as a doornail, was it? Indeed, it was lying in a coffin. After saying this, Lu Chuanwu then solemnly warned both of them, the secrets I've told you today, make sure they aren't leaked at all, they have to remain confidential, understand? Song Yuyan patted her ample chest and assured, don't worry, Director, I'm very tight-lipped, I've never revealed a single secret. I trust you. Lu Chuanwu nodded, then turned to Lin Zichen with an even more solemn expression and cautioned, Zichen, regarding your strength, at this stage you must not display it too extravagantly, or too far beyond what common people comprehend, otherwise you will definitely be targeted by the heretical sect, attracting unnecessary danger. It's dangerous even in the school. The heretical sects now are pervasive, and nobody can be sure there are no heretics among the humans in high positions. Lu Chuanwu mentioned an example, over 40 years ago, a vice-chancellor at Capital University was actually a heretic. He designed a plot to kill everyone in his team when they entered the origin land, nearly knocking Capital University down. It took nearly a decade for the university to recover. Song Yuyan listened with some surprise, I'm a born and bred resident of Capital City. Such a big incident happened at Capital University, and I didn't know anything about it. It's normal that you didn't know, the incident was heavily suppressed at the time. Without channels of information, it would be impossible to know. After finishing, Lu Chuanwu once again turned toward Lin Zichen and suggested, Zichen, if you want to take on missions that match your strength to earn credits in the future, use your sister Yan's account to accept them. Your sister Yan's biological level is also ordinary 9th rank, just like yours. If you use her account to accept missions, you can fully unleash your strength during the task without worrying that your true abilities will be exposed. Once you break the constraints of ordinary ranks with the path of a pureblood human and evolve into an advanced-level creature, I'll find you a powerful backer to protect you. Then you can show off your abilities freely and astonish the world. Lin Zichen, okay, I understand. Song Yuyen, driven by curiosity, said, Director, you've mentioned this powerful backer many times. Who exactly are they? Lu Chuanwu, it's not convenient to disclose that now, but when Zichen breaks the constraints of the ordinary ranks with the body of a pureblood human, you will naturally find out. After listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Zichen looked at Lu Chuanwu and said, Director, do you have any materials related to the origin land? I want to learn more about knowledge related to the origin land. Whether it's exotic beasts, exotic beings, or the heretical sect, all are inseparably related to the origin land. This made him filled with curiosity about the origin land. Lu Chuanwu shook his head, I don't have such materials. Everything about the origin land has always been classified. Currently, my understanding of the origin land comes mostly from my ex-wife and some records in the ruins. However, you don't have to rush to understand it. Before your biological level evolves to advanced level, having more knowledge about the origin land is useless. Because you can't enter the origin land, the knowledge you learn about it won't be of any use. For now, you only need to know this much. For us, the majority of creatures in the origin land are enemies who have been trying every means possible to invade Earth. As to why they want to invade Earth, some strong beings speculate that there's something on Earth these creatures from the origin land desire. As Lu Chuanwu finished this last sentence, his cell phone in his pocket rang. Once he took the call, a mature woman's voice came from the other end. It sounded like she was in her early 40s. Lu Chuanwu went to one side, chatting and laughing with the woman on the phone. After not talking for long, he hung up the call and came back to Lin Zichen and Song Yuyen, saying, An old flame of many years has invited me over to her place for dinner. I won't stay long at the research institute, contact me on WeChat if you need me. After dropping this remark, he hurriedly left the research institute. The director is really hard-working, going to secure investments for Tianren Pavilion again, Song Yuyen remarked, watching Lu Chuanwu's retreating figure. Lin Zichen didn't have any comment but silently went over to the sofa in front and sat down, lost in thought. Exotic beasts, exotic beings, the heretical sect, origin force, all these elements are inseparably connected to the origin land. What exactly is the origin land like? Chapter 169, 136, Care from Song Yuyen. Chapter 169, 136, Care from Song Yuyen. By the way, Zichen, how is it that your biological level and body refining progress are hidden? How come even the Dean can't see through them, and Principal Yuan can't either? Song Yuyen walked over and sat down beside Lin Zichen, one hand resting on her chest and the other propping up her cheek, her eyes watery as she looked at him, her voice full of wonder. Hearing this question, Lin Zichen belated realized that Song Yuyen, this tall and mixed-blood beauty, truly lacked a sense of personal boundaries. Are these kinds of secrets concerning one's trump cards something you can just casually ask others? Often, even family and partners are kept in the dark about such secrets. How could he possibly tell an outsider like her? Mentally complaining for a moment, Lin Zichen politely smiled and said, Sorry, Sister Yen, it's probably not convenient for me to disclose that. Brother Zichen, don't be so stingy, okay? Can you tell Sister Yen? Song Yuyen batted her light blue eyes, her voice carrying a hint of pleading, I'm really too curious. As a trade, I'll also share a secret with you. You can ask me about any secret you want. Her curiosity was genuine, with an especially strong thirst for knowledge. If Lin Zichen didn't give her an answer, she would feel unbearably uncomfortable, as if itching all over. Sister Yen, it really isn't convenient. Lin Zichen's tone was much more serious this time as he firmly refused Song Yuyen, to prevent her from continuing to ask. Seeing how earnest Lin Zichen was, Song Yuyen knew she wouldn't get an answer and gave up. But she couldn't help being unbearably curious. So she changed tact and asked, Then, let's switch to a different question. You said your biological level is ordinary 9th rank and your body refining progress is at the first body tempering grade accomplishment. You haven't hidden your strength, have you? There's no hiding. Blood tempering technique at the first body refining, biological level at ordinary 9th rank, that's all my strength right now. Lin Zichen said calmly, satisfying Song Yuyen's curiosity. With her curiosity satisfied, Song Yuyen suddenly didn't feel that itch anymore. Looking at Lin Zichen, she said with a smile, "As a return for satisfying my curiosity, I will now answer a secret for you. It can be as private as you want, and you can ask anything." Lin Zichen thought for a moment and felt he had nothing to ask, so he casually said, "I'll hold on to it for now. If there's anything I want to ask later, I'll ask you then." "That's fine, then I'll make a note of it in your WeChat contacts so that I can remind you if you forget later on." Song Yuyen said as she took out her phone, opened WeChat, clicked on Lin Zichen's profile, and wrote in the remarks section that she owed him a secret. She didn't like owing others, she would definitely repay what she could. After noting it down, Song Yuyen looked up at Lin Zichen and asked, "By the way, your biological level is ordinary 9th rank, and I am too. Do you want to spar a bit with each other?" "That's possible." Lin Zichen immediately agreed without even thinking. Sparring with an opponent of the same rank would help clarify his own strength and could also improve his combat skills. There was no reason not to agree. Soon, they found a relatively open space to spar. Before they started, Song Yuyen reminded him, "My body refining progress is at the 2nd stage of tempering skin and tempering flesh, and 1/5 completion of bone tempering. My bodily strength is quite a bit stronger than yours, so feel free to attack me with all your might later, don't hold back for fear of hurting me." "Okay, I got it." Lin Zichen verbally agreed, but he certainly wouldn't use his full strength when the sparring started. If it was just a comparison of biological level and body refining progress, then his physical strength was indeed not as high as Song Yuyen's. But he had various powerful biometric attributes enhancing him. There were those that increased damage like survival of the fittest and social animal. There were those that enhanced perception like danger perception. And those that strengthened his dynamic sight like eyes of the sky, and so on. With all these biometric attributes enhancing him, his overall strength was surely stronger than Song Yuyen's. If he genuinely used his full strength, Song Yuyen likely couldn't withstand it. The physical strength of someone with 2nd stage body refinement completion was comparable to an ordinary advanced 1st rank fighter. And an advanced 1st rank fighter was what the Catwoman was last Saturday night. That night, the Catwoman fully activated all the Shadow Knight Cat genes in her body, temporarily breaking through to an advanced 1st rank. Yet even so, she was ultimately defeated by Lin Zichen without sustaining any injuries. Although there was the element of a surprise attack, a defeat was indeed a defeat. All the damage Lin Zichen inflicted while attacking the Catwoman was genuine. By comparison, Song Yuyen, who had only progressed to the 2nd stage of bone tempering, was not likely to be a match for Lin Zichen. "Ready yet?" Seeing that Lin Zichen had taken his position, Song Yuyen called out to him. Lin Zichen nodded, "Ready." "Good, let's get started now, come on, you attack me first, I'll take care of the defense, and let's see how strong your attacks are," Song Yuyen told Lin Zichen with the tone of an instructor. Lin Zichen didn't waste any words and immediately lunged forward, rushing up to Song Yuyen and aiming a kick at her abdomen. He didn't use full force, only about 50% of his strength, to test Song Yuyen's defensive power first. Bang. Search * the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Just such a sound rang out. Lin Zichen's foot landed heavily on Song Yuyen's abdomen, kicking her back several steps. What impressive strength! Song Yuyen was shocked inside as a sharp pain came from her abdomen, but she bore it and pretended it was nothing. This guy was ridiculously strong. Even though it was just a first body tempering great accomplishment, he managed to injure my abdomen, which had undergone a second tempering flesh. Given his compatibility with the blood tempering technique, he was likely not far from surpassing her. No. She had to make a strong impression while she was still stronger than him, she had to show off fiercely. Otherwise, she would lose the chance to do so later. Thinking this, Song Yuyen immediately adopted an instructor's posture and shook her head at Lin Zichen. "Zichen, I'm not satisfied with that kick you just delivered. If you have the opportunity to strike, you need to aim for maximizing damage, aim to severely injure your opponent, and not waste any chance to attack. Just now, I gave you the opportunity to strike first, you shouldn't have kicked my abdomen, but you should have aimed for my vital areas. See my eyes. You need to thrust viciously. See my groin. You need to kick fiercely. See my throat. Just chop down with a hand, strike directly. Focusing your attacks on these vital areas is the correct way to attack. Having said this, Song Yuyen looked into Lin Zichen's eyes with a serious expression and asked, "In battle, there is only life and death, no martial morality. Do you understand?" "I understand." Lin Zichen nodded in agreement. He very much agreed with Song Yuyen's words and felt that battle should indeed only concern life and death, without regard for martial morality. If you can ambush, then ambush. If you can target vital spots, target them. Whoever talks about martial morality is at a disadvantage. And in battle, being at a disadvantage probably means death. Song Yuyen was very satisfied with Lin Zichen's response and said to him with a smile and a loud voice, "Very good. Then up next, we will start the actual sparring. I hope you can last more than 5 minutes against me." The moment her words fell, she flashed towards Lin Zichen, taking the initiative to charge at him. As for standing still and letting Lin Zichen take the first move, she would pass on that. He had kicked her just now, and it almost killed her with pain. On the other side, facing Song Yuyen's rapidly approaching attack, Lin Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he charged towards her, engaging in a fierce physical clash. Bang! 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 Soon, the two of them were fiercely exchanging blows, hand against hand, foot against foot, producing a series of crisp collisions that sounded painful. But it was only Song Yuyen who was in pain, so much that her face was contorted, almost resembling a series of emoticon stickers throughout the fight. Lin Zichen felt all right, not very painful, but to save Song Yuyen's face, he also pretended to be in great pain, grimacing and grinding his teeth. The only special feeling was that Song Yuyen's physique seemed very slender, but her muscles were surprisingly firm, and although they seemed small, they could explode with formidable strength. It was the opposite of Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan's muscles were soft and felt like water when needed, giving a particularly comfortable sensation. Bang! 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 The battle continued for just over a minute. The two of them were evenly matched, unable to best one another. This outcome left Song Yuyen dumbfounded, doubting her life for a moment. What's going on? How is he so strong? I'm already going all out. How come it's still an even match? The normal script shouldn't be me easily crushing him. I won't lose, will I? Thinking this, Song Yuyen began to feel uncomfortable. She had just posed as a teacher in front of Lin Zichen, and if she ended up losing to him in the end, where would she put her face? Fortunately, Lin Zichen was very understanding of human relationships and etiquette. 3 minutes into the battle, he deliberately slowed his dodge and was kicked out of the fighting area by Song Yuyen, regretfully losing the duel. "Zichen, you really have a promising future." Song Yuyen looked at Lin Zichen and appraised him highly. "I trained for a whole 10 years longer than you, but when I used 80% of my strength, I could only fight you to a standstill. Only when I was pushed to use 90% of my strength did I manage to win the duel by a narrow margin. With your talent, give it another year and I probably won't be a match for you." Song Yuyen continued, "So, in the upcoming year, while my strength can still surpass yours, I'll be your sparring partner and do my best to improve your fighting skills." Lin Zichen replied, "Then I'll be in your care from now on, Sister Yen." "Hey, what are you talking about?" "It's not a bother at all," Song Yuyen waved her hand and added, "I've been stuck in the ordinary 9th rank for many years, nearly causing me depression. Only with your arrival did I finally see a hope of evolving into an advanced level creature. Strictly speaking, it's I who should be asking you to lead me forward." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "Then it's us helping each other out, and bothering each other." "Right, helping each other out, and bothering each other," agreed Song Yuyen with a genuine smile on her face. 10 years in the Tianren Pavilion had been tough for her. Originally a highly promising capital city second-rank scholar, she joined the Tianren Pavilion and adopted the pureblood human path, stagnating in the ordinary 9th rank, and was used as a negative example, being told she had become indistinguishable from the masses. She might appear indifferent on the surface to these taunts. However, they truly pained her inside. After all, she was still a high school second-rank scholar, and no person who achieved that rank was without pride. Because those without pride, those without a desire to win, would never have the motivation to become a high school second-rank scholar. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Because she knew that with Lin Zichen joining the Tianren Pavilion, she, indistinguishable, from the masses, would definitely be able to ride on his coattails to a bright future under his leadership. In return for being lifted by Lin Zichen, she could only do her utmost to bring him benefits on the road to evolution. Being Lin Zichen's sparring partner was one of the advantages she could offer him. With that in mind, she looked at Lin Zichen and said, "Zichen, come on, let's continue." "All right." Lin Zichen agreed, and quickly resumed sparring with Song Yuyan. "You are in battle, Chi Blood +1, Combat Techniques +1, Battle Awareness +1. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 170, 170, 137, the end is near. Chapter 170, 137, the end is near the dilapidated Liu family mansion. The basement. Lu Chuanwu took 2 steps at a time, hastening to a bronze ancient coffin filled with the aura of vicissitude, where he stopped. Gazing at the bronze ancient coffin, he said with respectful excitement, "Pavilion Master, I have finally found a peerless genius who harbors the hope of opening his acupoints." There was no response from the bronze ancient coffin. The basement fell silent. Lu Chuanwu didn't mind, and continued to speak. "This genius has just turned 18 this year. He has had the translated version of the blood tempering technique for only 3 months, yet he has already achieved body tempering great accomplishment once and is now undergoing the second body tempering. With such physical talent, in the future, he will certainly be able to break through the shackles of common levels as a pureblood human and evolve into an advanced level creature, a rare level creature, or even an epic level creature. By then, you will be able to rely on him to transfer chi blood to you every day to maintain your life, so you no longer have to barely survive in this cramped bronze ancient coffin. And with a powerful you to protect him, with you, and that genius leading the way for Tianren Pavilion, it will surely flourish on Earth, leading the people of Earth in an ascendance of flesh and blood." Lu Chuanwu spoke with great excitement. But from beginning to end, the pavilion master he spoke of gave no response at all. The moment turned somewhat eerie. It was as if looking at a mentally disturbed person muttering to himself in the confined, dim basement, a chilling sight indeed. Seeing that the other party remained unresponsive, Lu Chuanwu's brow furrowed slightly. But that was all he did, without any other superfluous actions. He simply stood quietly in front of the coffin the whole time, waiting for the person inside the bronze ancient coffin to respond. About 3 minutes passed. Finally, a weak female voice echoed from the bronze ancient coffin, that was the only response. Then, everything quieted down completely, falling into utter silence. The woman inside the bronze ancient coffin fell back into a deep slumber. The single word, she just uttered had exhausted all of her energy for the day, leaving her powerless to make any further sound. At this, Lu Chuanwu's brows deeply furrowed. The woman's body within the bronze ancient coffin was growing weaker by the day. Decades ago, when the ancient and weathered bronze ancient coffin was discovered in a ruin, the woman inside could still talk intermittently. And today, decades later, the woman had weakened to the point where even uttering a simple phoneme took her up to half a minute to muster. This state, it felt as if death was closing in. Thinking this, Lu Chuanwu shook his head involuntarily. He quickly left the basement, leaving a quiet environment for the woman in the bronze ancient coffin to rest deeply. Once he exited the basement, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but sigh, if only we could communicate normally. In that case, I wouldn't have to waste so much time studying the acupointment chapter of the blood tempering technique. I could just directly ask the pavilion master, the pioneer of the pureblood human path, and seek her guidance on cultivating the blood tempering technique, both simple and efficient. The more Lu Chuanwu spoke, the more he felt it was a pity. Back when he first moved the bronze ancient coffin into the mansion's basement, the woman's consciousness was still relatively clear, and her energy was sufficient to communicate with the outside world. Unfortunately, at that time, because of the language barrier, communication was difficult. By the time they managed to somewhat understand each other's language and could communicate fairly smoothly, the consciousness of the woman in the coffin suddenly became blurred, and her condition grew weaker and weaker. Until now, she had weakened to this extent, having to fall into a slumber after voicing a single phoneme, making communication impossible. I hope Zichen manages to evolve into an advanced level creature with the flesh and blood of a pureblood human before the pavilion master completely perishes, then, he can transfer chi blood to maintain her life, keeping her consciousness clear. Once the pavilion master steps in, the blood tempering technique will definitely become more widespread, and its upper limits can be developed even higher. Lu Chuanwu muttered to himself. Elsewhere. The Research Institute. Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan had just finished sparring and were now sitting on the sofa, chatting casually. Zichen, you have already achieved body tempering great accomplishment once in the blood tempering technique, so you can try to open the acupoints now. I will teach you the latest method of acupointment opening that I've researched. Give it a try and see if you can succeed. All right, I'll give it a try. Come, I'll explain, and you listen carefully. Song Yuyan began the teaching session, articulating clearly, the human body has a total of 366 acupoints, scattered in various locations within our bodies. According to the records of the blood tempering technique, the easiest acupoints to open are the 4 that are located around our heart. What you need to do now is to first sense the 4 acupoints around the heart, and then control the qi blood to strike at them, at a frequency of 10 times per second. The stronger the impact, the better, but be careful not to hit the heart itself, otherwise it will be so painful that your heart may cramp or even possibly stop beating on the spot. Also pay attention to these points. The first point, the second point. Song Yuyan shared all the insights and experiences she had acquired over the years in attempting to open the acupoints, speaking in detail for nearly half an hour before finishing. Feeling that she hadn't missed anything, she then said to Lin Zichen, well, that's all there is to it. Now try to feel for the 4 acupoints around your heart. No need, I already sensed them during the summer vacation. I know the location of all 366 acupoints inside my body. I can directly start to strike the acupoints according to your method. Having said that, Lin Zichen concentrated and began controlling his qi blood to strike the 4 acupoints around his heart. With the frequency of 10 times a second, he exerted as much force as he could. He continued the high-intensity strikes for over 10 minutes. However, the 4 acupoints around his heart didn't budge at all, and he couldn't open them. The only sensation on the acupoints was pain, a very intense pain. It hurt so much that he clenched his teeth and broke out into a cold sweat on his forehead. After pausing to rest, he tried a few more times. But the result was still the same. It simply didn't work, he couldn't open the acupoints. It's okay, it's very normal not to feel anything. After all, you have only achieved body tempering great accomplishment once, maybe your physical strength is not yet sufficient to open the acupoints. Of course, it's also possible that the method I taught you is incorrect. In any case, there's still plenty of time, and there's no need to rush. Song Yuyan worried that Lin Zichen might be discouraged by this, and comforted him in her role as a caring big sister. After all, Lin Zichen's talent was astonishing, and ever since he joined Tianren Pavilion, everything had been smooth sailing. A sudden setback could potentially unbalance him. However, Lin Zichen's heart was completely unfazed. He did not need comforting at all. He was very clear within that failure was normal. It would have been strange had he succeeded. How long had he been practicing the blood tempering technique? Less than 3 months. He was already very satisfied with his current progress. See the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the acupoints, he would study them slowly in the future. Eventually, he would succeed. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter because he wasn't obligated to practice the blood tempering technique. If all else failed, he could always rely on, use it or lose it, to gradually improve. As long as the training time was long enough and the intensity high enough, he could grind his way to becoming an advanced level creature. And regarding the blood tempering technique, if he managed to successfully temper his body 5 times in the end, then the time spent would have been worth it, even extremely profitable. Chapter 171, 138, Shen Qinghan. Genetic Fusion. Chapter 171, 138, Shen Qinghan. Genetic Fusion. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Zichen left the Research Institute, went to the living area to buy groceries, and returned to the dormitory to cook. Thinking that Shen Qinghan would be able to eat as soon as she finished her morning classes and came back to the dorm. It took some time to finish buying the groceries. Lin Zichen quickly returned to the dormitory. Soon after, Shen Qinghan finished her classes and returned as well. The two of them cooked together in the kitchen, took a refreshing cold shower after they ate, and then went to the room to nap, leading a very comfortable life. Zichen, this morning Master found me and said she wants to advance my genetic fusion with the blue spirit jellyfish gene, claiming it's very suitable for me in the early stages. In bed, Shen Qinghan, with her back to Lin Zichen ensconced in his embrace, brought up the matter. Blue spirit jellyfish. Lin Zichen knew about this exotic beast, having read about it in books when he was a child. It is a low-ranking exotic beast with the biological level of an adult individual averaging a common 7th rank. A powerful jellyfish king's biological level can break through the common rank's restraints and evolve to an advanced level. The blue spirit jellyfish mainly resides in the deep sea at depths of 10,000 meters, extremely rare in number, rarer than the pandas in his previous life. Its characteristic feature is that its spiritual power far surpasses that of other creatures of the same rank. And its ability is the manipulation of water at will using spiritual power. Controlling water is something that creatures with high spiritual power can do. But the blue spirit jellyfish is different. Even with the biological ranking in the common range and only a sliver of spiritual power, it can control tens of cubic meters of seawater. To sum up, it's better at playing with water than other creatures. After thinking through the information on the blue spirit jellyfish, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan in his arms, "That's good, I think the blue spirit jellyfish suits you very well. Just do what your master suggested." Shen Qinghan turned around, facing him, and said with a somewhat uneasy voice, "I also think it's very suitable, but Master directly mentioned using the Azure Jellyfish King's gene for the fusion. That's an advanced level creature gene. What if my frail body can't handle it and I suffer gene rejection? Fusion with the Azure Jellyfish King's gene." Lin Zichen opened his eyes wide, quite surprised by this. If the blue spirit jellyfish is rare, then the Azure Jellyfish King is extremely, extremely rare. 10,000 blue spirit jellyfish might give rise to one Azure Jellyfish King. Yuan Dongji truly is the precious daughter of the Yuan family, rich and generous, giving away Azure Jellyfish King genes as if it were nothing, truly devoted to her disciple. I also wish I had such a magnanimous and generous Master Lin. Zichen inwardly felt envious, then comforted Shen Qinghan, "Don't worry, jellyfish-type exotic beasts naturally have high compatibility with human bodies. Plus, your genetic fusion adaptability is as high as 21%, fusing with an advanced exotic beast gene should be a piece of cake for you. There won't be any rejection." What about side effects? Shen Qinghan still felt uneasy. When facing the unknown, or doing something for the first time, humans always feel anxious, which is a natural biological protection mechanism. There is also an opposite mechanism, curiosity. Shen Qinghan tends to be timid, and her anxiety has completely overshadowed her curiosity, making her very nervous. Lin Zichen laughed. "Side effects are bound to occur, but they are all well known, such as a high chance of losing reproductive abilities, showing some physical exotic beast traits and so on. These side effects aren't considered disadvantages anymore. Regarding the loss of reproductive ability, you've already harvested and stored normal eggs beforehand, so if you want to have children in the future, you can just use those eggs. As for showing exotic beast traits in your appearance, that can be concealed. Just put the exotic beast gene in your body into dormancy." After saying this, Lin Zichen added, "Plus, many exotic beast traits that manifest outwardly can actually enhance one's appearance, like cat-eared girls, fox-tailed girls, you've seen them, very popular." "That seems true." Shen Qinghan spoke with her sparkling peachy eyes glinting. After hearing Lin Zichen's explanation, she was no longer so anxious. In fact, she was even feeling a bit excited. Excited about how she would look after fusing with the Azure Jellyfish King gene next month, whether she would exhibit any exotic beast traits that would make her prettier. Moreover, genetic technology has matured a lot by now, allowing not just fusion but also separation. If there are any adverse reactions after the fusion, just separate it later. Lin Zichen said this while tenderly rubbing Shen Qinghan's hand. /novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Speaking of separation, it's not entirely accurate, it should be called suppression. There is a special virus, harmless to the human body, but highly aggressive against exotic beast genes. One can inject this viral reagent to suppress the expression of the exotic beast gene within the body. Then, after a lengthy process spanning years, it steadily erodes the exotic beast gene within the body until it is completely cleared. Many biochemical weapons targeting exotic beasts are made from this special virus. You make it sound so easy, but separation is painful. I hope the fusion is perfect." With that, Shen Qinghan got up from the bed, grabbed her phone, opened a video, and presented it to Lin Zichen, saying, "Zichen, take a look at this video." Lin Zichen sat up to look at the phone screen. What appeared before him was an underwater scene. From the filming angle, it was not taken by a submarine but by a person diving into the sea. It turns out to be a diving video. Here I was thinking you were going to show me one of Sakura Sea Country's anime study videos. Chapter 172, 138, Shenqinghan. Genetic Fusion. 2 Chapter 172, 138, Shenqinghan. Genetic Fusion. 2 Lin Zichen teased Shenqinghan. Shenqinghan rolled her eyes at him. Look at you, always calling me a little dirty girl, but in reality, you are the dirtiest one. You can't even watch a video without thinking about that kind of stuff. Don't get it twisted, Shen Wuhang. It's precisely because you're usually so dirty that I subconsciously associate things that way. Ugh, you're so annoying. Shenqinghan reached out and hit Lin Zichen lightly, saying with an annoyed face, stop talking about this, and watch the video. The blue spirit jellyfish are about to appear. Lin Zichen stopped teasing her and focused his gaze on the cell phone screen. A few seconds later, as the camera pivoted, a few deep blue, strange jellyfish appeared on the screen. From a distance, they looked like clusters of deep blue flames floating in the water, painting a purely beautiful scene. These jellyfish were enormous, measuring at least 3 meters in length. They were indeed adult blue spirit jellyfish. Search *the Nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The blue spirit jellyfish's habitat is in the deep sea, at a depth of 10,000 meters. To be able to grow so vast under such immense water pressure demonstrated how strong the physical body of a blue spirit jellyfish was. Aren't the blue spirit jellyfish beautiful? Shenqinghan turned her head to look at Lin Zichen, with some of her bangs slipping down her forehead, looking particularly pure and lovely. Lin Zichen reached out and brushed the hair from her forehead, looking at her enchanting face. He couldn't help but compliment, they are beautiful, but not as beautiful as you. Shenqinghan felt pleased, smiling sweetly, what a sweet talker. Lin Zichen wrapped his hand around her slender waist and asked with a smile, want to have a taste? Then I'll have a taste. Shenqinghan leaned her face in, giving Lin Zichen's lips a light peck and then licked her own lips, her clear eyes filled with laughter. Xiao Chen's lips are so sweet. After speaking, she blinked her gorgeous Carline eyes and asked, guess who filmed this video? Lin Zichen, your master. You guessed right. Shenqinghan snapped her fingers silently and then continued with disbelief, master went down to the deep sea of 10,000 meters without any equipment, just with her bare body. How strong must her physique be to do that? Lin Zichen, at least rare level. Shenqinghan's face lit up with anticipation, rare level, that's high. I wonder if I can evolve to that level in the future. Lin Zichen, you definitely can. With your genetic fusion compatibility as high as 21%, not to mention rare level, even epic level wouldn't be out of reach. Shenqinghan was skeptical, it's not that simple. It's not like high genetic fusion compatibility guarantees amazing power. It also depends on various physical conditions and evolutionary resources. Your constitution is already incredible. You were born with excellent affinity for water attribute. Once you go down the path of water attribute genetic fusion, you'll definitely become a big shot, even more formidable than your master. Lin Zichen poked her soft cheek with his finger and smiled, as for evolutionary resources, you don't need to worry about that at all. In the future, I'll be your sugar daddy, I'll give you whatever resources you want. Shenqinghan huffed, don't even start, you just want to be my daddy, don't think I don't know what you guys are thinking, just looking to take advantage of me. Pure slander. I don't believe it. You just want to hear me call you daddy. Okay, I admit it. Are you happy now? I knew it. Shenqinghan showed a victorious expression. Lin Zichen lowered the air conditioner by 2 degrees, took the blanket, and covered both himself and Shenqinghan, urging her, go to sleep, it's almost 1 o'clock. If you don't sleep now, you'll be dozing off in class this afternoon. Oh, I'll sleep now. After saying this, Shenqinghan obediently lay down with Lin Zichen, quietly moved a bit closer, and cuddled up with him to sleep. Then, taking advantage of Lin Zichen's distraction, she whispered into his ear, Daddy, hiss. Hearing Shenqinghan's soft voice calling him that, Lin Zichen shivered. This little dirty girl was really too provocative. It was temptingly criminal. Lin Zichen couldn't stand it, turned towards Shenqinghan, and warned, Shen Wuhang, if you keep seducing me like this, you can forget about getting any sleep now. No more seducing, let's sleep. After teasing Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan closed her eyes, satisfied, and went to sleep. Lin Zichen didn't sleep and chose to lie on his side and look at the news on his phone. His physical body was much stronger than Shen Qinghan's, so he didn't rely on sleep as much and didn't need a nap to rest. He scrolled through a few news articles. Soon, Lin Zichen's attention was caught by a strange piece of news. Recently, mysterious unidentified plants have been discovered in various places in Shanghai City, diversified in species with bizarre shapes. A large number of botanists have rushed to study them. As it is not certain whether these plants are harmful, the general public is advised not to approach them out of curiosity, to prevent unnecessary accidents and injuries. Several photos of the plants accompanied the news. At a glance, they were all vines. However, none of them were known species. The vines in the photos grew in strange shapes, with particularly well-developed roots, resembling the weird plants from a fantasy magic world. Lin Zichen looked closely for a moment, feeling that the plants in the photos looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he realized they were quite similar to the plants he saw in the photo that Shen Qinghan showed him earlier. It was the photo Yuan Dongji sent to Shen Qinghan through WeChat. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a photo but a hand-drawn portrait. On it was a painting of Shen Qinghan's senior sister, a white-haired girl who seemed to be Bai Shui. However, the white-haired girl was not the focus. The background was full of strange plants that seemed to belong to an alien species. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 173, 173, 138, Shen Qinghan. Genetic Fusion, _3 Chapter 173, 138, Shen Qinghan. Genetic Fusion, _3 There are plants with black leaves and branches. Trees with trunks covered in blood vessels. And strange, seductive flowers with mouths. The mysterious unknown plants mentioned in the news, although they appear different from those weird plants in the drawings, are very similar in terms of their strangeness and the degree of weirdness. It's as if they all grow in the same environment. And the drawing from senior sister Shen Qinghan, the background is the origin land. So, are these plants in the news from the origin land? But how could plants from the origin land appear on Earth out of the blue? Could it be the divine plant cult? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this heretical sect. He had seen this sect before on the mission system. The divine plant, in the divine plant cult's name makes it clear it has something to do with plants. And heretical sects, they are all invariably linked to the origin land. Combining the two, it's hard not to associate the mysterious unknown plants that appeared in Shanghai City with the divine plant cult, this heretical sect. Just got rid of the rat god cult, and now there's a divine plant cult. There's an endless supply of scoundrels. Lin Zichen shook his head, then exited the news app and sent messages to his parents and future in-laws. He warned them about the mysterious unknown plants that had appeared in the city recently, suggesting they might be related to heretical sects, and told them to stay far away if they see them, and definitely not to get close. Also, he urged them to move to Shanghai University as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan turned over and faced Lin Zichen, saying, "Xiao Chen, I can't sleep." "What's the matter?" Lin Zichen put down his phone and asked with concern. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips and said, "It's just that I keep thinking about getting genetic fusion done early, and I can't stop thinking about it and can't sleep." "That's normal. If you can't sleep, then don't try to force it. Play with your phone for a bit." Lin Zichen offered this helpful suggestion. Shen Qinghan's voice was soft as she said, "Then I want to play with your phone." "Play with my phone?" Lin Zichen was puzzled by such a strange request. But he quickly realized what it meant and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, saying, "You little naughty girl, you want to watch anime learning videos again, don't you?" "Ah, don't ask so many questions, just give me your phone already, I just want to play with your phone." Take it, here you go, for you to play with." Lin Zichen handed over his phone somewhat helplessly. Shen Qinghan took his phone and then handed hers over to him, returning the favor. "I won't let you be at a loss, you play with my phone." Lin Zichen didn't say a word, took her phone, and silently started browsing the news. He hadn't finished the first piece of news when a clear sound of a learning video came from next door. SEA the Ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was the male and female protagonists in the video screaming, a bit noisy. Lin Zichen was done for. He looked at Shen Qinghan with a speechless expression and complained, "Shen Wuhang, when you watch anime learning videos, I suggest you wear headphones." "Oh, forgot about that." Shen Qinghan quickly found some headphones and put them on. And so, one quietly browsed news on the phone while the other wore headphones to broaden her horizons with anime learning videos from Sakura Sea Country, making the room very quiet. When the time reached 1:30 a.m., Shen Qinghan finished an educational video, picking up quite a bit of new knowledge. She took off the headphones, handed the phone back to Lin Zichen who was next to her, and said with a light smile, "As thanks for lending me your phone, and with half an hour to spare, why don't I give you a massage?" "Sure, that's very considerate." Lin Zichen gave Shen Qinghan a thumbs up and immediately lay flat on the bed, ready to enjoy her increasingly supreme massage techniques. Shen Qinghan didn't immediately start massaging him. Instead, she got out of bed and fetched 2 pairs of stockings, one black and one white. Then, holding the stockings, she sat next to him on the bed and asked, "This time I won't use my hands. Let's try something innovative. I'll wear the stockings and use my feet to massage you. Want to give it a try?" "That sounds good." Lin Zichen responded without hesitation. Shen Qinghan held a white stocking in her left hand and a black one in her right, and presented them to Lin Zichen, asking, "Black or white, which one do you want me to wear?" "Lin Zichen, either is fine, I like both." "Well then, how about this, I'll wear a black one on one side and a white one on the other, so we'll have both," Shen Qinghan said with a spirit of innovation. "One leg black and the other white." Lin Zichen thought it would look odd. But he was also quite eager to try. So he agreed, "Sure, one side black and the other white then." "Okay, it's settled just like that." After saying that, Shen Qinghan began putting on the stockings, first donning the white one on her left leg, then the black on her right. Once she had them on, she began skillfully massaging Lin Zichen with her feet, giving him a treat to enjoy. After massaging for a while and finding the silence a bit too quiet, she took on a playful act and said, "Humph, Zichen, you dare to raise your head when you see me, black and white impermanence. Watch as I hook away your soul and make you bow your head." Lin Zichen couldn't help but laugh. This little naughty girl, so meek and compliant outside, playful and lively at home, she really has a sense of contrast. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 174, 139, Lin Zichen. Danger. Chapter 174, 139, Lin Zichen. Danger. Even with the air conditioning on, my feet still sweat, and they sweat so much, making my stockings sticky. Now I have to get out of bed to wash them. What a hassle. After massaging Lin Zichen with her feet for more than 10 minutes, Shen Qinghan found that her stockings were soaked and sticky, which was quite annoying. Although the stickiness was not too uncomfortable, in fact, it felt quite nice because of her unique constitution. The problem was that the wet and dirty stockings needed to be washed, which was a nuisance. After complaining for a while, Shen Qinghan took off her dirty stockings and threw them at Lin Zichen, saying, "These stockings got dirty because I was massaging you, so you're responsible for washing them clean." Lin Zichen took the stockings and retorted, "So all your talk just now was leading up to you getting me to wash your stockings, right? Shouldn't you?" Shen Qinghan pouted her cherry lips slightly and said, "They got dirty for you, so go and wash them. Otherwise, I won't wear stockings to massage you ever again." "I never said I wouldn't wash them." Lin Zichen chuckled and poked Shen Qinghan's cheek before taking the dirty stockings and heading to the bathroom to wash them clean. It didn't take long. They were clean in less than 5 minutes. After hanging the stockings to dry on the balcony, Lin Zichen washed his hands and quickly returned to the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Shen Qinghan sitting on the bed looking down at the soles of her feet and endlessly stroking them with her hands in a strange manner. Sir, the Novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What are you doing? I've been using my feet to massage you frequently, and I feel like I'm getting calluses on the sole of my feet, Shen Qinghan said with a worried face. Lin Zichen laughed, "Stop finding trouble for yourself. It's not so easy to develop calluses. I think it's mostly in your head. Shen Qinghan disagreed with him, her fine eyebrows slightly furrowed as she said, it's definitely not psychological. Constantly using my feet to massage you and all the friction, it really can cause calluses. Saying this, she stretched out her delicate feet in front of Lin Zichen to prove her point. Come closer and look at the soles of my feet, they're so soft and tender, very fragile, and you can easily tell they're prone to calluses. If you don't believe me, touch them and see if there's been any change. I bet they're not as smooth and delicate as before. Let me feel. Lin Zichen said as he sat down on the edge of the bed and seriously caressed the sole of Shen Qinghan's feet. After touching them for a while, he didn't feel any change. They were still as smooth and delicate as before, and they felt very good. Enough, you're tickling me. I won't let you touch them anymore. Unable to take it anymore, Shen Qinghan quickly withdrew her feet and then asked somewhat hesitantly, can you feel it? Are they not as smooth as before? They're just as smooth as before. I told you it was all in your head, and you wouldn't believe me. Really? Really, I swear on my dog's life. That's good. Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that her feet had become rough and calloused. After all, aside from liking to kiss her cherry mouth, Lin Zichen's favorite thing was touching her feet. She felt that if her feet became rough and calloused, Lin Zichen definitely wouldn't like to touch them anymore. It's almost 2 p.m., get up and get ready for class, or you'll be late, Lin Zichen said as he patted Shen Qinghan's increasingly plump buttocks, urging her. Shen Qinghan didn't dawdle. She swiftly got out of bed and put on her shoes, heading to the bathroom. Planning to use the toilet, wash her face, and then head out for class. Before long, Shen Qinghan left for class. Lin Zichen didn't go out, planning to stay in the dormitory to refine his body and not go to the institute in the afternoon. Going to the institute wasn't like attending classes with fixed times, it was purely up to his own schedule, depending on whether he felt like going or not, emphasizing freedom. He casually found a spot to sit down in the living room. Lin Zichen had a thought and opened his character panel to check his various attribute data. Name, Lin Zichen, age, 18, biological level, ordinary, 9th order, biometric attributes, use or lose. Intelligent root, survival of the fittest, water harmony blessing, natural selection, sky eye, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, rapid healing, body refining, skin tempering, 1 time, flesh tempering, 1 time, bone tempering, 1 time, an ordinary 9th rank, 10 biometric attributes, 1 body tempering great accomplishment. With such exaggerated strength, there was no need to look, he was definitely invincible among his peers. However, this was still far from enough, he had to become even stronger with that thought. Lin Zichen took out his phone, opened the credit shop, and started browsing, looking for any items that could quickly restore chi blood. Ever since he started his second phase of body refining, he noticed that his chi blood was somewhat insufficient. That is, during the refining process, because the progress was too fast, the chi blood was being consumed quickly, and its recovery could not keep up, significantly affecting the efficiency of the refining. For this situation, he needed an external aid to accelerate the restoration of chi blood. With this in mind, Lin Zichen browsed the credit shop for over 10 minutes. Finally, he was interested in a product called Revitalization Pill. The Revitalization Pill, as the name implies, was a pill used to restore chi blood. Reading the product description, it was made of various expensive century-old medicinal materials, and even included spiritual plants, making it extremely costly to produce. Moving further down, there was mention of the effects of consuming a single revitalization pill. The effects corresponding to each biological level were listed. For individuals at ordinary 9th order, consuming 1 revitalization pill would restore full chi blood within half a minute. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 175, 139, Lin Zichen. Danger, _2 Chapter 175, 139, Lin Zichen. Danger, _2 And for those at the advanced first rank, it would take half an hour to recover. Going further up, individuals at the advanced second rank would need to spend over 3 hours. Lin Zichen estimated that the strength of his chi blood was definitely beyond that of the ordinary 9th rank. Most likely, it was equivalent to the level of the advanced first rank. That is, consuming 1 revitalization pill would require half an hour to recover. This recovery effect was still quite remarkable. He decided he would purchase the revitalization pills. Glancing at the price, one pill cost 1 credit. Considering the discount for using credits to make a purchase, it would sell for at least 12,000 outside. The revitalization pills were generally used in critical moments or important occasions. For example, in combat with others, hunting exotic beasts, carrying out special tasks, and so on. As for using them to restore chi blood during body refining, to be honest, it was quite extravagant. However, Lin Zichen felt that using credits to speed up the increase in strength was worth it. Because the faster the strength improved, the sooner he could undertake tasks with more credit rewards. Then, it was just like how in his previous life he made money from business, used the earned money to expand the scale, then used the expanded business as collateral to loan a big sum of money, and with that money further expanded the scale of business, creating a benign cycle that grew bigger and bigger. In business, leveraging aggressively could result in a crash and bankruptcy if the industry went downhill. But in increasing strength, there would never be a crash. Because strength would not depreciate, only becoming stronger and more valuable, continuously cycling in an infinitely benign loop. Of course, the premise was the ability to become infinitely stronger. Often, limited by one's innate talent, it became very difficult to continue improving once strength reached a certain threshold. However, this was not a problem for Lin Zichen. He was extremely talented and had cheats, allowing for limitless strengthening. In conclusion, he didn't even need to think about it, he would just place the order for the revitalization pills. In one go, he bought 100 pills. With a wave of his hand, 100 credits were gone, spending like dirt. After purchasing the revitalization pills, the next thing was to look at exotic beast meat. The Living Dead Slugs album had already been activated, so it was time to get started on the next exotic beast album. Lin Zichen browsed through the market page. Soon, he noticed a type of exotic beast meat called 10,000 poison mongoose. The 10,000 poison mongoose was a small exotic beast. Despite having 10,000 poison in its name, it was in fact non-toxic. The reason for such a name was due to its extraordinary resistance to poison, as it fed on various toxins. Based on this, activating the 10,000 poison mongoose album had a high chance of granting a biometric attribute that could resist poison. Lin Zichen felt he urgently needed such a poison-resistant biometric attribute that would greatly enhance his ability to protect himself and prevent an untimely death. Yep, he decided to buy the 10,000 poison mongoose meat. The only issue was the steep price, costing 20 credits per pound. He glanced at his student account credits, which were less than 200, not enough even to buy 10 pounds. He could only place an order for 1 pound first, to just get the 10,000 poison mongoose album started. Thinking this, Lin Zichen placed an order for 1 pound of 10,000 poison mongoose meat. After completing these tasks, he put away his phone and sat down on the well-ventilated balcony to start his second tempering skin session. After roughly 2.5 hours of refining. As he consumed a large amount of chi blood, he began to feel weak. His head became dizzy. No good, he needed to stop and rest, find something to eat in the fridge to restore his chi blood. Otherwise, he might faint on the balcony any minute. Might as well cook some violent great eagle meat to eat. Exotic beast meat was more nutritious and could restore chi blood faster. Ding dong. Just as Lin Zichen got up from the ground, preparing to go to the fridge for food, the doorbell rang in the room. Then, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside. "Hello, I'm here with a delivery from the school. Is there anyone home?" A delivery? The revitalization pills and 10,000 poison mongoose meat had arrived. Thinking this, Lin Zichen called out, "Coming, just a moment." Then, he hurried to the door to sign for and receive the delivery, confirming that it was indeed the revitalization pills and 10,000 poison mongoose meat. After receiving the delivery, he closed the door. Lin Zichen immediately opened the package to check the contents. The revitalization pills looked very similar to chi blood pills, just a bit smaller in size and lighter in color. As for the 10,000 poison mongoose meat, it was just a dark lump that looked like rotten flesh. But it wasn't rotten, the normal color of 10,000 poison mongoose meat was black, probably because it had eaten too many toxins. Checking that the goods were correct, Lin Zichen poured out a revitalization pill into his mouth to test its effects. The revitalization pill melted upon touching his tongue, instantly turning into warm streams that infused his body. Then, after a while, he could distinctly feel his body rapidly regaining vitality. No more dizziness, no more weak limbs. As expected of a luxury pill that sells for 12,000 apiece, you get what you pay for. The effect is significant, saw the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen said with a smile. Next, he stretched out his finger to touch the 10,000 poison mongoose meat in front of him and thought, devour. You have devoured a strand of the 10,000 poison mongoose life essence. 10,000 poison mongoose album, 1%. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a message from Shenqing Han on WeChat. Han, Xiao Chen, Chu Xin just sent a message on WeChat saying she wants to visit our dormitory after school, is that okay? Zichen, of course, it's okay. Han, okay, then I'll bring her to the dormitory after school. Zichen, good. After ending the chat with Shenqing Han, Lin Zichen wasted no time, quickly returning to the balcony to continue, relying on the revitalization pills to restore his chi blood while using his chi blood to refining his body. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 176, 139, Lin Zichen. Danger, _3 Chapter 176, 139, Lin Zichen. Danger, _3 About half an hour later. Shenqing Han came back from class. It wasn't just her returning alone, her close girlfriend, Li Chuxin, was with her. Perceiving that both of them had entered the dormitory, Lin Zichen stopped his body refining. He got up, left the balcony, and walked into the living room, smiling as he greeted Li Chuxin, Chu Xin, long time no see. Zichen, it's been a while indeed. Li Chuxin returned the greeting with a smile. Then, she curiously looked around the cohabited apartment, her face growing more envious as she observed. She couldn't help but say, it's really nice for the two of you to live in such a luxurious apartment. It feels like being in a 5-star hotel every day. Unlike me, I don't even have a single room and have to share with another roommate. If you want to live in a single room, the dormitory I have at the martial arts college is a single room, you can move in there, Lin Zichen said with a smile. Li Chuxin also smiled, thanks for the offer, Zichen. For now, I quite enjoy living with my roommate. It's nice to have company, it's not lonely. That's also true. After saying that, Lin Zichen added, if you ever want to live alone, just let me know, and I'll give you the key to that single room. Li Chuxin smiled, okay, thank you so much, Zichen. In the time that followed, all three of them went to the kitchen to cook, planning to have dinner together. Over half an hour later, the meal was ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup. In the living room, at the dining table, Li Chuxin and Shenqing Han sat next to each other, with Lin Zichen sitting across from them. Han, your legs are so slim. During dinner, Li Chuxin, seeing Shenqing Han's slender and long legs, said with a face full of envy, my legs used to be as thin as yours during middle school, but ever since I joined the martial arts class in high school and had to regularly train my body, my legs gained muscle and got so thick. Shenqing Han replied, your legs aren't thick at all, a little bit of flesh looks good and healthy. Li Chuxin, true to being my best girlfriend, you only praise how good I look. The two chatted casually back and forth. Soon, Li Chuxin brought up the school's senior students, saying they were too much, always bullying the freshmen. She expressed with indignation, Zichen, Han, you are both geniuses, and usually, nobody dares to bully you. You don't know how disgusting the seniors at school can be. The day before yesterday, when a senior came to inspect our dorm, she took a liking to my cosmetics. Without caring whether I agreed or not, she just took them, saying she was borrowing them for a couple of days. It's even worse for a guy in our class. The 100-year ginseng his family sent was stolen. To get it back, the senior told him to have a sparring match at the martial stage, promising to return it regardless of winning or losing. However, after the guy lost, the senior publicly declared the 100-year ginseng was a wager and refused to return it to him. When he went to the student union to complain, they did nothing about it, saying that the school advocates the principle of survival of the fittest and that if you're not content, fight back using any means necessary. But we are all freshmen, we're not as strong as the seniors, nor are we as cunning as they are. Isn't this blatantly favoring the seniors and watching us freshmen being bullied? Li Chuxin became more agitated as she spoke, and raised her voice quite a bit. This clearly showed how dissatisfied she was. Shen Qinghan gently consoled her, hearing what you said, those seniors indeed are despicable. From now on, we should avoid them. If they go too far, then we'll all sit down together and think of a solution. Li Chuxin sighed, it seems tough. The student union is biased, and then the school leaders and tutors don't care. We, the regular class freshmen, are doomed not to resist and can only be bullied. Seeing her vent so much, Lin Zichen guessed her little scheme. So he smiled and said to her, Chu Xin, if a senior goes too far with you in the future, just tell me, and I'll see if I can help you out. Ah. Really? Really? That's so kind of you, Zichen. Li Chuxin said, joyfully, if you two ever want to buy any clothes, just tell me, and I'll get my parents to express them over to you for free. See the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Alright, I won't be shy then. Lin Zichen said with a smile. He didn't need Li Chuxin to send clothes, but if he didn't say so, he figured Li Chuxin would feel burdened. As the only close friend Shen Qinghan had now, Lin Zichen would help Li Chuxin with anything within his power. As he contemplated these matters, suddenly, the ground shook. An earthquake. The sensation was quite noticeable. Li Chuxin was startled and said with some dismay, what's happening? Was that an earthquake just now? It seems so, Shen Qinghan replied to Li Chuxin. In contrast to Li Chuxin, who seemed a bit panicked at the moment, Shen Qinghan was somewhat calmer. But she wasn't that much calmer, still feeling a bit uneasy inside. It was only because Lin Zichen was there that she didn't appear too flustered, which gave her a little peace of mind. However, Lin Zichen himself was far from at ease at the moment. In recent years, earthquakes had become too frequent in Shanghai City. Something felt very wrong. His danger perception was telling him that it seemed something bad was about to happen. What on earth was going on with Shanghai City? Was the tectonic movement affected by something, causing anomalies? Fortunately, danger perception wasn't too strong, so it should be a minor problem, Lin Zichen thought to himself. At the same time, in Shanghai City, inside a luxuriously decorated room, there were two people wearing masks, sitting together, drinking and chatting. One was an old man with a mask, holding a cane. The other was a tall, middle-aged man with a mask. The masks both had the word divine plant written on them. There's a genius with an extremely exaggerated physical talent among the new students at Shanghai University this year. I have arranged for someone to make him ingest a high-level demon seed. If we can successfully recruit him into our cult, the divine plant cult's strength will gain another division, the middle-aged masked man said after taking a sip of his drink. The old masked man seemed indifferent, his voice hoarse, that is not important. The real geniuses are in the origin land. So what if there are many geniuses in the origin land? I can't even get in touch with them. The middle-aged masked man grumbled in his heart but outwardly put down his wine glass and said with utmost respect, Divine Envoy, I am aiming for a higher biological level this year, and I need more resources. Could you perhaps provide me with some evolution resources? Resources? The old masked man murmured, then conjured a bewitching flower out of nowhere and tossed it on the table casually, like throwing away trash. Considering your exceptional performance this year, I'll reward you with this bewitching beauty flower. Thank you, Divine Envoy. The middle-aged masked man excitedly accepted the flower from the table, his eyes filled with fervor. The old masked man warned, the bewitching beauty flower has a strong aphrodisiac effect. It's best to have a woman with you when you consume it. Thank you for the reminder, Divine Envoy. As he said these words, the middle-aged masked man's eyes were fixed on the flower in his hand. At that moment, in the deep recesses of the old masked man's mind, a voice echoed. Divine Envoy, news just came from the origin land that they have found an identical realm point and laid down the same biological coordinates. We now need you to go to the tunnel and activate the biological coordinates to connect with those in the origin land. I'll go there now. The old masked man responded mentally to the other party, then his figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. The middle-aged masked man was already accustomed to this and quickly got up and went into another room, changing into a luxurious suit to go out and secretly meet his lover. The secret meeting was just incidental, the main intention was to consume the bewitching beauty flower. Before leaving, he took out an exquisite pocket watch from his crotch, voice input a piece of text, and sent it. You two have been taking a long time with the task of making Lin Zichen consume the high-level demon seed. If it's not done within 3 days, I'll have to find someone else. P.S. I'm setting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 177, 177, 140. Actions of the Divine Plant Cult. Chapter 177, 140. Actions of the Divine Plant Cult. Why are you so fierce today? I'm fierce every day. I can't take it anymore, let me rest for a bit to recover my strength, or I'll faint. Inlian residential area, inside a homeowner's place. A muscular middle-aged man had just finished a round of pleasure with an extremely voluptuous younger woman. The young woman lay on the bed to rest, feeling extremely thirsty. She got up to get some water in the living room to prepare for the next round. Watching the young woman's graceful figure as she left, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh. The aphrodisiac effect of the bewitching beauty flower is too strong, it's nearly drained all my energy. But I have to say, the strength-enhancing effect is also potent, feels like my biological level is about to evolve to the next stage. Hopefully I can evolve after tonight. Having said that, the middle-aged man took out a pocket watch to check on Lu Gang and Wang Shujia's whereabouts. Seeing that their locations were still in the dormitory, his brows slightly furrowed. Just as he was about to urge the two men, a noise of quarrel came from the living room outside. Damn it, bitch, I knew you were cheating on me with another man. Honey, calm down. Calm down my ass. As the voices grew closer. Soon, a mechanically modified human burst into the room. Seeing the middle-aged man on the marital bed, the mechanically modified human angrily lifted his alloy arm with a gun barrel and aimed it at the middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Damn dog, you dare to sneak with my wife in my marriage room, think I won't blow you away with one shot? You think you can blow me away with one shot?" The middle-aged man laughed, not the least bit intimidated by the alloy arm with a gun barrel in front of him. He got up calmly and walked to the mechanically modified human and stopped. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then, he looked at the other party indifferently and asked, "How much did you spend on this alloy arm?" "I spent 3 million. The mechanically modified human replied proudly. The middle-aged man then asked, "And the alloy shin below?" 5 million. Good, you also know how much you've spent on mechanical modifications. With that, the middle-aged man slapped the face of the mechanically modified human, challenging, "Ever since your wife followed me, you've never lacked money for mechanical modifications. Now, be honest, do you have the face to be angry in front of me?" Hearing this, the mechanically modified human's momentum instantly weakened, a stark contrast to his hard alloy arm. "Middle-aged man, say whatever you want now, miss today and there will be no more chances." The mechanically modified human fell into a struggle. Should he be a penniless tough guy, or a coward with money? About 3 seconds later, the mechanically modified human made his choice. He opted to smile sycophantically and said, "Bro, I still lack a counterflow dynamic system, I want to feel what it's like to fly." The middle-aged man picked up his phone from next to the bed, tapped the screen a few times and then looked at the mechanically modified human with contempt, saying, "I've transferred 10 million to your wife's bank account." 10 million. The mechanically modified human first froze, then his entire body trembled with excitement. He steadied his emotions, his eyes filled with exhilaration, and shouted to the two of them, "Thank you, big bro. Thank you, sis. Tonight this place is your battleground, stay as long as you want, I won't disturb you." He tactfully left those words behind and turned to leave without looking back. Middle-aged man, stop. Bro, is there anything else? The mechanically modified human stopped and turned around, his face now a flattering smile. Middle-aged man, that sis you called ruined my mood. She's your wife, you should call her wife, got it? Got it, I got it. The mechanically modified human nodded with a smile on his face, then turned to the young woman next to him and instructed, "Wife, make sure to serve him well, don't disappoint him." After saying that, he turned and left again. "Who let you go?" The middle-aged man's voice was extremely firm. Tonight, you have to stay and watch the whole time, got it? I'll transfer another 10 million to your wife. Dad, I'll do whatever you say. The mechanically modified human decisively chose to submit to his oppressor. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took out a red seed, about the size of a peanut, and handed it to him with a smile on his face. Good, I like people who are flexible with their principles like you. Eat this spirit fruit, it can greatly enhance chi blood. Thank you, Dad. The mechanically modified human excitedly took the seed. In the blink of an eye, the next day had arrived. It was just turning dawn. The middle-aged man was putting on his belt, walking out unhurriedly from the room. Despite having battled all night without sleep, his face was still full of vigor at this moment. He took a deep breath, feeling the strength of his evolved body, and sneered, Yuan Dongji, I will eventually humiliate you thoroughly and see if you can still be arrogant then. Muttering to himself, he soon left the house, took the elevator to the underground parking garage, and drove a luxury car worth millions straight to Shanghai University. He lived inside the campus of Shanghai University. Meanwhile, Zhongyuan Building Number 8, Room 603. Lin Zichen got up early and was focused on the second stage of tempering skin on the balcony. After tempering for over 2 hours, feeling that his chi blood had been almost depleted, he called up his body refining attribute pain to check the progress of the second tempering skin. Second tempering skin, 45%, the progress bar was more than halfway. Given the current pace of tempering, it should be completed in about a week. Chapter 178, 178, 140. Actions of the Divine Plant Cult _2 Chapter 178, 140. Actions of the Divine Plant Cult _2 One can only say that with the aid of the revitalization pill, the refining efficiency has greatly increased. Xiaochen, when did you wake up? Shen Qinghan, who had just woken up, was standing at the balcony doorway in a light pink nightgown, barefoot and rubbing her eyes, sleepily looking towards Lin Zichen and asked. Lin Zichen stood up from the ground and, while picking up the yoga mat underfoot, said, I woke up earlier today, before 5 a.m. You're up so early. Compared to you, I feel so lazy. It's only just past 7 a.m., a university student getting up at this time isn't lazy at all. But you woke up before 5, Shen Qinghan wasn't comparing herself to the average university student but to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen walked in front of her and stopped, tenderly arranging her disheveled hair as he said in a gentle voice, That's different, my superpower is my strong physical body and abundance of chi blood, I have less need for sleep than ordinary people, you don't need to compare with me. Everyone has their own strengths. Take your special constitution for example, your skin is tender and smooth, your sweat even smells fragrant. Plus, despite constantly engaging in high-intensity workouts, your strength keeps increasing day by day, but your muscles don't bulge or firm up, keeping your figure slender and graceful, making other girls envious and resentful. If you really want to wake up early, then from now on we can go to sleep earlier, around 10 p.m. Early to bed, early to rise. Let's not do that, I prefer to sleep in with you rather than get up early, Shen Qinghan said lazily. After speaking, she tiptoed and gave Lin Zichen a peck on the lips, her smile sweet as she said, That's my good morning kiss, from now on, we have to kiss like this every day. Lin Zichen smiled and pinched her bottom as he urged, Go brush your teeth quickly, or else you'll run out of time and end up rushing to class again, sweating profusely. It's okay, there's still plenty of time. Even though Shen Qinghan said this, she obediently went back to the room to put on slippers, then to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Half an hour later. After breakfast, the two left the house together. When they reached the downstairs of the dormitory and were about to go their separate ways, two familiar figures blocked their path. They were former classmates from high school, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang. Among them, the burly Lu Gang spoke first, Lin Zichen, can I take a moment of your time? I have a favor to ask of you, go ahead, Lin Zichen said indifferently. Lu Gang clenched his fists and said with a face that found it hard to speak, there's a senior who doesn't like me and Wang Shujie. Relying on his strength being greater than ours, he targets us every day, and we're finding it hard to cope. Could you please stand up for us? You're the newcomer king of this year. That senior definitely won't dare to offend you and will give you face. Of course, we won't let you help us for nothing. Lu Gang handed over a bag he was carrying, adding, "There are several types of spirit fruits in the bag, some for beauty and skin care, some for calming the mind and refreshing the brain, and some for blood and vitality enhancement. They were sent by my father especially as evolution resources. Now I'm giving them all to you, hoping you can do us this favor." After he finished, Wang Shujie, setting aside his pride, also pleaded humbly, "Lin Zichen, even though we are not that close, in the name of being high school classmates, can you grudgingly make a move to help us this once?" Considering they were former classmates, and there was a bag of spirit fruits involved, Lin Zichen felt he could agree to this request. But he didn't agree immediately. Instead he asked, "What is the strength of that senior?" "From what we know, that person is almost as strong as you, around an ordinary sixth order," Wang Shujie replied. "Ordinary sixth order? Then this favor shouldn't be too difficult to handle." Thinking this, Lin Zichen said, "That's fine. Meet me at the gate of the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 p.m., and I'll solve this for you." Seeing him agree, Lu Gang clenched his fist against his chest, seriously saying, "Lin Zichen, if you need my help with anything in the future, I promise to be there whenever you call." Wang Shujie said, "Same for me." Lin Zichen said, "It's just a small effort." Lu Gang again extended the bag he was holding and said, "Lin Zichen, please accept this bag of spirit fruits." "Then I won't be polite." Lin Zichen reached out and accepted the bag from Lu Gang. Lu Gang reminded, "Oh, those spirit fruits in the bag are of 3 different types. The white-skinned are for beauty and skin care, blue-skinned for calming the mind and refreshing the brain, and red-skinned for enhancing blood and vitality. Make sure you two don't eat the wrong ones. Especially the wriggling red spirit fruit inside, the effect for enhancing blood and vitality is particularly strong, and women might have adverse reactions if they eat it." Lu Gang added, "Also, don't eat too many of the red-skinned spirit fruits, 1 a day at most, otherwise, it's easy to get inflamed." SEA the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen said, "All right, I got it. If that's all, I'll go with Wang Shujie now. See you at 5:30 p.m. After saying that, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie turned and walked away. Seeing the two of them walk away, Shen Qinghan immediately curiously said to Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, open the bag and let's see the spirit fruits. I've never eaten one in my life." "Then you can take one to eat on the road," Lin Zichen said. Lin Zichen opened the bag to pick out a white or blue-skinned spirit fruit for Shen Qinghan to eat. Shen Qinghan leaned over and looked into the bag, saying, "Pick a smaller one, I won't be able to finish it if it's too big." "Okay, I'll pick a small one for you." After saying that, Lin Zichen reached into the bag to search. Shortly after he began searching, a red spirit fruit at the bottom of the bag caught his attention. It was the size of an egg, its skin covered in pulsing veins, looking like an animal's heart. Shen Qinghan also noticed the oddly shaped spirit fruit, her brows slightly furrowed as she said, "Zichen, that red spirit fruit at the bottom is so disgusting." Although Lu Gang had just specifically mentioned this spirit fruit, she hadn't expected it to look so repulsive. The skin kept wriggling. It looked as if it were a worm gone bad. It was quite nauseating. Lin Zichen also found the oddly shaped spirit fruit disgusting. But out of curiosity, he took the fruit out of the bag to take a closer look. Just as he was about to sniff the strange spirit fruit, suddenly, the danger perception in his mind jumped violently. Following that, a prompt message slowly appeared out of thin air. "Do you wish to ingest the advanced tree demon goo seed? Tree demon goo seed. Capable of being ingested. What's going on? Divine plant cult." Initially bewildered, Lin Zichen then recalled the sudden jump in his danger perception, and immediately realized something was amiss. Meanwhile, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie had not walked far, just over 200 meters away. Without hesitating, Lin Zichen took a quick step forward and instantly rushed in front of the two, blocking their path. "You two, don't go anywhere. What's wrong?" Wang Shujie was somewhat confused. Next to him, Lu Gang's eyes flickered with a fleeting panic. Lin Zichen didn't answer his question. Instead, he shouted to Shen Qinghan, who was jogging over, "Han Han, contact your master and ask her to come here." "Okay, I'll contact her now." Shen Qinghan responded and stopped to take out her phone to contact Yuan Dongji. She didn't understand what the situation was, but that didn't matter. She knew one thing: following Lin Zichen's lead was the right thing to do. Underneath Shanghai City, 20,000 meters deep. Inside the vast and empty underground palace, a seemingly hunchbacked elderly man in a mask stood in front of a blood-red cane planted in the ground, muttering a strange incantation under his breath. Behind him stood a tall three-eyed giant and lay a massive mutant rat. Both the three-eyed giant and the mutant rat were very quiet, careful not to disturb the elderly masked figure. Time passed unknowingly. The elderly figure stopped chanting, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's done." As he spoke, the blood-red cane in front of him suddenly plunged into the ground and disappeared from view. The next second, the ground cracked open with terrifying spiderweb-like fissures before collapsing with a thunderous sound, creating a huge hole. It was pitch black inside the hole, and nothing could be seen. The biological coordinates on both sides are connected, and the biological passage has been successfully opened. Next, we just need to wait for this biological passage to stabilize, and then we can fully connect to source land number 36. At that time, the creatures from origin land will be able to be transported continuously to Earth, the elderly man said in an increasingly hoarse voice. P.S. Just one chapter today, updating bright and early tomorrow. Chapter 179, 179, The Genius Who Ended Up Behind Bars. Chapter 179, The Genius Who Ended Up Behind Bars. Less than half a minute passed before Yuan Dongji arrived. Her entrance was simple and crude, as she floated down slowly from high above. She landed beside Shen Qinghan. She had flown over. Flight by levitation. Advanced-level creatures can manipulate objects in the air with powerful spiritual power. If the object being manipulated is oneself, that is flight by levitation. What has happened? Yuan Dongji asked Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan had told her on WeChat that there was an urgent matter that needed her attention, hoping she could come quickly. As for what the matter was, even Shen Qinghan didn't know. She was merely a tool for passing messages. Principal Yuan, these two people came to me for help, and gave me a bag of spirit fruit. Inside it, there was this peculiar red seed. I suspect it's a method used by the divine plant cult to force students into joining. Lin Zichen briefly summarized the events and his suspicions to Yuan Dongji, who had just arrived. Yuan Dongji hadn't even finished hearing what he was saying when she saw the red seed in his hand. Her brow furrowed immediately. It was a goo seed of a tree demon. And what's more, it was a large, egg-sized, advanced tree demon goo seed. A goo seed this size could probably control even advanced-level creatures. The divine plant cult actually used it to control a freshman. Thinking this, Yuan Dongji stretched out her hand and suctioned the red seed from Lin Zichen's hand from across the air. After inspecting it and confirming that it was indeed a tree demon goo seed, Yuan Dongji said to Lin Zichen, "The red seed in your hand is the seed of an exotic tree. Once consumed, it will control the eater, rendering them helpless. It's one of the common methods used by the divine plant cult to coerce people into joining. Under control after being consumed. This goo seed is that toxic." Sir, the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie are truly despicable creatures. Lin Zichen cursed in his heart. Then, he remembered the car ride back to school after the practical assessment had ended, when Lu Gang and Wang Shujie had seemed very off. Now that he thought about it, they must have just been controlled by someone from the divine plant cult and were at a loss. Thinking this, Lin Zichen relayed the incident to Yuan Dongji. After listening, Yuan Dongji nodded and, with a light tap on the ground, she soared into the air, suspending herself mid-air. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie also floated up with her. It was Yuan Dongji's spiritual power that suspended them both. Principal Yuan, we were forced. Principal Yuan, No sooner had the two started to plead than Yuan Dongji used her spiritual power to seal their mouths, silencing them completely. Upon this, their faces turned pale, filled with panic. At that moment, both knew their fate was sealed, their outcomes weren't likely to be good. Yuan Dongji didn't pay any attention to the two, instead addressing Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan below. The situation within humanity is much worse than what you two see on the surface. The heretical sect is pervasive, and there are heretics lurking in many places. When you're interacting with people, you need to learn to keep your eyes peeled, and that goes for instructors and school authorities as well. In any case, you must always be cautious of others. While speaking, Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen, her voice indifferent. I'll take these two back for investigation first, and I will inform you as soon as there's an outcome. Without a moment's delay, she swiftly levitated and took Lu Gang and Wang Shujie towards the administrative building with her burst of spiritual power. It must be nice to fly. Lin Zichen watched as Yuan Dongji flew away, his eyes full of envy. Xiao Chen, Lu Gang, and Wang Shujie are too wicked. You were thinking of helping them, yet they were thinking of harming you. Shen Qinghan said with indignation. Lin Zichen also felt the danger and was somewhat afraid. If Lu Gang and Wang Shujie had targeted Shen Qinghan and attacked her when she was alone, they might have succeeded in their plot. With this thought, he cautioned Shen Qinghan, those two are indeed vile. We must be cautious in the future, and never let down our guard. Yes, we must be cautious, Shen Qinghan nodded like a pecking chicken. Lin Zichen said no more, lost in thought. Standing out too much is indeed dangerous. He had been targeted by the divine plant cult right away. Luckily, he had danger perception and survival of the fittest to give him a prompt, helping him to detect Lu Gang and Wang Shujie's plot in time. Otherwise, he might have fallen for it. After steadying his emotions a bit, Lin Zichen promptly discarded the bag of spirit fruit he was carrying. The spirit fruit in the bag were probably fine. But to be on the safe side, it was better to dispose of all of them. There was no need to be greedy for such minor gains. Shen Qinghan found it painful to watch as he threw away all of the spirit fruit into the trash can. It was the pain of waste. Such a large bag of spirit fruit, worth quite a bit of money, and to throw it away like that was such a pity. She knew the spirit fruit had to be discarded, and she would have done the same. But her heart just felt it was a terrible shame, as if she were watching money burn. You mustn't eat those spirit fruit, so throwing them away is the right choice. Stop looking at the trash can. Lin Zichen poked Shen Qinghan's cheek and said with a smile, if you want to try them, I'll buy some for you from the school credit store later. Shen Qinghan shook her head, no need, I'm not particularly eager to try them, just a bit curious, that's all. Spirit fruit were too expensive, and she didn't want Lin Zichen to waste school credits on them. School credits were better spent purchasing exotic beast meat. After all, Lin Zichen could gain abilities by devouring exotic beast meat, it offered a higher return on investment. A mature and sensible woman should always consider her man's needs in this way. Although she wasn't quite mature yet and her relationship with Lin Zichen hadn't progressed to that of adults, search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 180, 180, 141. A Genius Imprisoned. Chapter 180, 141. A genius imprisoned. But at this moment, that's what she was thinking. In her heart, she had already treated Lin Zichen as the men she had married. Lin Zichen knew what she was thinking, he knew that she was hesitant to spend her academic credits. So he smiled and said, you don't particularly want to eat, but I really want to eat. After speaking, seeing that it was almost time, he added, all right, go to class now, otherwise you'll be late. When you come back to the dorm after class, you can have the fruit platter. I'll make. Okay, I'm looking forward to it, Shen Qinghan said with a sweet smile. After speaking, she looked down at the time on her phone, and her expression changed slightly. Oh no. Class starts in 5 minutes. I'm going to be late. Xiao Chen, I'm off to class, bye. Shen Qinghan hastily waved goodbye to Lin Zichen and quickly ran towards the academic building of Evolution College. Lin Zichen watched her back and called out, run slower, it's okay if you're late, it doesn't matter. Shen Qinghan didn't take his advice and ran even faster. She was a top student and couldn't be late. Lin Zichen smiled helplessly, then turned and headed towards the institute. En route to the institute, he opened the academic credits mall, spent 5 credits, and ordered several types of highly nutritious spirit fruits. Pure Human Research Institute. As soon as Lin Zichen arrived, he told Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan that he was being targeted by the divine plant cult. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan weren't surprised. Among them, Song Yuyan said, it's normal to have heretics in colleges, but these heretics generally don't reveal themselves during their college years. They progress normally and slowly infiltrate the human upper echelons. Then, in the field of education or any other fields, they gradually expand their influence and subtly affect all of humanity. These heretics are unpredictable, virtually untraceable. Because on the surface, they seem utterly normal, even going so far as to kill heretics themselves, fervently speaking of protecting humanity, but deep down, they are traitors. Recently, a long-serving educational leader in capital city was exposed as a heretic. He had mixed much of his own agenda into the textbooks. It's unknown how many students have been corrupted. Song Yuyen continued, the kind of situation you encountered today is considered a lower-level tactic, with a low success rate and a high risk of exposure. Such sacrificial strategies are typically employed by the leaders of the heretical sect, who feel that their subordinates aren't worth much and then utilize them for high-risk, high-reward tasks that have a very low chance of success. If it works, great, if not, consider it a layoff. Layoff? Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised when he heard this word. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, after all, were two of the top students at the school level, yet they were used as cannon fodder. It seems the threshold of the divine plant cult is very high. Thinking about this, he curiously asked, Sister Yen, have you ever been targeted by the heretics? Of course. Song Yuyen said with a smile, your sister Yen was once capital city's second top scholar, a famous genius. Which heretical sect wouldn't want to recruit me? After speaking, she then added with a bitter smile, however, ever since I joined Tianren Pavilion and became just another person among the masses, no heretic has cared about me anymore. It's truly a sad piece of good news. Yes, the pureblood human path is so unappealing that even the heretics look down on it, and even dogs would shake their heads. It's just how unpopular it is. As for Lin Zichen being targeted, it was purely because he had only recently started on the pureblood human path and still had a chance to turn back. Additionally, as the new champion showing brilliant performance in the initiation trial, he drew attention to himself. Zichen, regarding the heretics, you really shouldn't worry too much, Lu Chuanwu smiled and continued, in fact, many heretics are just beguiled into joining, and very few are truly forced. As long as you remain steadfast, you will likely be fine. Moreover, even if you really get tricked, you can ask Yuan Dongji for help, and she can solve it for you anytime. Those two classmates who wanted to harm you probably couldn't resist the resources offered by the divine plant cult and willingly became heretics, rather than being forcibly controlled. After speaking, Lu Chuanwu clapped his hands and said, all right, let's not talk about these trivial matters anymore. Let's start researching how to open acupoints. In the time that followed, the three of them gathered in the laboratory to discuss and study. SEA the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Until 11 a.m., when Lu Chuanwu was compelled to leave by an old acquaintance, the research session came to an end. And the outcome of their research was bleak, with no results. Unlocking acupoints is a challenging task, not achievable overnight, and needs to be measured in years. However, for Lin Zichen, this research session was still fruitful, as he absorbed many of Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyen's failed experiences. With their unsuccessful attempts in mind, he could save a lot of detours in his future research. By the way, Zichen, don't forget I still owe you a secret. Got any secrets you want to ask me about today? Song Yuyen said with a smile. Lin Zichen, not for now. Song Yuyen, okay, then I'll remind you again tomorrow, lest you forget over time. Good grief, she needs to remind me again tomorrow? Are you an alarm clock? Lin Zichen felt that being reminded by her every day would be quite annoying, so after thinking for a moment, he said, Sister Yen, I suddenly have a secret I want to ask. What secret? I think you look like you're mixed race. Where are your parents from? Just asking this. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 181, The Genius Who Ended Up Behind Bars _3 Chapter 181, The Genius Who Ended Up Behind Bars _3 Song Yuyen was speechless, and couldn't help but tease, I'm talking about you, Brother Zichen, you're already an 18-year-old guy, and you finally get the chance to ask a great beauty like me a secret, can't you be a bit more cheeky and ask about my measurements or something? Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen felt even more speechless than she did. Sexual harassment, huh? Turns out, men and women are the same, they all want to flirt when they see someone good-looking. In one sentence, it's the ugly ones who will never know how proactive women can be. Lin Zichen had deeply realized this principle. Haha, Sister Yen is just teasing you. Don't take it seriously, you pure-hearted little boy, Song Yuyen laughed with a haha after saying this. Then, she reined in her laughter and said, You might not believe it if I tell you, but I was actually an abandoned baby. I have no idea who my biological parents are. But don't get me wrong, I had a very happy childhood. My adoptive parents not only loved me, they were also extremely wealthy, owning several martial arts schools in the capital city. Thanks to that, I never had to worry about food or clothing growing up. I spent every day in the martial arts schools practicing, and as I kept practicing, I became the second highest scorer in the capital city's college entrance exams. Unfortunately, my adoptive parents had many chronic illnesses due to being combative in their youth, and they both fell ill and passed away during my sophomore year in high school, never seeing me become the second highest scorer. Speaking of which, the reason I followed the pureblood human path is all because of the influence of my adoptive parents. Search *the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Both of them were members of Tianren Pavilion, longtime friends of the dean, always believing that the pureblood human path is the future of humanity, so following the pureblood human path was my way of fulfilling their wish. While saying this, she mocked herself, "It's just a pity that I'm too useless. I've been walking the pureblood human path for 10 years and haven't made a splash," getting laughed at for being no different from anyone else. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, just listened intently, nodding now and then in response. He wasn't interested in Song Yuyen's life story. It was just a casual question. However, since she was talking so earnestly, he still needed to listen politely. "By the way, Zichen, since you're such a prodigy, what do your parents do?" After sharing her own backstory, Song Yuyen asked curiously. Lin Zichen smiled and used the same sentence structure she had just used. "You might not believe it, but both my parents are ordinary people, they write novels online." "Your parents are ordinary people?" Song Yuyen said in disbelief. "How could two ordinary people produce such a genius son? A genetic mutation." The next day, Yuan Dongji called a meeting for all the new students in the morning. Like the fire drills of the past life, she spoke about the heretical sect during the meeting. She intended for the new students to recognize the heretical sect and understand its dangers. To teach them how to identify heretics and avoid being persecuted by them. She said, "If you're coerced by heretics, you can come to her for help at any time, just don't collude with them. Otherwise, once you've soiled your hands, she wouldn't treat the coerced student as a student anymore, but rather as a heretic, a betrayer of humanity. How they would be dealt with would be determined then and there, with no room for turning back." About an hour later, the meeting ended. Yuan Dongji found Lin Zichen and informed him of the investigation results concerning Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, as well as the punishment they were to face. The investigation found, both of them were confirmed to be members of the divine plant cult. During the practical college entrance exam, a safety officer forced them to consume a demonic seed. Then, under threat and temptation, they chose to join the divine plant cult. The punishment was, both were expelled from Shanghai University and had to bear corresponding criminal responsibilities. Their lives were pretty much ruined. In addition, Yuan Dongji also mentioned that the Education Department of Nanjiang Province had started investigating this year's practical exam and initiated accountability procedures, which should yield results soon. Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a bit poignant after hearing all this. Back when he first entered high school, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie had the halo of Nangguan City's prodigies who looked down on everyone in the elite class of Shanghai High School, antic and invincible. Yet, in just a short 3 years, both were behind bars. P.S. Bowl in hand, begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 182, 142, Shenqinghan Genetic Fusion Failure. Chapter 182, 142, Shenqinghan Genetic Fusion Failure. Time flew by, and a week had passed. That evening, with the help of the revitalization pill, Lin Zichen successfully achieved second-stage skin tempering, great accomplishment as he had wished. His body became invulnerable to blades and spears, and he could withstand close-range AK gunfire, comparable to the Golden Bell shield described in martial arts novels. In light of this, Lin Zichen didn't indulge in self-satisfaction but continued to diligently refine himself. The next day, he immediately began second-stage flesh tempering. He didn't go to the research institute and spent the entire day in his dorm room refining his body. He refined himself for an entire day. He consumed 4 revitalization pills. And ultimately, he achieved a 5% progress. 5% progress in one day. As long as he maintained this refining efficiency, he would only need to refine for another 19 days to achieve second-stage flesh tempering grade accomplishment. After that, he could proceed to second-stage bone tempering. With such high refining efficiency, he was certain to achieve second-stage body refinement grade accomplishment before the semester ended. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen felt invigorated inside. Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Another week went by. That morning, Lin Zichen's progress in second-stage flesh tempering increased as scheduled to 40%. In another 12 days, he would achieve second-stage flesh tempering grade accomplishment, and then he could start second-stage bone tempering. That same afternoon, parents from both families drove to the school, bringing as much as they could from home, planning to settle down at Shanghai University. Shen Qinghan specially took an afternoon off to join Lin Zichen in helping their parents move. The school's arranged housing was all in the outer district. This was because students not belonging to the inner district were prohibited from entering it. Even the parents of inner district students were likewise forbidden from entering the inner district. This was a strict rule. Even the parents of the newcomer king were no exception. Soon, both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan met up with their parents and led them to their assigned houses. Thanks to Lin Zichen's request to the school authorities, their parents were allocated houses next to each other, allowing them to continue being neighbors. The only difference was that their children were living in the student dormitories, which made it feel a bit less like a complete family. It took an entire afternoon to set up the new home. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, both families gathered at a restaurant in the outer district for a meal. While eating and chatting, the atmosphere was harmonious. I just looked at the work arrangement. I've been assigned to teach cultural electives in Building C of the outer district. For inner district students, just 5 classes a week. This is too relaxing, said Shen Jianya with a smile on his face. Su Meng also smiled and said, had I known teaching here was so relaxing, I would have moved over sooner. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wanqin both felt envious listening to this. The two were novelists, and moving near the university didn't reduce their workload at all. But they enjoyed it nonetheless. Han Han, living with Xiaochen and sharing a bed every day, how does it feel? Zhang Wanqin asked Shen Qinghan with a teasing smile. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly, every day is so happy, it feels like a dream. As she said this, her delicate and fair face didn't blush at all, and she wasn't as shy as before. It showed that she had grown up and her personality had become less timid. Zhang Wanqin looked regretful. If only our parents could also enter the inner district. I really want to see your dorm rooms. If I had time, I could even help you clean. Lin Yanzheng, puzzled, said, I remember Han Han posted a lot of videos in the group chat. Couldn't you just watch those? Zhang Wanqin rolled her eyes at him. Is watching on a phone the same as seeing it in person? Around 9 o'clock at night. It was about time for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to head back to their dormitory. Before leaving, Su Meng pulled Shen Qinghan to the side and quietly handed her a bag. Shen Qinghan, thinking it was some gift, opened the bag with anticipation. However, upon looking inside, she found 2 boxes of ultra-thin XX condoms, leaving her speechless. Mom, why do you always give me these? Shen Qinghan pouted, slightly unhappy with the gift. Su Meng explained, I'm worried you might not have enough. Not have enough? They hadn't even reached that step yet. They were not needed at all. Mumbling to herself, Shen Qinghan then seriously said, Mom, don't give me these anymore. If we need them, I'll buy them myself. You're just too shy to buy them, aren't you? Her mother retorted. It's convenient to shop online nowadays, Shen Qinghan. Since starting university and not being under your parents' care, have you learned to talk back? Su Meng said, looking at her daughter with dissatisfaction. Shen Qinghan immediately softened and affectionately linked arms with Su Meng, whining softly, not at all. I've always been the obedient darling daughter who listens to Mom. Su Meng smiled and pinched her cheek, you're already so big but still like to act spoiled. You must have been doing this a lot with Xiaochen, right? I only act like this with you, Mom. Okay, Mom knows. Go on back. Xiaochen is waiting outside. Mom, bye-bye. Bye-bye. The mother and daughter waved at each other and said their goodbyes. Zhongyuan Building Number 8, Dormitory 603. By the time the two of them returned here, it was nearly 9:30 p.m. As soon as they entered the dormitory, Shen Qinghan remembered something very important and said to Lin Zichen, "Zichen, I forgot to tell you, I have my genetic fusion scheduled for tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, in the master's office. Would you come and keep me company?" "Sure, I'll come with you," Lin Zichen replied without hesitation. An event as significant as the genetic fusion, akin to conceiving a child, was something he would have insisted on being a part of, even if Shen Qinghan hadn't asked. Chapter 183, 142, Shen Qinghan Genetic Fusion Failure _2 Chapter 183, 142, Shen Qinghan Genetic Fusion Failure _2, It's getting late, let's go take a bath and then get to bed early. Okay, let's go. After saying that, Lin Zichen walked with Shen Qinghan toward the front bathroom. About half an hour later, they came out of the bathroom after taking their baths. As soon as Shen Qinghan came out, she said she was hungry and wanted a late-night snack. Lin Zichen indulged her and specifically went to the kitchen to stir-fry a dish of rice noodles and squeeze a glass of spirit fruit juice to satisfy her craving. After spending a dozen minutes eating their fill, Shen Qinghan rested for a while, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and soon went to sleep in the room with Lin Zichen. After lying in bed for a while without falling asleep, she turned on her side to face Lin Zichen and said, "Xiao Chen, it's not even 11 o'clock yet, it's too early, and I can't sleep. Can I borrow your phone to play for a while? I haven't downloaded any new study videos." "It's okay, I can watch the old ones." "Here you go." Lin Zichen handed over his phone and said, "Remember to use headphones, don't let the sound play out loud." "I know." Shen Qinghan took the phone, put on the headphones, and skillfully opened the study videos that were cached inside, silently shrinking into the blanket to watch. Half an hour later, the videos ended. Shen Qinghan took off the headphones and returned the phone to Lin Zichen. As Lin Zichen reached out to take the phone, she said in a soft, sticky voice, "Xiao Chen, I'd like to drink some milk." "I'll go get it for you," Lin Zichen said, getting up from the bed and putting on his shoes. But before he had a chance to go, Shen Qinghan took hold of his hand with eyes full of affection, her voice slightly soft, "No need to go to the living room to get it, just lie down on the bed." The next day, 7:30 a.m. The two of them sat opposite each other at the dining table for breakfast. Today's breakfast was also made by Lin Zichen. It was simple, a bowl of corn dumplings, a boiled egg, and a cup of hot milk. After finishing the dumplings and egg, Shen Qinghan held the hot milk in front of her and couldn't wait to drink it. The egg was too dry, and she was very thirsty. "Xiao Chen, the milk is not tasty at all, it's all a lie." After finishing the milk in the cup, Shen Qinghan wiped the corner of her mouth, pouted her rosy lips slightly, and complained as if she had been deceived. Lin Zichen looked at the empty cup in front of her and laughed without saying a word. "Xiao Chen, I have to undergo genetic fusion tonight at 9 p.m., and I'm a bit nervous." A hint of unease appeared on Shen Qinghan's pretty face. Lin Zichen comforted her with a gentle voice, "It's normal to feel nervous the first time. After doing it a few more times and getting used to it, it'll be fine." "That's true." Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. They sat like that and chatted for a while, then quickly got up to clean up the dining table together. A moment later, after the table was cleared, Shen Qinghan put on the small backpack that Lin Zichen had made for her and went out to class on her own. Lin Zichen chose not to go to the research institute today but to stay at home for a second tempering flesh. This tempering lasted a quick 10 hours. With the help of 4 revitalization pills, the progress of the second tempering flesh successfully advanced to 45%. Seeing that it was 5:30 p.m., Lin Zichen put away the yoga mat, picked a few ingredients from the fridge, and took them to the kitchen to cook dinner. Search * the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Closer to 6 p.m., Shen Qinghan came back with her backpack. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen, and she couldn't help swallowing saliva. The dishes Lin Zichen cooked were so fragrant that she never got tired of eating them, just one whiff made her want to eat. After dinner, the two sat on the couch reading books for a while. Feeling sufficiently digested, Shen Qinghan stood up, left the living room, and went to the bathroom for a shower. In just over an hour, she would head to Yuan Dongji's office for her first genetic fusion. Before that, it was necessary to clean up. 8:30 p.m. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left home to head towards Yuan Dongji's office. They walked leisurely for over 10 minutes. Arriving at the administrative building, they walked in. Took the elevator to the 5th floor. When the two entered the principal's office, Yuan Dongji had already been waiting inside for a long time. Upon seeing Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji handed her a cup of warm water to drink all at once. After finishing that cup, she poured another one for her to continue drinking. In total, she drank 5 cups, nearly a liter of water. This was the preparatory work before fusing the blue spirit jellyfish gene. The blue spirit jellyfish is a water attribute exotic beast. The more water there is in the body, the easier it is to fuse with its genes. Master, I can't drink any more. Shen Qinghan put down her cup and touched her full belly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Yuan Dongji said indifferently, if you can't drink any more, there's no need to force it. Come up to the bed and lie down, and I'm going to fuse you with the Azure Jellyfish King's genes. Thank you, Master. Shen Qinghan obediently lay down on the bed, her belly filled with water slightly raised, making her look like a little pregnant woman several months along. Yuan Dongji brought over a syringe filled with blue liquid, sat next to Shen Qinghan, and said to her, the blue liquid in this syringe I'm holding contains the Azure Jellyfish King gene. When I inject it later, I have to insert it directly into the heart. But don't worry, the insertion won't hurt. I'll use spiritual power to numb your pain nerves so you won't feel any pain. However, during the gene fusion process, even if your pain nerves are numbed, you will still feel pain. But, the duration of the process usually won't be too long, at most just a few minutes. During that time, if you truly can't bear the pain, feel free to scream out loud, don't hold it in, understand? I understand, Master. Shen Qinghan nodded her head. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 184, 184, 142, Shen Qinghan Genetic Fusion Failure _3 Chapter 184, 142, Shen Qinghan Genetic Fusion Failure _3 SE The novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As she said these words, fear and nervousness filled her eyes, and she felt extremely uneasy inside. Such a thick needle, directly piercing into the heart to inject, could it really be painless? The sensation felt like it could stab someone to death. After simply explaining the precautions to Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji retrieved the tools they'd need later, preparing to inject Shen Qinghan with the Azure Jellyfish King gene. Before the injection, she looked at Lin Zichen in front of her and said, "You'll have to lift up your clothes for the injection. You should step out to avoid any discomfort. We've already been intimate, no need for such formalities." Shen Qinghan thought to herself, her cheeks blushing slightly as she quietly said, "Master, we've already been living together, Yuan Dongji was somewhat surprised, but didn't pay much attention to it, simply saying calmly, "Since you two are living together, there's no need to avoid each other." Having said that, she lifted Shen Qinghan's shirt, took a piece of cloth soaked in alcohol, and wiped her chest for disinfection. After disinfecting, she aimed the sharp needle at Shen Qinghan's chest and said, "Qinghan, I'm going to insert it now." Shen Qinghan responded tersely, closing her eyes in fear. Seeing that she was ready, Yuan Dongji released her own spiritual power to anesthetize Shen Qinghan's pain receptors. Then, with a gentle push, she accurately pierced the needle into her heart and slowly injected the Azure Jellyfish King gene from the syringe. Lin Zichen witnessed the scene, finding it incredible. He had previously studied the process of human genetic fusion and even watched related videos. From them, he learned that various precise monitoring instruments are needed during genetic fusion, to constantly observe changes in the subject's body data. However, Yuan Dongji needed no monitoring instruments at that moment. This was because her incredibly powerful spiritual power was the best monitoring instrument that could minutely observe every data change in Shen Qinghan's body. Soon, the Azure Jellyfish King gene was completely injected. Yuan Dongji removed the needle from Shen Qinghan's heart and took some white mystical ointment, spreading it over the remaining needle hole on her chest. As soon as the ointment was applied, the next second, the needle hole on Shen Qinghan's chest swiftly healed, appearing as good as new. After the genetic fusion starts, you will soon feel intense pain, so you need to be psychologically prepared, Yuan Dongji cautioned Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan ed again, tightly closing her eyes, biting her lower lip, ready to face a bout of severe pain. However, 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed, even after 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, and even 10 seconds had passed, Shen Qinghan still didn't feel any pain. This was completely different from what Yuan Dongji had said. Faced with this situation, Shen Qinghan felt particularly uneasy, and couldn't help asking weakly, "Master, it's so strange, I don't feel any pain at all, could something be wrong?" Yuan Dongji did not respond. It wasn't that she hadn't heard Shen Qinghan. Nor was she being aloof. Instead, she was completely stunned at that moment. The Azure Jellyfish King's gene had been successfully injected into Shen Qinghan's heart without any rejection reaction. The process went very smoothly. But strangely, the Azure Jellyfish King gene that was injected did not fuse with Shen Qinghan's genes. Instead, it was eerily controlled. All of the Azure Jellyfish King genes were controlled by Shen Qinghan's genes. Unable to fuse. P.S. Setting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 185, 143. Shen Qinghan's ability, gene slavery. Chapter 185, 143. Shen Qinghan's ability, gene slavery. Master. Shen Qinghan opened her eyes and saw Yuan Dongji standing still with a stunned expression, not responding to her words, which made her voice her doubt and feel very uneasy. Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment he stepped forward and asked, "Principal Yuan, is there a problem with Han Han's genetic fusion?" Upon hearing the two people's voices, Yuan Dongji quickly snapped back to reality. She steadied her emotions and said with some uncertainty, "Qinghan's genetic fusion failed. It didn't successfully integrate the Azure Jellyfish King genes, but I can't say it's an outright failure." "What do you mean?" Lin Zichen's brows knitted even tighter. "Either it succeeds, or it fails. What is this? Not a complete failure." See thnelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Did it only fuse halfway? Lin Zichen was worried about this, afraid that Shen Qinghan's body might develop problems because of it. Abnormal situations always provoke such unease. Yuan Dongji didn't hide the situation from her young disciple's cohabiting boyfriend and told the truth. Under normal circumstances, if exotic beast genes injected into the heart don't cause a severe rejection reaction, it's considered a successful genetic fusion. Because the biggest difficulty in genetic fusion is the rejection reaction. As long as there is no rejection reaction, with the assistance of various drugs and the gene reagent, one's own genes will quickly fuse with the exotic beast gene on their own, obtaining the authority to express the exotic beast gene, thus attaining certain abilities of the respective exotic beast. However, Qinghan's situation is strange. The Azure Jellyfish King genes injected into her didn't cause the slightest rejection reaction, nor did they initiate fusion, but were instead completely controlled. All the Azure Jellyfish King genes were controlled by her own genes. As she spoke these words, disbelief was written all over Yuan Dongji's face, and she felt very unreal. Having lived for nearly a century and personally witnessed the development of genetic fusion technology from scratch to the present, participating in tens of thousands of genetic fusion surgeries, she had never seen a case like Shen Qinghan's. She had not only never seen it, but she had also never even heard of it. Her past knowledge of genetic fusion was completely shattered, leaving her dumbfounded. The Azure Jellyfish King genes, controlled by Han Han's genes. Lin Zichen was extremely puzzled and looked at Yuan Dongji, asking, "Principal Yuan, what exactly is going on?" "I can't quite clarify what exactly is going on," Yuan Dongji admitted with uncharacteristic patience. "The only thing I'm clear about now is that, under the perception of my spiritual power, I found that Qinghan's own genes seem to have a mind of their own, systematically surrounding the invading Azure Jellyfish King genes and then coiling around them, restricting their freedom. During the process, some Azure Jellyfish King genes instinctively tried to initiate fusion, only to be directly strangled by Qinghan's genes, turning into a heap of gene fragments that were completely absorbed as nutrients. The current situation is that the remaining Azure Jellyfish King genes are all restricted in their freedom, looking like a female thief who broke into a house and got imprisoned in the basement by the homeowner, a situation I have never encountered. Surrounding. Coiling. Imprisoning. Hearing these sensitive words, Lin Zichen found it unbelievable. Is this something genes can do? This notion was so astonishing that it made him doubt whether Yuan Dongji was lying. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was not strong enough, otherwise, he would also want to investigate Shen Qinghan's body to verify if it was really that bizarre. While the two were talking, Shen Qinghan on the bed was very well behaved, not interrupting, listening quietly the entire time. As she was attentively listening to Yuan Dongji explain the situation in her body, suddenly, she noticed her hair changing color, turning blue at a visible rate, resembling the hue of the ocean. At the same time, it became even more supple and glossy, looking crystal clear like water. Xiaochen, master, my hair is changing color. Shen Qinghan felt a bit panicked and turned to look at the two as she spoke, reacting immediately. There was no need for her reminder, as Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji had already noticed. Because their gaze had never left her, not even for a second. What's the matter? Yuan Dongji was once again baffled and asked with a puzzled expression, why does she express the Azure Jellyfish King's genes when the fusion clearly failed? Turning hair blue is one of the characteristics expressed by the blue spirit jellyfish genes. This shouldn't be occurring in Shen Qinghan. Yuan Dongji sat down by the bed and observed Shen Qinghan's now azure blue supple hair closely, asking her, Qinghan, do you feel anything unusual in your body? Shen Qinghan calmed her emotions, focused quietly and felt something carefully, then said uncertainly, it feels like there's something extra inside of me, I can sense it, and it seems I can also control it. Something extra inside. Able to sense it. And even control it. Isn't that a genetic integrator? Yuan Dongji felt perplexed. After some thought, she figured that it must be a problem with her own spiritual power. Indeed, Shen Qinghan had successfully fused with the Azure Jellyfish King genes, and it was a flaw in her spiritual power perception that had prevented her from realizing this. Thinking this, she immediately withdrew her spiritual power from Shen Qinghan's body. She took a moment to rest, allowing her brain to take a short break. Afterward, she extended her spiritual power again, entering Shen Qinghan's body, carefully examining the Azure Jellyfish King genes inside. Her findings revealed that the Azure Jellyfish King genes were still being controlled by Shen Qinghan's genes, there was no mutual fusion whatsoever. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 186, 143. Shen Qinghan's ability, Gene Slavery, _2 Chapter 186, 143. Shen Qinghan's ability, Gene Slavery, _2 But what was different from before was that at this moment, the Azure Jellyfish King's gene was striving to express itself. It looked as if it were threatened by Shen Qinghan's genetic death threat, and if it didn't express its gene, it would strangle. What on earth was going on? Yuan Dongji was extremely shocked in her heart, feeling baffled beyond measure. But one thing could be certain, Shen Qinghan didn't need to fuse with the exotic beast gene, she just needed to control the exotic beast gene to express it and acquire the abilities of the exotic beast. It's just like a jerk, only responsible for bed affairs and not marriage, never having to worry about divorce disputes. In the domain of genetic fusion, it's like never having to worry about backlash from the exotic beast gene. No, that's not vivid enough. When jerks date, they are equal in status. The situation inside Shen Qinghan's body is more like a relationship between master and slave. Shen Qinghan's genes had enslaved all those foreign Azure Jellyfish King genes, turning them into its slaves, making the Azure Jellyfish King genes work for it. If they obey, they just bind and imprison, if they don't, they get strangled. Yes, that's it. It's a relationship of enslavement. Gene slavery. Yuan Dongji made such a judgment about the situation inside Shen Qinghan's body and named this phenomenon gene slavery. She felt that her conjectures were well-founded, logical, and scientifically minded. Without surprises, the truth should be just so. After roughly figuring out these things, search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Qinghan, the thing you sense inside your body should be the Azure Jellyfish King gene that I just injected into you. Now, the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside you is in an activated state, calm your mind, and try to use your spiritual power to control it, make it fall into dormancy. Oh, I'll try. Shen Qinghan's voice was soft as she replied. Then, concentrating, she did as Yuan Dongji said and tried to use her spiritual power to control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her. It was only a moment of fumbling. Soon, Shen Qinghan intuitively succeeded in controlling the Azure Jellyfish King gene all by herself. Then, with a thought, she put the Azure Jellyfish King gene into dormancy. At the same time, her hair as blue as the sea visibly faded from blue and returned to its original black color. Seeing this, Yuan Dongji was excited in her heart. Shen Qinghan could control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her. My guess was right. After steadying her emotions for a moment, Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, "Qinghan, now try to reactivate the Azure Jellyfish King gene." Okay. After speaking, Shen Qinghan thought, reactivating the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her. The next second, her hair turned bright and shiny blue again, dazzlingly beautiful. Seeing her hair turn blue again, Yuan Dongji could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She's so strong. Shen Qinghan's physique is truly too strong. Even the likes of Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and even Student Council President Zhou Xiahong, who are top genetic integrators, need at least 3 days to adapt after successfully fusing with an exotic beast gene, and then they can activate or put their exotic beast gene into dormancy at will. But Shen Qinghan, she had just injected the exotic beast gene into her heart and was directly able to control the exotic beast gene. This is much more powerful than a genetic integrator. In front of her, a genetic integrator is just like a mentally challenged child. A skill that could be mastered instantly, yet they have to spend at least 3 days to master it. What about the genius of the capital's top university? What about the unbeatable genetic fusion talent? All of these are not worth mentioning in the face of Shen Qinghan's gene slavery ability. The more Yuan Dongji thought about it, the more excited she got. The disciple she had newly taken had potential far beyond what she had imagined. As for the compatibility of genetic fusion reaching 21%, this is completely incomparable in the face of the ability of gene slavery. Seeing the usually cold and reticent Yuan Dongji suddenly showing excitement in a way that didn't fit her persona, Lin Zichen immediately asked, "Principal Yuan, what's the situation with Han Han now?" Yuan Dongji, feeling exceptionally good, smiled and said, "I have a good news and a bad news, which would you like to hear first?" Lin Zichen didn't speak, silently looking at Shen Qinghan on the bed, allowing her to decide. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, her mood somewhat uneasy, and said, "Well, let's hear the bad news first. Yuan Dongji, the bad news is, you may never become a genetic integrator." Ah. Shen Qinghan was stunned for a moment. Then, she felt as though her whole world had crumbled. She had finally tested out a high 21% compatibility for genetic fusion. She had finally turned from an ordinary person into a top-tier talent. She had finally earned the right to be with Lin Zichen and be called the double pride of the era. But in less than half a year, was she going to fall back to mediocrity? Heartbroken, distressed, despair, agony for a moment, Shen Qinghan was overwhelmed with negative emotions, feeling the world darken. But soon, she realized something was amiss. If she could not become a genetic integrator, then why could she freely control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her just now? Wasn't that something only a genetic integrator could do? With these thoughts in her mind, Shen Qinghan asked full of confusion, "Master, then why could I control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside me just now? Isn't that something only a genetic integrator can do?" Yuan Dongji smiled and said, "That's exactly what I'm about to tell you in the good news." "Master, I want to hear the good news." Shen Qinghan could no longer wait, desperately needing some good news to soothe her restless spirit. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 187, 187, 143. Shen Qinghan's ability, Gene Slavery, _3 Chapter 187, 143. Shen Qinghan's ability, Gene Slavery, _3 Yuan Dongji said with a smile, "The good news is, you are more advanced and powerful than a genetic integrator, you don't need genetic fusion to do what they can, and you can do it even better." Really? Shen Qinghan was overjoyed. Yuan Dongji smiled, then shared her conjecture about gene slavery. She explained in detail. She emphasized the power of gene slavery. She said that Shen Qinghan didn't need to fuse with an exotic beast gene to express the gene and gain the exotic beast's abilities, without worrying about being backfired by the exotic beast gene. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were both surprised after hearing this. Among them, Shen Qinghan's pretty face turned red with excitement, more excited than if she had won several hundred million in a lottery. But soon, Yuan Dongji poured cold water on her by saying indifferently, "Qinghan, don't be too happy too soon, Master's conjecture may not be accurate. Whether you're actually more advanced than a genetic integrator, that still needs to be observed over time. So far, we have not found any pure-blood human being able to break the shackles of ordinary creatures to evolve into an advanced-level creature. Only by integrating with an exotic beast gene can one break this shackle. And your current situation is, you can't fuse with an exotic beast gene, but you can enslave it, express it, and gain the corresponding abilities. What does this mean? It means that you are essentially still a pure-blood human." Saying this, Yuan Dongji asked Shen Qinghan, "Do you think you can break the shackles of ordinary creatures with your pure-blood human body?" This question, like a bucket filled with ice-cold water, was poured over Shen Qinghan's head, extinguishing all her excitement and joy. From great sorrow to great joy, then back to great sorrow again. This set of emotional roller coaster moves left Shen Qinghan silent for a long time, unable to speak. "Don't be so disheartened," Yuan Dongji said with her genteel smile. "In my opinion, since your genes can enslave the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King, that means your genes are stronger than those of the Jellyfish King. And the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King belong to an advanced-level creature. Therefore, you have a good chance of breaking the shackles of ordinary creatures with your own genes." At this point, Yuan Dongji placed her hand on Shen Qinghan's shoulder, looking at her with great expectation. "You are very likely to become the first pioneer on Earth to break away from the constraints of ordinary creatures and evolve into an advanced-level creature using a pure-blood human body." I really can." After hearing Yuan Dongji's words, Shen Qinghan's whole mind was in a whirl, resembling an innocent girl who had been hoodwinked by a cult leader. Yuan Dongji said seriously, "If a pure-blood human can really break the shackles of ordinary creatures, then the first one to do so will definitely be you." Lin Zichen frowned. What did that mean? Was she looking down on him? Muttering in his heart, he calmly asked Yuan Dongji, "Principal Yuan, according to what you said, does that mean Han Han will be following the pure-blood human path from now on?" Yuan Dongji shook her head. "She can't walk the pure-blood human path." See the nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen was puzzled. "Can't walk it?" Yuan Dongji patiently explained, "Whether one can walk the pure-blood human path depends on one's physical talent and the strength of their qi blood, and both of these just happen to be Qinghan's weak points. Abilities of the controlling type are generally linked with spiritual power, and Qinghan's gene slavery ability should be no exception. So, Qinghan's future direction of evolution is to refine her spiritual power, enhance the strength of her gene slavery ability, and then keep on enslaving exotic beast genes to become stronger. This is an unprecedented and pioneering path of evolution, only feasible for Qinghan who has the ability for gene slavery, others cannot." Yuan Dongji added, "Although Qinghan is not a genetic integrator, her main method of improving strength is inseparable from the exotic beast genes. Considering this, Qinghan will still be a student in the genius class of Evolution College, and on the surface, she'll be identified as a genetic integrator. This secret, just the two of you should know, don't tell anyone, not even parents." After giving her instructions, Yuan Dongji turned to Shen Qinghan and said, "Qinghan, there's still much to research about your gene slavery ability, so from now on, come to my office every night at 8 o'clock if you're free, and we'll study it together." "Yes, Master." "I understand," Shen Qinghan obediently nodded, displaying a model student's attributes perfectly. Yuan Dongji glanced at the time and spoke with rare gentleness, "All right, it's getting late, both of you should go back and rest early. Principal Yuan, goodbye. Master, bye-bye." Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan waved politely to Yuan Dongji and quickly left the office. After the two had left, Yuan Dongji picked up the mobile phone on the desk and dialed her father's number. Soon, the call connected, and a deep male voice came through. "Dongji, why are you calling so late?" "I dialed by mistake." "Oh, then I'll hang up first, I'm having a drink with a few friends." "Dad, drink less." "Hey, I know, don't nag like your mother, young lady. I'm hanging up now." Beep 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 beep. After a brief conversation, Yuan Dongji ended the call with her father. She thought about it and decided not to tell her nearly 200-year-old father about Shen Qinghan's situation. This secret about her little disciple should just be known to herself and the little disciple couple. There was no need for a fourth person to know, to avoid unnecessary trouble. P.S. Setting out my bowl, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 188, 188, 144. Remotely Controlling Another Person's Qi Blood. Chapter 188, 144. Remotely controlling another person's qi blood. In the days that followed, whenever she had the time, Shen Qinghan would arrive promptly at 8 p.m. at Yuan Dongji's office to study her gene slavery ability with her bargain mentor. They focused on this research for nearly half a month. During that time, Shen Qinghan's body showed no signs of abnormalities. The genes of the Azure Jellyfish King within her were tightly controlled by her own DNA. Any movement from the Azure Jellyfish King gene would be instantly crushed by her own. The remaining genes of the Azure Jellyfish King behaved like obedient slaves. Shen Qinghan needed only to think, and they would express or enter dormancy as she wished. Genetic integrators would cry with envy at the sight. For genetic integrators, each fusion with an exotic beast gene was followed by a period of instability, during which they needed constant injection of drugs to stabilize and prevent any anomalous transformations. Whereas Shen Qinghan, who possessed the gene slavery ability, didn't have to worry about this at all, enjoying the ability to freeload off the genes of exotic beasts. Administrative building. Inside the principal's office. The lights were blazing. Yuan Dongji, clad in a light white cheongsam, sat crossing her legs on the office chair, her pose sensual yet elegant, emanating the aura of a noblewoman and appearing as an experienced charmer. In contrast, sitting across from her in a light blue dress, Shen Qinghan seemed somewhat pure and restrained. Sitting upright throughout, she resembled an elementary student occupying the front row in a classroom. Shen Qinghan and Yuan Dongji, despite their mentor-apprentice relationship, weren't particularly close. Most of their interactions bore the air of a serious and reserved elementary school teacher-student relationship. Come on, Qinghan, try using spiritual power as I just taught you to slowly move the water from the left cup to the right cup, Yuan Dongji said, her voice unusually gentle. She was very much invested in her well-behaved little apprentice and wanted to deepen their bond and nurture her growth. I'll give it a try, answered Shen Qinghan, in her soft voice. Next, with a thought, she activated the gene of the Azure Jellyfish King within her, causing her hair to turn a vibrant, shiny blue. Then, again with a thought, she clumsily spread out her spiritual power, gradually moving the water from the left cup to the right one. Her spiritual power was weak and far from being strong enough to manipulate objects through the air. Ordinarily, she wouldn't be able to move the water from one cup to another. But with the properties of the Azure Jellyfish King gene enhancing her abilities, she did it effortlessly. Moreover, she did it perfectly. The water she drew was silky smooth, pouring completely into the other cup without spilling a single drop onto the table. Yuan Dongji witnessed the whole process, deeply impressed. She considered herself a genius among geniuses, but compared to Shen Qinghan, she seemed utterly common. The silky water control Shen Qinghan displayed just now took her 3 months of hard practice to accomplish when she was younger. Yet Shen Qinghan had succeeded in less than half a month. The disparity was like the difference between heaven and earth. Pleased with what she saw, Yuan Dongji didn't skimp on her praise. Not bad, your water control ability is much stronger than mine was back then. Indeed, the blue is outshining the indigo. You flatter me, master, Shen Qinghan said modestly. She felt a bit embarrassed by Yuan Dongji's compliments, her fingers playing with her smooth hair on her shoulders in shyness. For Yuan Dongji, the more she watched her apprentice's bashful demeanor, the more endearing she found it. She then continued, the method of spiritual refinement I taught you last night, you must practice it diligently for an hour every night before going to bed. Strive to raise your currently faint spiritual power to the standard required to train in the spirit refinement room in a month's time. Training in the spirit refinement room will enhance your spiritual power rapidly. Once it is sufficiently high, you will be able to influence not just water from a distance but also the qi blood within others' bodies. Do you understand what it means to be able to control others' qi blood from a distance? It means that in a confrontation, you could at the very least cause your opponent's qi blood to flow chaotically or, at worst, make them explode and die from it. To kill an enemy would be but a thought away. Yuan Dongji said this last sentence with an emphasis that carried a surge of momentum. To kill an enemy with just a thought. Sarge *, the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hearing Yuan Dongji's words, Shen Qinghan felt a bit unreal. Just a few months ago, in the practical exam for the college entrance exam, she had to set up traps in advance to hunt a wild boar, wielding a sharpened bamboo stick, and approached with caution, fearing to be overturned by the creature. Yet now, just a few months later, she was at the point where she could kill with a mere thought. She had improved so fast. Shen Qinghan felt a wave of emotion within herself. Unaware of her thoughts, Yuan Dongji quickly resumed speaking. The skill to influence others' chi blood remotely is something I mastered a year after integrating with the gene of the Azure Jellyfish King, but with a better talent than mine, you should aim to master it before the end of this term. Do you have confidence? Yes, I have confidence, replied Shen Qinghan, nodding confidently without a hint of hesitation. Surprised, but then reassured, Yuan Dongji smiled and said, "Good, a top-tier genius should have top-tier confidence. A genius without confidence will sooner or later fade into obscurity. A genius ought to be proud and competitive." Chapter 189, 144. Remotely controlling another person's chi blood _2 Chapter 189, 144. Remotely controlling another person's chi blood _2 Shen Qinghan nodded vigorously. In front of Yuan Dongji, nodding had almost become her signature move. "By the way, Master, when I saw you walking on the waves to come to the research base during the college entrance examination, it was so breathtaking. If I want to walk on the waves like that, how long will I at least have to practice?" Shen Qinghan asked longingly. Yuan Dongji laughed and said, "I was nearly 45 when I managed to walk on the waves like I did that day. For you, I think you can do it before you turn 30, I have great faith in you." Before 30? Hearing what Yuan Dongji said, Shen Qinghan felt a little overwhelmed. It was the first time in her life someone had such high hopes for her, giving her a very peculiar feeling. Seeing her so pleasantly surprised, Yuan Dongji couldn't help but smile, finding her little disciple inexplicably adorable. Unlike the eldest disciple from Origin Land, who was always expressionless, taciturn, not rejoicing in material gains, nor wallowing in one's own sorrows, like a block of emotionless ice. Thinking thus, Yuan Dongji said to Shen Qinghan, "Qinghan, at the end of the term, I will inject you with other exotic beast genes to further research your gene slavery ability." "Okay, I understand, Master. It's getting late, if there's nothing else, you should head back. And rest early." "Okay, goodbye, Master." After finishing, Shen Qinghan quickly left the office. She missed Lin Zichen and wanted to go back and take a bath with him in the bathroom, enjoying their private world. The novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhongyuan Building No. 8, Dorm Room 603. On the balcony. Lin Zichen was sitting cross-legged on a yoga mat, sweating profusely as he refined his muscles for the second time. After some time, he slowly opened his clear eyes, let out a deep breath, and a relieved smile spread across his face. The second tempering flesh was a success. Next up, time for the second bone tempering. With the boost from the revitalization pill, let's set a small goal, aim to complete it within 2 months. Speaking of which, I still haven't tried out the mental refinement method I learned from Han Han last night. Now that I'm free, might as well give it a go with that thought. Lin Zichen closed his eyes and, following the technique Shen Qinghan taught him the night before, calmed his breathing and emptied his mind as he meditated. About half an hour later, a prompt slowly appeared in the void. "Spiritual power +1, that's it." Lin Zichen felt a bit disappointed. Half an hour of meditation only increased his spiritual power by 1 point, not even as much as solving a few math problems would have. This so-called mental refinement method wasn't suited for a cheater like him. Creak, a door opening sound came from the living room. It was Shen Qinghan returning. She quickly changed into a pair of pink slippers meant for indoor wear, then briskly walked towards the balcony. Before long, she stopped in front of Lin Zichen and said with a sweet smile, "Xiao Chen, I have some good news for you." "What good news?" Lin Zichen looked up at her and asked. With her hands behind her back, Shen Qinghan smiled mysteriously and said, "I won't tell you just yet. After you finish refining, let's take a bath together and then I'll tell you." "Then let's go take a bath now." Lin Zichen stood up, picked up Shen Qinghan in his arms, not even bothering to clean up the yoga mat, and headed straight for the bathroom. He didn't like his curiosity being piqued, he wanted to know the good news right now. In the bathroom, the two of them took over 10 minutes to finish bathing, sitting face to face in the large tub, comfortably enjoying the warm water. After soaking for a while, Lin Zichen couldn't wait to ask Shen Qinghan, now that we're already soaking, what's the good news? The good news is, Shen Qinghan started to speak, then paused teasingly for a bit before continuing with a smile, I can control water now. Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow, finding this a bit surprising. He hadn't expected Shen Qinghan to learn water control so quickly. Seems like little Miss Dirty was quite talented in playing with water. She couldn't be seen as just an ordinary person. Thinking this, he said to Shen Qinghan, show me. Then keep your eyes peeled because this will definitely dazzle you. After saying this, Shen Qinghan began to demonstrate her water control ability, levitating a part of the water from the tub in the air in front of Lin Zichen. Then, using her weak spiritual power, she morphed the water into various shapes. There were cubes, rectangular prisms, spheres, cones, and more. Next, she even formed a basketball with clear stripes and a granular surface. How impressive is your sister Qinghan? With the water basketball slowly rotating in the air, Shen Qinghan bragged a little with a triumphant smile. Watching the scene unfold before his very eyes, Lin Zichen was truly amazed and said in disbelief, to control it so smoothly right after learning, your talent is so incredible it's almost exaggerated. And there's more impressive stuff to come. Please, begin your performance. I'm about to start my performance, don't blink. Okay. I've got my eyes wide open. As Lin Zichen tried his best to widen his eyes, the water basketball floating in front of him suddenly morphed into a thin stream, cleverly splashing onto his face like a squirt of urine. Haha, you fell for it. The sound of Shen Qinghan's mischievous laughter came from ahead. Xiao Chen, you look just like those clueless dads in comedy videos who get peed on by their babies, completely bewildered, haha. Lin Zichen wiped the water off his face and said with resignation, Shen Wuhang, you're getting sillier. Chapter 190, 144. Remotely controlling another person's chi, blood _3 Chapter 190, 144. Remotely controlling another person's chi, blood _3, that's nice, the joy of a sand sculpture girl is plenty. Having said that, Shen Qinghan laughed for a while, then collected her smile and continued, I was just joking with you. Actually, what's even more incredible is that I can manipulate someone's chi blood from a distance. Really? You can manipulate others' chi blood from a distance? Lin Zichen was not amazed this time, but rather shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Of course it's true. Shen Qinghan said earnestly, come on, I'll show you by manipulating your chi blood from a distance right now. Lin Zichen didn't speak, waiting for her to manipulate. 3 seconds passed, 6 seconds passed, 9 seconds passed. Lin Zichen didn't feel his chi blood being manipulated, so he asked, isn't it working yet? No, I can't do it. Shen Qinghan said with a look of frustration, the intensity of your chi blood is too high, and my spiritual power isn't strong enough, I simply can't manipulate it. Is that so? After Lin Zichen spoke, his thoughts shifted, and he retracted the intensity of his chi blood, then said to Shen Qinghan, I've just retracted the intensity of my chi blood, try it again now. I'll try. Shen Qinghan responded and immediately spread her spiritual power, manipulating Lin Zichen's chi blood from a distance. Then, to her delighted surprise, she found she could manipulate it. Xiao Chen, it worked, I've manipulated it, do you feel it? I feel it. Lin Zichen nodded, distinctly aware that his chi blood was being manipulated by a faint spiritual power from afar. Shen Qinghan carefully manipulated a small part of Lin Zichen's chi blood, curiously flowing and exploring inside his body, finding it quite fun. While manipulating it, she suddenly had a bold idea, and then she slowly started drawing that portion of chi blood towards a place where it shouldn't be led. Shen Wuhang, you get dirtier day by day. Sensing the direction of that portion of chi blood inside him, Lin Zichen immediately realized Shen Qinghan's thoughts, and his whole person was a bit speechless. Shen Qinghan said with an indifferent face, it's not dirty, it's sexy. Sure, it's sexy. Lin Zichen chose to indulge her, letting her play however she wanted. After all, this little dirty girl was only naughty at home, which wasn't a bad thing. And he had to admit, letting her be naughty occasionally was indeed quite sexy. After playing around for a while, Shen Qinghan had had enough. See Audiobook.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Quickly, with a single thought, she retracted her dispersed spiritual power from Lin Zichen, and with a face asking for praise she said, "Xiao Chen, am I not very good at playing with water?" Lin Zichen, indeed, you're amazing, almost invincible in fact. Shen Qinghan listened with joy and sighed. But the next second, Lin Zichen teased her with a smile, likewise, you'd be invincible at playing with pee. Ah, you're so annoying. Shen Qinghan pursed her rosy lips, hitting Lin Zichen with a look of discontent. Lin Zichen continued to teasingly say, I really think you'd be invincible at playing with pee. Think about it, since you can control someone else's qi blood, then by extension, you could definitely control someone's pee too. In future battles with enemies, just by thinking about it, you could make the enemy wet their pants. That would be a full-on killer move, right? So annoying, you better stop mentioning pee, or I'll get mad. Shen Qinghan puffed up her cheeks in displeasure. It was obviously you who started splashing water on my face first, and then you bring up pee. Lin Zichen thought to himself, meanwhile nodding continuously and saying, all right, I won't mention it anymore. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 191, 145. Pure-blood human path. Another strong warrior added. Chapter 191, 145. Pure-blood human path. Another strong warrior added. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan dried their hair and went to bed. The two chatted before falling asleep. Shen Qinghan mentioned that it was a year after Yuan Dongji had fully integrated with the Azure Jellyfish King's gene that he mastered the skill of controlling the qi blood within another's body from a distance. She, on the other hand, had mastered it in less than half a month since her fusion, far surpassing Yuan Dongji in talent. She planned to keep her newfound skill of controlling qi blood a secret, and learn from Lin Zichen to keep her cards close to her chest. When she had mastered even more formidable skills and become stronger, then she would reveal her ability to control qi blood. After all, she was already proving to be extremely talented and could access any resources she needed. There was no need to show all her strengths just yet. Keeping her cards close was the right choice. To Shen Qinghan's plans, Lin Zichen smiled and said, well, you've really learned the essence. The two continued to chat sporadically like this. When the clock struck 11 p.m., Lin Zichen suddenly thought of something. He turned to Shen Qinghan and said, I once said you were a pure-blood human too, and asked your master if you could follow the pure-blood human path. He said no, claiming your qi blood was too weak. But I just thought, if you can control someone else's qi blood from afar, there's no reason you can't control your own and perform body refining. Most importantly, like me, you are a special being. We might be able to accomplish what ordinary people cannot. As he spoke, Lin Zichen sat up, looked at Shen Qinghan lying beside him, and said earnestly, I'll teach you how to use qi blood in body refinement now. Give it a try. We are special beings. Shen Qinghan suddenly felt like she was being wooed, getting a kind of adolescent thrill from standing with her loved one against the world. But, she didn't feel embarrassed, instead, it felt wonderful. Han Han. Seeing Shen Qinghan spacing out, Lin Zichen called out, puzzled. Shen Qinghan snapped back to reality and quickly sat up on the bed, her eyes resolute as she said, you're right, we are special, and I can definitely use qi blood to refine my body. In the following period, the night grew deep and quiet. Lin Zichen patiently instructed while Shen Qinghan earnestly learned. 2.5 hours later, at 1:30 a.m., Shen Qinghan suddenly shouted excitedly, I did it, Xiao Chen, I did it. She had successfully mastered the blood tempering technique. She could use spiritual power to control her own qi blood and refine her body. She could follow the pure-blood human path just like Lin Zichen. Seeing that Shen Qinghan had really succeeded, Lin Zichen felt somewhat surprised. 2.5 hours ago, he had only wanted her to give it a try, without much hope. After all, the blood tempering technique had its prerequisites. According to Lu Chuanwu, one needed to have at least the vital energy and blood strength of a typical fourth order to have enough blood qi power to refine the body. However, Shen Qinghan's current biological level was only a typical second order, yet she had mastered the blood tempering technique. She could use chi blood to refine her body. This was a bit of a paradigm shift. Xiao Chen, I can enslave exotic beast genes to obtain their abilities, and you can absorb exotic beast meat to gain their abilities, now both following the pureblood human path. Truly, we are a remarkable pair. Shen Qinghan excitedly hugged Lin Zichen, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Lin Zichen smiled and said, as we should be. He was happy for Shen Qinghan and felt excited, but he didn't show it as openly as she did. That was just his nature. Shen Qinghan was the type to wear her emotions openly, while he was the type to remain poised at all times. In the days that followed, whenever Shen Qinghan was in the dormitory, she would practice the blood tempering technique with Lin Zichen, using chi blood to refine her body. With Lin Zichen, a master of body refining, at her side, Shen Qinghan didn't take any detours. Her progress in refining her body sped up. In just under half a month, Shen Qinghan had completely mastered tempering skin. Her biological level evolved directly from a typical second order to a typical third order. Though not as efficient as Lin Zichen, compared to Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan, she was overwhelming. Moreover, there was something amazing. Although Shen Qinghan had completely mastered tempering skin, making her skin much stronger, the feel of her skin remained unchanged from before, still tender and smooth. If it weren't for a skin strength test where a fruit knife had been forcefully drawn across her hand, Lin Zichen would have doubted whether she had refined her skin at all. A few days later, on a bright and sunny morning, Shen Qinghan had no morning classes and was wrapped in a blanket, sleeping in. Lin Zichen woke up early but didn't rush to get up. He sat leaning against the headboard, browsing the school app's task system on his phone, thinking of picking up some off-campus tasks to earn school credits. After browsing for a while, he remembered saying he wanted to expose Shen Qinghan to real combat, to toughen her up. So, after half an hour of careful selection, he finally chose an off-campus task in the city to capture a drug dealer. Task: capture drug dealers, 21-member gang, armed with firearms, no mechanically modified humans, no genetic integrators, location on the outskirts of Shanghai City. Reward: 50 school credits. The reward for this task was only 50 school credits, indicating it wasn't very difficult. It was quite suitable for bringing Shen Qinghan to get some real combat experience. Right, this task it is thinking this, Lin Zichen accepted the task in the system, unlocking more task details. The task would begin at 11 p.m. the next evening. They needed to report to the security headquarters in Shanghai City 2 hours earlier and then join the security officers as reinforcements to capture the drug dealers. Chapter 192, 145. Pure-blood human path. Another strong warrior added, _2 Chapter 192, 145. Pure-blood human path. Another strong warrior added, _2 in plain terms, just a hired thug. Lin Zichen suspected that those mechanically modified humans he had seen as a child were likely reinforcements called in by the security headquarters. Xiao Chen, when did you wake up? Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan groggily woke up and asked Lin Zichen, her eyes bleary with sleep. Been awake for over an hour. After finishing, Lin Zichen continued, I just accepted a task on the university app to capture drug traffickers outside the campus. It's scheduled for 9 p.m. tomorrow night, and we're going to the security department to participate in the operation. You're coming with me, I'll let you see some action. Sure. Shen Qinghan readily agreed without a second thought. Lin Zichen handed her his phone, saying gently, then that's settled. Take a look at the details of the task on there, I'm going to make breakfast. Shen Qinghan responded, taking the phone Lin Zichen passed to her. Lin Zichen didn't stay in the room long, he quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and headed straight for the fridge. He had only taken a few steps when the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Lin Zichen immediately extended his senses to see who would come calling so early in the morning. Then, he sensed Li Moyu standing outside. What was he here for? Lin Zichen was puzzled. But without overthinking it, he quickly went to open the door for Li Moyu. Creak, the door opened. Upon seeing Lin Zichen, Li Moyu cut to the chase. Lin Zichen, I accepted a task last night to kill an ordinary 7th-order water monster. It's risky for me to go alone, do you want to come with me? The task reward is 100 academic credits. Once it's done, we'll split it 50-50, 50 credits each, and we'll do the same with the monster's carcass. A 50-50 split isn't taking advantage of you. I went home last week and under my dad's arrangement, I fused with another strand of demon-eyed giant ape genes. Now, even in my normal state, my strength has reached an ordinary 6th order. When I fully activate the demon-eyed giant ape genes, my strength can climb directly to ordinary 7th order. With this level of power, I'm not weaker than you. I might even be stronger, said Li Moyu, who rattled off so much at once, eventually asking again, so, what do you say, want to team up? Lin Zichen declined, no thanks, I prefer doing tasks alone, it's freer that way. He could complete tasks by himself and keep all the academic credits, there was no need to find a teammate to share them. Unless the teammate was Shen Qinghan. As for those exceptionally difficult tasks that were nearly impossible to complete alone and required a team, he wouldn't even give them a glance. He wouldn't accept tasks he wasn't 100% sure of completing, to avoid capsizing in a gutter. Li Moyu disagreed, Lin Zichen, how can you like doing tasks by yourself? With your strength, with your status, you must certainly know about Origin Land. Origin Land is the lair of exotic beasts, filled with them everywhere you turn. Without teaming up, it's near impossible for a human to make it even a step inside. As the future stars of humanity, we will have to enter Origin Land sooner or later. And, due to our roughly equivalent strengths and the fact that we are classmates, it's highly likely we'll end up as teammates eventually. Therefore, the 4 years of university are the best time for us to get used to cooperating as a team. With this in mind, how can you refuse to go out on missions with me? Even if we aren't teammates when we go down to Origin Land in the future, that shouldn't stop us from teaming up now. Both of us have similar strength, teaming up would allow us to practice coordinating with others, gathering more experience in teamwork, to prepare for entering Origin Land later. Don't you agree? Honestly, if you don't practice teaming up with others during these 4 years in university and decide to play the lone wolf, you will definitely regret it, you might not even get the chance to regret it, going down to Origin Land only to meet an early demise. Li Moyu was very talkative, his mouth moving non-stop, pouring out a whole lot of reasoning to Lin Zichen in just half a minute. The words coming out at a pace so fast his tongue could have twisted. After listening, Lin Zichen nodded and agreed, you're right, during these 4 years at university, it is indeed important to team up for tasks and practice working with teammates. He felt that Li Moyu made a lot of sense, it was unwise to be a lone wolf, learning to team up with others was necessary. And teammates had to be of equal strength. Thinking it over, the only suitable candidates were Song Yuyan and Lu Chuanwu. All were ordinary 9th order, so their strength wouldn't differ much. However, Lu Chuanwu was the dean, typically busy with important tasks, so he probably wouldn't have time to take on missions. Most importantly, he had his unique ways of making money and certainly didn't need to earn academic credits through tasks. After canceling him out, that left only the senior sister Song Yuyan. Yes, while his strength hadn't yet exceeded Sister Yan's too much, it was time to ask her out for a mission, Lin Zichen silently thought to himself. On the other side, seeing Lin Zichen's agreement, Li Moyu thought he had agreed to form a team with him, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, not bad, a teachable lad indeed. Just as he was about to discuss the specific details of teaming up with Lin Zichen spoke up before him, you just mentioned Origin Land, what do you know about it? Can you tell me more? You don't know much about it. Li Moyu was somewhat puzzled by this. Given the strength Lin Zichen had shown since school started, his family background must be incredibly strong, otherwise, it would have been impossible to cultivate such an exceptional talent. And with a strong family background, there must be many powerful individuals who frequently visited Origin Land, so it made no sense for him to be ignorant about it. Chapter 193, 145. Pure-blood human path. Another strong warrior added, _3 Chapter 193, 145. Pure-blood human path. Another strong warrior added, _3, I don't know much, Lin Zichen answered honestly. Li Moyu was very puzzled but didn't dwell on it much. After organizing her thoughts briefly, she quickly started introducing him to Origin Land. If you want a detailed introduction to Origin Land, it's too complex to cover in less than half a year. So, I can only give you a brief overview. In one sentence, Origin Land is a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. If we want to evolve into rare-level fighters who can fly and burrow, epic-level powerhouses who can withstand nuclear bombs with their bodies, or even legendary-level strong persons who can move mountains and fill seas, then we must go to Origin Land. Inside Origin Land, there are abundant evolution resources, heaven and earth treasures, exotic flowers and fruits, and nearly everything else. Spending a year there is equivalent to spending 10 or even 100 years on Earth. At this point, Li Moyu shook her head. Relatively, the evolution resources on Earth are scarce, and it's truly sad that even rare-level fighters are hard to cultivate. After hearing what Li Moyu had to say, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. Previously, Lu Chuanwu had mentioned that the creatures in Origin Land were constantly trying to invade Earth, and some strong people guessed that there might be something on Earth they desired. So the question was, what on Earth, which was scarce in evolution resources, could make the creatures from Origin Land so desperate to invade? By the way, when are you free? Let's schedule a time to go kill that sea monster. After briefly introducing Lin Zichen to Origin Land, Li Moyu brought the conversation back to forming a team for a mission. Lin Zichen, I didn't say I'd team up with you. Li Moyu, then what you misunderstood. I only agree with the idea of teaming up for training. I didn't say I wanted to team up with you. After saying that, Lin Zichen suggested, I think Ma Shiwei is quite suitable for teaming up with you. The gap in strength between you two isn't big, and she is quite pretty. You could try teaming up with her. What do you mean? My strength is not much different from hers. Are you looking down on me? Li Moyu reacted as if she had been stepped on the tail, and her emotions flared up all at once. Lin Zichen, I didn't mean that. I think that's exactly what you meant. Li Moyu said, tossing her bangs that covered her eyes and, with a face full of displeasure, said, taking the title of king of the newcomers and then looking down on others, You think you are in a class of your own, don't you? Fine. Watch how I beat you in the freshman competition next semester. I'll teach you how to be humble. Lin Zichen was speechless. Li Moyu, you're being a bit too sensitive. Even the antagonists in my novels aren't as irritable as you. A novel? What novel? He writes novels. Li Moyu's eyes lit up, temporarily forgetting his annoyance, and curiously asked, what novel did you write? Tell me the title, I'll search for it and read it. Forget it, it's not worth showing off. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my room. Lin Zichen didn't want to waste time with Li Moyu anymore and was about to close the door and head to the kitchen for breakfast. Seeing this, Li Moyu quickly stuck her hand in the door gap to prevent it from closing, and said to Lin Zichen, tell me the title. I'll tip you 100,000. If 100,000 isn't enough, I'll tip you 1 million. I'll help you top the best-selling charts. Tipping 1 million. Wow, what a rich fool. Lin Zichen quickly pushed the door open, suddenly beaming with smiles, and said, I've thought about it, and a novel is meant to be read by others, there's nothing to hide. The title is Green Plum, the White Face Behind the Goddess. What kind of bizarre title is that? Li Moyu frowned slightly, suspecting Lin Zichen was just making up a title on the spot to appease her. But then again, no, he couldn't be, she was going to tip him, and he definitely must have stated his own book. Such a strong newcomer, and he writes such soft rice flow novels. TSK, appearances really are deceiving. Time flies. Before they knew it, it was already 7:30 p.m. After dinner, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan went out together to hail a cab to the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. Search the ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tonight at 11 p.m., they were supposed to join the officers in capturing drug traffickers and had to arrive 2 hours in advance. The ride from Shanghai University to the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters took about an hour. Leaving at 7:30 p.m. was just right. In the car, Chen Qinghan was somewhat nervous, holding Lin Zichen's hand the whole time. Having grown up, she had never faced such vicious criminals, especially those armed with guns. It was hard not to feel anxious. Lin Zichen knew she was nervous, but unlike usual, he didn't try to comfort her. He thought about letting her slowly overcome it, slowly change. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone and saw a tip notification from the author's assistant app. You have received a 10 million Qidian coin tip from Li family's second young master, X10. Could it be? did she really tip me 1 million? Seeing these 10 tip notifications in the author assistant backend, Lin Zichen was utterly shocked. Shen Qinghan, leaning on his shoulder, also saw the tip notification on the phone screen and was instantly shocked, her mouth falling open. Her nervousness disappeared instantly, replaced by astonishment. After regaining her composure, with disbelief all over her face, she said, "Chen, this reader is so rich, giving you a direct tip of 1 million. P.S. Begging for a monthly pass recommendation ticket." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 194, 194, 146, My Brother Chen Has an Invincible Demeanor. Chapter 194, 146, My Brother Chen Has an Invincible Demeanor. It was approaching 9 p.m. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at the Shanghai City Security Headquarters and received a warm welcome from the security team. Because of the media storm before the college entrance examination, nearly all the residents of Shanghai City recognized Lin Zichen. They knew he was the second top scorer in the Nanjiang Province College entrance examination. Thus, they greeted him with smiles all the way, their attitude enthusiastic. What does it mean to be the second top scorer in a college entrance exam? It meant a future where he was bound to become a sage. Who wouldn't welcome him warmly? Hearing the security team members address him repeatedly as the second top scorer, Shen Qinghan really wanted to tell them, "You're thinking too small, my Xiaochen is not just the second top scorer, but also the new king of Shanghai University." She thought that if the mere title of provincial second top scorer could make the security team so enthusiastic, wouldn't they be stunned speechless if they knew Lin Zichen was the new king of Shanghai University? TSK, just thinking about that scene is beautiful. It's a pity, the information barrier within Shanghai University is just too high. Those inside seldom go out, and those outside can't get in. With this double layer in effect, most people outside are basically clueless about the inside happenings, which also causes Lin Zichen's prestige as the new king to be unrecognizable outside the campus. It's so frustrating, I really want to grab a megaphone and promote Xiaochen a bit, Shen Qinghan murmured to herself. From her childhood to her adulthood, she has always been Lin Zichen's #1 fan, and her favorite thing to do is see Lin Zichen show off in public, filling her with pride over her man's prowess. Seeing that Lin Zichen had a chance to show off in public but didn't take it, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. "I have a godson named Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajiang Province and also a freshman this year. He's in the talent class, do you know him?" The captain of tonight's security team, a middle-aged man with a square face and graying temples, asked with a smile as he looked at the two. The top scorer from Dajiang Province, Luo Yongjian. Lin Zichen found the name familiar and, after racking his brain, realized it was a challenger he had kicked away during the school's opening trials. It was that robust young man who had just stepped onto the martial stage and had been sent flying with a kick before he could even boast about his achievements. While Lin Zichen was recalling these events, Shen Qinghan said to the square-faced captain, "Yes, I know him. Luo Yongjian's strength ranks in the top 5 of the talent class, and he is skilled with the sword, quite popular with the girls. I often see girls chasing after him." Shen Qinghan had a very deep impression of Luo Yongjian. However, it wasn't because he was extremely capable and somewhat handsome, but because the guy was simply too pretentious. He would dress in ancient-style white robes every day, carry a long sword on his back, prance around like a swordsman from a martial arts novel, and like to strut around like a model. It was hard not to have a deep impression of him. Many girls thought he looked cool like that, but Shen Qinghan found it too conspicuous, foolishly so. She felt Lin Zichen's style was better, typically low-key and only showing his sanctity on occasion. The square-faced captain didn't know what Shen Qinghan was thinking, but upon hearing her say this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Seems my godson is quite famous in Shan University, even the students from the martial arts college know him." He knew that Lin Zichen had joined the Tianren Pavilion and was now a student at the martial arts college. The captain assumed that Shen Qinghan, who accompanied Lin Zichen, was also a student there. Lin Zichen didn't bother to correct him and politely replied with a smile, "Indeed famous, a lot of people know him. With great strength comes fame," he added. Afterward, the square-faced captain continued with a tone of regret, "It's a pity, student Zichen, with your high talent, if you hadn't joined the Tianren Pavilion, you could have also been in the talent class and be classmates with my godson. Really, take my advice and quit the Tianren Pavilion as soon as possible to transfer to the Evolution College." That what's its name Tianren Pavilion, since its establishment, has ruined many talents by making them indistinguishable from the masses. Staying there one more second is a waste of life. The square-faced captain, used to leading a team as a small authority figure, was fond of giving advice. Seeing that Lin Zichen was still a student and young, he couldn't help but adopt an elder's posture and start lecturing him. Lin Zichen wasn't buying it, but he didn't argue, simply smiling politely without saying anything. Realizing that Lin Zichen was silent, the square-faced captain also sensed that he was being too nosy. Once someone reaches middle age, it's easy to be over-talkative and inclined to lecture the younger generation. He thought he needed to change this habit to avoid offending people. Thinking this, the square-faced captain, in an attempt to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, smiled and changed the subject. Right, about tonight's operation, I've invited my godson to join and gain some real combat experience. He should be almost here. Once he arrives, you could take the opportunity to participate in the operation with him, add him on WeChat and make friends. My godson is quite approachable, and he likes to help the downtrodden. If any older students bully you at the university, just reach out to him, and he will definitely step in. Sir, the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The square-faced captain had heard about the survival of the fittest tradition of Shanghai University and knew that upperclassmen liked to bully freshmen in the inner campus area. But they were bullies who feared the tough and only picked on students from regular classes. As for the future stars of the talent class, the upperclassmen would not dare to bother them. After all, these future stars of the talent class were destined to have a bright future, and the upperclassmen were afraid of offending these talents now, in case they were retaliated against later. Godfather, I'm here. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as the square-faced captain was talking about his godson, the godson showed up. Chapter 195, 146, My Chingu has an unbeatable look _2 Chapter 195, 146, My Chingu has an unbeatable look _2 Dressed in flowing white attire akin to that of a grand swordsman, he appeared at the entrance of the hall and immediately shouted out, Godfather, as soon as he came in. In an instant, everyone in the hall instinctively turned to look at the entrance, their eyes landing on the figure of the white-clad youth with a sword on his back. Upon hearing this call for Godfather, the square-faced captain immediately left the tea area with a beaming smile and briskly walked towards the entrance. The loud shout of Godfather from the white-clad youth had been specifically instructed by him. That previous talk about letting his godson come over for some training was fake. The real purpose was to show off to his colleagues at the headquarters that he had a provincial top scholar as his godson, seeking to leverage this for career benefits. As long as his colleagues were aware that he had a provincial top scholar as his godson, his path in the bureaucratic world would become much smoother. The people under him would respect him even more. His peers would not dare to oppose him or compete with him for fear of offending him. The leaders would try to court his favor, in turn trying to ingratiate themselves with him. After all, being the top scholar of a province was no laughing matter. The youth was destined to become a lofty, advanced-level creature. Even more so than Lin Zichen, who was the top student in the college entrance examination. The majority of the personnel in the public security headquarters were ordinary people, and no one dared to offend such an advanced-level creature. That Fang Feixiong is really lucky to have a provincial top scholar as a godson. He's going to rise in power at the headquarters. He once took a bullet for his brother back in the day, nearly losing his life. Now that his brother's son has made something of himself, it's only right that he repays him. Chief Jin often targets him and even found an excuse to dock his bonus 6 months ago. Do you think Chief Jin will meet with bad luck in the future? Does that even need to be said? He will surely be retaliated against. Se the novel, fire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chief Chen's life will not be easy from now on. Good thing I've always been kind and have never offended Fang Feixiong. As the white-clad youth appeared, many officers in the hall began whispering among themselves. While being envious of the square-faced captain gaining power at the headquarters, they couldn't help taking delight in the misfortune that his rivals would be facing bad luck. Hearing the whispering around him, the square-faced captain felt a surge of triumph in his heart. Looking at his godson beside him with a slight smile, he said, Xiao Jian, your dad mentioned you evolved to Common Tier 5 a few days ago. That's really impressive. It's all right, it was just the normal pace of evolution. Luo Yongjian clasped his hands behind his back, responding calmly with an indifferent smile, like the depiction of a heroic swordsman with extraordinary bearing from a martial arts TV drama. The square-faced captain laughed and said, "That pace is far from normal, your evolution has been too fast. With your rate of progress, I estimate by the second semester of your junior year you'll evolve into an advanced-level creature." As he spoke these words, he deliberately raised his voice, worried that the colleagues nearby might not hear. Listening to that, all the colleagues were green with envy, wishing they had a godson whose coattails they could ride. Not having a godson would do, godfathers and godmothers would suffice, and even an old dear wouldn't be off the table. Unfortunately, most people weren't that fortunate and could only daydream about it. Feeling the envious stares of his colleagues, the square-faced captain's lips were practically curling up to the sky, his heart reveling in delight. And Luo Yongjian, beside him, was feeling so elated he was nearly breathless. He had loved to show off since elementary school. Showing off at school. Showing off in the residential complex. Showing off in the streets. Wherever there was an opportunity to show off, there he would be. He adored the heroes in martial arts TV dramas because they had high status and could show off. In fact, the very reason he became the top scholar in Dajiang province was because of the obsession in the depths of his heart to show off, which drove him to keep moving forward and allowed him to train his body with full motivation every day. The status of being the top scholar of Dajiang province allowed him to show off and be the center of attention wherever he went, greatly satisfying his vanity. By the way, Xiao Jian, aside from you, there are also 2 freshmen from Shan University participating in tonight's operation, including a very beautiful girl. I'll take you over to meet them, the square-faced captain said to Luo Yongjian beside him. A very beautiful girl. Upon hearing this, Luo Yongjian's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his hand to adjust his flowing locks and then confidently puffed out his chest, eager to strut in front of the pretty girl and show off his charm. Showcasing one's charm in front of a beautiful girl is something every teenager loves to do. It's just a matter of how overtly it's done. Soon, the square-faced captain and Luo Yongjian walked towards the tea area around the corner ahead. The moment he stepped into view, Luo Yongjian expertly exuded a bit of creaturely pressure to slightly lift his flowing hair, making a dramatic entrance with the image of a sword-wielding hero. Then, he wore a casual smile as he looked forward to the 2 sitting in front, ready to impress the pretty girl that his godfather had just mentioned. However, just as he glanced over and before he could even strike a showy pose, he froze on the spot, dumbstruck. Damn. It's actually Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. What's the point of showing off now? Luo Yongjian felt incredibly awkward, his face filled with discomfort, unsure of how to face the 2 sitting in front of him. Xiao Jian, let me introduce you, this is from Nanjiang province. HM. Xiao Jian, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so off? The square-faced captain asked, only to cut off halfway as he suddenly noticed Luo Yongjian's unnatural complexion. Luo Yongjian scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, "It's nothing, I just didn't expect to see 2 acquaintances here and was a bit surprised." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 196 to 196, 146, My Brother Chen Has an Invincible Posture _3 Chapter 196, 146, My Brother Chen Has an Invincible Posture _3 Upon hearing this, even the square-faced captain was surprised. You know these 2? Yeah, I know them. CTH novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After saying that, Luo Yongjian turned around and introduced to the square-faced captain, "This beautiful girl is the top scholar of Nanjiang province and a classmate of mine. The guy sitting next to her is this year's newcomer king at Shan University." What the hell? Newcomer king? The square-faced captain's eyes widened as he thought he had misheard. The other security personnel close by were just as confused as he was, all baffled. Seeing his godfather confused, Luo Yongjian explained, "You might not believe it, but Chen single-handedly blew up an entire class of geniuses during the school's initiation trials and effortlessly claimed the title of newcomer king, leaving the school's leaders in awe." Really or not? The square-faced captain looked incredulous. How could the second top scorer of Nanjiang province become Shan University's newcomer king? Since when did Nanjiang become so awesome? This must be a joke. The other security personnel nearby also looked just as skeptical, thinking Luo Yongjian was joking and just messing with them. Seriously, Chen is frighteningly powerful. The students from the genius class are no match for him. Everyone agrees he's the strongest newcomer king Shan University has ever had, and that's no exaggeration. Luo Yongjian kept calling him Brother Chen with a face full of admiration and had no intention of competing with Lin Zichen for glory. Although he loved to show off, he was quite aware of his limits. Knowing that a firefly's light cannot compete with the bright moon, he wisely chose not to embarrass himself. Seeing his godson look so serious and not joking, the square-faced captain felt so embarrassed he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Lin Zichen is the strongest newcomer king Shan University has ever had. Yet, the captain had just given a lecture in front of Lin Zichen, claiming his godson could be Lin Zichen's backing. What a disgrace! It was so embarrassing. Seeing that the other security personnel were also looking over in shock, Lin Zichen felt it was necessary to clarify, that was an exaggeration. I was just in good form on that day and barely managed to get the title of newcomer king. It was all a result of the right time, place, and people. If we did it again, I probably couldn't manage it. He was afraid these security personnel would exaggerate further and spread his fame nationwide. By then, he'd probably become a target for heretical sects all over the country, making his life difficult thereafter. Luo Yongjian was no fool. Hearing Lin Zichen say this, he immediately followed up, haha, I did exaggerate a bit just now. Actually, getting the title of newcomer king did involve some luck. It was our genius class fighting among themselves, weakening each other, and in the end, Brother Chen benefited from their rivalry. Luo Yongjian was quite good at reading the room. Lin Zichen looked at Luo Yongjian and mentally noted this about him. In the time that followed, a few people in the tea area chatted intermittently. Throughout, Lin Zichen continuously downplayed the fact that being the newcomer king was a big deal, always saying he just got lucky and was afraid the security personnel would go around bragging about him, causing unnecessary trouble. Luo Yongjian and Chen Qinghan were very perceptive, both knowing to go along with him in downplaying the fact that he was the impressive newcomer king. So they chatted on. Time flew by. It was 11 p.m. before they knew it. It was time to set out to capture the drug traffickers. Tonight's participating security personnel were fully armed and drove to an abandoned factory in the outskirts of Shanghai City, aiming to completely destroy the drug traffickers' den. Before leaving, the security team's captain handed Lin Zichen and two others a set of bulletproof gear to wear. Chen Qinghan obediently put hers on. Lin Zichen didn't need it, so he said he wouldn't use it. Luo Yongjian initially wanted to wear it, but seeing Lin Zichen opting out, he did the same. Although he wasn't as impressive as the newcomer king, he was still a provincial top scholar, and wearing bulletproof gear just didn't seem cool enough. Given that his biological level was as high as common tier 5, unless shot in the head by a heavy-duty sniper rifle, he wouldn't even be in mortal danger. He had every reason to show off. Soon, they would show these mere mortals among the security personnel just how powerful the students from Shan University's genius class were. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly passes. Chapter 197, 197, 147. The relationship between the rat god cult and the divine plant cult. Chapter 197, 147. The relationship between the rat god cult and the divine plant cult. Shanghai City outskirts. A series of heavy armored law enforcement vehicles gradually stopped in front of an abandoned factory. As the doors opened, a swarm of fully armed law enforcement officers poured out and charged into the factory in an orderly fashion. Law enforcement is here, run! A chorus of shouting rang out from inside the factory. Then came a burst of intense gunfire. The drug traffickers knew well their deep crimes, being caught meant almost certain death. Thus, they all took up arms in resistance, firing wildly at the law enforcement officers coming to arrest them. It was kill or be killed. Confronted with the drug traffickers' suppressive fire, the law enforcement officers chose to temporarily avoid direct confrontation, not rushing in recklessly. After all, there were drones outside the factory, the traffickers couldn't escape. Unlike the law enforcement officers, Lin Zichen didn't choose to temporarily avoid the confrontation. Instead, he charged through the hail of bullets toward the drug traffickers. Unlike the ordinary flesh and blood law enforcement officers, his biological level was as high as ordinary 9th rank, and his body had been tempered, extremely formidable, capable of withstanding even heavy sniper rifles, not fearing ordinary firearms. Seeing this, Luo Yongjian, following behind, clenched his teeth and, his scalp tingling with nerves, also charged forward. After all, as the provincial top scorer, he couldn't show cowardice at such a time. Bang. 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 CTH Novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing the two men charge straight at them, the drug traffickers focused their firepower on suppressing them. Bullets striking Lin Zichen's body bounced off like they had hit steel, only managing to tear his clothes apart, unable to inflict any damage on him. In contrast, Luo Yongjian was less fortunate. Trying to impress but getting screwed instead, he was hit by several shots and his clothes were instantly stained red with spurting blood. He cried out in pain. He had no choice but to find some cover to hide and avoid the bullets. By this time, Lin Zichen had already broken through to the trafficker's side, kicking off a one-man show where each punch meant a takedown. This guy is bulletproof, can't touch him. Don't kill me, I surrender. Go to hell, I'll take you down with me with a hand grenade. Boom. One desperate drug trafficker chose to blow himself up with a grenade. However, when the dust settled, Lin Zichen was unscathed, continuing to kill the remaining defiant drug traffickers with an expressionless face. Seeing Lin Zichen's bravery, many of the drug traffickers were so frightened that they threw down their guns and surrendered, no longer daring to resist. The few remaining were stubbornly holding out, shooting while trying to find an opportunity to flee. Seeing that the situation was under control, Lin Zichen no longer took action against the remaining drug traffickers, deliberately leaving this mess for Shen Qinghan to train. Truly worthy of being Shan University's top newcomer, his physique is incredibly strong. Watching Lin Zichen single-handedly defeat a group of armed drug traffickers into a rout, the team captain with the square face couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then, with a grand gesture, he led the law enforcement officers following him to charge forward, chasing down the remaining traffickers victoriously. Shen Qinghan also began to make her move, using her ability to control chi blood through the air to assist the law enforcement officers, causing those traffickers still resisting to become disoriented and collapse from the blood chaos in their heads. To death with you. Suddenly, a female trafficker with incredible speed burst out from a corner, wielding an alloy steel knife and savagely chopping towards Shen Qinghan's neck. Shen Qinghan, wearing bulletproof gear, was immune to ordinary firearms. But the high-tech alloy steel knife the female trafficker held was different, it could slice through iron like mud. If she could manage one slice to Shen Qinghan's neck, she could chop off her head along with the bulletproof gear. Facing the female trafficker's attack, Shen Qinghan reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side in the nick of time. Immediately afterward, with just a thought, she remotely controlled the chi blood within the female trafficker's body, causing it to become chaotic and sending the trafficker into a state of dizziness, stumbling uncontrollably. Shen Qinghan remembered the teachings Lin Zichen gave during normal times. One must never be merciful when killing enemies. The strike must be swift, accurate, and ruthless. So, seeing the dizzy trafficker before her, she didn't hesitate and immediately kicked viciously towards the other's head with a sweeping leg. This kick, she put her full force into it, holding nothing back. Thump. That was all that was heard. The trafficker's head was kicked to pieces, spilling guts all over the ground. Looking at the exploded head on the ground, Shen Qinghan felt uneasy, covering her mouth with her hand as she quickly found cover to hide behind, retching. The brain matter flowed out, the scene was too bloody, she couldn't handle it. Lin Zichen glanced at her, not coming forward to offer comfort, leaving her to retch on her own. This was a necessary part of growing, and she had to overcome it by herself. More than 10 minutes later, the arrest operation concluded perfectly. A total of 21 armed drug traffickers. 16 killed. 5 captured alive. Conversely, among the law enforcement officers involved in the arrest operation, only 3 were wounded, with none lost. The reason such a good outcome was achieved was mainly due to Lin Zichen. He completely dominated the scene with his strength. Once he took action, it was like descending from another dimension. The drug traffickers hadn't even fired many shots before they were continuously taken down by him. How does it feel? Outside the factory, Lin Zichen passed a bottle of water to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan took the water, removed her bulletproof helmet, revealing a head of shiny azure hair and a pretty face somewhat flushed from the rush of chi blood. She first unscrewed the cap, took a sip of water, and then spoke with a voice as calm as possible. Inside the factory just now, I felt okay, but now that I'm outside, my legs are a bit weak. Normal, my first time was pretty much like you are now, you'll get used to it after a few more times. When is the next time? Chapter 198, 147. The relationship between the rat god cult and the divine plant cult _2 Chapter 198, 147. The relationship between the rat god cult and the divine plant cult _2 Shenqinghan screwed the cap on and asked with her clear, beautiful peach blossom eyes. She wanted to grow up quickly, catch up with Lin Zichen's footsteps, and fulfill her wish to be known as the unparalleled duo along with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Shenqinghan would take the initiative to want to do missions to train herself. He could only say, she had really grown up. How about in half a month? I'll take on an appropriate mission then, and we can do it together. Okay. Shenqinghan nodded her head. At that moment, Luo Yongjian, who was covered in bandages from several gunshot wounds, walked up to the two of them. Seeing Shenqinghan's deep blue hair, he couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, Qinghan, how did your hair turn blue? He clearly remembered Shenqinghan's hair was jet black and shiny, so how did it change to blue all of a sudden? Shenqinghan replied, I've integrated the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King. You underwent genetic fusion. Luo Yongjian's eyes widened in shock as he asked, when did you do the genetic integration? Shenqinghan had a thought, and let the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King enter dormancy within her body, changing her hair back to black again before saying, not too long ago, just recently. I see, Luo Yongjian nodded, feeling a bit defeated inside. He had originally thought he could become the third genetic integrator in the class, following only after Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. Unexpectedly, Shenqinghan had beaten him to it. This beautiful girl really kept her talents hidden well. On the surface, she seemed like a pretty vase, but in reality, she was an absolute genius, and he had been completely fooled by her. Indeed, the most deadly weapon was the invisible show-off. I've learned something. Luo Yongjian's mind was full of thoughts, taking a small lesson in showing off from Shenqinghan. While the three of them were chatting, the square-faced team leader walked out of the factory. He came to a stop in front of the trio and said with a smile, thanks to the three of you coming to support the operation tonight, we were able to complete it smoothly. As a reward, after we've cleared the scene, I'll treat you to a late-night meal. You can choose anywhere you'd like to go. Thanks for the kind offer, Captain Fong. Lin Zichen smiled and politely declined, my girlfriend and I have some things to attend to later, so we need to head back to school. We won't stay for the late-night meal. That's too bad, then. The square-faced team leader expressed his disappointment but was tactful enough not to invite them again. Immediately afterward, he turned to a female security officer nearby and called out, Xiao Lu, Zichen and Qinghan have to get back to school later. Please drive them back. Yes, Captain Fong. The young female security officer replied excitedly. Driving two top-tier geniuses back to school was certainly a fine task. If she could build even a slight connection with the two elites on the way, it would benefit her greatly for the rest of her life. It wasn't for nothing that she often brought gifts to the square-faced team leader and cozied up to him in his office. Now her efforts had paid off. Captain Fong, we found a box of very strange seeds inside. A security officer responsible for cleaning up the factory jogged out and stopped in front of the square-faced team leader to report this matter. Upon hearing this, the team leader immediately followed the officer into the factory. Very strange seeds. Sarthanafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen's first thought was of the goo seed from the divine plant cult, so he followed inside the factory to see what was going on. Seeing this, Shenqinghan and Luo Yongjian also quickly followed. Inside the factory, Lin Zichen followed the security officer to a wooden box about the size of a shoebox and stopped. The box contained a half-full assortment of colorful mysterious seeds, each seed strangely shaped with what appeared to be veins wriggling on their surfaces. Familiar strange shapes. Familiar vein movements. The appearance of these seeds was very similar to the goo seeds of the tree demons. It seemed to be related to the divine plant cult. Indeed, with this in mind, Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly, feeling uneasy. He was very cautious of the divine plant cult. Whenever the words divine plant cult crossed his mind, he remembered the incident when he'd been schemed against by Lu Gang and Wang Shujie some time ago. Meanwhile, the young female security officer, who would later drive Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan back to school, looked at the odd seeds in the box and questioned with curiosity, "Captain, are these plant seeds, or do they look more like insect eggs?" "They are plant seeds," the square-faced team leader explained. "These seeds might be related to the divine plant cult, a heretical sect that has been active in various universities recently. The mysterious plants that have been appearing in the city are likely connected to this sect." He quickly had the 5 captured drug traffickers brought over for questioning. From their accounts, they learned that a couple of months prior, a mysterious masked person had approached these traffickers, offering them a hefty sum to scatter these seeds everywhere. Once the seeds took root and sprouted, they would grow into those mysterious unknown plants reported in the news within just a few days. As for the purpose of these mysterious unknown plants, the 5 traffickers claimed they didn't know. "Not content with drug trafficking, you've also become human scum, worse than animals." After listening to the traffickers' tales, Luo Yongjian couldn't hold back his anger and cursed loudly. Then, he kicked at the 5 traffickers in front of him, venting the anger from having been shot. The square-faced team leader stepped in to moderate, to prevent the traffickers, who were only human, from being beaten to death. During this time, Lin Zichen reached out to touch the mysterious seeds in the wooden box, to see if he could assimilate them. Unfortunately, he could not. Chapter 199, 147. The relationship between the Rat God cult and the Divine Plant cult _3 Chapter 199, 147. The relationship between the Rat God cult and the Divine Plant cult _3 It seems that the tree-devouring Guseed must be a rather special existence. Shenanigans aside, he thought for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left the factory and asked the young female security officer to drive them back to school. He was curious about the divine plant cult but had no desire to become entangled with them. For safety's sake, he would proactively avoid any heretical sects. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. As long as one doesn't court death, one won't die. On the way back to school, the young female security officer driving the car would occasionally make small talk with the 2 in the back seat. She tried to ingratiate herself, checking to see if she could add them on WeChat and maybe get to know them a little. Lin Zichen was rather reticent and silent throughout the entire journey, with Shen Qinghan chatting with the officer instead. The female security officer was skilled at finding topics for conversation. She started by complimenting Shen Qinghan on her pretty and cute appearance, winning her favor, then moved on to playing the caring older sister role to steer the conversation towards the relationship between Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen. "The university semester has just started, and you 2 are already a couple. Did you know each other before?" "Yes, we've been childhood sweethearts." "Such childhood love stories are really enviable. I have a childhood sweetheart too, and I really like him, but we are currently just friends. I'm not sure how to express my feelings to him. Could I add you on WeChat to ask for your advice on how to get along with a childhood sweetheart?" "Sure." Shen Qinghan agreed without hesitation. The female security officer was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly recited her phone number for Shen Qinghan to add her on WeChat. Lin Zichen was listening to the entire conversation and knew that the female security officer was trying to build a connection. Nevertheless, he thought that adding a female security officer on WeChat wasn't a bad thing, so he didn't stop Shen Qinghan from adding her. Just as the security car was about to exit the suburbs, Lin Zichen suddenly furrowed his brow. Through the car window, he noticed an unusually large rat on the side of the road not far ahead. This rat was incessantly digging in the dirt at the roadside, and within moments, it had made a small hole. Then, it spat out a bizarre seed with pulsating veins on the surface into the hole and carefully buried it. It appeared to be planting something. To Lin Zichen, the sight triggered a chilling contemplation. A rat working for the divine plant cult to plant seeds was evidently not any ordinary rat. And if not ordinary, the first thought that came to his mind was 3 words: Rat God Cult. Could it be that the Rat God Cult was not completely eliminated and was now in collusion with the divine plant cult? Wait a second. Both of these heretical sects have the word divine in their names. Could they possibly be branches of the same organization? In just a brief moment, Lin Zichen considered many possibilities. Se the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Therefore, he asked the young female security officer who was driving, "Excuse me, could you help me get in touch with Chief Fong? Right now." "Yes. I've connected you." The female security officer handed Lin Zichen the walkie-talkie. Lin Zichen took the walkie-talkie and informed the square-faced chief of what he had just witnessed and his suspicions. Afterward, he turned to Shen Qinghan and asked her to convey everything he had just told the square-faced chief to Yuan Dongji via WeChat. Having done all this, he had fulfilled his duty. Not even being an advanced-level creature himself and considering his own safety, he could only go to such lengths. As for the rat he had seen on the roadside, he neither wanted to deal with it nor dared to. At this stage, he was just a freshman who had turned 18 years old, no match for a colossal entity like a heretical sect, and certainly didn't dare to tempt fate and provoke one. The only thing he could do was to inform someone capable of handling it of the eerie scene he had just witnessed, along with his own speculations, in full detail, so that they could deal with it. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lin Zichen took on a mission to capture arms smugglers and went to execute it with Shen Qinghan. Those involved in arms smuggling were all extremely vicious characters. As soon as they realized someone was coming to capture them, they would open fire with machine guns without a second word, just like the last time they pursued drug traffickers in the abandoned factory. This time, Lin Zichen still took the lead. He was ruthless and a man of few words. With a single burst of speed, he charged forward and effortlessly crippled the enemy's main force, leaving a mess behind for Shen Qinghan to train on. Compared to the last time, Shen Qinghan clearly performed much more adeptly. Even when confronted with a scene bloodier than before, she didn't cover her mouth and retch. Her mental fortitude had greatly improved. Lin Zichen felt relieved. 3 days later. With the aim of training his capability to lead a team, Lin Zichen invited Song Yuyan to undertake missions to earn academic credits together. Song Yuyan readily agreed. After discussing it, ultimately, Song Yuyan used her advisor's privileges to accept a mission to kill a mechanically modified human. This mechanically modified human was a ferocious criminal who had robbed numerous banks, killing many people in each heist. His strength was at the advanced first rank. Both Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan were at the ordinary 9th rank. But, one had achieved body tempering grade accomplishment. The other, second stage body refinement completion. Both had extremely strong physiques. With full preparation, joining forces against an advanced first-rank mechanically modified human, they had at least an 80% chance of victory. Even if they couldn't take it down, they could easily retreat unscathed. The day after accepting the mission, Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan set off lightly, heading to the location of their task. Then, after 3 days of searching, they found their target and resolved it with ease. The rewards were split 50-50. Lin Zichen received 500 academic credits. 2 weeks later. After the pleasant experience of teaming up previously, Song Yuyan took the initiative to approach Lin Zichen one day, proposing to team up for missions to earn academic credits. She had her eye on a mission to kill a member of the Divine Plant Cult. The target was an elder of the Divine Plant Cult, a genetic integrator who had recently evolved to advanced first rank. The two of them together could easily take him down, and the task would be even easier than defeating the previous mechanically modified human. However, as soon as Lin Zichen heard the target was an elder of the Divine Plant Cult, he didn't even think twice before decisively declining. He wasn't even considering missions related to heretical sects at this stage, fearing retaliation afterward. Although his family was now settled in Shanghai University and under the protection of the school, the problem was that heretics were omnipresent. Who knew if there were heretics from the Divine Plant Cult inside Shanghai University? Lin Zichen felt there probably were. After all, he remembered the incident involving Lu Gang and Wang Shujie like it was yesterday and remained vigilant at all times. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 200, 148, Newcomer Match. Chapter 200, 148, Newcomer Match. Time flew by. Unconsciously, the first semester of freshman year was nearing its end. By the end of December, the weather turned cold. That day, Lin Zichen didn't go to the research institute and chose to refine his body in the dormitory. When the clock struck 4 p.m., body refining ended. Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Second stage body refinement completion. Without the enhancement of biometric attributes, the strength of his body alone was comparable to an advanced first-rank strongman. If including biometric attributes like survival of the fittest, social animal, and rapid self-healing, Lin Zichen felt that his strength was at least at the level of advanced second rank. Xiao Chen, I've achieved body tempering great accomplishment in one try. Shen Qinghan, who was nearby, suddenly shouted excitedly, her pretty face brimming with a joyful smile. Lin Zichen looked at her with disbelief, finding it a bit too incredible. How long had it been since she started practicing the blood tempering technique? Seemed to be less than 3 months. And she had achieved body tempering great accomplishment already. That's too exaggerated. Shocked for a good while, Lin Zichen steadied his emotions and happily said to Shen Qinghan, your special physique is even more powerful than I imagined. As long as it's related to water, or even slightly connected to it, you can demonstrate a talent far beyond that of ordinary people. You have a promising future. This is all because I often wet my pants and was laughed at as a kid. It definitely has to be impressive, Shen Qinghan said with a laugh. But as soon as she finished speaking, her brows furrowed slightly and she said, Xiao Chen, didn't you say that after first stage body tempering great accomplishment, biological level would evolve to ordinary 9th rank? Why am I only at ordinary 6th rank? This question hit Lin Zichen's blind spot. He, Song Yuyan, and Lu Chuanwu, the three of them, had all evolved to ordinary 9th rank after first stage body tempering great accomplishment. Because of these 3 examples, he had assumed that after first stage body tempering great accomplishment, biological level would naturally evolve to ordinary 9th rank, acquiring a powerful body. But judging from Shen Qinghan's condition, this law seemed to be wrong. After thinking for a while, Lin Zichen pondered. Soon, he thought of an answer. He explained to Shen Qinghan, I think I know what's going on. Normally, those who can practice the blood tempering technique are people with extremely high qi blood strength, which means they have a very high innate ability for body strength. And those with higher physical talent achieve greater improvements through practicing the blood tempering technique. Conversely, those with lower physical talent gain less from practicing the blood tempering technique. In your case, you belong to the category with low physical talent. The reason why you could practice the blood tempering technique and do it so well is entirely because of your strong blood control ability. Simply put, your blood control ability is very strong, even stronger than mine, but since your qi blood strength isn't high enough, the strength of the body you've refined isn't great. This explanation was logical and convincing. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan felt somewhat downcast. Based on what you're saying, doesn't that mean I'll never be able to catch up with you? If someone with cheats like me gets caught up, what would that mean? Lin Zichen comforted her, it's just that you're slightly behind me in terms of physical strength. You can pursue other avenues, for instance, exploring your still mysterious superpower. That's true, I'm just being impatient, Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly, her mood improving significantly. The next day, Lin Zichen got up early and went to the research institute, which he hadn't visited in quite some time, to delve deep into the research on activating acupoints with Song Yuyan. They researched all morning with no progress. To be precise, there had been no progress from the time he joined Tianren Pavilion until now. How exactly do we activate these acupoints? Song Yuyan was somewhat discouraged, her face filled with worry, as her enthusiasm for research had nearly plummeted to rock bottom. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zichen then said, do you think it's possible that one can only activate acupoints after completing body refining 5 times? Song Yuyan shook her head, hopefully not. If it takes completing body refining 5 times to activate acupoints, then the universality of the blood tempering technique would be too poor to be widespread. Lin Zichen nodded, feeling that made sense. After discussing the topic of activating acupoints for a while, the two stopped and shifted to chatting about various gossips. Mainly, Song Yuyan talked while Lin Zichen listened. Discussions ranged from the shoddy private lives of certain leaders, though married, still sneaking around in the school with affairs, to those tutors who were so desperate for attention, they would doggedly bring gifts daily, no matter how much she refused them. Lin Zichen was uninterested in these matters. After listening politely for a while, he soon asked, by the way, Sister Yen, how many school credits do I have stored with you now? SE at the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He had performed all the high-ranking tasks outside the school with Song Yuyan. Considering that he was publicly just a freshman and supposedly didn't have the capacity to complete high-level tasks for a large number of credits, he had stored all the credits obtained after splitting them evenly with Song Yuyan in her instructor account. "Haven't you counted them yourself?" Song Yuyan asked, surprised. "No, are you that trusting of me, not afraid I'd embezzle them?" "Sister Yen, you're not that kind of person." "Haha, thanks for your trust, it feels good to be trusted," Song Yuyan said with a charming smile, then added, "The credits you've stored on my instructor account now total up to 2,400. 2,400 credits. With mandrill mongoose meat priced at 20 credits per kilogram, that ought to be enough for 99 kilograms to open up the catalog." Thinking this, Lin Zichen said, "Sister Yen, I would like to buy 99 kilograms of mandrill mongoose meat. Could you please order it for me in the credit store and have it delivered to the research institute?" "Why are you buying so much mandrill mongoose meat? It's not very convenient to say." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 201, 201, 148, Freshman Race _2 Chapter 201, 148, Freshman Race _2 Are you sure you want to make the purchase? If you're certain, I'll place the order for you. Positive. Then I'm placing the order now. Song Yuyan opened the credit store and placed an order for 99 pounds of mandrill mongoose meat, spending 1980 credits. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, the mandrill mongoose meat arrived. Lin Zichen picked up the meat and left the research institute, heading back to his dormitory. As soon as the door to the dorm was closed, he immediately couldn't wait to touch the mandrill mongoose meat inside the express box, and with a thought, he initiated, devour. You have devoured a large amount of 10,000 poison mongooses, life essence. 10,000 poison mongoose archive, 100%, the moment the text information appeared, a mandrill mongoose with pitch black fur materialized out of thin air, hunting a colorful exotic snake in the grass. This exotic snake was venomous, its glands filled with a terrifying neurotoxin, a single drop enough to kill thousands of Earth's elephants. However, despite the snake's lethal venom, it bit the mandrill mongoose over 10 times during their fight and still couldn't bring it down. In the end, the mandrill mongoose ate it like it was spicy strips. Afterward, 2 pieces of text information slowly emerged in the void. You successfully unlocked the 10,000 poison mongoose archive and acquired the biometric attribute, immunity to 100 poisons. Immunity to 100 poisons, your resistance to poison has significantly increased. The attribute description was just a mere 8 characters long, very simple and crude. The fewer the words, the more significant the matter. Similarly, the less the description, the stronger the biometric attribute's potency. Soon, Lin Zichen went to the school's living area and bought a Huashi soldier spray meal set. In his previous life, eating this would always give him diarrhea. In this life, it was the same, eat once, diarrhea once. Now with the immunity to 100 poisons, biometric attribute, he wanted to see if he would still get diarrhea after eating it. After purchasing the spray warrior meal set, Lin Zichen then went to a pharmacy and bought a box of anesthetics. Se the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Though labeled as anesthetics, they were actually a type of biological neurotoxin. He wanted to see if immunity to 100 poisons would provide immunity to it. Back in the dormitory, Lin Zichen poured a glass of water, sat down, and first consumed the neurotoxin with an anesthetic effect. After taking it, there were no issues at all. Then he ate the spray warrior meal set. He sat until it was time to go to bed at night, and still, there was no sign of stomach upset. Both of these poisonous items had been successfully neutralized by the biometric attribute, immunity to 100 poisons. Several days later, one evening. The administration building. The principal's office. Lin Zichen accompanied Chen Qinghan here to undergo the second exotic beast gene injection. Before the injection, Yuan Dongji first examined Chen Qinghan's body to check how the Azure Jellyfish King gene was adapting and whether it was appropriate to inject a second exotic beast gene. However, the initial check left Yuan Dongji completely dumbfounded. Chen Qinghan's biological level had actually reached an ordinary 6th order. What was going on? Wasn't she just an ordinary 2nd order when they fused her with the Azure Jellyfish King gene the last time? How had she inexplicably evolved to an ordinary sixth order in such a short time? Yuan Dongji steadied her emotions, full of doubt, and asked Qinghan, how did your biological level evolve to an ordinary sixth order? Well, I practiced the blood tempering technique, and just a few days ago I achieved a body tempering grade accomplishment, then my biological level evolved to an ordinary sixth order. Shen Qinghan said weakly. She had never told Yuan Dongji that she practiced the blood tempering technique, fearing that now Dongji would blame her for hiding it. At this moment, after learning that Shen Qinghan had practiced the blood tempering technique, Yuan Dongji was utterly shocked. She was nearly speechless. Her face showed complete disbelief. Yuan Dongji couldn't understand how Shen Qinghan, with her weak qi blood, could practice the blood tempering technique. Moreover, shouldn't a body tempering grade accomplishment equate to an ordinary ninth rank? Why was her disciple only at an ordinary sixth order? In just a few seconds, Yuan Dongji thought all of this through. Looking at Shen Qinghan, Yuan asked puzzledly, how did you do it? Shen Qinghan explained weakly, I used the aqua control ability of the Azure Jellyfish King to direct the qi blood in my body to temper myself, and then it just happened, just like that. Yes, just like that, it's unbelievable. Yuan Dongji felt like she was dreaming. It all seemed too unreal. After some thought, she came to a conclusion and said, if nothing else, it must be due to your special constitution. Whether it's a gene fusion compatibility of an unprecedented 21%, the possession of the unbelievable ability of gene slavery, or the capability to practice the blood tempering technique, it's mostly related to your constitution. Your constitution is too strong. In the future, you will surely become humanity's ultimate combat power. Humanity's ultimate combat power? Shen Qinghan listened with a dazed expression, unable to imagine that she could be so powerful one day. Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan, finding it more and more unreal. Had Shen Qinghan not lacked even a trace of origin force within her, Yuan would have suspected she was a different kind of being. Her senior disciple, Luo Qianxue, was such a being, with an extremely unique constitution, very much like Shen Qinghan. 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji stopped dwelling on the issue of Shen Qinghan's special constitution and began to inject her with the exotic beast gene. There were 5 exotic beast genes. One was the gold attribute golden winged demon butterfly gene, possessing a potent hallucinogenic ability. One was the wood attribute other shore flower worm gene, boasting a powerful camouflage ability. One was the water attribute living dead slug gene, which had a potent self-healing ability. One was the fire attribute hellfire lizard gene, with a strong burning ability. One was the earth attribute armored earth dragon gene, known for its formidable defensive ability. Yuan Dongji wanted to test Shen Qinghan's gene slavery ability to see if she could enslave multiple exotic beast genes at the same time and whether she could enslave exotic beast genes of different attributes simultaneously. Chapter 202, 148, Freshman Race _3 Chapter 202, 148, Freshman Race _3 Qinghan, I'm going to insert it now. After a brief exchange, Yuan Dongji picked up the armored earth dragon gene serum and skillfully injected it into Shen Qinghan's heart, slowly infusing the golden liquid inside. Throughout the injection process, she continuously radiated spiritual power, monitoring Shen Qinghan's physical condition. Then, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. No sooner had the armored earth dragon gene been injected than it was neutralized by Shen Qinghan's genes, dissolved into nutrients and completely absorbed. How do you feel? I'm okay. Seeing that Shen Qinghan showed no adverse reactions, Yuan Dongji quickly picked up the Hellfire Lizard gene serum and slowly injected it into her heart. The outcome was the same, the Hellfire Lizard gene was directly subdued and absorbed. The subsequent injections of the other shore flower worm gene and the golden winged demon butterfly gene ended with the same fate, all overrun and absorbed by Shen Qinghan's genes. Only the final injection of the living dead slug gene survived and was enslaved by Shen Qinghan's genes. Is it only the water attribute exotic beast genes that can be enslaved? Yuan Dongji muttered to herself, then said to Shen Qinghan lying on the bed, I'll go and fetch a few more water attribute exotic beast genes to test, I'll be back soon. No sooner had her words fallen than her figure vanished without a trace. Xiaochen, it's really like you said, anything related to water fits me very well. Shen Qinghan, lying on the bed, turned to Lin Zichen who was sitting beside her and spoke. Lin Zichen smiled, indeed. It wasn't long before Yuan Dongji returned with 3 different water attribute exotic beast genes and continued injecting them into Shen Qinghan. This time, the results were a bit unexpected. These 3 different water attribute exotic beast genes were not enslaved by Shen Qinghan's genes when injected into her heart, but were instead directly overrun and absorbed. And throughout the injection process, Shen Qinghan felt somewhat unwell, describing a feeling of being too full. Yuan Dongji drew a conclusion from this phenomenon. Shen Qinghan's gene slavery ability was limited. It could only enslave water attribute exotic beast genes. Moreover, at most, it could only enslave 2 different water attribute exotic beast genes simultaneously. But she believed the limit was not just 2. It was just that Shen Qinghan's physical strength or spiritual power was not enough to enslave more water attribute exotic beast genes at the same time. After her strength improved in the future, she would definitely be able to enslave more water attribute exotic beast genes. Having understood this, Yuan Dongji shared her concluded theory in detail with Shen Qinghan to provide her with a clearer understanding of her own abilities. Then, she said to Shen Qinghan, "The living dead slug gene you've just enslaved allows you to secrete a kind of mucus. This mucus not only has powerful healing properties but also serves as an excellent lubricant. In the future, when you and Lin Zichen need it in the dorm, you can secrete this mucus." "Oh, I understand, Master," Shen Qinghan said, her face showing a hint of blush. See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yuan Dongji, seeing the time was about right, told Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to head back to their dorm to rest early. As the 2 were leaving her office, she looked at them and said, "By the way, the date for this year's freshman competition has changed. It's been moved to mid-January at the end of this semester. Qinghan, your biological level has already reached the ordinary 6th order. I'm very much looking forward to your performance. I hope you can make it into the top 5 and earn the opportunity to participate in the winter training camp." I understand, Master. I'll work hard not to let you down." Shen Qinghan nodded earnestly like a model student. The freshman competition has been brought forward. Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows slightly, intrigued. After the freshman competition and making it onto the freshman list, one would qualify to challenge the peak list. Normally, this couldn't happen until the middle of next semester. Now, with it being earlier, they could start at the end of this term. An early challenge to the peak list meant early credit earning. P.S. I'll update another chapter around 3 o'clock. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 203, 149. The old student should be disciplined. Chapter 203, 149. The old student should be disciplined. The next day, at noon 12 o'clock. Lin Zichen brought out 4 dishes and a soup from the kitchen one after another, neatly placing them on the dining table, waiting for Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin to finish class and come back for lunch. Yes, including Li Chuxin. Just half an hour ago, Shen Qinghan had messaged Lin Zichen on WeChat, saying that Li Chuxin wanted to come over for lunch and asked if that was okay. Lin Zichen happily agreed and then made the 4 dishes and soup on the table. Creak, when the time reached 12:08 p.m. The dormitory door was pushed open. Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin walked in from outside. Li Chuxin had a pair of fuzzy purple beast ears on her head, which looked incredibly cute. Half a month ago, she had successfully fused with an ordinary level Shadow Knight Cat gene and now was a lofty genetic integrator. Because she thought Catgirl was very charming, as long as she went out, she would activate her Shadow Knight Cat gene within her, sporting a pair of cat ears on her head. "Why do you 2 have so many bags in your hands?" Lin Zichen noticed that their hands were full of shopping bags and asked curiously. Shen Qinghan replied, "We didn't buy them, these are gifts that Chu Xin brought from her home for both of us." Lin Zichen, "Gifts?" Li Chuxin smiled and said, "The fashion store at home just got a batch of new clothes a few days ago, and I saw that several couples' clothing sets seemed perfect for you and Han Han, so I brought them for you as a gift." Lin Zichen, "Chu Xin, you are too polite." "What are you being polite for? You 2 are my good friends, it's only right to give you gifts." After that, Li Chuxin smiled again and said, "Besides, I am here to freeload a meal, how could I not bring a gift?" "That's true." Lin Zichen responded with a smile. Li Chuxin took out the clothes and said to them, I've washed all these clothes. You guys try them on to see if they fit. They had even been washed specially. How considerate. To have such a little sister like her, Han Han is really lucky in life, Lin Zichen thought to himself. Then, he and Shen Qinghan tried on the clothes together. Saw the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Come on, you two, strike a pose. I'll take a picture of you, and then I can use a photo of you two together as models for my online store. It's bound to sell like hotcakes. Li Chuxin took out a camera from her school bag and said to them with a smile. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan teased, Oh sister, so this is your grand plan. No wonder you came all the way here to give clothes to me and Zichen. Slander. Pure slander. Li Chuxin said with the camera in hand, giving clothes is the main thing, taking photos is just incidental. After finishing, she added with a giggly smile, also, the food that your Zichen makes is too delicious, I couldn't resist coming over for a meal. Shen Qinghan joked back, but the food I make is also very delicious, why don't you freeload off me? Sister, that's really unfair. Li Chuxin, who says I won't freeload? From now on, I'll freeload off your meals every day, as long as you don't mind me eating too much. Shen Qinghan, I definitely won't mind. I will use my excellent cooking skills to fatten you up into a pig. Li Chuxin, you're so evil. Fake sisters. I'm not talking to you for 3 seconds. They bantered back and forth, calling each other fake sisters, but in fact, they were very close friends. After spending a few minutes taking photos. Soon, all three of them were seated at the dining table for the meal. Midway through eating, Shen Qinghan complained to Lin Zichen, Xiao Chen, on the way back to the dorm with Li Chuxin, we ran into a very mean senior sister. That senior sister, relying on her status as an upperclassman with stronger powers than new students, actually tried to snatch the shopping bags Li Chuxin and I were carrying. It was really bullying. If someone hadn't recognized me and said I was your girlfriend, I think she really would have robbed us. So arrogant. Lin Zichen was surprised. He knew that the school advocated the survival of the fittest, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous enough that some upperclassmen dared to rob freshmen in broad daylight. Was such a campus atmosphere really good for the students? Unacceptable. Seeing Lin Zichen's shocked expression, Li Chuxin explained, actually, it's not as exaggerated as you think. It's not like just any upperclassman dares to rob a freshman. That upperclass woman was targeting me, seeing me as an easy target and constantly bullying me. Han Han was just dragged into it because of me. It's the same one I told you about before, the upperclass woman who borrowed my makeup and never returned it. Li Chuxin continued, Zichen, you might not believe this, but the upperclass woman who likes to pick on freshmen is actually part of the student association, specifically responsible for room inspections. Lin Zichen, members of the student association bullying freshmen is indeed a bit too much. Li Chuxin gave a wry smile and said, what's even more outrageous is that they have the right to justify their actions, claiming that they are training the freshmen. We common class freshmen have nowhere to turn when we're being bullied. Do freshmen at this school really have it so tough? Lin Zichen found this somewhat surprising. He usually stayed either in his dormitory or in the gym and seldom paid attention to these matters at the school. Now, hearing Li Chuxin say this, he suddenly felt that the school's atmosphere was a bit too outlandish. That upperclass woman who borrowed your makeup before, did she ever give it back to you in the end? Lin Zichen asked Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin, return it my ass. Not only did that upperclass woman not return my makeup, but she even came to my dorm last month and borrowed another piece of makeup, acting like my dorm is her makeup counter. This upperclass woman is indeed going too far. After finishing his sentence, Lin Zichen added, this is what we'll do. In the afternoon, you take me to find that upperclass woman, and I'll get justice for you. Li Chuxin shook her head, forget it. She's part of the student association. It's better not to offend her. In the beginning, she had thought about having Lin Zichen stand up for her. But once she found out that the other party was part of the student association and even had a student association boyfriend with a bit of a title, she dismissed the idea. Lin Zichen was undoubtedly strong, but no matter how strong he was still just a freshman, with limited strength. She didn't believe that Lin Zichen, still in his freshman growth phase, could contend with those in the student association. However, Lin Zichen was much more confident than she had imagined, and he directly said to her, "No worries, let them be offended. Even if I offend the entire student association, I don't think anything will happen. I think these upperclassmen are bullying the freshmen too much, and it's about time they're dealt with. Anyway, I'll take care of this for you, you just need to lead the way when the time comes." Offending the student association? Lin Zichen really wasn't worried about that now. Having achieved second-stage body refinement completion, he was confident that he was currently the #1 student at Shan University. And with such strength, it was time to be assertive. There was no need to tiptoe around. Now that his friend was being bullied, it was time to take action. That was the very meaning of possessing great strength. "Zichen, I think we should let it be. If she wants to use the makeup, I'll just let her. Better to avoid trouble than to cause it. There's no need to make a big deal out of it." Li Chuxin was chickening out, unwilling to do anything risky. She was afraid that Lin Zichen wouldn't be able to handle the situation, and that his good intentions would backfire, resulting in the upper-class woman bullying her even more severely. Compared to her, the usually timid Qinghan was now the brave one. Clenching Li Chuxin's hand, Qinghan said earnestly, "Trust in Xiao Chen's strength. He'll help you solve this smoothly." She knew how strong Lin Zichen was, and that the mere student association stood no chance against him. Eventually, convinced by Lin Zichen and Qinghan's assured persuasion, Li Chuxin agreed, "All right then, at 4 p.m., I'll take you guys to find her. P.S. Holding out my bowl, looking for monthly tickets and recommendations." Chapter 204, 150, Killed with One Kick. Chapter 204, 150, Killed with One Kick. Just do it. At 4 p.m., Lin Zichen had Li Chuxin take him to find that senior. They first went to the seniors' dormitory, but no one was there. She was probably in class. After checking the seniors' class schedule, they learned she was currently in the gym for a martial arts class. Whether it's evolutionary science or mechanical science students, everyone still had to train in martial arts at the university, to strengthen their legwork and improve their melee combat skills. Soon, Lin Zichen and the others arrived at the gym. The gym at this time had several classes in session, all sophomore classes. "Zichen, it's that girl with wine-red dyed hair, her name is Ziki." Li Chuxin looked around and quickly spotted the senior who had bullied her, pointing her out to Lin Zichen. Following her gesture, Lin Zichen saw a very beautiful girl. Her hair was dyed wine-red and styled in soft curls, her skin was fair and smooth, and her figure curvy. Overall, she had a very sexy aura. If Shen Qinghan is a 10 and Li Chuxin a 7, then this beautiful senior would score a 9. She wouldn't lose to a female star on screen and was very noticeable in the crowd. "Let's go, let's head over." After speaking, Lin Zichen walked towards the red-haired seniors class. Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin followed. "Isn't that the freshman king from this year, named Lin something Chen?" "Indeed, it's Lin Zichen. What's he doing at the gym? Looks like he's here to pick a fight." Heading towards evolution class 2. The girl following him is really pretty. A murmur of discussions arose in the gym, and quite a few people noticed the trio of Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen ignored those voices. Under the watchful eyes of many, he walked straight up to the red-haired seniors class and called out to her, "Ziki, could you come out for a moment?" The red-haired senior frowned. Then, accompanied by her roommate, she walked out from her class. "What do you want?" The red-haired senior feigned ignorance. She had seen Li Chuxin and guessed why Lin Zichen was looking for her. Lin Zichen didn't waste words and just got to the point. "My friend said you borrowed 2 makeup items from her and haven't returned them, is that true?" "Mind your language, please." "What do you mean borrowed and haven't returned?" "It sounds like I've stolen them." "I'll naturally return them once they're almost used up," the red-haired senior said displeasedly, adding after, "Besides, I didn't use hers for free. In exchange, I gave her my makeup to use." She was a bit afraid of Lin Zichen, the freshman king. But only a little. She felt challenged in front of her entire class, and even if she was scared, she had to tough it out and not show weakness. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to put her face in the future. "But mine were new, and the ones you gave me were almost used up," Li Chuxin muttered. Hearing this, the red-haired senior furrowed her brows, finding Li Chuxin unreasonable and felt annoyed. She glared at Li Chuxin and said with dissatisfaction, "Isn't it just borrowing some makeup? Is it worth making such a fuss? You're being too petty. Bullying a freshman and then accusing the new students of being petty. That's outrageous." Lin Zichen didn't want to talk too much with the red-haired senior and directly offered a solution. "You don't need to return those 2 makeup items to my friend, consider it a purchase from her, and pay the appropriate amount." "Okay, but my roommate also gave your friend makeup, so similarly, you need to have your friend compensate my roommate." The red-haired senior's roommate interjected. This was favoritism over reason. Li Chuxin took 2 makeup items out of her small crossbody bag and handed them to the red-haired senior, saying, "Senior, I haven't used any of the makeup you gave me, I'm returning it to you now." The red-haired senior took them and briefly glanced at them. Then she frowned and said, "Junior, this facial cleanser and moisturizer, I gave them to you nearly full. Now they're almost empty. You say you haven't used them, that's too much, isn't it?" "No, it's true, I haven't used them. They were like this when you gave them to me. Where's the proof?" "Senior, you're being unreasonable, you know very well they were nearly empty when you gave them to me, and yet you're doing this." Li Chuxin was getting quite irate, her voice rising considerably. The red-haired senior was determined to have her way today, and said impassively, "In any case, I can compensate you, but correspondingly, you also need to compensate me, otherwise no deal." She was somewhat wary of Lin Zichen. But wariness aside, she couldn't afford to lose face to these 3 freshmen today and had to maintain her dignity as a senior. Not to mention, she had a boyfriend holding a significant position in the student council, someone with a backing. This meant she didn't need to appear too timid in front of a freshman king. There was no need for that. Seeing the other party uncooperative, Lin Zichen didn't want to waste time negotiating any longer. He looked towards the red-haired senior's martial arts class instructor, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, and asked politely, "Teacher, if I remember correctly, the school endorses the principle of survival of the fittest. How do you interpret this principle? Does it mean the strong can trample on the weak at will?" "That's not it," the balding teacher stated and then explained. "To say survival of the fittest isn't quite accurate, a more precise term would be survival of the fittest. It's about encouraging competitiveness among students, to let actions speak louder than words, to use fists instead of talking if possible. For a conflict like the one you're facing now, if it can't be resolved through conversation, you can choose to settle it on the martial stage, let your fists do the talking." Chapter 205, 150, 1 kick and it's done _2 Chapter 205, 150, 1 kick and it's done _2 The bald teacher continued, "At Shan University, students have 1 challenge right per week. The weaker can challenge the stronger without condition, and the stronger, if they want to duel the weaker, must first obtain the weaker's consent. As for determining who is weaker or stronger, we look at the strength rankings if there are any, if not, we go by who is higher in grade. Also, challenges require a stake, usually in the form of credits. How many credits are wagered is decided by both parties involved in the duel. If the 2 parties can't agree, then the default wager is the minimum of 1 credit." The bald teacher added, "You are currently a freshman and haven't made it onto any strength charts yet, so you have the right to challenge without condition." Lin Zichen nodded, "I understand, thank you for clearing that up, teacher." At the same time, he thought to himself that this bald teacher was quite neutral, showing no favoritism towards the students of his own class. Perhaps he too disliked the upperclassmen bullying the newcomers. Thinking this, Lin Zichen looked towards the redhead senior, extending his senses to scrutinize her biological level. A bit weak, only common tier 5, not even as high as Shen Qinghan's level. However, in a regular class of second-year students, such strength would still be considered excellent. What? As a male with a physiological advantage, are you intending to bully a girl? Would you feel proud of that? Facing Lin Zichen's gaze, the redhead senior was a bit panicked inside but tried to sound calm as she said this. Hoping her gender could emotionally blackmail Lin Zichen into hesitating and thus not strike against her. Li Chuxin, seeing the panic in her eyes, knew they had the upper hand. So, she retorted resolutely and pointedly, "As an upperclassman, you have the gall to bully us newcomers, yet you have the face to say such things. A bully riding on the coattails of others." The redhead senior glared at Li Chuxin. Han, you challenge her." Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan beside him, speaking calmly. A weakling at Common Tier 5 wasn't worth his effort. Huh. Shen Qinghan was startled for a moment, not expecting Lin Zichen to send her to challenge the redhead senior. But quickly, she accepted the idea, nodding, I understand. Li Chuxin was also a bit stunned but reminded Lin Zichen as soon as she recovered, Zichen, she's red-haired and trying to provoke you, don't let Han Han fight. In her mind, Shen Qinghan was still the underachiever who sat at the bottom of the class rankings with her. She worried that Shen Qinghan would get beaten if she went up. Faced with her distrust, Shen Qinghan simply said calmly, I can win. After speaking, she took out her phone and handed it to Lin Zichen to hold. She then picked the martial stage closest to them and dashed off in a sprint. When she was still more than 10 meters away from the stage, she leaped high into the air and landed on it. Looking back from her higher vantage point at the redhead senior below, she tried to sound as cold as possible, but her voice was still somewhat sweet. Shen Qinghan from the freshman genius class challenges Ziki from the second-year evolution 2 class. As soon as she finished speaking, her jet-black hair instantly turned a bright, shiny blue, breathtakingly beautiful. Many of the boys below were momentarily stunned, captivated by the sight. The challenged redhead senior felt humiliated, her facial expression turning sour. She had seen the video footage of this year's new student trials and remembered Shen Qinghan, who was so pretty it was almost unbelievable. In the footage, Shen Qinghan was just a pretty vase that looked good but was useless, being chased around and beaten by a girl from a regular class, with weak abilities. Her biological level, gauged by eyesight alone, was only at common second order. It had only been a little more than 3 months since those trials. In such a short amount of time, even if Shen Qinghan had immense talent and evolved rapidly, her biological level would at best be a mere common fourth order by now. A weakling at common fourth order, where did she get the confidence to say she could beat me? Looking down on who? I'll resolve you, who doesn't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is, within 3 seconds, weakling. With that thought, the red-haired school sister's calves forcefully propelled her, and within the next second, she sprang forward, landing on the martial stage with just a blink of an eye. Junior, how many school credits do you want to bet? The red-haired school sister looked at Shen Qinghan with a smile, feeling certain of her victory. Shen Qinghan didn't rush to answer and looked to Li Chuxin below the stage. Chu Xin, how much were those 2 makeup items she took worth in total? Li Chuxin replied, together, they're over 5,000. Shen Qinghan nodded and turned to the red-haired school sister, saying crisply for a change, I'll bet 1 school credit. 1 school credit is too little, I'm not interested. If we're going to bet, let's make it big, bet 10 school credits. Do you dare? The red-haired school sister felt she had Shen Qinghan in the bag. Faced with the red-haired school sister's proposal, Shen Qinghan did not make an immediate decision. Instead, she turned her head to look at Lin Zichen below the stage, seeking his opinion. Over the past half of the semester, her strength had increased a lot, but her character was still not independent enough. Many times, she needed Lin Zichen to make decisions for her. Lin Zichen had already grown used to this, and he nodded silently at her, indicating that it was fine to bet. Having received this answer, Shen Qinghan turned back to face the red-haired school sister and said, then let's bet 10 school credits. The red-haired school sister laughed, that's the spirit, I like it. Seeing that both participants had stepped onto the stage, the bald teacher below voluntarily took up the role of referee. He looked up at Shen Qinghan standing on the right side of the stage, and called out to her, student, open the school app, there's a duel function in there, click on it, search for the name of the person you want to challenge, click on challenge, confirm how many school credits to bet, and the challenge will be established. Okay, I got it, thank you, teacher. Shen Qinghan politely thanked him. She then took the phone passed by Lin Zichen and, following the bald teacher's instructions, initiated the challenge to the red-haired school sister. The red-haired school sister accepted the challenge with a smile and then handed her phone to her roommate for safekeeping. The bald teacher looked at the 2 on the stage, and asked, the challenge has been established, are you ready? Ready. I'm ready. The 2 responded almost simultaneously. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The bald teacher nodded, and immediately his voice boomed, the challenge begins. The moment the words fell, Shen Qinghan immediately burst forward with a lunge, heading straight for the red-haired school sister. At the same time, with just a thought, she remotely controlled the chi blood in her body, plunging the chi blood within her into chaos. So fast. What's going on? I feel so dizzy. The red-haired school sister had just been surprised by the swiftness of Shen Qinghan's speed when, the very next second, she suddenly felt dizzy, with her limbs going weak. Before she had time to understand what was happening, Shen Qinghan was already in front of her, lifting her leg and violently sweeping towards her head. Quickly, a bang was heard. Shen Qinghan's shin smashed heavily into the red-haired school sister's face, directly sweeping her off the martial stage with one kick. Did I win? Shen Qinghan was stunned. She had always thought that Lin Zichen had her challenge the red-haired school sister in order to train her. Therefore, she believed her own strength should be quite equivalent to the red-haired school sister's. But the reality was, she secured the victory with just one kick. P.S. One more chapter to come, around 3 o'clock. Chapter 206, 151, The Strongest Rookie King. The Craziest Rookie King. Chapter 206, 151, The Strongest Rookie King. The Craziest Rookie King. Ziki, are you okay? The red-haired senior's roommate, an average-looking girl with short hair, rushed over to check on her injury. It seemed pretty bad. Half of her face was swollen. Her consciousness was somewhat blurry. It felt like she must have suffered a concussion, and a severe one at that. Here, open your mouth and take this fast healing pill. The bald teacher quickly ran to the red-haired senior's side, knelt down, and held out a bright red pill to her mouth. The red-haired senior, her consciousness hazy, opened her mouth and swallowed the pill the bald teacher offered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Shen Qinghan jumped down from the martial stage, walked over to the red-haired senior's side, and apologized, her delicate face full of remorse. The short-haired senior glared at Shen Qinghan, her eyes filled with anger. But she didn't say anything to Shen Qinghan. Instead, she took out her phone and made a call. Jean Mingyu, your Ziki has been kicked into a concussion, she's lying here with blurry consciousness, hurry over to the gym. I'll be right there. A worried male voice came through the phone. Shen Qinghan stood by, feeling somewhat at a loss. She truly didn't expect the red-haired senior to be so fragile. She thought they were evenly matched, or she would never have gone all out from the start. Fellow student, accidents happen in martial arts, getting hurt on the martial stage is quite normal, there's no need to blame yourself too much, the bald teacher consoled Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan remained silent, just standing there with pursed lips, feeling especially guilty. Seeing her like this, the bald teacher didn't continue to comfort her. It was like this the first time. After she has more experience, she'll naturally get used to it. Han, how are you so strong? Li Chuxin ran over to Shen Qinghan's side and stopped, looking at her incredulously, feeling like her little sister had become a stranger. Back in high school, they were all at the bottom of the class. How much time had passed, and how had her strength become so formidable? So formidable that it felt like they were people from two different worlds. The more Li Chuxin thought about it, the more she found it unbelievable. Mirror, is there a mirror? I need to see how bad my face is. The red-haired senior, having taken the fast healing pill, quickly regained her clarity and immediately asked her short-haired roommate for a mirror. The short-haired senior took out a small mirror and handed it to the red-haired senior. The red-haired senior looked at herself and saw one side of her face swollen, with a wound that had crusted with blood, and immediately, her mood crumbled. My face. I'm going to be disfigured, I'm going to be disfigured. Why did you have to kick my face? Why did you have to hit me so hard? The red-haired senior's emotions spiraled out of control as she cried and loudly questioned Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan bit her lip. I'm sorry, Han, let's go, don't mind her, she's just not as good as you did nothing wrong, you don't have to apologize to her. Li Chuxin said as she grabbed Shen Qinghan's hand, intending to take her away from the scene, unwilling to watch her apologize to the red-haired senior. The red-haired senior deserved it, no sympathy was warranted. Stop, don't you move. The short-haired senior ran over quickly, blocking their path, eyes brimming with fury. Li Chuxin frowned slightly and retorted, what right do you have to stop us? Short-haired girl, you hurt someone and just run away, you think it's that easy? Crazy. Li Chuxin cursed. Having cursed, she led Shen Qinghan around the short-haired senior, unwilling to entangle herself further. The short-haired senior sister tried to stop them, but Lin Zichen stepped in front of her and said, "Senior sister, you agreed to the bet, so let's not be sore losers." "Yes, your friend is very strong, my roommate can't beat her." After saying this, the short-haired senior sister questioned, "But did she have to be so vicious as to aim specifically at my roommate's pretty face when hitting her?" Lin Zichen was completely calm. When someone's skills are inferior, they are just that, there's nothing more to say. "If you keep pestering me, then I'll have no choice but to take action against you. Come on, if you've got the guts, hit me, you newcomer king, think you're something. My name is Wang Feifei, Wang as in the color yellow, Feifei as in right and wrong. If you dare, challenge me right now. If you don't challenge me and swell up my face too, then you're a coward." The short-haired senior sister was a little crazy, spewing a stream of words, clearly a hot-tempered savage woman. Lin Zichen didn't say much to her, just took out his phone, opened the school app, and challenged her right then and there. Betting 1 academic credit, the challenge was in effect immediately. Having done this, Lin Zichen then picked up the short-haired senior sister and tossed her onto the martial stage. Right after, he leaped onto the martial stage himself with a jump. What are you trying to do?" The short-haired senior sister got up from the martial stage, looking at Lin Zichen in panic and asked. Lin Zichen spoke indifferently, "I don't want to be the coward you speak of." After saying that, he swept his foot across the face of the short-haired senior sister, and with a bang, swept her off the stage. She rolled on the ground several times, until she crashed into the crowd. The short-haired senior sister finally stopped, lying on the ground in a daze, moaning in pain. She too had a concussion, with half of her face swelling up severely, looking even more injured than the red-haired senior sister before her. "Lin Zichen, you've gone too far, how can you hit a girl's face so hard?" Below the stage, a male student from the second-year evolution class 2 criticized aloud. Once one person started criticizing, soon a second person joined in. "That's right, it's so tasteless. You don't have any sense of chivalry at all. This person definitely has a tendency for domestic violence." The students from the second-year evolution class 2 were condemning Lin Zichen one after another, launching fierce attacks on his moral standards. Lin Zichen glanced at the people below the stage and said in an unfluctuating tone, "Since you all find me so objectionable, then come up here and teach me a lesson now, let your fists do the talking." At these words, the previously noisy crowd below the stage suddenly fell silent. The students from the second-year evolution class 2 all chickened out. No one dared to take up the challenge. They all knew Lin Zichen's combat record, having blown up an entire class of geniuses during the school's opening trials. And now, over 3 months later, his strength was undoubtedly even greater, not something ordinary second-year students like them could provoke. "Lin Zichen, even if you are the newcomer king, don't be so arrogant. There's always someone better, there's always a higher sky, someone will be able to deal with you." Someone from the second-year evolution class 2 shouted this at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked in the direction the voice came from, expressionless. "There is someone who can deal with me, but he won't be a student from Shan University." Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Search *the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This newcomer king is utterly unbridled. Too bad they can't handle him. Damn. At this moment, the students from the second-year evolution class 2 were all fuming with frustration. But constrained by their lack of strength, they could only bear it. Seeing that no one dared to come on stage, Lin Zichen decided not to waste any more time, turned around, and was about to jump down from the martial stage to leave. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The boyfriend of Li Ziki has arrived. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 207, 152. Paid Substitution. Chapter 207, 152. Paid Substitution. The Gymnasium, 2nd floor. The Advanced Training Room. Under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, the students of the freshman genius class were using a variety of high-tech training equipment, such as gravity chambers, spirit cabins, and reaction chambers to undergo ultra-high-intensity strengthening training. Li Moyu is too fierce, he can even withstand the power of a 7th-order gravity chamber. That's incredible. Luo Yongjian has already been in the spirit cabin for almost a minute and he's still holding on. Ma Shiwei is awesome too, she has already scored an S-grade rating in the reaction chamber. In the genius class, the three phantoms, Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian, stood out in the advanced training room, drawing continuous exclamations from their classmates. Seeing the three phantoms improve so much in less than a semester, many thought of Lin Zichen. This new student king, heralded as the most powerful in the school's history, dominated during the enrollment trial, crushing the likes of Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian at that time. Now that nearly a semester has passed, his current strength and how much he has improved is unknown. Most likely he hasn't made much progress. After all, he has taken the pure-blood human path and hasn't undergone genetic fusion. Thinking thus, many shook their heads. Lin Zichen hasn't undergone genetic fusion to this day, he must have been left far behind by those three. That new student king is out of his mind. He has a high compatibility for genetic fusion, but he insists on taking the pure-blood human path. Isn't that stupid? Sir, the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sigh, honestly, it's a shame to blend in with the crowd like this. The genius class was either mocking or lamenting. But without exception, they all thought Lin Zichen was foolish. A girl said in bewilderment, "I don't understand what Shen Qinghan is thinking. If I were her, I'd definitely persuade Lin Zichen to switch to Evolution College and stop following the pure-blood human path. It's such a waste of talent." At that moment, Ma Shiwei came out of the reaction chamber and, upon hearing the girl's words, looked at her with a cold gaze and said, "People have their own ambitions. Don't judge others so casually." "That's true." The girl laughed awkwardly. Ma Shiwei, the daughter of the college dean, was someone most classmates, except for a few with powerful family backgrounds, were quite afraid of. They were very cautious around her, fearing they might offend her. After all, the daughter of the dean had a somewhat aloof demeanor and didn't seem easy to get along with. "Teacher, why isn't Shen Qinghan in class?" Ma Shiwei asked the homeroom teacher. Shen Qinghan was an exemplary student who had never been late since the start of school. Yet today, she was absent from their first class in the advanced training room, which was quite unusual. The homeroom teacher replied, "Qinghan said she has urgent matters to deal with and asked for leave today." "I see." Ma Shiwei nodded and didn't inquire further. Before long, Li Moyu from the gravity chamber, and Luo Yongjian from the spirit cabin, both emerged from their respective chambers, concluding their training. Both were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. They found a place to sit down and rest. The intensity of the training they had just undergone was high and consumed a lot of their energy. Seeing that nobody else in the class was training and all were gathered in the hall resting, the homeroom teacher spoke up, "I've just received a notification from the Academic Affairs Office. The new student competition for your year has been moved up to the end of this semester and is scheduled for January 18th. So sudden. Someone felt caught off guard. At the same time, others felt excited. The most excited was none other than Li Moyu. Better to have it sooner. Li Moyu confidently said with a smile, "I can't wait to beat Lin Zichen." Although he had been crushed by Lin Zichen during the enrollment trial, that was several months ago. Now, after undergoing several genetic fusions, his strength had significantly improved to the level of an ordinary 6th order, approaching that of a 7th order. He believed that Lin Zichen, who hadn't undergone genetic fusion, couldn't possibly compare to him. As for the pure-blood human path, Song Yuyan, once the runner-up of the capital city list, was a bloody lesson. Not only did Li Moyu think this way, but so did Ma Shiwei. She felt it was a pity that Lin Zichen was misguided. Without undergoing genetic fusion or mechanical modification, he was destined to become just another Song Yuyan. While it was a pity, they could only respect the fate of others. "Holy shit, there's a fight downstairs." A boy returning from the restroom shouted excitedly to everyone, "Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are stirring up trouble. They fought with the sophomore flower from Evolution College downstairs. They even beat up her roommate alongside her, swelling their faces so much they look like pigs' heads, completely disfigured." Now that Flower's boyfriend has rushed over and is confronting Lin Zichen. They beat up the sophomore college Flower. Confronted the student council's disciplinary officer. Is that really true? Is Lin Zichen that audacious? The faces of everyone in the genius class were full of shock and disbelief. "Let's go down to have a look," someone shouted. The very next second, the entire genius class rushed out of the training room, eager to go downstairs and watch the drama unfold. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, Luo Yongjian, and others went to the corridor to look. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Zichen was still standing on the martial stage, quietly watching a man and a woman below the stage. The woman was the red-haired senior sister, Ziki. The man was a student council disciplinary officer and also Ziki's boyfriend, named Jin Mingyu. Jin Mingyu's anger flared as he clenched his fists and ground his teeth, seeing his college flower girlfriend's swollen face. Take care of her for me. Chapter 208, 152. Paid substitution _2 Chapter 208, 152. Paid substitution _2 Oh, alright. After asking a girl next to him to take care of his girlfriend, Jin Mingyu leapt onto the martial stage with a thump. His gaze icy, he looked at Lin Zichen and said with a hint of anger, "Junior, isn't it a bit too much to strike a girl's face with such force?" He didn't know that his girlfriend had been beaten to that state by Shen Qinghan. Seeing Lin Zichen standing on the martial stage, he subconsciously assumed this new king was the culprit. Lin Zichen didn't bother to explain, he just said leisurely, "I think it's your girlfriend who's more out of line for bullying the freshman. Don't spout nonsense without evidence." Jin Mingyu's face darkened. Truth be told, he didn't want to conflict with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was the strongest new student in school history. Although he had chosen to follow the pure-blood human path, as long as he switched majors to Evolution College later, his future would still be bright. By comparison, he was just a minor member of the student council's disciplinary committee and couldn't hold a candle to Lin Zichen. Starting a conflict with Lin Zichen now, if he ended up on Lin Zichen's bad side, then life at Shan University would definitely be tough later on. But he had no choice now, his girlfriend had been beaten to such an extent that he had to stand up for her, even if reluctantly. "Brother, your girlfriend often bullies freshmen in the ordinary classes. I've seen it plenty of times, how can there be no evidence?" This voice came from the second-floor corridor. It was Luo Yongjian from the first-year talented class. At this moment, he stood calmly on the corridor railing, arms crossed and looking down on the martial stage from above. "You'd better take back what you just said, or I can have you brought before the student council for spreading rumors, to serve as a volunteer at any time," Jin Mingyu said, looking up at Luo Yongjian with a threatening tone. Luo Yongjian just laughed and retorted, "Threaten me? Truly shameless is invincible in this world. Covering for your own people and being an accomplice to tyranny, do you even deserve to be a disciplinary inspector?" That hit the nail on the head, leaving Jin Mingyu speechless. After being rendered speechless, anger ensued. "The new king mocks me, I tolerate. But who do you think you are? Just a mere freshman, yet you dare to mock me. Courting death." Jin Mingyu's fury reached its peak, and with a thought, he activated his exotic beast gene inside his body, causing dense golden fur to sprout on his skin, ready to deal with Luo Yongjian from his position as a disciplinary inspector. Just as he was about to jump to the second-floor corridor to lay hands on Luo Yongjian, Lin Zichen, standing opposite him, didn't want to waste time on the martial stage and looked at him saying, "If you want to seek justice for your girlfriend, then let's have a fight right now. Otherwise, I'm leaving, and I won't have so much time to entangle with you here." "Fine, you said it." Jin Mingyu didn't care about not offending anyone anymore. He just wanted to quickly end the farce and leave. Looking at Lin Zichen, he asked, "How many credits do you want to bet?" "Lin Zichen, however much you have, I'll bet that much." Crazy. This new king is too arrogant. The crowd below all marveled at Lin Zichen's confidence, never expecting him to dare to bet any amount of credits. Keep in mind, Jin Mingyu was a member of the student council, whose biological level had already reached the impressive 7th level of the ordinary class. His strength was extremely formidable. And Lin Zichen, although talented, had chosen the pure-blood human path and hadn't undergone genetic fusion, so his strength was probably about the same as when he started school. Yet even so, he dared to challenge Jin Mingyu on the martial stage. Could it be that his strength from the start of school was already at the 7th level of the ordinary class? Just hidden. But that was impossible. Everyone was perplexed. Jin Mingyu was also bewildered by this. No matter how he thought about it, Lin Zichen's strength could not possibly reach the 7th level of the ordinary class. The only explanation was that Lin Zichen was very conceited. Probably never having lost from childhood, always steamrolling his peers, leading to an inflated ego. Thinking this, Jin Mingyu held up 3 fingers to Lin Zichen and said expressionlessly, "I bet 300 credits, do you have it?" Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "I have it," Lin Zichen said calmly. Jin Mingyu raised his brows, not expecting Lin Zichen to actually have that many credits. He was doubtful but didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, he took out his smartphone, opened the school app, and issued a challenge to Lin Zichen. The bet was for 300 credits. When Lin Zichen saw the challenge notification, he responded without hesitation, choosing to fight. Seeing that he really accepted the fight, Jin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. Daring to bet 300 credits. This new king really thought too highly of himself. Doomed to suffer a setback. On the second-floor corridor, Ma Shiwei was shocked to see Lin Zichen accept the challenge, especially with the stakes being as high as 300 credits. How could he dare? How could Lin Zichen dare to do so? Jin Mingyu was no pushover. He was a student from the second-year talented class with a biological level reaching the impressive 7th level. Wasn't Lin Zichen being too arrogant? Damn, this looks so thrilling, why didn't I think of such a way to show off? Luo Yongjian next to him was full of admiration. He had diligently studied the art of showing off for years, always thinking about how to do it better. From his image, posture, speaking style, and more, he worked hard to elevate his cool factor. Having worked on it for so many years, he indeed had some accomplishments. Now, he has the reputation of white-robed swordsman in school, maxing out his cool factor. However, compared to Lin Zichen's title of the strongest new king in school history, he fell far short. They simply weren't on the same level. Sigh, in the end, I'm just not strong enough. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 209, 152, paid substitute player _3 Chapter 209, 152, paid substitute player _3, otherwise, it would be me standing up there challenging that student union discipline inspector, and all eyes would be on me. I really want to get stronger, Luo Yongjian said, his face filled with longing. He had come to deeply understand that the best way to show off was to crush his opponents with overwhelming strength and flaunt his arrogance. As he was yearning, next door, Li Moyu looked at Lin Zichen on the martial stage below with great admiration in her eyes. Lin Zichen was unafraid of anyone and possessed absolute confidence. This was the attitude a true powerhouse should have. So what if he's only a regular 7th order? As long as one is strong enough, defeating higher levels isn't impossible. Only a strong person like Lin Zichen is worthy to be my opponent. In the 4 years of our future college life, he and I are destined to become equally matched archrivals, Li Moyu said, then added, the premise is that he's willing to change majors to Evolution College and take the genetic fusion path. Ma Shiwei glanced at Li Moyu upon hearing this, feeling a bit displeased. Li Moyu's words, only Lin Zichen is worthy to be my opponent, deeply wounded her. It made her feel a humiliating sense of being looked down upon, and she clenched her fists involuntarily. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate a young girl in poverty. Below the stage, the bald teacher saw that the challenge was set, and shouted up to the two, "Are both of you ready?" "Ready," they answered in unison. The bald teacher nodded and then bellowed, "Start the challenge." The moment the words were uttered, Jin Mingyu released a biological oppression of a high-level 7th-order creature, causing the hair of those students close to the martial stage to flutter wildly. So strong. Is this the value of a student union member? How can Lin Zichen win? Feeling the power of Jin Mingyu's biological oppression, the students below the stage were all tense for Lin Zichen. Buzz, a sudden whooshing sound erupted. Jin Mingyu had struck. He bolted out with explosive speed. His body turned into an afterimage. In an instant, he was up close to Lin Zichen. Then, swinging his thick Qilin arm, he smashed a heavy punch towards Lin Zichen's face. His own girlfriend's face had been swelled by a punch. Now, he wanted to return the favor, swelling Lin Zichen's face. It was quick. With only a bang, the sound rang out. Jin Mingyu's fist smashed heavily onto Lin Zichen's face. However, Lin Zichen remained unflinching, not flying off the martial stage from the punch. On the contrary, Jin Mingyu, the one who had thrown the punch, suddenly changed color and, with a plop, knelt on the ground, clutching his right hand and crying out in pain, "Ah! My hand! My hand!" The fist that hit Lin Zichen's face was shattered on impact, suffering a comminuted fracture. Lin Zichen looked down at him, silently lifting his leg and, bang, sweeping it across his face, sending him flying out of the martial stage with a single kick. What's happening? Is this a dream? The student union's discipline inspector was just instantly defeated. Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. No one had imagined the fight ending so swiftly. It was so fast that it was beyond belief. After a moment, when everyone came to their senses, they all looked at Lin Zichen as if he were a monster. It was exaggerated. How could this newcomer king be so strong? Incredible. At the same time, on the second-floor corridor, Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, Ma Shiwei, and others were all terrified. How could Lin Zichen be so strong without having undergone genetic fusion? This is not scientific at all. Among them, Ma Shiwei had an expression full of life's doubts. There was a brief shake in his conviction. Could it be that the pure-blood human path is the future? No. Impossible. The pure-blood human path has no future. Lin Zichen might be strong in the early stages, but come the later stages, he will be just like everyone else and regret it deeply. On another note, Li Moyu, looking at Lin Zichen on the martial stage, showed a trace of fear in his eyes. He remembered the scene during the opening school trial where he punched Lin Zichen in the face, only for Lin Zichen to be completely unharmed, while his own hand was crushed to the point of fracturing painfully. No. I must fuse again. Increase the dosage for the fusion. I absolutely cannot lose in the freshman competition. I must win. Li Moyu muttered to himself for a while. Then he quickly took out his phone and called his family in capital city. A moment later, the call connected. A deep male voice came from the other end. "Moyu, why are you suddenly calling Grandpa?" Li Moyu, "Grandpa, I want to fuse with the second exotic beast gene, and I want to do it tomorrow." On the martial stage. After instantly killing Jin Mingyu with a kick, turning his face into a pig's head, Lin Zichen didn't rush to leave the stage, but rather looked around at the crowd below and calmly announced, "From today onwards, I will be accepting paid commissions to fight on behalf of others. Whether you are a freshman, a senior, or a member of the student council, as long as you give me credits, I can fight for you to challenge anyone. The price of intervention will depend on the opponent's strength. As long as there are enough credits, I won't hesitate to fight even the student council president." After dropping these lines, Lin Zichen leaped down from the stage, and under the watchful eyes of the shocked crowd, left the gymnasium with Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin. Earning credits through tasks outside of school wouldn't be enough. Tasks were limited, and wouldn't be available every day. Even if they were, they might not be suitable. Taking on commissions at school to earn some extra money on the side seemed like a good idea. Shortly after Lin Zichen left, the gymnasium instantly erupted into commotion. What did he say? He's actually going to be a hired fighter. And he dares to challenge even the student council president. What a joke. The student council president is an advanced-level creature. How can a freshman dare to do that? So arrogant, this new king is too arrogant. He really has no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. He must be bluffing. CTH novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Damn, what a poser. If the student council president showed up in front of him right now, he'd probably wet his pants. Everyone was discussing, all thinking that Lin Zichen must have gone insane. Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? On the second-floor corridor, Li Moyu was dumbfounded, looking somewhat stupidly at Ma Shiwei beside him, and asked, "I didn't mishear just now, did I? Lin Zichen is going to be a hired fighter, and he even dares to take on the student council president." At this point, Ma Shiwei was completely stunned and did not respond. Only Luo Yongjian on the other side was panting heavily with a face flushed red. "The king of swagger, this is the king of swagger. I must become his disciple. I must learn his skill of showing off in front of others. P.S. Begging bowl, asking for monthly passes and recommendations." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 210, 153, First Proxy Order Business. Chapter 210, 153, First Proxy Order Business. After leaving the gym, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin back to the dormitory, made a late dinner, and chatted while eating. Zichen, how are you so strong to the point where even a sophomore disciplinary officer is no match for you? Han, you too, you used to be just as soft and weak as I am, and now you're so strong that I find it unfamiliar. I checked WeChat moments, and he seems quite impressive now. It feels like out of the four of us in the group, only I am stuck in the same place, which is distressing. Li Chuxin felt quite uncomfortable inside. In high school, she hadn't noticed the gap between them all. Now in university, she unconsciously felt everyone was from a different world. This feeling made her somewhat downcast. Lin Zichen consoled her, think about it differently, you'll feel much better once you consider that you have 3 strong legs to lean on in the future. Fair point, indeed, Li Chuxin nodded with a smile. Changing her perspective as Lin Zichen suggested, she indeed felt much better, and even a bit thrilled. Lin Zichen took a sip of soup and said, Chu Xin, if you ever see someone being bullied by upperclassmen, you can recommend me to them. They can spend academic credits to hire me as a heavy hitter. No problem, leave it to me. Li Chuxin readily agreed, smiling, I'll be Lin's top salesman in the future, helping Lin to make his business bigger and stronger and let Qinghan be the lady boss. Lin Zichen laughed, that would be great, I'll arrange the commissions for you. Li Chuxin waved her hand, don't worry about commissions, that seems too formal. After dinner, they cleaned up the dining table together and sat chatting for a while. It wasn't long before Li Chuxin went back to her own dormitory. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan played with their phones for a while, and when the time came, they heading to the bathroom together for a bath to relax. By the way, Han, can you mention to your mentor, asking her to modify the frequency of challenge rights? Either remove the frequency limit or raise it. Otherwise, being able to challenge only once a week is too little, and we can't expand the substitute fight service. In the bathtub, Lin Zichen skillfully scrubbed Shen Qinghan's back while talking to her. Shen Qinghan furrowed her beautiful brows, is it possible to change school regulations like that? With your mentor's power, it's possible. No, I mean, it's not like my mentor will change the school rule just because I say so, why not? Lin Zichen confidently said, you are an exceptional genius, a once-in-a-generation kind of genius, and she wouldn't satisfy such a small request from you. Besides, doesn't the school advocate survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest? Removing the limitation on challenge frequency would make students more competitive, which aligns with the school's philosophy. Trust me, your mentor will listen to you. Lin Zichen's hands had moved from Shen Qinghan's back to other areas, continuing to massage as he spoke. CTH Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan, feeling blissful, curled her toes and said with a voice full of pleasure, then I'll give it a try. Having said that, she picked up the phone that was placed in front of her and sent a message to Yuan Dongji exactly as Lin Zichen had suggested. A moment later, within 5 minutes, Yuan Dongji replied. She agreed to remove the limits on the number of challenges. She actually agreed. Shen Qinghan was stunned for a moment, somewhat incredulous. Then a sense of indescribable joy arose. This is fantastic. Is this what it feels like to have privilege? After having lived as a person for 18 years, I finally get to experience the kind of treatment Xiaochen gets every day as a genius. After being excited for a good while, Shen Qinghan composed herself and said to Lin Zichen behind her, Xiaochen, my mentor agreed to your suggestion. She said she would remove the limit on the number of challenges. Hearing the good news, Lin Zichen smiled, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and said warmly, we owe it all to you. Tell me, what reward would you like? After thinking for a moment and hesitating, Shen Qinghan said in a sticky voice, all this time, I've been your loyal follower, I want to experience what it feels like to be doted on. Sure, I'll be your loyal follower tonight and let you enjoy being pleased. Really? Shen Qinghan exclaimed with joy. Lin Zichen said with a smile, of course, it's a fair exchange. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the student council president's office, more than a dozen members of the student council sat in a meeting, all of them high and mighty in the school. This Lin Zichen is too arrogant, too disrespectful. He even dares to spout bold words in front of so many people, saying he would dare to fight the president. He's simply challenging the authority of our student council. He must be dealt with seriously. A young man with a parted hairstyle angrily said to the others. After hearing him, everyone joined in the discussion. I must admit, this year's king of the newcomers is indeed exaggeratedly strong. Even Ming Yu, with his biological level as high as ordinary 7th order, couldn't withstand a single blow in front of him. Strong, he may be, but he is too arrogant. He'll be put in his place sooner or later. It's normal, young after all. If I were as strong as him in my freshman year, I'd be arrogant too. I think we should invite him to join the student council. Normal, my ass. He's so arrogant that he says he would dare to fight the president. I think he's sick in the head. As time went on, more and more people began to voice their opinions. The majority were expressing their dissatisfaction and saying that Lin Zichen needed to be dealt with seriously to maintain the authority of the student council. A minority admired Lin Zichen, suggesting they should recruit him into the student council. President, what do you think about Lin Zichen and this substitute fight issue? Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 211, 153, First Proxy Purchase Order _2 Chapter 211, 153, First Proxy Purchase Order _2 A girl with a ponytail, dressed in a women's suit, standing in heels, looked at Zhou Xiahong, who was sitting in the main seat, and asked. Zhou Xiahong maintained a calm demeanor and spoke lightly. It's just the fearlessness of the young. Once he meets a strong opponent and suffers a setback, he won't be so arrogant anymore. As the president of the student council, he didn't take Lin Zichen seriously at all. In his eyes, Lin Zichen was only much stronger than others in terms of physical talent, but his other talents were quite average. Take genetic fusion compatibility for instance. He had specifically inquired about Lin Zichen's result. It wasn't high, just a mere 15%. For most people, this compatibility score would indicate top-tier talent. However, in a student council where top scholars were a dime a dozen and second place was as common as stray dogs, it hardly stood out. So, his assessment of Lin Zichen could be summed up in 4 words: extremely average. Average under such a circumstance. At the early stage, when everyone's biological level wasn't high, Lin Zichen could stand out because of his powerful physical talent and look quite impressive. But once everyone's biological level increased and genetic fusion deepened, Lin Zichen, with a mere 15% genetic fusion compatibility score, would become completely unremarkable and lose his advantages. Among this year's newcomers, Zhou Xiahong was most optimistic about Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. Especially Li Moyu. Zhou Xiahong believed that given enough time to grow, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this capital city top scholar would likely break various school records at Shanghai University in the future. As for Lin Zichen, it would be quite good if he could rank within the top 5. Moreover, this was only possible if Lin Zichen gave up the pureblood human path and switched to the genetic fusion path in a timely manner. If Lin Zichen persisted in following the pureblood human path, then, unfortunately, being able to rank within the top 10 of his class in the future would already be considered a success. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Zichen woke up early, made sure Shen Qinghan was covered with the blanket, got out of bed, and left the room to practice on the balcony outside. He was practicing body refining. The difficulty of the third body refining session was much higher than the second one. Primarily it showed in the pain experienced. During the refining process, the pain could make one grimace and distort their features. However, the good news was that the efficiency of the refining seemed acceptable, albeit slightly slower than the second body refining session. 2 hours later, Lin Zichen finished his refining and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Shen Qinghan. After Shen Qinghan had eaten breakfast and gone to class, he returned to the balcony to continue his body refining. He probably refined until around 10 a.m. He put away the yoga mat, went to the bathroom and took a refreshing cold shower. Then, he lay on the sofa, took out his phone, opened the credit mall, and browsed for the next type of exotic beast meat to consume. He looked in the store for almost half an hour. Eventually, a type of meat called 9-turned soulworm meat caught Lin Zichen's attention. 9-turned soulworm. What kind of exotic beast was that? Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised to see a beast he did not recognize. He clicked on the item details and quickly scanned through the information. Afterward, he found out that the 9-turned soulworm was a recently discovered exotic beast. It was characterized by extremely strong spiritual power. It could use telekinesis to control objects 10 times, even 100 times its own weight. Extremely strong spiritual power. If the album is unlocked, a biometric attribute that can strengthen the spirit power will likely be obtained. After enhancing chi blood for so many years, it's about time to improve the spirit power. The next exotic beast meat to consume is decided, it's you. It's just that the price is a bit outrageous. It costs 50 credits per pound. Well, considering it's a newly discovered exotic beast with limited production, rarity adds value. Given time, as production increases, the price should come down significantly after some thought. Lin Zichen spent 50 credits to order a pound of 9-turned soulworm meat, thinking to start unlocking the album progress bar first. Around 3 p.m. the delivery arrived. Lin Zichen unboxed the package and evaluated the so-called 9-turned soulworm meat. It looked like caterpillar fungus. But the color was black, giving off a somewhat poisonous vibe. Without thinking too much, he touched it and began the consumption. You have consumed a strand of the 9-turned soulworm, life origin, 9-turned soulworm album, 1%. Lin Zichen glanced at these two pieces of floating information in the air, not paying much attention. He quickly dismissed them and continued to go to the balcony to refine his body. When the time reached 4:30 in the afternoon, saw the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The phone on the yoga mat suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, it was a notification from the school app sent by the Academic Affairs Office. The content was, Shanghai University has lifted the challenge attempt restriction as of today, everyone now has unlimited challenge rights. They sure move quickly. Lin Zichen smiled and mentally gave Yuan Dongji a thumbs up. He had to admit, Shen Qinghan's cheap master really didn't make a mistake taking her on. When asked to deal with matters, she really took care of them. And she did so without dragging her feet. 2 days later, on Sunday, around 11 a.m. Li Chuxin came over to mooch a meal again. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really mooching. Because she brought a bunch of groceries over and even cooked in the kitchen with Shen Qinghan. While Lin Zichen, the usual home cook, was lounging in the living room, playing with his phone. Nearly an hour later, 4 dishes and 1 soup were served. The three sat down together to eat. While eating, Li Chuxin brought Lin Zichen some good news, saying with a smile, "Zichen, I've managed to find you a client who needs your help as a substitute player. The client is a rich girl from my class, her family is extremely wealthy." Chapter 212, 153, First Proxy Order Business _3 Chapter 212, 153, First Proxy Order Business _3 Because of wearing different new clothes every day and changing various expensive bags, I was envied by a junior in my second year and targeted every day. I've gathered all the information about that senior sister for you. She's not very strong. Her biological level is just an ordinary 4th order. But she has a brother who holds a position in the student council, and his biological level is an ordinary 7th order, the same as Jin Mingyu. After finishing, Li Chuxin asked, "How many school credits do you want for accepting this commission?" Lin Zichen didn't rush to answer. He needed to think. He had to consider all aspects to see how much his involvement was worth in school credits. There had to be a fee for the trouble. And a fee for relationship severance, too. After all, acting as an enforcer would certainly offend many people, and charging a relationship severance fee was not unreasonable. After thinking it over, it seemed like these were the only 2 aspects that warranted a fee. So Lin Zichen said to Li Chuxin, "After weighing everything, the fee for this commission will be 11 school credits." "Okay, I'll transfer it to you right now." Li Chuxin opened WeChat and contacted the girl from her class. In less than 2 minutes, the girl replied, indicating she could accept the fee. Next, Lin Zichen's phone on the table vibrated. When he checked the phone screen, it was a notification from the university app about receiving the school credits transfer from the girl. Not more, not less, exactly 11 school credits. That was transferred really fast. Lin Zichen said with a smile. The Shanghai University's app was very efficient in handling affairs. Whether it was for challenges or transfers, just by searching the person's name and verifying some information, you could easily do whatever you wanted. Shortly after, Lin Zichen transferred 1 school credit to Li Chuxin on his phone and said to her, "Chu Xin, I've sent you 1 school credit as a fee for helping me find the client." Ah. Li Chuxin was taken aback, then said, "This isn't very good, it seems too formal for such an insignificant favor." Lin Zichen seriously replied, "Even sworn brothers should settle accounts clearly, I can't just let you work for nothing." "All right then, since you say so, I won't be polite." Without any fuss, Li Chuxin graciously accepted the deserved 1 school credit. After that, she began to help Lin Zichen and the client arrange the time wholeheartedly. After a minute or 2 of discussion, they finally decided to confront that senior sister at her classroom door after class tomorrow morning, to fulfill this commission. Having settled this, Li Chuxin looked towards Lin Zichen and asked, "Zichen, it's really quite a coincidence, isn't it? The day after you talked about being a substitute fighter at the gymnasium, the school cancelled the limit on challenge numbers. Is there some kind of unknown transaction involved?" "There was no transaction." Lin Zichen casually lied, "I just happened to know in advance that the school regulations were going to change, that's why I talked about being a substitute fighter that day." Li Chuxin expressed her admiration. Being a genius is different, to even know in advance about changes to school regulations. After finishing, she added, "By the way, at 4 p.m. today, there will be a rush for the peak rankings at the gym. It's between 2 ordinary 9th-rank seniors. Are you guys going to watch it? Since the cancellation of the challenge limit 3 days ago, there has been a rush for the peak rankings at the gym every day. Morning, noon, and evening, there are always matches. It's quite lively." Lin Zichen shook his head, "I'm not really interested in that, so I won't go." Seeing that he was uninterested, Li Chuxin turned to Shen Qinghan and asked, "What about you, Han Han?" While speaking, her eyes showed a hint of pleading, really wanting Shen Qinghan to accompany her to watch. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan also agreed, saying, "I'm actually quite interested in watching it." Li Chuxin said with a smile, "Then let's go together around 4 p.m. and join in the excitement." Soon, the next day arrived. Monday morning. Under Li Chuxin's arrangement, Lin Zichen met with the client in a milk tea shop. The client was a girl with ordinary looks. But she was very wealthy. She was dressed head to toe in designer brands. "Ah. Brother Chen, it really is Brother Chen. Brother Chen, I'm your fan." Upon seeing Lin Zichen, the client became so excited that she was almost incoherent, exclaiming with an excited face that she was his fan. What followed was requests for a group photo and an autograph. If someone uninformed saw it, they might think it was a fan meeting for some big star. "Sorry, but I'm only responsible for being the hitter, I don't provide any other services." Lin Zichen flatly refused. He didn't want to get involved in fan circles, he just wanted to simply be an unemotional enforcer. And precisely because of this, he did not even add the client's WeChat, everything was coordinated through Li Chuxin. Having made this clear, Lin Zichen brought the conversation back to the commission and asked the client, "Tell me exactly how that senior sister bullied you, truthfully, without exaggeration." He would decide the severity of his actions based on the bullying senior's level of malice. Upon his inquiry, the client immediately started pouring out her grievances, describing how the senior had bullied her, a newcomer. Several pieces of clothing had been taken. Several bags had been seized. In total, the losses were nearly 1 million. But these were not the most important things. What mattered most was the verbal insults and personal attacks she suffered. She was told by the senior that she was too ugly to deserve such nice clothes. That's outrageous. After listening to the client's story, Shen Qinghan clenched her fists in anger on the client's behalf. In contrast, Lin Zichen remained emotionally unchanged throughout, simply saying, "Don't worry, I've got this covered. I guarantee that after today, she'll never dare to bully you again." With Brother Chen's words, I'm reassured. Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The client said with a beaming smile, "After this matter is successfully resolved, I'll pay an additional 11 school credits to Brother Chen as support for your enforcer business." Another payment of 11 school credits. Lin Zichen's eyes lit up at the news, and then he stood up, smiling at the client and saying, "I hadn't expected our principles to align so closely." We definitely need to take a photo together to commemorate this moment. P.S. There's one more chapter coming around 3 p.m. Chapter 213, 154. Confronting the Student Union. Chapter 213, 154. Confronting the Student Union. 11:55 a.m. Evolution College, Building Number 3. Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Chuxin, and the commissioner were all waiting on the first floor of the teaching building, waiting for the target to appear after class. 5 minutes later. The bell signaling the end of class rang on time. The once quiet building instantly became noisy. Students poured out of the classrooms, filling the hallways in small groups, chatting and laughing as they headed downstairs. Many students, in a rush to save time, chose to take a shortcut by jumping down from the upper floors, landing with a heavy thud on the ground. Then, they got up as if nothing had happened and left. Isn't that Lin Zichen? This is the teaching area for sophomores. What is he doing here? He's been staring at everyone passing by. Could he be here as a substitute fighter? 9 times out of 10, he's probably really looking for someone. Wonder who the unlucky one is that he's got his eyes on. I thought he was just bragging that day in the gym, didn't expect him to actually show up. There's going to be a good show. Many people noticed Lin Zichen and started discussing among themselves. Lin Zichen ignored these voices and stood still in silence. Without a word. Just waiting for the target to come down. However, after waiting for a long time, the target still hadn't appeared. Strange, why haven't I seen Huang Jimin? Could she have taken the day off? The commissioner muttered with a puzzled expression. Lin Zichen said indifferently, she didn't take the day off, she just hasn't come out of the classroom. How do you know? The commissioner asked curiously. Lin Zichen casually explained, intuition. Intuition, huh? It wasn't intuition, but perception. The biometric attribute of danger perception had significantly enhanced his sensing abilities, allowing him to perceive various presences even through distances of over 100 meters. Lin Zichen, stop waiting, Huang Jimin won't come down. She knows you're blocking her and is now scared stiff in the classroom, calling her brother for help. I suggest you go straight up to her. A young man waiting to enjoy the scene called out loudly to Lin Zichen. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl in the crowd frowned and accused him, Yan Liang, what are you doing? You shouldn't be turning against your own. Damn it. That bitch made me wear 9 green hats, I wish she were dead now. Keep blathering and I'll come over there and kick you. The young man cursed at the girl. He was Huang Jimin's classmate as well as her ex-boyfriend. Last summer, in less than a week's time, Huang Jimin made him wear 9 green hats, and now he couldn't wait for her to die. 9 green hats. Shen Qinghan was taken aback, thinking this young man really had it rough, so rough that she didn't even feel it was right to tell him to be strong. Li Chuxin, who was next to her, exclaimed in shock, oh my god, that woman is so promiscuous, to give her boyfriend 9 green hats is just outrageous. The commissioner expressed her concern, Huang Jimin's brother is extremely powerful, with a biological level of a regular 7th rank, and I hear he's quite popular in the student council. I think we better drop today's commission and forget about it. After saying this, she added, it would be a unilateral breach of contract by me, so you can keep the 11 points. Huingli, don't be a coward. Li Chuxin encouraged the commissioner, Zichen is much stronger than you think. The day before yesterday in the gym, he took down that disciplinary inspector Kim something you in an instant. Huang Jimin's brother is at best on the same level as that Kim guy. Easy to deal with. The commissioner voiced her concerns, it's not that I don't believe in Zichen's strengths, but Huang Jimin's brother really has a lot of friends. He's well connected, and I'm afraid he'll outnumber us and Zichen will be at a disadvantage. After being bullied by Huang Jimin yesterday, she acted impulsively out of anger and thought about asking Lin Zichen to teach her a lesson. Now that she'd calmed down, it seemed too rash. Huang Jimin's brother was not someone to mess with. Offending him could make life even harder at the university. Will I be at a disadvantage? Lin Zichen smiled and said confidently to the commissioner, don't worry, no matter how many ants there are, they can't bite an elephant. Since I dared to take your commission, I am confident I can solve the problem for you. Let's go upstairs and find Huang Jimin. With that last remark, Lin Zichen leapt directly up to the floor where Huang Jimin was. It wasn't very high, only the 3rd floor. Including the parapet of the third-floor corridor, it was just over 9 meters tall. Any 7th-rank power could easily make the jump. However, when the person accomplishing this was a first-year freshman, it suddenly became extraordinary, even shocking. At this moment, many on-site couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Holy shit, he just jumped straight up to the 3rd floor in a single leap. Is he really a freshman? His physical talent is the most incredible I've ever seen. My God, this king of the newcomers is too monstrous. I'm already a sophomore, and I've fused with several exotic beast genes as a genetic integrator, but even I can't jump straight up to the 3rd floor like that. He's too strong. Next to him, I feel like I'm disabled." Many people felt dejected by Lin Zichen's display, with faces filled with life's doubts. The students who got into Shanghai University were almost all among the top scholars of their high schools, admired by everyone. Yet, even those scholars seemed to lose all their luster in front of Lin Zichen, as ordinary as rocks by the roadside. Truly, to compare oneself with others could drive one to despair. The more you compare, the more you lose the motivation to try. While the crowd was questioning their life choices, a girl's excited shouting suddenly came from a classroom on the 3rd floor. "My brother is a member of the Student Council's External Affairs Department, and he has friends everywhere. You better think thrice before you lay a hand on me, or you'll be digging your own grave. Don't come over, please, don't come over. I'm begging you, don't hit me, and even if you must, please don't hit my face." It was Huang Jimin shouting. Her cries sounded as wretched as the slaughter of a pig. Lin Zichen's penchant for swelling girls' faces had already spread across the school, and many people knew of his peculiar habit. Huang Jimin was terrified that Lin Zichen would swell her face up like a pig's head, or even disfigure her completely. "I heard that this king of the newcomers particularly likes to hit girls in the face, and he always strikes hard. Huang Jimin will probably not be able to show her face for months. The wretch deserves death. Best if she gets permanently disfigured. Let's go upstairs and watch the fun." After a burst of commotion, many onlookers quickly surged toward the 3rd floor, eager to witness Lin Zichen beating up Huang Jimin. However, before they could even make it to the stairs, a figure flew out from the 3rd floor. To say flew out would be inaccurate. More precisely, she was thrown out. It was Huang Jimin who was thrown out, landing accurately in a green strip on the ground. Luckily for her, the plants cushioned her fall and she landed without harm. The next second, Lin Zichen appeared on the corridor of the 3rd floor. Under everyone's gazes, he lightly leaped down to the ground, nearly silent upon landing. A drop from almost 10 meters high, and he made almost no sound hitting the ground. How strong must his control of power be to do that? A boy in the crowd said with a face of disbelief. Upon hearing this, others finally realized the impressive aspect of Lin Zichen's leap and were immediately filled with shock. Lin Zichen paid no attention to the shocked onlookers. He calmly looked toward Shen Qinghan, who had not yet had the chance to go upstairs, and said evenly, "Han Han, leave Huang Jimin for you to challenge, control your own force when hitting her." While he was upstairs a moment ago, he had not laid a hand on Huang Jimin. He had simply thrown her down to publicly execute her punishment in front of the crowd. The executor would be Shen Qinghan. SE of the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Okay, I got it," Shen Qinghan replied, and immediately took her phone out of her small shoulder bag, opened the school app, and initiated the challenge to Huang Jimin as Lin Zichen had instructed. She was a delicate freshman girl. She had no ranking on the peak list or the freshman list, and could challenge any senior student unconditionally. Moreover, the challenge could be established without the other party's consent. After the challenge was established, Shen Qinghan wasted no words, lifted her leg and walked straight towards Huang Jimin. Stop right now. You can't hit me. If I lose even a single hair, my brother will never let you get away with it." Just as Huang Jimin managed to get up from the green strip, seeing Shen Qinghan rapidly approaching, she shouted at Shen Qinghan with a pale face. Shen Qinghan ignored her and picked up the pace, closing in directly on her. When she was less than 10 meters away from Huang Jimin, suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, "Who dares to hit my sister?" This shout was exceptionally loud, filled with blood-chi power that made many people's ears ring. Shen Qinghan stopped in her tracks and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Then, she saw three burly young men. The leader with a buzz cut was Huang Jimin's brother, Huang Jirui, a formidable individual with a biological level of ordinary 7th order. The other two young men accompanying him were his colleagues from the Student Council's External Affairs Department and also possessed a biological level of ordinary 7th order. P.S. Holding out my bowl, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 214, 155, When you're out in the world, you need a strong background. Chapter 214, 155, When you're out in the world, you need a strong background. Huang Jirui is here. And he brought two people with him. This newcomer king, Lin Zichen, is in trouble now. They are all from the Student Council's External Relations Department. When three burly youths appeared in front of the teaching building, a buzz of discussions immediately broke out among the crowd. Huang Jimin, sitting on the green belt, saw that it was her brother, Huang Jirui, and that he had brought backup, and the panic on her face immediately lessened by a great deal. With the corners of her eyes reddening, she looked towards Huang Jirui and called out with a voice full of grievance, "Brother, I clearly didn't provoke him, but he came at me without a word, wanting to hit me. He's bullying me too much." The he she referred to was Lin Zichen. Upon hearing his sister's words, Huang Jirui's brows furrowed slightly. Then, looking towards Lin Zichen in front of him, he spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Lin Zichen, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Do you really think you're invincible, that no one can deal with you?" Sir, the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One of the helpers said, "Lin Zichen, there's a new king every year, but someone as arrogant as you is a first. You've offended too many people. Be careful when walking at night, you might get beaten up." The other helper also spoke up, "We won't take today's incident too seriously, but if there's a next time, don't blame us for not showing mercy." The words of all three contained an obvious threat, but their tone was still relatively calm and not overly confrontational. Only because Lin Zichen was the strongest newcomer in the school's history, with a promising future, were they not physically assaulting him right away, which they would have done to an ordinary person, without wasting so many words. Why are those from the student council talking so reasonably? They bully the weak and fear the strong, afraid to offend the most powerful new king in school's history. They worry about him seeking revenge after he grows more powerful. Looks like a fight's not going to break out. Boring. The onlooking crowd whispered amongst themselves, and their interest in the spectacle waned significantly, all believing that a fight was no longer likely. Caught in the middle, Shen Qinghan also felt that a fight wouldn't break out. After hesitating for a moment, she no longer headed towards Huang Jimin and chose to return to Lin Zichen's side instead. Just when everyone thought that this farce was about to end, Lin Zichen, watching Shen Qinghan walk back, calmly said something shocking, "Han Han, go. Go." Shen Qinghan was taken aback for a moment. But quickly, seeing Lin Zichen's composed expression, she responded concisely, "Okay." Immediately after, she turned and charged towards the greenery where Huang Jimin was, ready to strike. Seeing this, Huang Jimin panicked completely and ran towards her brother, Huang Jirui. She had heard about how Shen Qinghan had instantly taken down Ziki. Ziki's biological level was common tier 5, while hers was only 4th order. Facing Shen Qinghan, she was sure to end up with a swollen face and had no choice but to run. Unfortunately, she had just run out of the green belt when she suddenly felt a chaos in her chi blood, her limbs weakened, her head started spinning, and she collapsed on the ground with a thud. "Brother!" Huang Jimin summoned all her strength, using her nearly numb throat to shout towards Huang Jirui in front. Hearing his sister's cry for help, Huang Jirui's eyes immediately turned cold. Instantly, he forcefully propelled himself with his calves, becoming a blurred shadow charging towards Shen Qinghan, who was about to lay hands on his sister. Just as Huang Jirui dashed out, on the other side, Lin Zichen's thoughts moved, instantly unleashing a terrifying biological pressure comparable to that of an advanced-level creature. Despite the distance of over 20 meters, he precisely targeted Huang Jirui. The next second, Huang Jirui, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly felt a tremendous pressure descend upon him from above. Then, a loud bang echoed. Before Huang Jirui could grasp what was happening, his whole body smashed heavily into the ground. face first into the ground. Cracks spread out like a spider web, startling and stark. At the same time, up ahead, Shen Qinghan had already reached Huang Jiamin and swung her leg towards her face in a sweeping kick. Then, another bang sounded. Huang Jiamin was swept off her feet and onto the ground, her left cheek swelling visibly at a rapid pace, turning into a pig's head. But the injury wasn't severe, it was just swelling, without any concussion. Shen Qinghan was still too kind-hearted, merely aiming to discipline a little, without the intention to harm. What's going on? Is it over? What just happened? In a matter of seconds, the Huang siblings, who had seemed to have the upper hand on the scene, suddenly hit the ground and couldn't get up. The brother was face down on the ground, the sister was lying on her back. The change in the situation was so swift that the onlookers at the scene were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. "Rui, what happened to you?" The two helpers of Huang Jiarui were the first to come to their senses, rushing to check on him immediately. Seeing their friend being suppressed by an invisible force on the ground, unable to move, expressions of confusion and a hint of panic that prevented them from acting rashly appeared on their faces. Because they realized that the invisible force suppressing Huang Jiarui was biological pressure. And it was the pressure of an advanced-level creature. What does this mean? It means that a high-level fighter stepped in, someone is helping Lin Zichen. No wonder he was so bold. No wonder he was so fearless. Turns out he's got someone backing him up. Thinking of this, both of their hearts chilled, while they also felt fortunate that they hadn't made a move against Lin Zichen right away and avoided offending him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. While the two of them were imagining all this. On the other side, Lin Zichen, accompanied by the client, stopped by Huang Jiamin's side, looked down at her lying on the ground in a sorry state, and asked, "I heard from the client that you took a lot of her clothes and bags." "Yes, I'm sorry, I'll go back and return them to her now." Huang Jiamin held her swollen left cheek tightly with both hands, her voice trembling as she apologized. Seeing her so sensible, Lin Zichen decided not to make it harder for her. He turned to look at the client and said, "Problem solved. If she dares to bully you again, you can find me anytime to take action, and I'll give you a 20% discount." Thank you, Brother Chen." The client thanked him with these words. Then, acting very considerately, she took out her phone and transferred 11 credits to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen glanced at the received credits, not paying too much attention to it. He put away his phone, turned toward the onlooking crowd, and announced loudly, "To all the sophomores out there. If you need a substitute fighter, feel free to seek me out, we can discuss the price. As long as the target is a student in the school, I can take action." With that, he walked over to Li Chuxin's side, stopped, and introduced her to the crowd. "This lovely beauty here is my agent, Li Chuxin. Everyone can add her WeChat, and if you need me to step in, please contact her." He advertised himself in such a high-profile manner. Feeling that there wasn't much left to do, Lin Zichen left the scene with Shen Qinghan, leaving Li Chuxin to add the WeChat of potential clients. As for the client, Huang Li. Now that the task was complete, there was no need to concern himself with her anymore. Evening. Student Council President's Office. Huang Jiarui and the others told Zhou Xiahong about the strange incident they encountered that day, as well as their suspicions, in great detail. They shared how they were suppressed by an unknown advanced-level fighter's biological pressure and suspected that Lin Zichen had someone behind him. After hearing this, Zhou Xiahong fell into thought. He thought Huang Jiarui's guess was reasonable. Lin Zichen had the guts to be so audacious probably because he had someone's support. Then the question arose, who was behind him? Could it be Principal Yuan? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Xiahong couldn't help but think of Yuan Dongji. The day Lin Zichen had announced his substitute fighting service, the school lifted the challenge frequency limit the very next day. This didn't seem like a coincidence to him. It seemed more like coordination. So, what could be the relationship between Lin Zichen and Principal Yuan? Zhou Xiahong was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. After a while, he couldn't come up with a reason and finally told Huang Jiarui and the others, everyone should try to avoid Lin Zichen for the time being, stay observant, and see what the situation is. If you accidentally come into conflict with him, you can verbally warn him to see how he reacts. In any case, try to avoid getting into a fight with him. At the same time, Administrative Building. Principal's Office. Ma Jianhe reported Lin Zichen's recent activities to Yuan Dongji, probing, Principal Yuan, Lin Zichen has started some sort of substitute fighting service, causing chaos in the inner school district. Was this your intention? No, Yuan Dongji denied it. After saying that, she took a sip of warm tea, her voice cool as she continued, but to be honest, I quite like what Lin Zichen is doing. Students have been suppressed by the student council for too long, the hierarchy has become too rigid, which is not conducive to the long-term development of the school. I think it's time to break this pattern. P.S. There is one more update coming, probably around 3 o'clock. Chapter 215, 156, Nine-Tailed Fox Demon. Chapter 215, 156, Nine-Tailed Fox Demon. With the promotions from his first 2 pinch-hitting performances, Lin Zichen's pinch-hitting business was booming. In the following period, he received more than 10 requests a day for his pinch-hitting services. At first, he needed to take matters into his own hands and actually beat people up. Later on, the bullies would kneel on the spot, scared out of their wits at the mere sight of him pinch-hitting. They hurried to apologize to their victims, admitting that it was their fault all along. They assured Lin Zichen that they would never dare to do it again. And so, for nearly half a month straight, Lin Zichen's reputation skyrocketed. Many people began to call him the light of righteousness at school, commending him for rectifying the school's bad elements and restoring a harmonious atmosphere. There were also a few who badmouthed him, saying he was just a businessman after school credits and that he didn't deserve the accolade, light of righteousness. Regardless of whether the feedback was positive or negative, Lin Zichen didn't care in the slightest. All he cared about were the credits he was making. That day at noon, Li Chuxin came over for a free meal. After eating, she sat in the living room tallying up business information and reporting the data to Lin Zichen. In the past half a month, Lin Zichen had taken on 233 pinch-hitting gigs. The bullies in these cases ranged from ordinary 7th order at their strongest to ordinary 3rd order at their weakest, with the average being ordinary 4th order. Overall, none of them were particularly strong. Furthermore, it was worth noting that a significant portion of these bullies had one thing in common: they all had a patron in the student council. It's exactly the people with mediocre power who love to flex their slight connections to bully others, vividly embodying the saying, bully the weak and fear the strong, which is disgustingly on point. Li Chuxin couldn't help but curse after finishing her report. Lin Zichen just laughed without responding. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was, after all, a basic nature of living beings. It couldn't be more normal. Zichen, I've been threatened by quite a few members of the student council recently, some even at the ordinary 9th rank, saying if I keep running this pinch-hitting business, I should watch my back when I go out, Li Chuxin said with a look of unease. Then she added, under your management these past few days, bullying has almost vanished from the school. Since there aren't many cases left, should we quit while we're ahead and stop the pinch-hitting service? We don't want to make a complete enemy of the student council. Li Chuxin was frightened by the threats and didn't want to continue the pinch-hitting business. As lucrative as the business was for earning credits, she was afraid of making money without having the chance to spend it. Better to retreat in time. Lin Zichen disagreed, saying, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The people in the student council are just trying to scare you with words. If they really dared to take action, they would have done it by now, without bothering with all the talk. Lin Zichen continued, but if it really worries you, then don't do it. There's no need to keep yourself on edge all day, letting it affect your life. Hearing this, Li Chuxin fell into a dilemma. She was torn over whether to continue. After several minutes of indecision, she made up her mind, looked up at Lin Zichen and said, forget it, let's keep going. It was not easy to get the business off the ground, and I don't want to give it up that easily. That would be too much of a pity. Soon, it was 2 p.m. Lin Zichen left for the institute. Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin were on the same route, so they went together to the Evolution College academic building for their classes. The Genius Class, Evolution Class 1. As soon as Shen Qinghan entered the classroom, she saw a pig-headed figure in white, carrying a long sword, with long hair flowing behind. After taking another look, she realized the pighead was Luo Yongjian. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Jian, why do you look so beat up? Luo Yongjian, I fell while walking. Ma Shiwei at the next desk had no intention of sparing his feelings, bluntly exposing him, this idiot tried to imitate your fiancé and became a pinch hitter, but ended up getting beaten by people from the student council. Poor thing. SE of the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan wanted to laugh but dared not, for fear of hurting Luo Yongjian's frail pride. Pinch hitting was not something just anyone could do. You needed real strength for it. Only Ma Xiaoqian had the capital to pull it off. Seeing that Ma Shiwei had spilled the beans, Luo Yongjian dropped the act and started cursing. Damn it, this goddamn student council, always beating me up instead of Lin Zichen. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, what are they good for? Once I've grown stronger, none of them will get away. I'll settle the score with all of them in the fall. Ouch, that hurt so much. Luo Yongjian got too worked up speaking and accidentally pulled at a wound on his lip, causing him nearly to cry from the pain. Ma Shiwei was venomous with her words, ruthlessly pointing out, you talk as if you're the only one who can grow. You can get stronger, but so can the people in the student council. Most importantly, your talent isn't much better than theirs, so you probably won't be able to settle any scores in the fall for the rest of your life. Better to give up on that hope. You. Luo Yongjian wanted to retort but realized he had no argument. Because Ma Shiwei was right. His talent wasn't that much better than the other geniuses, so even if he did grow stronger, he probably wouldn't have the strength to settle scores with the student council. So how could he get back at the student council? He couldn't just take this lying down. Luo Yongjian was lost in thought. After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, turning to Ma Shiwei and saying, well, that's easy. I may not be able to get back at the student council, but Lin Zichen can. If it comes to that, I'll just hire Lin Zichen as my pinch hitter to beat those in the student council. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 216, 156, Nine-Tailed Fox Demon _2 Chapter 216, 156, Nine-Tailed Fox Demon _2 You're asking Lin Zichen to substitute for you. Ma Shiwei also smiled, looking at Luo Yongjian as if he was an idiot. If Lin Zichen doesn't switch to genetic fusion soon, he will find it difficult to protect himself in the future. The student council will settle scores with him after fall. And you? Asking him to substitute for you, that's really funny. Hearing what Ma Shiwei said, Shen Qinghan felt unhappy. She really wanted to tell Ma Shiwei that Lin Zichen could now easily crush the student council without having to resort to genetic fusion. Unfortunately, she couldn't tell her and had to keep it to herself. She hoped that Xiaoqian could evolve into an advanced-level creature with the body of a pure-blood human sooner rather than later, and then amaze everyone. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan thought to herself silently. Pure-blood Human Research Institute. As soon as Lin Zichen walked in, Song Yuyan inside began to complain to him, Brother Zichen, you haven't visited the institute in a long time. I've been a bit busy recently. Busy with that substitute fighting service? Yes. It seems to have been going on for half a month now. How much have you made in student credits? Just under 3,000 credits. That much. Song Yuyan was completely astonished. Then, consumed with envy and regret, she said, to think it could be so profitable. If I had known, I would have started a substitute fighting service too. I missed out on 3,000 credits. Just then, Lu Chuanwu emerged from one of the inner research rooms, saying disapprovingly, come on, you're a mentor, how could you become a substitute fighter? Right, yeah. Song Yuyan came back to her senses. Lu Chuanwu stopped in front of Lin Zichen and said, Zichen, substitute fighting makes a lot, but it's not sustainable. You can only earn during that initial wave. If you want to earn credits on a regular and stable basis, one way is to aim for the peak rankings, another is to become the student council president. Only those two can bring in a steady flow of a large number of credits. After saying this, Lu Chuanwu added, oh, off-campus missions can also work, but it's not every day that you get a suitable mission. Becoming the student council president to earn credits over a long period. Lin Zichen quickly latched onto this key point and asked Lu Chuanwu, Principal, what about this student council president thing? Lu Chuanwu, the president of the student council gets a subsidy every month, you can get 500 credits per month. 500 credits. Lin Zichen's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't understand why just being the student council president would warrant such a hefty monthly credit subsidy. Lu Chuanwu noticed his confusion and explained with a smile, being the president of the student council isn't as easy as you might think. It's not just sitting in the office, drinking tea, and reading the newspaper. The main work of the student council president is mostly carried out in the origin land, and it's quite dangerous. With such a high subsidy, it's normal. Having said that, Lu Chuanwu continued, once you evolve into an advanced level creature with the body of a pure-blood human in the future, and you have a powerful backing to protect you, allowing you to display your strength without any concerns, you could also consider taking up the position of student council president. That way, you get both training and a high subsidy, the best of both worlds. Lin Zichen, principal, what specifically does the student council president do in the origin land? Lu Chuanwu, you've hit a blind spot in my knowledge there. I'm just an ordinary 9th rank old man, there's a lot I'm not privileged to know. Seeing his response, Lin Zichen didn't inquire further. He planned to ask Shen Qinghan to consult Yuan Dongji later that night when he returned to the dormitory. Underneath Shanghai City. 20,000 meters deep. Within a vast underground palace. Thanks to the efforts of an elderly masked individual, the creature transport channel to source land number 36 was finally stable enough to start transferring exotic beasts from there. However, only creatures below advanced level could be transported for now. Because the transfer channel was newly opened and lacked various reinforcement measures, its upper limit for endurance wasn't very high. Transferring advanced level creatures could easily cause the channel to collapse and be destroyed. It would take decades of gradual reinforcement to be able to transfer stronger exotic beasts. The creature transport channel is about to start operating, everyone get ready. The elderly masked individual warned the three-eyed giant and the mutant rat king behind him. At these words, the three-eyed giant and the rat king immediately became fully alert. Today was the first use of this transport channel, and there was a risk of failure, requiring full concentration. Otherwise, the smallest mistake could result in being torn apart by a collapsing transfer channel. Seeing that the three-eyed giant and the rat king were ready, the elderly masked man took out a strange twig and gently inserted it into the creature passage, which had stabilized for several days. Then, he closed his aged eyes. He chanted mysterious incantations from his mouth. He sprinkled fresh blood into the creature passage. He carved runes around it. After going through these mystical procedures, the elderly masked man paused and, in the next second, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Open for me." As soon as his words fell, a tear immediately split open in front of him in the creature passage. In a flash, a torrent of rich vitality surged out from within, nourishing every corner of the underground palace. At the same time, spine-chilling sounds came from within the creature passage. There was the roar of the demon-eyed ape, the scream of the ferocious great eagle, and the slithering sound of the ghost shadow snake. As these sounds grew closer, soon various exotic beasts crawled out from the creature passage. The strength of these beasts wasn't high, they were all ordinary exotic beasts below the advanced level, and as soon as they emerged, they were controlled by the three-eyed giant and the rat king, obediently awaiting their orders. This interdimensional transfer lasted an entire night. A total of over 300 ordinary exotic beasts were transferred. More than 50 died in transit. For a creature passage that had only stabilized a few days ago, this rate of transfer death was considered very low. The creature passage was quite successfully connected. Close for me. Seeing that the creature passage was unstable after transferring over 300 ordinary exotic beasts, the elderly masked man immediately chose to close the passage. He waited for the passage to stabilize again before organizing the next transfer. Under the control of the elderly masked man. Soon, the tear in the passage began to slowly close up, stopping the interdimensional transfer. Just as the tear was about to completely seal, two delicate and fair jade hands suddenly reached out from inside the passage and brutally tore open the nearly sealed gap. Divine Messenger, what's going on? The three-eyed giant was bewildered, looking at the elderly masked man with a face full of confusion. The elderly masked man was also confused. He had opened more than 10 creature passages but had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. After a moment of realization, the elderly masked man said gravely to the three-eyed giant and the rat king, "You two quickly mobilize your chi blood and get ready for a fierce battle." Upon hearing this, the three-eyed giant and the rat king immediately mobilized their chi blood, preparing themselves for combat. At this moment, a young girl wearing a silk dress with beast ears atop her head and 9 tails behind her walked slowly out of the creature passage. The girl had a curvaceous figure and an extremely beautiful face, her peach-colored eyes exuding a captivating charm that could enchant the soul. A mere glance was enough to make one fall into her trap, unable to extricate themselves. So this is the legendary Earth. The young girl looked around with innocent yet desirous eyes, curiously observing everything in the underground palace as she murmured in a soft, seductive voice. As she spoke, the elderly masked man, the 3-eyed giant, and the Rat King all widened their eyes in disbelief. A 9-tailed fox demon. It was the legendary 9-tailed fox demon. Why would such a powerful being appear here? How could a newly connected creature passage accommodate such a powerful entity? What exactly was going on? Observing the confusion in their eyes, the young girl elegantly explained, "It's just one of my avatars, not enough to cause this new creature passage to collapse. P.S. Bowing down, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets." Chapter 217, 157. Targeted by a fox demon. Chapter 217, 157. Targeted by a fox demon. January 14th, evening. Zhongyuan Building No. 8, Dormitory 603. In the living room. Lin Zichen sat on the sofa browsing through news on his smartphone. Out of 10 news items, 8 were related to exotic beasts. In recent days, for unknown reasons, the frequency of exotic beasts' appearances in Shanghai City soared, resulting in dozens of injuries. Coupled with the sudden emergence of strange plants around the city a while ago, the citizens were all panicking. Why do these anomalies only appear in Shanghai City? What exactly is happening to Shanghai City? Has the government been investigating for so long without finding the cause? Lin Zichen's brows knit together slightly as he felt a bit uneasy. While he was lost in thought, Shen Qinghan, who was reading a book next to him, put down her book and looked at him, saying, "Xiao Chen, the freshman competition is tomorrow, and it's my first time participating in such an official contest. I'm a bit nervous." Her old problem had flared up again. Easily getting nervous. It was a sign of lack of confidence. There was nothing she could do, she was used to being mediocre before. Even though she had become a top genius now, she still carried the mentality of an academic underachiever. Lin Zichen placed his hand on her delicate little foot and said as he gently massaged it, "Times have changed. You're now one of the most top-notch geniuses in the school, and your strength far exceeds your peers. You should feel excited about the start of the freshman competition tomorrow, not nervous." "That's easy for you to say, but I just can't help feeling nervous," Shen Qinghan said, quite troubled. Lin Zichen comforted her, "Don't worry, once you participate in more competitions and win more on the martial stage, you'll naturally stop feeling nervous." Shen Qinghan, "Xiao Chen, do you think it's possible for us to become opponents?" "It's possible, and highly likely at that." "Highly likely?" "Yes, highly likely." After saying this, Lin Zichen explained, "Your strength should only be slightly lesser than mine and Li Moyu's. As long as you don't run into Li Moyu too early and you advance smoothly, you're 100% going to face me, and it's even possible that we'll meet in the finals." "What about Ma Shiwei?" Shen Qinghan said with little confidence, "She's very formidable, I don't think I necessarily match up against her." Lin Zichen disagreed, "She's no match for you." "Am I really that formidable?" "You are." After saying that, Lin Zichen added, "And not just Ma Shiwei, even Li Moyu might not necessarily be better than you." Shen Qinghan shook her head, "You're exaggerating, there's no way I can compare with Li Moyu." "You can compare, don't underestimate yourself." The two of them started to chat sporadically about the upcoming freshman competition. As they chatted, Shen Qinghan withdrew her foot from Lin Zichen's hand, stood up, sat on his thighs facing him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said with a smile, "I suddenly feel a little greedy, I want to taste you." After saying that, she leaned in and kissed Lin Zichen. She kissed him with passion. Lin Zichen embraced her waist and responded to her with enthusiasm. "You're kissing someone, chi blood +1, kissing skill +1, XX flexibility +1, after who knows how long." The two separated with slightly disordered breathing, savoring the wonderful sensation of the kiss they just shared. "It feels so good not to have to wear diapers." sarthenelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan licked her lips, feeling the lightness of her lower body, and couldn't help but remark. Ever since she enslaved the gene of the Azure Jellyfish King and mastered the ability to control water, she no longer worried about wetting her pants. She still felt the urge to pee, but she could control the movement of water inside her body, effortlessly holding it in, not like before when she had to clench her legs together as soon as she felt the urge. "I think wetting your pants is not a flaw," Lin Zichen said teasingly. "Honestly, I kind of miss the you who used to wet your pants all the time. You're so perverted. You're the dirty little girl, I'm the big pervert, we're a match made in heaven." Dirty little girl, big pervert, doesn't sound bad actually, kind of has the vibe of heroes of a unique pair. Shen Qinghan said with a smile. After saying this, she looked into Lin Zichen's eyes and coyly cooed, "Xiao Chen, I want to have an icicle." "Then get up, and I'll get you one," Lin Zichen said, giving Shen Qinghan's pert buttocks a pinch. Shen Qinghan had loved cold treats since she was little. Even in the shivering cold of winter, she would crave one every few days. Her parents were strict and didn't allow it when she was young, but now that she lived on her own, she had bought a bunch of ice creams and ice pops to store in the freezer. Whenever she wanted, she'd just take one, enjoying the freedom to indulge at will. "I don't want the ones in the freezer, I've had enough of those. I want to try a different flavor," Shen Qinghan said without getting up, continuing to sit on Lin Zichen's lap, speaking into his ear in a soft voice. Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow. "You want to have a milk-flavored ice pop, huh?" "No one knows a woman better than her father," she said playfully with a sweet smile. The next day, Lin Zichen woke up early from bed. Shen Qinghan was still sleeping soundly beside him, her legs tightly clutching the pillow, a little drool leaking from the corner of her mouth, in a sweet slumber. He helped wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. Looking at the pillow clutched between her legs, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. Lately, Shen Qinghan had often clutched his head between her legs like that. Seeing her clutch the pillow in such a manner brought to mind his own experiences of being clutched, and he couldn't resist a chuckle. Before long, Shen Qinghan woke up. She opened her eyes drowsily and looked at Lin Zichen with sleepy confusion, said in a languorous voice, "Xiao Chen, I dreamed about you." "What did you dream about me doing?" Lin Zichen asked with some curiosity. Shen Qinghan didn't rush to tell him but instead clung to his hand, cooing, "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." Lin Zichen bent down and kissed her rosy lips, then said, "Okay, now you can tell me." Chapter 218, 157. Targeted by a fox demon _2 Chapter 218, 157. Targeted by a fox demon _2 Shen Qinghan licked her lips, a look of complete satisfaction on her face as she said with a smile, "You might not believe it, but I dreamed that after we graduated from university, we had a cute daughter. When it came to naming our daughter, we couldn't agree and got into a dispute, arguing about getting a divorce." "Your dream is just outrageous." Lin Zichen listened and found himself at a loss for words. "Shen Qinghan, indeed, it's outrageous. The divorce was actually initiated by me. Afterward, I spent every day at home washing my face with tears, but I was too stubborn to give in, even though I'm not that kind of person in reality." Lin Zichen, that's how dreams are, full of bizarre elements. The plot never follows logic. Shen Qinghan sat up on the bed, took Lin Zichen's arm, and said, "Exactly, there's no logic at all. In real life, I would never argue about divorcing you. As for our daughter's name, I would let you decide entirely." "Letting me decide entirely is a bit much." Lin Zichen gently said, combing her hair, "When it comes to naming our child, we'll definitely need to discuss and decide together." And so they sat on the bed talking for a while. Soon, the two of them got out of bed, washed up, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast together. After eating breakfast, they left home together and headed to the sports hall to participate in the end-of-term freshman competition. Sports hall. First floor. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, it was already packed with people everywhere you looked. The spectator seats were almost entirely full. It had to be said, this annual freshman competition was quite popular, drawing a lot of attention. Lin Zichen looked around and soon led Shen Qinghan to the front, where the competitors' waiting area was located. Both of them were competitors and needed to go there to register and sign in. "Everyone else has signed in, just the two of you are left. Come on over and sign." As soon as they entered the competitors' waiting area, a student council member responsible for registration spoke to them with a slightly cold voice. Lin Zichen's recent stand-in service work had almost completely annoyed the student council, and many of its members were reluctant to show him a friendly face. Here many was limited to the male members of the student council. As for the female members, they remained Lin Zichen's admirers, as they had always been, not turning into critics just because their positions opposed each other. After signing in, Lin Zichen, holding Shen Qinghan's hand, found an empty spot to sit down, chatting as they waited for the competition to begin. They didn't chat for long. Soon one was playing with their phone, while the other curiously observed the surrounding competitors. The one on the phone was Lin Zichen, scrolling through the news. The one observing the competitors was Shen Qinghan, using her peripheral vision to assess every potential rival, wanting to be thoroughly prepared. Although Lin Zichen was very optimistic about her, saying she had the strength to be in the top 3 among the new students, she herself wasn't so confident. She feared she might make a fool of herself on the martial stage in case something unexpected happened. She had to be extra cautious. It was crucial not to underestimate any opponent. After spending a few minutes scoping out the competition, Shen Qinghan gathered the following information: a total of 128 competitors. 99 from Evolution College, 28 from Mech God class, and 1 from martial arts. The lone martial artist was Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen and the entire Evolution class had been exempted from trials and directly qualified to compete. The rest of the dozens of competitors had enrolled themselves and fought their way through the preliminary qualifiers, punch by punch, kick by kick. Shen Qinghan focused particularly on the 28 Mech God class students. All were students from that class. Their bodies were equipped with various types of alloy equipment provided by the Mech God Corporation. Their combat power seemed very strong. Shen Qinghan felt that if she were to unexpectedly fall on the martial stage, it would most likely be at the hands of a Mech God class student. Half an hour later, the freshman competition finally began. The first round was from 128 to 64, eliminating half of the competitors. Lin Zichen was matched with an ordinary male student from Evolution College. As soon as the male student saw his opponent was Lin Zichen, his complexion drastically changed. Meeting the big boss right at the start, what the hell? Before long, the contest began. Lin Zichen didn't waste any time and knocked the male student out with a single kick, advancing to the next round. On the other side, Shen Qinghan was paired with a female student from her class and also won easily, moving on to the second round. The second round. 64 to 32. Once again eliminating half of the competitors. This time, Lin Zichen was matched with a girl from the talent class. Upon seeing that her opponent was face-smacking fiend Lin Zichen, she opted not to even step onto the stage, decisively forfeiting to protect her face from being turned into a pig's head. Learning the reason for the girl's forfeiture, Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. Elsewhere, Shen Qinghan was matched with a boy from a regular class. She won with ease, without even needing to activate her exotic beast gene, just kicking the opponent out with her own physical strength. The third round of the duel. 32 into 16. Lin Zichen was matched against a runner-up from the talent class and immediately finished him with one kick. Shen Qinghan was matched with a third-place contestant and likewise won with ease. Many were astonished by Shen Qinghan's performance. Before this, everyone thought she was just a vase in the talent class. Pretty but useless. Unexpectedly, her strength was so formidable. 3 rounds into the competition, every match had been a quick kill, truly proving that appearances can be deceiving. The fourth round of the duel. 16 into 8. Lin Zichen was matched with a boy from the Mech God class. The opponent's arms had undergone mechanical augmentation, turned into a pair of alloy steel arms. Inside were firearms, sharp blades, and a lot of highly destructive high-tech equipment. In the duel, Lin Zichen didn't rush to finish off the mechanical being. Instead, he stood still, allowing the mechanical being to unleash his firepower at will, to get a feel for the level of mechanical augmentation offered by the Mech God group. Seeing Lin Zichen standing motionless, the mechanical being didn't waste the opportunity and aimed his guns at Lin Zichen's vital points, firing wildly. However, with all ammunition spent, Lin Zichen was still unscathed, and his opponent was forced to admit defeat. On the other side, Shen Qinghan was also matched with a mechanical being. She wasn't as resilient as Lin Zichen, couldn't withstand bullets, nor dodge them, getting shot several times and blood instantly gushing out. But luckily, with the living dead slug gene aiding her, she healed quickly and was not seriously harmed. In the end, she too won the duel effortlessly and advanced to the next round. At this time, the clock had struck 12 noon. The morning's matches were now over. The remaining 3 rounds would take place in the afternoon. However, the matchup results for the next round were already out. Lin Zichen was matched with a previous underling defeated during the school's opening trial, the top scholar of Yunqian province, Lu Qizhi. Lu Qizhi, seeing that his opponent was Lin Zichen, instantly felt ashen-faced and his heart chilled. He had originally hoped to reach the semi-finals. Now it seemed hopeless, only able to stop at the top 8. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan was matched with Ma Shiwei, which was a lot of pressure. Both of their biological levels were ordinary 6th order. They were well-matched opponents. It was uncertain who would win and who would lose. Lacking confidence, Shen Qinghan felt her chances of winning were slim. Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, atop the rooftop of a shopping center, the fox demon girl stood on the very edge of the fence, her eyes filled with curiosity as she surveyed the surrounding skyscrapers, finding them incredibly unbelievable. The environment on Earth was entirely different from that of the origin land. They were 2 completely different worlds. She was wide-eyed and amazed. By the way, since your divine plant cult has been rooted on Earth for so long, you must have seen many handsome men. Do you have any good recommendations? The fox demon girl turned to the elderly man in the mask beside her, inquiring. She had come to Earth specifically to find herself an earthly bed companion. The elderly man with the mask was well prepared and immediately pulled out a photograph from his embrace, respectfully presenting it to the fox demon girl, saying, "My deity, this young man definitely meets your criteria. Not only is he extraordinarily handsome, but his physical body is also immensely strong. Please have a look." The fox demon girl reached out to take the photo, and upon seeing Lin Zichen, her eyes brightened, expressing her interest eagerly. "Tell me more about his situation. P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.